Across the northern marches of the Valan kingdom, the frigid winds of the Ophinia continent swept by, yet they seemed unable to strip away the prosperity of the Eansway Viscountcy. Hardy black rye and winter wheat lined the furrows in orderly rows, forming a rare steady granary in the bleak northern frontier. Villages were scattered like stars across the land, and smoke rose year-round from the chimneys of the commoners' wooden houses. Even the Viscount's private soldiers had their armor polished to a gleaming shine, radiating a wealth and abundance utterly unlike the rest of the northern territories. In the castle of Eansway City, the main stronghold of the Viscountcy, Martin sat on an oak chair by the window, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the thin sheet of frost clinging to the windowsill. He had lived in this world for 16 years, growing from a bewildered infant into a tall, straight-backed youth. Yet the origin-completion system that had accompanied his birth had lain dormant, like a sleeping stone, showing not the slightest reaction, until today, when it finally stirred. In order to awaken this system, he had almost emptied all his pocket money. Since the age of 10, he had been using his allowance to buy magic crystals, hoarding them bit by bit, and feeding them into the system. A chime sounded in his mind as a mechanical voice declared, "Ding, origin completion system activated. Current energy 0. After signing a heart contract, the host may perform origin completion on the contracted individual." Once the system activated, the smile never left Martin's face. "Haha, I finally managed to awaken it. In a bit I should go find the steward and ask around for information," he murmured in high spirits. Just then a gentle knocking sounded at the door. "Come in," Martin called. The wooden door was pushed open, and a maid in a gray long dress entered, carrying a copper basin filled with freshly heated water. She looked to be 15 or 16, her hair neatly coiled, her movements brisk, yet tinged with a trace of nervous restraint. "Young Master Martin, the Viscount wishes you to come to his study," she announced respectfully. "Do you know what it is about?" Martin rose to his feet, straightening the woolen coat he wore. He was the second son of the Viscount of Eansway, with an elder brother upon whom great hopes were pinned and a pampered younger sister beneath him. He was not the one most closely watched within the family, so his father's sudden summons did catch him off guard. The maid shook her head and set the copper basin down on the washstand. "I'm not sure. The Viscount just had a servant pass the word that you are to come at once." Martin nodded and did not press further. He picked up the cloak draped over the back of his chair and tied the cord at the collar. Winter came early in the northern frontier. Though the castle's fireplaces were lit, a chill still lingered in the corridors. He strode toward the Viscount's study. Servants and maids passing by halted to bow as they saw him, soft calls of "second young master" echoing one after another along the corridor. Martin responded with slight nods without slowing his pace, ascending the stairs lined with thick wool carpets. His boots fell on the steps with barely a sound. The Viscount of Eansway's study lay on the top floor of the castle. Two guards in chain mail stood at the door, hands resting on their sword hilts, expressions solemn. Seeing Martin approach, they bowed in unison, their armor giving off a crisp short clink. Martin nodded, raised his hand, and knocked on the heavy oak door. The copper ringers on the door knocker let out a muffled thump-thump. "Come in," a voice called from within. From inside the study came the voice of his father, the Viscount of Eansway, low and resonant, bearing the weighty authority of long-held rank. Martin pushed the door open and stepped in, greeted by a breath of air thick with the mingled scents of ink and pine wood from the fireplace. The study was vast. Its four walls were almost entirely taken up by bookshelves. From the painted glass, overhead soft golden daylight filtered down, falling across the long table draped in deep green cloth. What made his heart sink slightly was the sight of his elder brother Chiron seated in a chair on one side of the table. Usually his brother was out training with the territory's troops, yet now he wore formal attire, his expression laced with a grave solemnity. The atmosphere in the entire study carried an inexplicable seriousness. The Viscount of Eansway sat in the main armchair, fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. Seeing Martin enter, he allowed a faint smile to appear, trying to ease the tension. "Martin, come and sit." Obediently, Martin walked to the opposite side of the long table and took a seat, his gaze shifting between his father and elder brother as he silently awaited what was to come. The Viscount of Eansway drew a deep breath, letting the smile fade as his tone grew heavy. "I called you here suddenly because there is something you must know. War is coming." Martin's heart clenched sharply. "The Grand Duke of the Northern Frontier, Montclair, has just sent new orders," the Viscount went on, his voice laden with an undeniable weight. "The tribal coalition of the Orc Kingdom has already crossed the Blackridge Mountains, burning, plundering, and killing as they advance. The entire northern frontier must now mobilize to resist them. Eansway territory is the granary of the northern frontier and one of the few fertile lands that can maintain production even in winter. Grand Duke Montclair has specifically named me, ordering that I personally lead our forces into battle. I will depart in 3 days." "Father." Martin could not help but speak, his brows knitting tightly together. "In the past, when we resisted the orcs, Eansway territory has always contributed mainly grain and a small number of auxiliary troops. Why must we now send both grain and have you personally lead soldiers? Conflicts with the orcs at the northern frontier were common, but most were minor skirmishes that never required his father as lord of the territory to personally go to the front. Moreover, as the granary, Eansway had always focused on logistical support. The Viscount of Eansway rubbed at his brows, a faint exhaustion flickering in his eyes. This time is different. It is said that the orcs have a new leader who has unified more than 10 major tribes. Their numbers are several times those of previous years, and they have already broken through 2 fortresses along the Blackridge Mountains. Grand Duke Montclair fears the defensive line may collapse, so he is commanding every territorial lord to personally lead their forces, bolstering the strength of the front lines. Care spoke up from the side. Father has already decided. The 300 full-time soldiers of the territory and 43 extraordinary knights of the family will be led by him personally. In addition, 500 serfs will be conscripted as auxiliary troops. The matters at home will be temporarily entrusted to me. His tone was steady, yet it could not entirely conceal the tension of a youth facing the prospect of war. Martin fell silent. He knew that though Eansway was wealthy and its soldiers well equipped, their actual combat prowess fell short of those border lords who clashed with orcs year after year. However, in terms of extraordinary knights, Eansway's abundance meant it possessed more than twice as many as other viscounties. Looking at his younger son's taut profile, the Viscount of Eansway softened his tone. "I know what you are worried about," he murmured. "But the peace Eansway enjoys today is inseparable from the protection of the Grand Duke of the northern frontier. Now is precisely the time for us to contribute. As for the household," he paused, his gaze traveling between his 2 sons. "Care you should seize this opportunity to temper yourself. After all, you are the eldest. Martin, once I leave, you are to heed your elder brother's arrangements in all things." "Yes, father," the 2 brothers replied in unison. Viscount Eansway glanced at Martin and waved his hand. "Martin, you may leave for now. I still need to discuss some affairs of state with your elder brother." Martin offered a solemn bow to his father and elder brother, then turned and withdrew from the study. The heavy wooden door closed behind him, cutting off the murmured voices within. Instead of returning to his own room, he strode briskly down the corridor, heading straight for the steward Kalia's office. Kalia had served as the castle's steward for 20 years. From the lord's daily schedule to the amount of firewood in the kitchen, there was nothing within the domain he did not know. When Martin pushed open the office door, he found Kalia wearing reading glasses, carefully checking a stack of parchment ledgers. A roster listing the allocation of personnel within the castle lay spread out across the desk. Seeing Martin enter, Kalia immediately set down his quill and rose, bowing with meticulous politeness. "Young Master Martin, how may I be of service?" "Kalia," Martin spoke without preamble, "I need to know whether there are any particularly old mages or knights within Eansway City or the territory. Especially those who were once somewhat renowned but are no longer much spoken of." Kalia froze for a moment, adjusting his glasses as a hint of puzzlement flickered in his eyes. "Young master, for what purpose are you inquiring about this?" "There are few mages in our domain to begin with, and most of the veteran knights have retired to the peasants' villages to live out their old age. They rarely show themselves under normal circumstances." Martin did not explain. He simply insisted, "Just tell me whether any exist, and prepare a list for me." Seeing the young master's serious expression, Kalia refrained from further questions. He turned back to the desk and picked up a communication crystal set into a copper stand. He murmured a few words to the crystal, stating the query. A faint blue light shimmered across its surface, and a blurred response echoed from the other side. After only a short moment, Kalia set the crystal down and turned to Martin. "Young master, the search is complete. Within the territory, there are 321 veteran knights and mages registered on the rolls." He paused, a touch of helplessness creeping into his tone. "However, 57 of them are bedridden and paralyzed, surviving only with the care of their families or by relying on relief from the Lord. Another 78 can scarcely walk without support and almost never step outside their doors. The rest either have children to care for them and live quietly in their villages, or manage to save some wealth in their youth and now employ servants to attend them. Their days are rather peaceful, but they have long ceased to touch sword or spell." Having listened, Martin could only feel speechless. It was clear that relying on the official registry would not work. He nodded lightly, said nothing more, and turned to leave. "Young master," Kalia called after him, a trace of confusion in his gaze. Martin did not look back. "It's nothing. Carry on with your work." Martin did not linger any further. He immediately summoned a team of well-equipped soldiers preparing to head into Eansway City. 5 guards in chainmail with swords at their waists, all seasoned veterans of the territory, assembled at his side. The group rode across the castle's drawbridge and soon entered the main district of Eansway City. Smoke rose warmly from chimneys atop the wooden houses along the street. Vendors bundled in thick cotton coats called out from behind their stalls, while fur-clad wealthy merchants occasionally rode past. For the northern frontier, the city was unusually lively. Martin tightened his reins, letting his gaze sweep past the blacksmith's forge at the corner and the cluttered stalls finally, settling on a tavern not far away marked by a wooden sign carved with a rose and a golden dragon. "We'll go there." Martin swung down from his horse and handed the reins to a soldier behind him. The tavern's heavy wooden door exuded a mingled scent of ale, roasted meat, and pine smoke as it was pushed open. The moment they stepped inside, the noisy chatter dropped noticeably. Most of the gazes in the tavern swung toward them, surprised, curious, and tinged with an instinctive unease. There was no helping it. Martin's deep brown wool cloak embroidered with the crest of Eansway at the shoulder, the sable trim at its collar, and the 5 armored soldiers standing straight behind him, hands resting on their sword hilts. Everything about them proclaimed his status. In a tavern where commoners and mercenaries mingled, such an entourage was bound to stand out. The tavern owner, a burly man with a full beard, hastily set down the barrel he was carrying and hurried over, his face beaming with eager hospitality. My noble lord, what wind has blown you here today? Please have a seat. There are tables upstairs. I'll bring you the finest ale and roasted meat at once." Martin waved him off, his gaze sweeping across the interior of the tavern. Several long wooden tables were crowded with patrons, mercenaries and leather armor tenant farmers with hose propped beside their seats, and a few who looked like traveling merchants, all speaking in low tones over their cups of ale. In one corner, a drunken old man was slapping the table as he spoke, spittle flying and drawing bursts of laughter from those around him. "No need for the upper floor. We'll sit right here," Martin said. Martin pointed to an empty table by the fireplace. "Bring us a few jugs of ale and some simple dishes." The owner replied at once, shouting for his staff to clear the table. The glances from the surrounding patrons did not disperse. They merely grew quieter and more cautiously probing. Martin paid no heed to their scrutiny. Once seated, he opened the system interface in his mind and silently asked, "System, can you detect whether there is anyone nearby whose core is flawed and whose level is at least golden?" A chime echoed in his consciousness. Ding. "Detection is possible. Range current building. Detection will consume a small amount of energy, which may be slowly replenished by ambient free magic." Joy rose in Martin's heart. So this method truly was workable. Taverns were places where all walks of life converged, boasters, nostalgics, and those hiding old stories. With luck, he might unearth a treasure here. He lifted the ale brought by the waiter, letting his gaze wander seemingly at random across the room, while inwardly awaiting the system's feedback. Just then, the voice of the drunken old man in the corner grew louder again. "Back in the day in the Black Ridge Mountains, I split an orc shaman's skull with a single sword strike. At that time, even Grand Duke Montclair had to address me as a Sir Paladin." The people around him burst into laughter. "Old Balin, you've drunk too much again. With those hands of yours that can barely hold a cup steady, you expect us to believe you once cleaved an orc shaman. And the Grand Duke actually called you Sir Paladin. Huh, that's enough to make me die laughing." "Exactly. Boasting should at least stay within the bounds of plausibility, shouldn't it, Old Balin?" "Old Balin." Old Balin's face flushed with anger at the words boasting, and a flicker of fire ignited in his murky eyes. He slammed his hand on the table, causing a dull thud, and the cups and plates trembled in response. "Bullshit," he roared, his voice hoarse with excitement. "I was a holy domain knight in my day, capable of cleaving the skull of a holy domain beast with a single sword strike. Even Duke Montclair regarded me as a brother. If it weren't for that damned curse." As he spoke the word curse, his voice suddenly turned somber, steeped in profound hatred, and his left hand trembled even more violently, nearly crushing the wooden cup in his grip. "That curse stripped me of all my power in a single night, leaving me struggling just to hold a sword. What was even more vicious was that my enemies, knowing I had lost my strength, took the opportunity to kill my disciples and slaughter my family. They keep me alive just to witness my degradation, to watch me turn into a pile of mush, completely rotting away." Before he could finish, it seemed all the strength had drained from him, and his head drooped suddenly. With a clatter, he fell straight to the ground, snoring loudly, with dried alcohol stains at the corner of his mouth and a hint of unyielding twitch. The laughter around him came to an abrupt halt, and someone sneered, murmuring softly, "Another drunkard bragging. A holy domain knight. How could someone of that caliber be found in our little tavern?" Some sighed and approached to help him to a long bench. "Old Balin has had a hard time. I've heard he was indeed a formidable knight in his youth, but later." Sigh. Martin's gaze lingered on Old Balin without shifting away. Though the old man's tattered leather armor had been polished to a shine, the material of the armor was far from ordinary, hinting at its former quality. His left hand shook violently, yet his right hand unconsciously clenched into a fist with thick calluses at the knuckles, the marks of years spent wielding a sword. Even in drunken stupor, the sharpness forged by years of hardship remained visible on his brow. Just as he observed, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, cold and detached. "Target detected, Balin, Iron Anvil. Formerly a holy domain knight, completely drained of power due to the erosion of a dark curse with severe damage to the core of his being. Current status, declining vitality, continuously depleting, can be restored, requires 10,000 energy magic crystal conversion restoration effect lift, some curse suppression regain, peak combat strength, extend vitality. 10,000 energy. Martin lightly tapped the edge of the wine glass with his fingertip, his gaze flickering. This number far exceeded his expectations, almost equivalent to half a year's worth of magic crystal reserves from Silver Spike territory. But the terms Holy Domain Knight and regain peak combat strength struck him like a hammer on his heart. The North was about to face an orc invasion, and his father was heading to the front lines, though the territory appeared stable. Undercurrents swirled. If he could restore the strength of a once great Holy Domain Knight, how formidable a support would that be? He looked up at the drunken old Balin on the ground, and then scanned the faces around him, some mocking, some indifferent, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seemed this trip to the tavern was not in vain. He had stumbled upon a gem hidden in the dust. Take him back to the castle, he instructed his guard beside him, his tone leaving no room for argument. Find a clean room, give him a bath, let the physician check on him, and once he wakes up, I have questions for him. The guard hesitated for a moment, puzzled as to why the young master was so concerned about an old drunkard, but still responded in a deep voice. Yes, young master. Martin did not look back at the reactions of those around him. His gaze swiftly scanned the other patrons in the tavern. The system panel flashed in his mind with rows of information. Bronze tier knight, no obvious flaws in the core, limited potential. Ordinary mercenary, not yet extraordinary. Commoner, no cultivation aptitude. Most were ordinary characters, not a single mage in sight. It was clear that all the leaks had already been picked up. He immediately stood up, adjusted the folds of his cloak, and walked out. The soldiers behind him followed closely. The sound of their armor clinking echoed sharply in the tavern, startling several patrons who were still discussing and causing them to quickly lower their heads. Young master, where to next? After exiting, the leading guard asked softly. The auction house. Martin mounted his horse and lightly flicked the whip, the largest one in Silver Spike City. The guard looked somewhat surprised. The auction house mainly dealt in luxury goods or rare materials with occasional slave auctions, but the young master had never shown interest in such things. Why the sudden desire today? Martin, however, did not explain. He knew well that individuals like old Balin, who were once powerful and now fallen, would not necessarily linger in taverns. More often than not, they had been captured as slaves after defeat or betrayal and were displayed on the auction block. These individuals might have lost their power, but they had not necessarily lost their wisdom and experience. The battlefield instincts honed at the edge of life and death, their deep understanding of magic, and even certain lost techniques were treasures that could not be measured in gold. Such high-value slaves could only be found concentrated in places like auction houses. The hooves clattered over the icy cobblestones, soon arriving at the most vibrant district of Silver Spike City. A 3-story stone building stood at the corner with the emblem of golden scale hammer carved over the entrance. It was indeed the largest auction house in Silver Spike territory. Seeing Martin and his entourage approach, the attendant quickly came forward to lead the horses, wearing a smiling face filled with eagerness. Noble lord, please come inside. There is a noontime auction happening which just started not long ago. Martin nodded slightly and stepped into the auction house. The hall was already filled with quite a number of people, and the auctioneer on the stage was passionately introducing a dagger inlaid with rubies. Ignoring the eager introduction of the manager, Martin headed straight for the private room on the second floor. The manager responsible for receiving him had long recognized this young master of the Viscount's estate, bowing and following closely behind, not daring to show any neglect, leading him through a corridor lined with red velvet carpets to a spacious and luxurious room. This private room was the best spot in the auction house, offering an excellent view. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows faced the auction stage below, allowing one to see every movement. Clearly, it was always reserved for the lord's family. Exquisite tapestries adorned the walls, a warm stove burned in the corner, dispelling the chill of the north, and fresh fruits and honey wine were laid out on the table, exuding luxury at every turn. Young master, are you satisfied with this? The manager asked, bowing. There are many items for auction today, including an elven girl transported from the south, and several promising magical beast cubs. One of them is a dragon hatchling said to have been captured from the Black Spine Mountains, boasting pure blood. No need. Martin walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze quickly scanning the list of auction items below his fingertip, lightly tapping the windowsill. It seems there are many slaves this time. The manager quickly nodded, a smile plastered on his face. Yes, Lord Martin. Recently, the borders have been unstable, resulting in an increase in captives and refugees, so the slave auction items are particularly abundant. If there's anything you fancy, you don't have to wait for the auction. I can have my subordinates send it directly to the castle, ensuring it meets your satisfaction. Martin smiled, but did not respond. His gaze had long since fallen on the slaves being brought onto the stage one after another. The auction quickly entered the slave section. First came several robust orc captives shackled and glaring fiercely, yet their exhaustion was evident, soon purchased by the mine owner. Next were a few dwarf blacksmiths reduced to slavery after their tribe's defeat. Their rough hands and the soot clinging to them indicated their impressive skills, fetching a high price from the city's forging guild. Then a young girl of an exotic race was brought to the stage. A cat-eared girl with a fluffy tail cowered shyly, her shoulders hunched. There was also an elven girl with silver hair and pale skin. Even in chains, her posture remained upright, her emerald eyes filled with humiliation and defiance. The auctioneer raised his voice. Elven girl's starting bid is 500 gold coins. The crowd below stirred. Several portly noblemen flushed with excitement raised their paddles to bid. 600 gold coins. 800. 1,000. Their eyes were glued to the elven girl, their greed unabashed, starkly contrasting with their graying hair and wrinkled skin. Martin leaned against the window, coldly observing it all. Those fat-faced elderly nobles fought for the so-called exotic charm, with flushed faces, their expressions fervent like beasts ready to devour their prey, prompting him to inwardly lament. Indeed, age had not diminished their desires. He had little interest in this commotion and quietly opened the system panel, allowing it to scan the slaves on stage. Detected target: cat-eared girl. No extraordinary potential, origin normal. Detected target: elven girl. Contains weak natural magic power, origin intact, but lacks combat experience. Most were ordinary slaves, with only a few containing slight magical power, hardly qualifying as high value. Martin frowned slightly. Would he return empty-handed this time? Just then the auctioneer brought up another slave. It was an old man draped in a tattered cloak, severely hunched, his face lined with wrinkles obscuring his features save for a pair of eyes that occasionally sparkled with light in the shadows. This is an old soldier captured from the eastern battlefield, a former peaked silver knight. However, he has been poisoned by an unknown drug, his strength completely gone, yet his experience remains. Starting bid is 10 gold coins. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience below, as no one wanted to bid on a crippled old soldier. Yet Martin's gaze suddenly sharpened. At that moment the system's prompt sounded. Detected target: Kandik, once a peaked silver knight reduced to a cripple due to the poison of a dragon. Can be restored, requires 8,000 energy. Restoration effect: detoxify, returning to peak silver knight strength with an additional universal energy, can be promoted to golden knight. The corners of Martin's mouth finally curled into a smile. 10 gold coins. His voice carried through the sound tube of the box, not loud, but clear in everyone's ears. The auctioneer was about to urge when he paused, surprised that the crippled old soldier actually garnered a bid from box no. 1. Without hesitation, he dropped the hammer directly. Sold. The old soldier belongs to the gentleman of box no. 1. The crowd below was momentarily stunned, then they looked up at the box adorned with a silver tassel emblem. Their expressions varied. Some whispered in astonishment, why would the second young master buy such a seemingly useless old soldier? Yet no one dared to voice dissent, nor did anyone dare to raise their bid. In the silver tassel territory of Viscount's authority was not something to be trifled with. Several free nobles quickly averted their gazes, secretly making up their minds. In this auction, whatever box no. 1 bid on, no matter how much they liked it, they must not interfere lest they offend the second young master and invite unnecessary trouble. The steward watched closely and quickly bowed, saying, young master has a keen eye. This old soldier may seem unremarkable, but to catch your attention, he must possess unusual qualities. Shall I send him to the servants' quarters in the castle's backyard to settle in? No need. Martin shook his head. Find a clean room and send a doctor to check on his injuries. The steward quickly agreed. Yes, I will arrange that immediately. Martin's gaze returned to the auction, observing the captives being paraded on stage, shaking his head slightly. Most of these were knight attendants or common knights of the Black Iron tier with little damage to their origins, yet their prices were still high. After all, they were extraordinary knights, and the cost-effectiveness of purchasing them was low. With that money, it would be better to buy more magic crystals to recharge the system's energy. He patiently looked around again until a stooped figure was brought onto the stage, walking unsteadily, his mage robe no longer showing its original color, with only faint magical patterns remaining on his fingertips hinting at his former identity. Now the highlight, everyone. The auctioneer raised his voice, pointing at the old mage. This one was captured from the eastern front, a tough nut whose magic source was shattered by the legendary knight Naga, a breaker of magic of the kingdom. Although restoring his power is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Before he could finish, murmurs of disbelief broke out below, as clearly everyone was not foolish. He purposely paused until the murmurs subsided, then smiled slyly. Regardless of whether he can restore his strength, the magical knowledge in his head remains intact. When his magic source was shattered, he was already a golden-level archmage. Bringing him back to serve as a tutor for the children in the family, teaching them the basics of magic hand in hand, how many detours could that save? This is living knowledge that cannot be bought, even with money. This statement quieted the crowd somewhat. Starting bid is 50 gold coins. The auctioneer announced the price. Martin's fingers lightly tapped on the window ledge as the system's prompt sounded at that moment. Detected target Silas. Once a golden-level elemental, mage, his magic source was physically shattered and his core origin severely damaged. Current status extremely weak. Can be restored, requires 20,000 energy. Restoration effect, rebuild the magic source returning to peak. 20,000 energy. Martin's eyes flickered. Though expensive, the allure of golden-level magical knowledge and golden-level casting ability was simply too tempting. The North was in need of mages, and the Silver Tassel territory was no exception. If a golden-level mage could guide them, even just theoretical knowledge would greatly enhance the magical foundation of the territory, directly filling the gap in height-year magical combat power. 50 gold coins. Someone began to bid, a wealthy merchant from the city, wanting to hire a magic tutor for his young son. 60 gold coins. Another young noble joined the fray. The price climbed slowly, soon reaching 80 gold coins. Martin watched the bidders below, his mind already made up. He spoke into the sound tube, 100 gold coins. As his voice fell, the audience fell silent. Once again it was box no. 1. Those competing bidders exchanged glances, and one by one they withdrew. 100 gold coins for a tutor who couldn't cast spells seemed like a huge bargain, as the knowledge in a golden mage's mind was worth far more than 1,000 gold coins. They had originally planned to slowly increase the bid, hoping to win for a few hundred gold coins, but with the Viscount's people involved, who dared to contest? The auctioneer glanced at the figure behind him with difficulty, only to see the latter nod. He immediately restored his smile and quickly dropped the hammer. 100 gold coins sold. Congratulations to the gentleman of box no. 1. Martin nodded to the steward behind him. Arrange this mage along with the previous person. I owe you a favor. Young master, there's no need to mention that. This is what our auction house should do. The steward waved his hands repeatedly, speaking respectfully, yet in his heart, he wondered why the second young master was only buying seemingly useless, old and frail individuals. Could there be some hidden value here? Martin turned and left the box. The setting sun's rays streamed through the corridor's windows, casting a long shadow behind him. He knew that he already had 3 potential stocks in hand, and the next crucial step was to find a way to obtain enough magic crystals. With war imminent, time was of the essence. He needed to ensure that these trump cards could be of use before his father set out to battle. Return to the castle. The news of Martin consecutively purchasing 3 useless individuals at the auction house soon reached the study of Viscount Silverspike. At that time, Viscount Silverspike was leaning over a map of the northern region with his eldest son, Kyle, gently tapping his finger on the location of the Black Spine Mountains, quietly discussing the details of their military deployment. Upon hearing the servant's report, the Viscount paused, his hand holding the feather quill, hesitating momentarily, his brow arching slightly, as he waved his hand for the servant to withdraw. He turned to Kyle, a hint of helplessness in his smile. Your brother really can't sit still, can he? Father is saying he bought a crippled old soldier, a drunken knight, and that golden mage whose magic source was shattered at the auction house. Exactly. The Viscount walked to the window, gazing at the rolling river valley plains outside the castle, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. But speaking of it, he really has no ambitions, unlike the descendants of other families who are always thinking about power and profit. This is quite rare. He paused, shifting his tone to one of scrutiny. However, his actions are a bit strange. Although the golden mage is crippled, he still possesses some magical knowledge. If he could teach even 1 or 2 apprentices, it could be considered a windfall. But the other 2. One can't hold a sword due to trembling hands, and the other is utterly useless. It's hard to see what they can contribute. Kyle nodded in agreement. What you say is true, and training mages consumes too many resources. The northern region is already barren, with spirit crystals and magical plants being scarce. Even if we invest heavily, there are few who can reach any significant level. He recalled the few junior mages in the territory, each treated like precious gems, consuming resources each month equivalent to 10 nights, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Even if a magical genius truly emerges, they would most likely be poached by the royal territories or the major forces in the south. Our Silver Spike territory cannot retain such talents. On the contrary, training extraordinary knights is more cost-effective. As long as we have enough body-strengthening potions and practical combat experience, we can certainly produce a few capable fighters who will remain loyal to the territory. The Viscount nodded, acknowledging his eldest son's words. He turned and patted Kyle on the shoulder. Well then, let him be. Since he enjoys stirring things up, let him do so. Anyway, that money isn't a large sum. Consider it a way for him to practice and understand the difficulties of managing a territory. He didn't take the matter too seriously. In his eyes, the younger son was perhaps just caught up in the moment. Once the novelty wore off, he would naturally realize that these useless individuals were not fit for any substantial role. Kyle nodded in agreement, but secretly noted the matter in his mind. Although he found his brother's actions a bit absurd, he had no intention of intervening. With his father heading off to war, he had many affairs to manage and truly lacked the energy to deal with these small. The father and son quickly returned to their discussions about the war, the study once again, filled with the low murmurs of conversation, while the small episode concerning Martin seemed to fade away like a fleeting breeze. Neither of them anticipated that the three old individuals they regarded as useless would soon become the key to the Silver Spike territory's defense against the coming storm. Martin returned to the castle with the old mage and old soldier he purchased from the auction house along with the accompanying soldiers. As he passed through the courtyard, he called out to the butler Korea. The butler hurriedly approached from the end of the corridor, the hem of his robe gently swaying with his steps. Upon reaching Martin, he respectfully bowed. "Young Master Martin, you called for me." Martin nodded and pointed to the two individuals behind him. Butler arranged for these three to be settled into the side annex of the main building, one person per independent room equipped with a simple working area, and they must have separate kitchen and bathroom facilities. Remember, they will be my guards from now on, and their treatment should be according to the standards of senior guards within the territory. The butler Korea was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping over the lame old soldier and the hunchbacked mage. These three did not appear at all like they could serve as guards, especially the old man whose hands trembled violently, and the old soldier who limped heavily. One could hardly say they could protect themselves. However, he was well aware of Martin's character. Despite his doubts, he asked no further questions, simply bowing and replying, "Yes, young master, I will make arrangements right away." "And you," he said to one of the soldiers, "go fetch that old knight named Baron to my bedroom as well." The soldier acknowledged and left, and Martin led the two. "And you," he said to one of the soldiers, "go fetch that old knight named Baron to my bedroom as well." The soldier acknowledged and left, and Martin led the two towards his bedroom. As he walked through the intricately carved corridor, a spoiled voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Second brother, you really are not doing your duty bringing back such strange people every day, humph." Martin turned to see his sister Taya, standing with her hands on her hips not far away, accompanied by a girl in a light blue noble dress. The girl had her hair styled in an exquisite updo adorned with pearl accessories. Her demeanor was graceful, and upon noticing Martin's gaze, she immediately curtsied in a perfect noble manner, her voice soft. "Hello, my name is Vivi, Taya's friend. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Martin." "Hello." Martin nodded slightly in response. Their eyes briefly met, creating a moment of silence. Seeing this, Taya unhappily nudged Vivi with her elbow, loudly exclaiming, "Hey, are you two pretending I don't exist?" Vivi stopped being infatuated. Vivi's cheeks instantly flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head, her ears turning bright red. Martin cleared his throat, breaking the awkwardness. "Taya, don't be rude." Taya pouted, shot Martin a glare, then glanced disdainfully at the old soldier and mage behind him, frowning. "Second brother, what are you bringing these old and frail people back for? Is the castle's guard not enough that you need them to stand watch?" "They are my people and have their uses." Martin didn't elaborate further. "I have matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself for now." After saying this, he ignored his pouting sister and continued walking with the old soldier and mage. Vivi looked up, watching Martin's retreating figure, then quickly lowered her head again, nervously twisting the hem of her dress, the blush still lingering on her cheeks. Taya, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle softly, leaning in to whisper something in Vivi's ear, prompting Vivi to lightly punch her. Martin did not look back, and soon brought the two into his bedroom. The room was spacious and bright, filled with numerous books on the shelves, and several territorial maps were spread out on the desk by the window. He looked at the two. "I know you have doubts, but there is no need to ask too many questions right now. I can help you regain your strength even stronger than at your peak, but the premise is that you must sign a contract and become my people." The old soldier and mage exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Regain strength? How could that be possible? Just then the door swung open, and the soldier entered with Old Baron. Old Baron seemed to have sobered up, his eyes clearer, but his left hand still trembled slightly. Upon seeing the two in the room, he raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Martin looked at the three, his gaze calm. "This opportunity is only once. Will you sign, or will you?" Kandik, the Silver Pinnacle veteran whose body was ravaged by poison, grinned at the words, the wrinkles on his face crinkling together, yet exuding a sense of carefree abandon. "Noble lord, if you are to grant me a new life, what right do I have to be choosy?" He knelt down with a thud, his back straight as a rod. "You are my master. Whatever contract we sign, it shall be done. From now on, my life is in your hands, be it in fire or water, I will follow your command." At the same time, Cyrus the Golden Ear mage no longer hesitated. He struggled to rise, solemnly kneeling on the ground, his bony hands tightly clenched, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "If you truly can restore my magic, I would not only sign a contract, but would even be willing to shatter myself for you without a second thought. You are my master. Your will is my mission." Only old Baron remained standing in the room. He glanced at the two kneeling men, then turned to Martin, his murky eyes filled with scrutiny. Do you know my strengths? Martin nodded, his tone calm. Holy Domain Knight. Holy Domain. Candic and Cyrus simultaneously froze, swiftly turning to look at Baron, their eyes filled with shock. They had thought this old man was a fallen knight. They never expected him to be a legendary Holy Domain powerhouse. Even a withered camel is bigger than a horse. A Holy Domain Knight, even if incapacitated, should not have fallen to the depths of drunkenness in a tavern. This was simply absurd. When Baron heard the words, Holy Domain, his body trembled, and for the first time, he scrutinized the young man before him. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly spoke, his voice deep as iron. Do you know who my enemy is? Before Martin could respond, he continued, My enemy is also a Holy Domain Knight. Upon hearing this, both Candic and Cyrus' expressions changed. Two Holy Domain Knights bearing a grudge is no small matter. A slight misstep could ignite a firestorm. Not to mention a viscount, even a kingdom might not dare to intervene. Baron fixed his gaze on Martin. In that case, do you still dare to accept me? Martin smiled, his expression bearing a maturity beyond his years. Why wouldn't I dare? He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the snow-covered plains beyond the castle. As far as I know, there are a total of 11 known Holy Domain Knights in the Valen Kingdom, all of whom are publicly acknowledged, receiving the kingdom's patronage. You are clearly not a Holy Domain Knight of this country. You must have fled from another nation. Since your enemy wishes to reduce you to a puddle of mud rather than kill you outright, it indicates a deep-seated hatred, a desire to witness your downfall. Furthermore, they are likely to send someone to monitor you. However, they would not easily take action themselves. After all, for Holy Domain Knights from other kingdoms to act within Valen Kingdom, the repercussions would be too great. Even if they know that I have taken you away, their underlings sent for revenge would best be mere Sky Knights. To come to another kingdom under the title of legend, one must go through royal approval. Otherwise, it would provoke the dignity of the entire kingdom, and they do not have such boldness. He paused, looking into Baron's eyes. And by that time your strength may have already been restored. Would a Holy Domain Knight with restored powers still fear a Sky Knight? This young man not only knew of the Holy Domain's existence, but also had a thorough understanding of the power balance between kingdoms. More importantly, this young man not only knew of the Holy Domain's existence, but also had a thorough understanding of the power balance between kingdoms. More importantly, every word he spoke was logical, imbued with a sense of confidence. After a long while, Baron suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping his fists and bowing his head, his voice devoid of the previous despair, now heavy with solemnity. I see the confidence in your eyes. If you truly have the ability to help me restore myself, I, Baron Iron Anvil Ander, shall pledge myself to you today. As long as I can wield my sword again and wash away the shame, I would not hesitate to shatter myself. The room fell silent, the only sound being the occasional crackle of the fire in the hearth. Candic and Cyrus looked at the kneeling Holy Domain Knight, and then at the composed Martin, feeling that this young master seemed to harbor depths they could not fathom. Martin nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Very well. He extended his hand, a faint white light emanating from his palm, the energy fluctuation of the system's heart contract. Now let us sign the contract. Remember, do not resist. 3 streams of white light flew from his palm, embedding themselves into the foreheads of the 3 men. A few seconds later, Martin could clearly sense the establishment of an invisible connection between them, and 3 names also appeared on the system panel. Contractor Baron Iron Anvil Ander, to be completed. Contractor Cyrus, to be completed. Contractor Candic, to be completed. From today onward, you are my people. Martin's voice echoed in the room, carrying a determination that signified the beginning of a new chapter. Next, we shall discuss how to grant you a new life. Magic crystals. I need a great quantity of magic crystals. Ma Ding looked at the 3 before him, speaking plainly. The castle storeroom's reserves are limited. They cannot be handed over entirely to me, so you must devise a way. Ba Luan, Kan Di Ku, and Sai Lu Si exchanged a glance, each seeing gravity mirrored in the other's eyes. Magic crystals are the hard currency of the northern border. Ordinary households rarely even glimpse them. Amassing a large quantity would be no easy feat. Sai Lu Si stepped forward first, his gaunt fingers making a small practice gesture before him, a flicker of confidence passing through his eyes. Master, if my strength could be restored even a little, even to the level of a black iron mage, I could scribe magic scrolls. He explained. Basic illumination scrolls and flame scrolls are very popular in the north. Mercenaries and caravans are willing to pay high prices. If I could scribe mid-tier defensive scrolls, they could be sold to nobles or the army for handsome profit. Using the gold from selling scrolls to buy magic crystals should allow us to acquire them in bulk. Ma Ding's eyes brightened. He had forgotten that this man had once been a golden mage. Inscribing scrolls is a basic craft of higher mages. Sai Lu Si's experience would enable him to make low-tier scrollwork exquisite. His efficiency and quality were in a different league from ordinary mages. That's a good idea, Ma Ding nodded in approval. Balun stepped forward as well, though his left hand still trembled faintly. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Young master, I know the coordinates of several lost sanctuaries and the ruins where ancient sealed monsters. He continued, those places lie buried deep or hidden in perilous terrain. Within are not only vast caches of magic crystals, but perhaps ancient weapons and magical materials. Veritable riches beyond measure. He paused, his tone grave. But those places are exceedingly dangerous. One needs at least golden-level strength to venture in. Otherwise entry is tantamount to suicide. Moreover, sanctuaries open only within time windows and the seals on ruins may be unstable. Advanced reconnaissance and careful preparation are required. Ma Ding felt a quiet stirring in his chest. Lost sanctuaries and monster ruins are indeed shortcuts to high-tier resources, but the risks are too great for now. Still, it was worth recording them as a long-term plan. Finally, it was Kandi's turn. He opened his mouth, a flush of embarrassment on his face. Compared with Sai Lucis scrollcraft and Balun's sanctuary knowledge, he had little to show. Battlefield experience is precious, yet it does not buy magic crystals. Ma Ding saw his unease and waved a hand. Never mind, your value lies elsewhere. Once your combat strength is restored, there will be ample opportunities for you to prove yourself. Kandi glanced at Ma Ding with gratitude upon hearing this, then straightened his back. Very well, Ma Ding decided. I will concentrate resources first on restoring Sai Luci, so he can quickly scribe scrolls to trade for magic crystals. Once that cycle is established, I will help Balun and Kandiku restore their foundational strength in turn. He looked at the three of them. For the time being, stay in the annex and rest, recuperate, and become familiar with the castle's environment. If you need anything, speak with the steward. Yes, master, they answered in unison. Watching them leave, Ma Ding turned to the bed and opened the bottom drawer. Inside lay a small leather pouch. He untied the cord and 30-odd gold coins tumbled out, their heavy glint catching the candlelight. Scattered silver and copper coins lay beside them. He weighed the coins in his hand, his brow tightening. This sum would only buy a handful of magic crystals. It seems he'll have to find a way to reallocate some resources from the domain. Ma Ding muttered to himself. To pilfer openly in his own name. No, too conspicuous. He paced to the window and watched the sparsely lit streets beyond the castle, then abruptly stopped. Perhaps he could sound things out with his elder brother Kair. His brother now oversaw the domain's affairs and held the purse strings. If he explained that he needed a sum to try a small venture and promised returns with Kair taking the lion's share, his brother would likely not refuse. First, Kair had always been pragmatic and did not let profitable opportunities slip by. Second, should anything go awry, his brother would be there to shoulder the consequences. So be it. Ma Ding made up his mind. He returned the coins to the pouch, locked the drawer, and headed for his... The corridor candles flickered, casting his shadow in wavering lengths. At Kair's study door, Ma Ding knocked. Come in, a steady voice answered from within. Pushing the door open, he found Kair buried in ledgers. Seeing him, Kair raised his eyes. Ma Ding crossed the room and sat opposite, cutting straight to the point. Brother, I want to make a deal with you. Kair closed his ledger and looked at him. Speak, what sort of deal? Ma Ding laid out his plan to produce and sell magic scrolls, describing market demand and projected profits with clear methodical logic. Kair listened, and a visible interest replaced his habitual sternness. Having managed the domain's finances for years, he understood the true value of magic scrolls. Becoming a mage does not mean one can craft scrolls. It requires a specific lineage of knowledge, impeccable technique, and immense quantities of practice materials. The magic crystal powder and enchanted parchment used in training alone are beyond the means of an ordinary family. Because the barrier is high, scroll prices remain elevated. A most common black iron grade scroll, for spells like light or detect magic, sells for 20 to 80 gold coins. More practical spells such as magic missile shield or minor healing command, even higher prices. If sold in wholesale batches of 50 or more, prices can be pushed down to 12 to 45 gold each, but after material cost, profits can still reach 50% or more. So you have found someone who can produce scrolls reliably. Kair leaned forward, scrutinizing. He knew his brother did not act without certainty, and the opportunity was too tempting to ignore. Yes, an experienced veteran mage with absolutely reliable technique. I need seed funding to purchase materials, enchanted parchment, magic crystal powder, solidifying ink. These are expensive. Roughly 3,000 gold to start, with further injections depending on sales. Ma Ding continued, looking at Kair. After profits, 50% to the domain treasury and 50% to me. How does that sound? Kair tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his mind calculating rapidly. 3,000 gold is not a trivial sum for the Insui territory, but if scroll production proved steady, the investment could be recouped within 3 months, followed by continuous revenue. With war looming, the domain needed substantial reserves. The venture was indeed worth pursuing. Agreed. Kair decided quickly and looked up at Ma Ding. I will have the steward allocate the funds, but on 2 conditions. Speak, brother. First, all scrolls must be supplied to the domain's army as a priority priced at wholesale rates. Second, a 30-70 split. You're not without merit, so I'm being generous. A smile suddenly blossomed on Martin's face as he calculated how he could take 70% of the profits, allowing him to accumulate magic crystals more quickly while verbally expressing his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. I knew you cared for your little brother and understood how difficult it is for me to hustle through this. Giving me 70% is incredibly generous. Kyle, however, shook his head and lightly tapped the table with his knuckles. You take 30%, I take 70. Huh. Martin's smile froze, and he frowned ungraciously. Big brother, how can it be like this? I have to find people and put in the effort. I'm the one worrying about material procurement and scroll production. How can I only get 30%? He leaned in closer, his tone laced with urgency, as if haggling. Big brother, at the very least, it should be 50-50, right? Look, the old mage's daily expenses, the loss in scroll production, and the potential need for magic crystals. Everything requires money. 30% is simply insufficient for turnover. Kyle observed his brother's disgruntled expression, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, yet he did not relent. The territory's treasury has to bear the major expenses of war, military funds, provisions, and medical care for the wounded. Which of these doesn't require money? 70% going to the treasury is also for the benefit of the entire Silver Spike territory. He paused, his tone softening a bit. Your 30% is enough for your personal expenses and to keep the scrolls operational. Moreover, once the business stabilizes and production increases, even 30% will amount to a considerable sum. Most importantly, even if they don't sell, the family can help absorb the costs. Martin wanted to argue further, but was interrupted by Kyle raising his hand. It's settled then. If you feel it's not worth it, we can forego this business. Seeing his brother's unyielding gaze, Martin knew further argument was futile and could only pout in displeasure. All right, fine, this time I'll give you some face. 30% it is, after all, you're my big brother. Though he said this, he was already plotting other ideas in his heart. Once Cyrus regained his strength and produced higher-level scrolls, he would take the profits alone. Kyle, seeing that his brother no longer opposed, nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Take this note to the steward and have him prepare the materials and personnel as soon as possible. Understood. Martin picked up the note, turned to leave, but paused at the door to mutter, next time it must be 50. Kyle watched his brother's retreating figure, shaking his head helplessly, yet a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. This brother of his appeared carefree, yet he was quite astute. Though 30% profit was small, it would keep him in line and also add an income to the territory. This deal was not a loss. As Martin stepped out of the study, he felt somewhat reluctant, yet his steps were noticeably lighter. 30% is better than nothing. As long as the scrolls can be made and money can flow, there are opportunities everywhere. He tightened his grip on the note in his hand and headed towards the steward's office. With the startup funds in hand, the next task was Cyrus matter. Martin hurried to the steward's office and slammed the note written by Kyle onto the table. Kalia glanced at the note, raising an eyebrow. 3,000 gold coins. What does the second young master intend to do? However, he did not ask further and simply bowed, responding, young master. Don't rush to respond, Martin interrupted him, his tone urgent. First, I need 1,000 gold coins and low-level magic crystals. The steward hesitated for a moment before promptly regaining his composure and quickly calculating with an abacus. Young master, based on today's market price, low-level magic crystals are at least 28 gold coins each. For 1,000 gold coins, let's round it off to 36 pieces totaling 1,008 gold coins. I'll round down the change, and we'll just count it as 1,000. Martin looked at his overly businesslike demeanor and helplessly said, Kalia, can you round it off again? Make it 40 pieces. The steward shook his head, his tone leaving no room for argument. Young master, the treasury has rules and cannot extend credit casually. 36 pieces is already the maximum limit. All right. Martin waved his hand, not insisting any further. For the remaining 2,000 gold coins, first exchange 1,000 for low-level magic crystals. For the remaining 1,000, convert it all into materials for black iron-level magic scrolls, enchanted paper, magic crystal powder, solidifying ink. Whatever you have, the more the better. The steward did not hesitate this time, jotting down the entries in the ledger. 1,000 gold coins can be exchanged for 35 low-level magic crystals. Adding the previous 36 pieces, that makes 71 pieces in total. As for materials, we have 100 sheets of enchanted paper in stock, 5 pounds of magic crystal powder, and 3 bottles of solidifying ink. For the remaining money, I will send someone to the general store in the city to buy supplies and ensure they deliver them to the preparation building tonight. You're really stingy. Fine, just make it quick, Martin instructed. 71 magic crystals, when converted into system energy, would amount to over 7,000 points. Although it was still far from the 20,000 needed by Cyrus, it was enough to help him regain some strength and set up the scroll workshop. The steward bowed and turned to make arrangements. Martin stood in place, gazing out at the darkening sky deep. With 71 magic crystals, he could first restore Cyrus' strength to bronze level. Once the first batch of scrolls sold, he could convert them back into more magic crystals, and once the cycle was established, the progress could be accelerated. Before long, 2 guards entered carrying a heavy wooden box neatly stacked inside were 71 low-level magic crystals, the light blue crystals emitting a faint glow. Before long, 2 guards entered carrying a heavy wooden box neatly stacked inside were 71 low-level magic crystals, the light blue crystals emitting a faint glow. The steward handed over the checklist. Martin glanced at it briefly and waved his hand. No need to count. Let's go deliver it to Cyrus' room. Young master, did you say to deliver it to Cyrus' room? The butler Kalia was taken aback, nearly dropping the list in his hands. Yes, is there a problem? Martin lifted his gaze to him. The butler's face showed a difficult expression, hesitating to speak. But young master, don't you know? That old mage. He is a cripple. His source of magic has been shattered, and he cannot gather magical elements at all. Let alone create scrolls, he can barely light a flame. He couldn't help but remind him this was no trivial matter. 1,000 gold coins worth of materials just given to a cripple, it was simply throwing money away. However, Martin shook his head, his tone calm. All right, Kalia, this is not something you should worry about. Just do as I say. But the butler wanted to say more. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Apart from us, the 4th person must not know. Martin emphasized his words, his gaze firm and unyielding. Seeing this, the butler knew further persuasion was futile and could only nod in agreement. Yes, young master, I will take care of it right away. But in his heart, he had made up his mind. Once the materials were delivered, he must immediately find the master and the eldest young master to explain. This was not a time for nonsense. With war approaching, every penny, every material must be used wisely. How could the 2nd young master waste them so freely? Even if it might offend the 2nd young master, he could not allow the resources of the territory to be wasted. Watching the butler's departing figure, Martin sighed softly. He knew the butler meant well, but some things could not be said just yet. Martin turned toward the auxiliary, building his mind, already formulating a clear plan. First, restore Cyrus' power to the level of a bronze mage. This would not only serve as a sweetener for him, but also provide motivation, and it was a critical step in starting the scroll business. Though the room in the auxiliary building was not large, it was tidy and well organized. A simple workspace had been set up in the corner with enchanted papers and magical materials neatly stacked on the wooden shelves. Though the room in the auxiliary building was not large, it was tidy and well organized. A simple workspace had been set up in the corner with enchanted papers and everyone leave. Martin waved his hand at the butler and the servants who had followed him. Though they were filled with confusion, they bowed and exited, closing the door behind them. Only Martin and Cyrus remained in the room. Martin approached him directly, getting straight to the point. I will first help you recover to the level of a bronze mage so you can sense magical elements again and create basic scrolls. Show me your true abilities and do your best for me, understand? Cyrus suddenly looked up, disbelief and joy flashing in his eyes. Then he knelt on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling with excitement. Rest assured, master, I will do my utmost and will never let you down. As long as I can wield magic again, I am willing to work day and night to create scrolls. Martin nodded, saying no more. He extended his hand palm, facing the 71 low-level magic crystals on the table, silently chanting, "System, absorb the energy from these magic crystals." Ding, absorbed low-level magic crystals, 71, gained 7,100 energy points. Current total energy, 7,100 points. As the system prompt sounded, the magic crystals on the table instantly lost their luster, turning into a pile of gray-white powder. Martin took a deep breath, gently pressing his palm on Cyrus' head, issuing another command. System, consume energy to repair Cyrus' source of magic and restore it to the level of a bronze mage. Ding, starting to complete the contractor Cyrus. Consuming 7,100 energy points. A gentle yet irresistible energy surged from Martin's palm, slowly injecting itself into Cyrus's body. Cyrus felt a warm current spreading from the top of his head to his limbs and bones, as if something long lost was being reignited in his dantian. That was the source of magic he had lost for so long. The core that had once been shattered slowly repaired under the nurturing of energy, and the broken magic circuits unfurled like spring buds. He could clearly feel the jumping magical elements in the surrounding air. The fire element's heat, the water element's gentleness, and the wind element's lightness. They rushed towards him, resonating with his spiritual power. This is magical elements. I can feel them. I truly can feel them. Cyrus couldn't help but exclaim, his thin fingers trembling slightly, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. The power he had regained was more exhilarating than the first time he sensed magic in his youth. The infusion of energy lasted for about a quarter of an hour. When Martin withdrew his hand, Cyrus' aura had become steady and powerful. His previously hunched back straightened significantly, and his eyes sparkled with the lively brilliance belonging to a mage. Ding completion achieved. Contractor Cyrus source of magic restored to the level of a bronze mage. Cyrus slowly stood up, moved his fingers, and then raised a hand gently pointing at a candle on the table. A faint flame ignited with a soft puff flickering steadily. This is the basic application of the magic missile. I did it, I really did it. He looked at the flickering flame, overwhelmed with excitement. Martin, observing his unrestrained demeanor, smiled slightly. All right, now you have enough ability to create scrolls, right? Cyrus quickly collected himself, bowing deeply to Martin, his tone extremely serious. Please rest assured, Master, starting tonight, I will work diligently and guarantee to produce the first batch of scrolls within 3 days. Martin nodded in satisfaction. Whatever you need, just tell the butler. I hope you can quickly get accustomed to the feel and improve your efficiency. Understood. Martin did not linger and turned to leave the room. As he walked back to his bedroom, he felt a bit. The first step had been successfully taken, and next it depended on whether Cyrus' scrolls could bring him a continuous flow of magic crystals. On the other side, the butler Kalia hurried to the study of the eldest son, Kyle, a look of anxiety on his face. When he pushed the door open, Kyle was holding a quill, recording something in the ledger, and raised his eyes upon seeing the butler. Is there something? Young master, the second young master has already taken away supplies worth 3,000 gold coins. Kalia bowed, his tone hesitant. However, among them the materials for the magical scroll worth 1,000 gold coins were all sent to the room of the old mage Cyrus, who has been disabled. Kyle's hand holding the quill paused, and he looked up at the butler. Are you sure those materials were sent to Cyrus' room? Absolutely, young master. Kalia nodded. The second young master specifically instructed me to keep this matter confidential and not to tell anyone else. Upon hearing this, Kyle suddenly laughed, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, murmuring, could it be that the information is incorrect? Or is it that kid Martin has some opportunities we don't know about? He suddenly recalled how Martin had been trying to collect magic crystals before, which he thought was just a fleeting whim of his younger brother, but now it seemed not to be a coincidence. A mage whose source of magic has been shattered, if he can really produce scrolls, there must be something suspicious behind it. So are you saying you spent the remaining 2,000 gold coins to buy magic crystals? Kyle looked at the butler. Kalia nodded truthfully. Yes, he exchanged for a total of 71 low-grade magic crystals. Kyle was silent for a few seconds, the doubt in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of understanding. Kalia bowed and turned to leave. Just as he opened the door, Kyle's voice came from behind, Kalia bowed and turned to leave. Just as he opened the door, Kyle's voice came from behind, calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Butler, there is no need for you to pay more attention to this matter, do you understand? Kalia was taken aback, and his expression subtly changed. The eldest young master's words clearly meant for him to stop here and not to investigate further or spread information. He quickly reacted, bowed again, and respectfully said, yes, young master, Kalia understands. After the butler left, Kyle picked up the quill again, but did not look at the ledger. Instead, he gazed out the window, deep in thought. He stared at the dark night outside the castle, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the windowsill. Though he could not fathom what kind of encounter Martin had experienced, whether he had found a lost secret method or truly obtained the favor of a deity, a hint of anticipation quietly rose within him. Though the Silver Spike family was relatively wealthy in the northern border, it was still merely a viscount's territory, overshadowed by the pressure from the duke above, surrounded by other lords with watchful eyes, making it difficult to advance further. If Martin can truly help a discarded golden mage regain his strength, the value hidden behind this could lead to a qualitative leap in the entire family's status. I just wonder if that Cyrus can really recover. Kyle murmured to himself, a serious expression flashing in his. The profits from the magical scrolls were secondary. What truly mattered was whether the old mage could recover to the strength of a golden mage. If so, then Martin could undoubtedly elevate the Silver Spike family. Furthermore, he could even be named the Duke of the Northern Border, or perhaps. He pondered for a moment before turning to leave the study. Some matters needed to be communicated to his father. In the study of the Silver Spike Viscount, the lamp was still lit, and the Viscount was marking possible invasion routes by orcs on the map of the northern border with a red pen. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. It's so late, is there something? Father, I have some thoughts about the old mage that Martin. Kyle walked to the table and recounted everything about Martin, using 3,000 gold coins to purchase magic crystals and materials, omitting the detail of his instruction to the butler to cease further inquiry. Viscount Silver Spike frowned. Are you saying he gave all the materials to that mage whose source of magic has been shattered? Yes. Kyle nodded. Moreover, Martin specifically instructed confidentiality and spent a lot of money on magic crystals. I suspect he may have a way to help that mage regain some of his power. Viscount Silver Spike set down his pen, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, remaining silent for a long while. He knew his youngest son well. Although he appeared casual, he was more cautious than anyone else, and would never make an investment without meaning. What do you mean? I think we should let him try. Kyle's tone was sincere. Father, you also know that our Silver Spike territory needs to solidify its foothold in the northern border and push further. Relying solely on food and private soldiers is far from sufficient. If that Cyrus can truly recover. He did not finish his sentence, but both father and son understood the weight of it. A golden level mage is enough to make any lord wary. Not to mention Martin, who could help Cyrus recover. Viscount Silver Spike observed the seriousness in his eldest son's eyes and slowly nodded, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence coupled with a trace of barely noticeable expectation. Since he wants to stir things up, let him do so. Just keep an eye on him to ensure nothing goes wrong. He paused, lightly tapping his fingers on the edge of the map, his tone becoming serious. As for the magic crystals and materials, as long as he can deliver tangible results, the storeroom need not be concerned. It should be open to him free of charge, concentrating all resources to support Martin. By the way, Viscount Silver Spike shifted the topic, his gaze sharpening. If Martin truly has a way to help Cyrus recover, we should know by tomorrow. Those magic crystals are limited in number and certainly cannot help him return to the level of a golden mage all at once, but as long as there is even a slight recovery, even if he can only conjure a trace of magical fluctuation or draw a complete scroll, it would be enough to prove that Martin indeed possesses the ability to help lost power mages and knights regain their vitality. At this point, he looked at Kyle, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Then we need not hesitate any longer. We should fully support Martin's needs. What do you think, Kyle? Kyle smiled upon hearing this, his eyes showing no trace of narrow-mindedness, only a maturity beyond his years. Of course, Father, rest assured my vision is not so short-sighted. He was well aware that his father's intentions went far beyond merely providing resources. If Martin truly had this capability, it meant that Silver Spike territory would possess a continuous supply of high-level combat power. Those knights ruined by war and injury, those mages targeted by enemies, could all potentially be revitalized through Martin's hands. What a tremendous advantage would this be for the northern border, which urgently needed combat strength. I will go check the alchemy building first thing tomorrow morning. Kyle added, if there is indeed progress, I will notify you immediately. Viscount Silver Spike nodded in satisfaction. Good, remember, do not make this matter public for now, but let's stabilize things first. Once we confirm Martin's abilities, we can plan our next steps. The father and son exchanged glances, seeing mutual understanding in each other's eyes. This seemingly absurd, stirring things up, might truly become an opportunity for the Silver Spike family to rise amidst chaos. As the night deepened, the candlelight in the study remained bright, casting the shadows of the father and son on the wall, one grave, the other composed, both quietly preparing for the impending changes. Meanwhile, in the alchemy building, a faint light illuminated Cyrus' room, where the old mage was intently focused on the workbench, the magical glow from his fingertips slowly tracing over the enchanted paper, forming the initial shape of a basic light spell scroll. Early the next morning, as the sky began to brighten, Martin had already awakened. The snow outside reflected a faint morning light, and as the first morning bell rang through the castle, he summoned a maid to bring him his clothes. He donned a deep gray short robe that allowed easy movement, cinched at the waist with a belt adorned with a silver tassel emblem. After a simple breakfast of crispy toasted wheat cakes paired with hot milk, he could no longer contain his anticipation and briskly made his way toward the annex. At that moment, the room of Cyrus was far from the usual silence. Baron and Candic had gathered early, both holding their breath as they intently watched Cyrus' hands, their faces brimming with barely concealed excitement. Between Cyrus' bony fingers, a faint circle of white light danced, the basic magical element fluctuation of the light spell. Though weak, it was as stable as a rock. Just yesterday at this time, he was a useless person who couldn't even sense magical elements, yet just overnight, he had truly regained the ability to condense magic. Even at the level of a bronze mage, this was enough to stir the hearts of the two present. It really has returned. Candic murmured, his voice trembling. Instinctively, he touched his own body, and the long-extinguished flame in his eyes reignited. If Cyrus could do it, was there hope for the meridians poisoned by toxins to be restored as well? Baron was even more unable to contain his excitement. The former holy knight allowed tears to stream down his cheeks, carving shallow lines in his wrinkled skin. He had thought life had reached its lowest point, only able to reminisce about past glories in drunken dreams at the tavern, never to wield a long sword again, let alone seek revenge on his enemies. But now Cyrus' transformation was like a light that cut through the darkness before him. It turned out everything Martin had said was true. Those abandoned by fate truly had a chance at rebirth. Don't just stare. Cyrus felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze, raised his hand to disperse the white light at his fingertips, and pointed at several scrolls laid out on the table. Take a look at this. These were 5 completed light spell scrolls with clear and smooth magical patterns on the enchanted paper, the edges still resonating with faint magical fluctuations, evidently of quite good quality. You made 5 in one night. Baron wiped his tears, picked up one of the scrolls to examine it carefully, his tone filled with awe. Even during the peak of a bronze mage's time, such efficiency was remarkable. Cyrus smiled gratitude in his eyes. Thanks to the energy provided by my master, not only has my magical source been restored, but my mental strength has also become more refined than in my youth. As long as the materials are sufficient, I can go even faster. Just then the door swung open and Martin walked in. It seems the results are good. The 3 hurriedly turned around and bowed to Martin. Master. Martin's gaze fell upon the scrolls on the table. He picked one up and infused it with a hint of magical energy, causing the scroll to instantly radiate a soft white light, illuminating the entire room. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, the quality is up to standard. Master, Cyrus took a step forward, his tone respectful. With these scrolls, can we exchange for more magic crystals? Of course. Martin looked at Baron and Kandik, seeing their eyes full of expectation. He smiled and said, don't worry, as long as the scroll business picks up, the energy will come quickly, and it will be your turn next. Baron and Kandik exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. They knew that from this moment on their fates were tightly bound to that of the young second master before them. Just as Martin was examining the scrolls, footsteps approached from outside the annex. Kyle, accompanied by 2 guards, was striding toward them. He couldn't help but come to see for himself what kind of miracle his younger brother had created. As Kyle pushed open the door and entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to the several scrolls glowing faintly on the table, and then it fell on Cyrus. The bronze-level magical fluctuation enveloping the old mage, though not intense, was undeniably real. He was momentarily stunned, disbelief flashing across his eyes, followed by an uncontrollable joy surging from his heart, the smile on his face no longer able to be hidden, even the lines at the corners of his eyes relaxing. He quickly walked to the table, picked up a light spell scroll, infused it with knightly power, and decisively activated it. The soft white light instantly filled the entire room, banishing the shadows in the corners completely. The stability of the scroll and the intensity of the light far exceeded the standard of an ordinary bronze mage. It really worked, Kyle murmured, turning to look at Martin with an intensely fervent gaze, as if he had discovered a rising treasure trove. Martin, you really did it. Though he had previous expectations, he was also prepared for disappointment. After all, the idea of restoring power to a useless person sounded too far-fetched. But the reality before him had slapped him hard in the face. Cyrus not only regained his power, but could also produce such high-quality scrolls. What did this mean? It meant that what Martin held could very well be a power capable of changing the family's fate. Eldest brother, this is just a preliminary result. Martin smiled, his tone calm. Cyrus can currently only make basic scrolls. He still needs more resources to create higher-level magical scrolls. You see, resources are not a problem. Kyle immediately interjected, his tone firm. As much magic crystals and materials as you need from the storeroom, I will have someone deliver them right away. He looked at Cyrus, then glanced at the excited Baron and Kandik beside him, quickly understanding Martin's This was not just buying 3 useless people, it was clearly picking up 3 pieces of uncut jade waiting to be carved. If father knew, he would surely be very pleased. Kyle's voice was filled with barely contained excitement as he patted Martin's shoulder, his grip stronger than usual. Good lad, you really have it. I underestimated you before. Martin could sense the sincerity in his eldest brother's tone, feeling relieved in his heart. Next, I will trouble you to help me establish a market for the scrolls, and I need to quickly recoup the funds. Leave it to me, without worry. Kyle picked up a scroll, as if holding a rare treasure. I will go to the storeroom to gather materials right now, and also share this good news with father. With that, he almost dashed out of the room, leaving the guards he brought behind. His urgent demeanor resembled that of a child who had just discovered candy. Kyle hurriedly arrived outside the bedroom of Viscount Silverspike. At this moment, dawn was just breaking, and according to his father's usual habit, he likely had not yet risen. However, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart, and even though he might disturb his elder's rest, he could not care less. The maid Shia, who was guarding the door, hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Young master, the Viscount and Madam have not yet risen. But Kyle waved his hand and knocked on the door, directly, his voice tinged with undeniable urgency. A moment later, a gentle yet slightly drowsy voice came from inside. Shia, didn't we agree to rest a bit? I didn't. Zia's face turned pale with fright as she quickly knelt on the ground. Madam, I did not. Mother, it's me, Kyle. Kyle quickly interjected, interrupting the maid's defense. I have something extremely important to report to father concerning the safety of our territory. We cannot delay even for a moment. There was a moment of silence in the room before Viscount Silverspike's calm voice emerged clearly, having woken up. I understand, Kyle. You go wait in the study. I will be there shortly. Yes, father. Kyle replied, finally feeling relieved as he turned and walked towards the study. Xian, kneeling on the ground, watched his back, letting out a long sigh of relief as beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Fortunately, the young master clarified in time, or else her position might have been at risk. Kyle hurried along, his excitement unabated. He seemed to envision that as Martin's abilities were revealed, Silver Spike territory would usher in unprecedented prosperity, and those once regarded as useless fallen powerhouses would shine again in his brother's hands, becoming a solid force to protect the territory. In the study, he paced back and forth, his gaze occasionally sweeping towards the window. The morning light was breaking through the clouds, casting a golden hue on the castle's spires, much like the flickering flame of hope ignited in his heart. He knew that once his father had heard his report, the entire layout of the Silver Spike family would change drastically due to Martin's existence. Not long after Viscount Silver Spike entered the study, still carrying the morning chill. He waved his hand, signaling the attendants standing nearby to withdraw, and the door to the study was gently closed, isolating them from all external sounds. That Cyrus, has he really recovered? Viscount Silver Spike got straight to the point, his gaze fixed on Kyle, filled with scrutiny and expectation. Yes, father, Kyle replied, unable to hide his excitement, his tone urgent. That golden mage whose magic source was shattered has actually regained the strength of a bronze mage. Not only can he condense magical elements, but he has also created 5 luminous spell scrolls of considerable quality. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe it. Martin, my brother, he possesses such extraordinary ability. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see the dawn of the family's rise. Father, do you know what this means? The opportunity for the Silver Spike family has arrived. We can recruit those discarded powerhouses and have them serve the family. In just a few years, the military strength of Silver Spike territory could far surpass that of other territories, and perhaps... Enough, Kyle. Viscount Silver Spike raised his hand, interrupting him, his tone steady to the point of seriousness. I understand your point, but have you considered what will happen if such power is made known? Kyle's excitement faltered, and he gradually calmed down. The ability to restore power to the powerless exceeds the realm of ordinary magic or martial arts enough to attract the covetous eyes of the royal capital and even other nations. Viscount Silver Spike walked to the window, looking at the distant mountains, his voice low. Martin's ability is an opportunity for the Silver Spike family, but it is also a perilous risk. Once the news leaks, not only will we struggle to keep this power, but even Martin's life may be in jeopardy. Those great nobles and powerful factions will never allow such a variable to be in the hands of a mere viscount territory. Cold sweat broke out on Kyle's forehead. He had only been thinking of the family's prosperity and had forgotten the principle that a tall tree catches the wind. The northern border appeared calm, yet underneath the surface there were turbulent currents. Once Martin's abilities were exposed, Silver Spike territory would inevitably become a target. So, what should we do? Kyle's voice was somewhat hoarse. Keep it a secret. Viscount Silver Spike turned around, his gaze sharp as an This matter must not be known to a fifth person. Cyrus Baron and Candic must ensure that Martin keeps their mouths shut. Anyone in the castle who dares to speak out will be dealt with directly. He paused before adding, as for recruiting powerhouses, it can be done, but it must be conducted in secret. To the outside world, we will say Martin is kind-hearted and enjoys helping the fallen. Everything must be low-key. Until we have enough strength to protect ourselves, we must not reveal our trump cards. Kyle nodded firmly, the turbulence in his heart replaced by calm. Yes, father, I understand. I will arrange for increased guards around the auxiliary building immediately, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching. Good. Viscount Silver Spike nodded in satisfaction, his fingertips lightly tapping on the edge of the table, his gaze profound. Keep a close eye on Martin. Regarding the matter of magic crystals, you should have someone secretly procure them in large quantities without drawing attention. If someone notices, we will say the Silver Spike family wants to cultivate a few family mages to throw others off. He paused, his tone resolute. As for the supply of magic crystals to Martin, it should be unlimited. Whatever is in the storeroom, if he needs it, he can have it all. If it's not in the storeroom, even if we have to pay a high price to procure it from outside, we must ensure the supply. At this point, Viscount Silver Spike let out a soft sigh, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Had I known this kid Martin had such abilities, I should have kept your second uncle back then. He was also a peak silver knight back then, but he was injured in the border conflict 10 years ago and fell into despair after retreating. But it's too late to say these things now. He looked at Kyle, his tone becoming particularly serious. Kyle, in a few days I will lead the army north to fend off the orc invasion. During my absence, your focus must be on Martin, on your brother. You must keep a close watch on him, ensuring that not a whisper of his abilities leaks out. This is more important than guarding any castle, do you understand? Understood, father. Kyle straightened his back, his gaze as firm as iron. I will mobilize all available personnel, establishing 3 layers of guards so that not even a fly can enter the auxiliary building. I will ensure that no accidents happen and will not let you down. The two exchanged glances, and an invisible pressure seemed to flow through the air. They both understood that they were not just guarding a secret, but also protecting the future hope of the Silver Spike family. Opportunities lay before them, yet each step felt like walking on thin ice. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. The morning light outside pierced through the clouds, illuminating a corner of the study, but it could not dispel the gravity in their hearts. Viscount Silver Spike patted Kyle's shoulder, the force carrying trust, as well as a heavy burden. Go do what needs to be done, I need not say more. Yes, father. Kyle bowed respectfully and turned to leave the study. The sunlight fell on his back as if it had coated him in an invisible armor. From this moment on, he was not only the heir of Silver Spike territory, but also the shield guarding the family's greatest secret. In the study, Viscount Silver Spike stood alone for a long time, his gaze falling on the area marked as Orc territory on the northern border map, then slowly shifting towards the location of Silver Spike City. He knew that this gamble had already begun. After leaving the study, Kyer did not hesitate for a moment and immediately summoned the butler and several. From today onwards, the area within 100 steps around the annex is designated as a forbidden zone. Except for the second young master and the 3 individuals by his side, no one else is allowed to approach, including myself. Anyone who violates this will face immediate consequences. Kyer's voice was cold and devoid of any humor. The butler and the guards were taken aback. Although they did not fully understand the reason, they sensed the severity of the matter and replied in unison, yes, young master. Additionally, Kyer looked at the butler. You will personally lead a team to the black market and several nearby towns' merchant guilds. Spare no expense to acquire lower-tier magic crystals, the more the better. Externally, just say, the Lord intends to stockpile enchanted materials for the army and wants the blacksmith to expedite the production of a batch of enchanted arrows. The butler bowed and accepted the order, feeling increasingly certain in his heart. This matter relates to the second young master. Could it be that useless mage? Otherwise, the eldest young master would not mobilize so much. After arranging all this, Kyer walked towards the annex. From a distance, he saw several guards already stationed around the annex, their eyes vigilantly scanning. He did not approach, but stood under the corridor for a moment, noticing that Martin's door was tightly shut, and faint magical fluctuations could be sensed from within, so he turned and left. Some matters are best left untouched. What he could do was create a safe environment for his brother, allowing the power that could alter the family's fate to grow quietly without interruption. At that moment inside the annex, Martin was watching Cyrus craft magical scrolls. Not enough. He murmured softly, turning to look at Cyrus, who was focused on making scrolls. Hurry up, and aim to gather 60 magical scrolls within 3 days. Cyrus did not lift his head, his magical pen swiftly gliding over the enchanted paper, leaving behind smooth lines. Rest assured, my lord, we can definitely produce at least 20 today, consisting mainly of basic fire scrolls and shield scrolls, which sell quite well. Making 60 magical scrolls in 3 days is not a problem. Baron and Kandik watched silently from the side. Although it was not yet their turn to recover, the anticipation in their eyes grew more intense. Watching Cyrus' transformation made them feel that the day they regained their powers was no longer far away. Time passed quietly amidst calm and undercurrents. 3 days later, Cyrus' room was piled high with rolled magical scrolls, a total of 60 neatly categorized and bundled in wooden boxes. Among them were 30 basic light spells and detection spells, 20 practical shield and lesser healing spells, and 10 more powerful magic missiles. These were the most sought-after types on the market, with each scroll's line smooth and even, and the magical fluctuations stable, far exceeding the standards of ordinary bronze mages. My lord, everything is prepared as you instructed. Cyrus wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes showing fatigue, yet also an undeniable excitement. He had barely slept over the past 3 days, yet did not feel tired at all. The thrill of reclaiming magic and the anticipation for the future fueled his astonishing efficiency. Martin nodded and had the wooden box moved to a cart, heading straight towards Kyer's study. Upon reaching the door, he saw Kyer's guard standing there, who bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Second young master, the eldest young master is waiting for you. Entering the room, Kyer was indeed waiting at the table, a stack of blank parchment laid out before him, as if he had already calculated the time. Elder brother. Martin signaled for people to place the wooden box down. The first batch of scrolls is ready, a total of 60. Kyer glanced at the wooden box, but showed no intention of inspecting it. Instead, he took out a ring from his pocket. The ring was entirely black, adorned with a gray crystal the size of a pigeon egg, within which seemed to swirl with flowing light, clearly not an ordinary item. Second brother, this is for you. Kyer pushed the ring in front of Martin, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. This is a space ring with 10 cubic meters of space inside. It is an old item stored in the family's treasury for many years, which has not found a suitable use until now. Now it is entrusted to you. Martin's heart stirred. Space rings were extremely rare in the Northern Territories. Even a capacity of 10 cubic meters was worth far more than these 60 scrolls, enough to equal half the wealth of a medium-sized noble family. Elder brother, this is too precious. Just take it. Kyer interrupted him, his gaze serious. What you are doing now is far more important than this ring. With it storing scrolls and magic crystals will be convenient and not easily attract attention. He paused, lowering his voice. This is not only my intention, but also our father's. He said that the Silver Spike family owes you recognition. We neglected your abilities in the past, and now it is time to make amends. Martin picked up the ring but felt slightly cool to the touch. The instant his fingertip brushed against the crystal, he sensed a faint spiritual connection, clearly indicating that he had successfully recognized the master. A warm current surged in his heart. It turned out that both his father and elder brother had long been mindful of his plans. Tell Cyrus he did well. Kyer finally looked at the wooden box, a smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. I will have someone handle these scrolls, and the exchanged magic crystals and gold coins will be delivered to you by evening. By the way, a new batch of enchanted paper and solidifying ink has arrived in the treasury. I had someone send it directly over. It should be enough for him to make another batch. Thank you, elder brother. Martin tightened his grip on the space ring, feeling more confident in his heart. Do well. Kyer patted his shoulder. The family's future might really depend on you. Martin nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave the study with the empty cart. After handing the cart to a servant, he headed towards the highest point of the castle. Today was the day the army would set out. At this moment, outside the Silver Spike Viscount's residence, a massive army was gathering. The Viscount donned his military attire, riding on a tall steed, his gaze firmly fixed to the north, then glanced towards the direction of Kyer and Martin before retracting his gaze. Set out. With his command, the sound of horns echoed over Silver Spike City, and the thunder of hooves shook the earth. The war in the Northern Territories officially commenced. In the castle's tower, Kyer watched his father's departing figure leading the army, then looked towards the annex with a serious and resolute expression. His father was fighting bravely ahead, and he would guard the foundation from behind. This was a grand gamble belonging to the Silver Spike family, and they must win. Martin continued to watch the Viscount leave before slowly departing. Martin returned to his room, dismissing all the maids, and the room fell silent in an instant. He opened his palm, and the dark space ring emitted a faint glow under the candlelight. He focused his mind to establish a connection with the ring, and in the next moment, he saw the scenes inside the 500 lower-grade magic crystals were neatly stacked together, their soft blue crystals radiating a gentle aura, almost occupying more than half of the space. Martin's heart trembled. 500 lower-grade magic crystals were worth 14,000 gold coins at market price. The total income of the Silver Spike territory in a year was only about 50,000 gold coins. This almost drained the family's reserves. He instantly understood that his father and elder brother had truly placed all their bets on him. This heavy trust made his chest tighten slightly. System, absorb all the magic crystals. He took a deep breath and commanded in his heart. Ding, absorbed lower-grade magic crystals, 500. Gain 5000 energy points. Current total energy, 5000 points. Looking at the numbers on the system panel, Martin's gaze became resolute. He could not let this trust go to waste. Originally, he was considering equipping Cyrus with some protective gear, but now it seemed more important to quickly enhance his combat strength. Especially since his father was fighting on the front lines, he had to be fully prepared and must not let anything happen to him. With this in mind, Martin turned to find his elder brother Kyle, but was blocked in the hallway by a group of ladies. Leading them was his mother, the Countess, along with several familiar women. They were all families of the extraordinary knights who had followed his father to battle, with husbands mostly being silver knights, considered prominent figures in the territory. At this moment, they were gathered together with tea and snacks in front of them, but their faces bore unmistakable worry. Martin. The Countess smiled gently upon seeing him, waving for him to come over. Martin, come sit with us. A lady dressed in a brown gown quickly stood up to greet him with slightly red eyes. Second, young master, I've heard that the orcs in the north are fiercer than in previous years. As she spoke, the other ladies nodded in agreement, their tones filled with concern. Although their husbands were all silver knights with considerable combat ability on the battlefield, swords and blades have no eyes, and no one could guarantee a safe return. Martin understood in his heart. These ladies gathered together not only to comfort each other, but also to seek some reassuring words from the core family members. He stepped forward, his voice steady. Ladies, please rest assured my father is experienced, and the knights within the territory have survived many battles. They will surely return safely. He paused and added, my elder brother is coordinating supplies from the rear to ensure sufficient provisions for the front lines. I'm also preparing some things that might assist at the front. Everyone please stay safe in the castle and wait for your loved ones to return triumphantly. Although he did not say it outright, his tone conveyed a certainty that eased the ladies' anxious hearts a little. The Countess patted his hand appreciatively. Martin is so understanding. Look, even the second young master is so confident. Oh, we shouldn't worry unnecessarily. Several ladies nodded their faces, showing a hint of smiles, as they chatted about mundane matters, gradually shifting the topic from the war to trivial affairs of the territory. Martin patiently accompanied them for a while, and seeing the atmosphere ease, he seized the opportunity to say goodbye. Mother, you all continue chatting. I have some matters to discuss with my elder brother, so I will take my leave first. Go on, important matters come first, the Countess said with a smile, waving her hand. Martin turned to leave the footsteps in the corridor, seemingly carrying some kind of power. He arrived at Kyle's study, knocked on the door, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, Martin pushed the door open, and inside the room Kyle was frowning at a military supply list. When he saw Martin enter, he paused, putting down the feather pen in his hand. Martin, what brings you here at this time? Martin closed the door behind him. Elder brother, I remember there are 2 golden grade staves stored in the family treasury, right? Kyle was momentarily taken aback before realizing, his face lighting up with wild joy. Are you planning to prepare some formidable weapons for Cyrus? I had not considered it properly. He stood up, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. Of course, no problem. Don't mention just one staff. In the future, if you need any equipment, as long as it's in the family treasury, feel free to take it without needing to ask me. He walked over to the desk, wrote a few lines on a notepad, stamped it with his seal, and handed it to Martin. Take this and go to the treasury this afternoon. I will notify the royal guards in advance to allow you passage. You can come and go freely without restrictions. Martin took the note, feeling the thick parchment beneath his fingertips. A warm current surged in his heart. He knew that the golden grade equipment in the family treasury were treasured items rarely used even by his father, yet his elder brother so readily permitted him to take them freely. This trust was more precious than any wealth. Thank you, elder brother, Martin said solemnly, his voice carrying a rare sincerity. Kyle smiled and patted his shoulder. No need to be polite with me. Alright, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. As long as the family can provide it, we will go to great lengths to assist you. Kyle returned to his desk, picking up the military supply list. I still need to keep an eye on the supplies for the front lines. You go and attend to your business. If you find anything else useful in the treasury, feel free to take it without hesitation. Martin nodded, taking the note and turning to leave. As he stepped out of the study, sunlight poured through the stained glass of the corridor, warming him. He squeezed the note in his hand, feeling increasingly resolute. With the support of his family and the assistance of the system, he was determined to quickly restore Baron's strength and build an impregnable defense for Silver Spike territory. In the afternoon, Martin arrived at the family treasury with the note. Behind the heavy iron door, the royal guards had already been informed. Upon seeing him, they bowed and led him through the layers of shelves. The treasury was filled with armor, weapons, magical materials, and even several boxes of sealed ancient tomes, the air thick with the heavy scent of metal and dust. In the area where the staves were stored, he indeed saw 2 golden grade staves. One was embedded with crimson magic crystals, its shaft entwined with flame patterns, clearly leaning towards fire magic. The other was surrounded by a faint mist with a blue crystal at its tip, shimmering under the light, more suitable for water or defensive spells. After a brief thought, Martin took down the fire magic staff. The demand for fire scrolls produced by Cyrus was the highest at the moment, and having this staff would maximize its effectiveness. Holding the heavy staff, he could feel the surging magical power within it. As he turned to leave the treasury, new plans began to form in his mind. Once Cyrus regained his strength and used this staff, the production of silver-grade scrolls would surely increase significantly, allowing them to gather energy more quickly. Martin walked thoughtfully, calculating that in addition to advancing Cyrus and the others' recovery, he would need to visit the city's auction house and slave market. Those places teemed with all manner of people, yet often concealed, overlooked talents. Perhaps he could unearth a few more elderly men and women brimming with latent potential, further strengthening his forces. After all, relying solely on Cyrus and his 2 companions was far from sufficient. Silver Irv domain required more individuals capable of commanding their own domains with authority. Unaware, Martin found himself already standing before the annex building. He ascended the steps and strode directly towards Cyrus's chamber. Inside, Cyrus had just set down his arcane quill. The final sigil on the enchanted parchment shimmered faintly before fading into stillness. A mid-tier flame scroll had just been completed. He exhaled deeply, fingertips still tingling with the residual hum of magic, when a knock echoed at the door. The footsteps were steady, resonant, imbued with quiet charisma, and rhythmically familiar. At once Cyrus recognized Martin's gait and rose swiftly, hastening to open the door. Master, he bowed respectfully, eyes alight with both quiet satisfaction and unwavering deference. Hearing the commotion, Baron and Candic, who were seated within, also rose and stepped forward to greet Martin as he entered. Though neither Baron nor Candic had yet begun their restoration, their eyes gleamed with newfound clarity, less haggard, more poised, radiating a calm, expectant stillness. It seems everyone's doing well. Martin swept his gaze across the room, lingering upon the stack of scrolls atop the table, noticeably taller than that morning's. Cyrus, are these newly crafted? Yes, master. Cyrus stepped aside and gestured toward the scrolls, 15 mid-tier scrolls in total. 8 flame impacts, 5 ice spikes, and 2 lesser stone skins. Martin picked up a flame impact scroll. Its weight was perceptibly heavier, its inscribed runes far more intricate than those of low-tier scrolls, pulsing faintly with contained searing energy. He nodded approvingly. Excellent. Mid-tier scrolls yield significantly higher profit. Once this batch sells, we should acquire a substantial quantity of mana crystals. His tone shifted subtly as he fixed his gaze upon Cyrus, then withdrew a golden tier staff from his spatial ring and offered it forth. Today you shall reclaim your status as a golden tier mage. Cyrus lifted his head sharply, accepting the staff. His eyes flared with disbelief, breath catching in his throat. Golden tier. That pinnacle he once stood upon, now a realm he dared not even dream of after his fall. Master, you mean it? Truly. His voice trembled, barely daring to trust his own ears. Naturally. Martin affirmed with a nod, adding, from now on you may begin crafting silver-tier scrolls. Gold-tier materials are exceedingly rare, impractical to procure in bulk for now. Let volume pave the way, we shall accumulate resources first. Cyrus nodded vigorously, speechless with emotion, gripping the golden staff so tightly his knuckles whined. Martin turned his gaze toward Baron and Kandik. As for you two, Baron, you must wait a little longer. Your condition is exceptional. You require deeper reserves of energy. After all, 100,000 units is no trivial sum. He paused, then addressed Kandik. I intend to restore you first to Silver Tier Peak, and then immediately elevate you to Golden Knight. At those words, Baron and Kandik dropped to their knees with twin thuds, foreheads striking the cold floor with resonant force. Thank you, Master. Thank you for your boundless grace. Their voices broke with raw emotion as they prostrated themselves again and again, red welts quickly blooming upon their brows. None understood better than they how unbearable life without power had been. Baron had plummeted from celestial heights into mire, his former Saint Realm glory now a dagger twisting in his heart. Kandik had endured poison's torment, each step agonizing, every breath laced with piercing pain. They had believed their fates sealed in perpetual gloom, until Martin appeared, kindling the possibility of light reborn. Now all words dissolved into scalding tears and reverent bows. That debt weighed heavier than mountains, enough to demand absolute devotion. Watching their uncontainable fervor, Martin felt a quiet stir within his chest. He raised them gently, voice warm, yet commanding, rise. What I seek is not prostration, but your restored strength wielded in service to Silver Irv domain. I await your deeds. We shall serve unto death. Baron and Kandik declared in unison, eyes blazing with ironclad resolve. Cyrus stepped forward and bowed deeply. Master, rest assured. Once my golden tier strength returns, I shall craft silver tier scrolls of unparalleled quality, increasing profits tenfold. I will never betray your trust. Martin nodded, wasting no time. He moved to the chamber's center and beckoned Cyrus forward. Are you ready? Cyrus drew a deep breath, straightened his spine, eyes burning with fierce determination. Whenever you command, Master. Martin placed a hand upon his crown and silently invoked. System, consume energy to fully restore Covenanter Cyrus. Ding. Restoration of Covenanter Cyrus initiated. Energy reserve sufficient. Consumption 12900 units. A vastly greater torrent of energy flooded into Cyrus. No longer gentle nourishment, but a surging river scouring his magical core and meridians. Cyrus grunted softly, skin glowing faintly crimson, the unmistakable sign of magic coursing at blinding velocity. The barrier to golden tier mastery shattered like thin ice. Lost power surged back, not merely restored but refined, denser, purer than at his zenith. He sensed it clearly, ambient magical elements bent to his will, obedient as silk. Raising a tempest required only the lift of a hand. Half an hour later, Martin withdrew his hand. Cyrus opened his eyes, sharp light flickering within, then exuded a palpable mountainous aura of golden tier magic thickening the very air. Your servant presents himself, Master. Cyrus knelt upon one knee, voice resonant and unwavering. No trace remained of his former desolation. Baron and Kandik watched, breath shallow, anticipation blazing in their eyes like molten gold. Martin glanced at his system interface. 37100 energy units remaining, and turned to Kandik. Your ascension shall occur this afternoon. Prepare yourself thoroughly. Kandik bowed his head low. Your servant obeys. The wooden door of the Rose and Golden Dragon Bar was abruptly pushed open, allowing the cold wind mixed with snow to sweep inside, nearly extinguishing the flickering candle flames in the corners. 3 figures clad in golden armor stepped through the door, their metallic boots striking the stone floor with a dull yet imposing sound. At the forefront was a lithe, beast-like woman with a pair of furry brown dog ears standing upright atop her. As she moved, the golden armor quivered slightly, revealing the smooth and powerful lines of her forearms, her eyes sharp as an eagle scanning every corner of the tavern, exuding an untamed wildness. Beside her stood a handsome half-elf, his silver-gray hair tied back, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the gem on the hilt of his sword. On the other side was a stern-looking human knight, his armor covered in small scratches, clearly a veteran of many battles. As the three entered the previously boisterous tavern, fell silent in an instant. Even the most drunken of mercenaries instinctively lowered their tankards. Golden Knights were legendary figures throughout the Silver Spike territory, and with three of them appearing at once, he feared that offending them would turn his small establishment to dust. It was known that the Silver Spike territory held no golden-level combatants. Should a life be lost, these three would simply walk away, leaving no one to take responsibility. "My lords, please come in. What can I get you to drink?" the owner said, bowing and speaking with a tone that bordered on. The beast-like woman disregarded his flattery and got straight to the point, her voice carrying a hint of hoarse wildness. "Where is Baron? Has he drunk himself into a stupor again, collapsed in some corner?" The owner felt a jolt of anxiety. It was clear they were here for Baron. He hurriedly waved his hands. "My lord's Baron. Baron is no longer here." "Not here?" The half-elf raised an eyebrow, impatience creeping into his tone. "Where could he possibly go?" "He was taken by the second son of the Viscount's castle." The owner explained, "It's Master Martin of Silver Spike. I heard that the second son has a kind heart, and seeing Baron's old age brought him into the castle to enjoy life, promising him food and shelter without needing to endure the cold anymore." Upon hearing this, the beast-like woman's brows furrowed slightly, her dog ears drooping a bit. She tapped her fingers against the hilt of her sword, pondering for a moment. Baron had once been a knight of the sacred domain, and her own master was similarly esteemed. He had sent her to the Silver Spike territory to document Baron's plight with a magic crystal for him to review. Now that Baron was taken to the castle to enjoy himself, her master would surely be furious upon learning of this. What should she do? Should we force our way in? The human knight spoke softly, his tone betraying a hint of eagerness. No, the beast-like woman immediately dismissed the idea, her gaze clear. Though the Silver Spike territory lacks golden-level combatants, it is ultimately still the domain of the Val. Although the three of us are golden knights, forcibly invading a noble's castle changes the nature of our act. If we truly draw the attention of the aerial knights sent by the kingdom, even combined, we would not stand a chance. It would be purely a sacrifice of ourselves. She understood well the severity of the kingdom's laws, especially when it came to intruding upon a noble's castle, which equated to treason. At that point, not only would they fail to rescue anyone, but their own lives would be in jeopardy. "Then, are we just going to let it go?" The half-elf sounded reluctant. The beast-like woman glanced towards the direction of the castle, where lights shone brightly, hinting at the sternness of the noble domain. She shook her head. "Let's return and ask our master what we should do." With that, she said no more and turned to leave. "Let's go." The half-elf and the human knight exchanged glances and could only follow suit. The three figures quickly disappeared outside, and the wooden door slowly closed behind them, leaving the room in profound silence. Only after they had confirmed the trio was truly gone did the patrons of the tavern dare to take deep breaths, the oppressive atmosphere shattering instantly. My heavens, 3 golden knights at once. A mercenary pounded his chest, still bearing a look of fear. I didn't even dare to breathe, just now afraid of offending them. Thank goodness they didn't attack. Another commoner murmured, if a fight broke out, our little tavern would surely be torn apart. What do you think? Is it a good thing or a bad thing that old Baron was taken to the castle? Someone curiously asked. What do you think? Is it a good thing or a bad thing that... The owner wiped the sweat from his forehead, nervously glancing at the door. I don't think those 3 are good news. Could it be that Baron's boastful tales were true? In the room of the auxiliary building, the flickering candlelight cast the focused profile of Cyrus against the wall. He held a golden fire-based staff in his hand, and the crimson magic crystal at the top radiated a warm and bright light as magic power flowed into it. At this moment, he was crafting a silver-grade fire explosion scroll. The enchanted paper was made from the leather of high-level magical beasts, glistening with a faint, oily sheen. The patterns engraved on it were several times more complex than those on intermediate scrolls, each stroke requiring precise control of magic power. A slight miscalculation could render the scroll useless. Martin stood quietly beside him, his gaze falling upon the small stack of materials on the table. Including the one currently in use, there were only 10 in total. The materials are still too few, Martin said softly, his tone tinged with helplessness. Cyrus continued his work without looking up, replying, Master, this is already the limit of what Silver Spike territory can gather. The materials for silver-grade scrolls are exceedingly expensive. Just the enchanted paper requires the hides of 3 adult fire wolves treated with the sap of a magical tree, plus magic crystal powder with a purity of no less than 30%. A single set of materials costs 50 gold coins, totaling 500 gold coins for 10 sets. Martin nodded, fully aware of the difficulties involved. Most of the family's funds were used to purchase low-level magic crystals, while the remaining money had to maintain the territory's operations, pay military salaries, and stockpile provisions. To squeeze out 500 gold coins for these materials was already the utmost effort of Kale. Of the 10 sets of materials, 6 were just purchased from the trading association. The other 4 were stockpiled in the warehouse, said to have accumulated over the years without ever being used, as the family's focus was not on mages. Thus, there was no demand for silver-grade magical materials. It seems we must quickly sell the first batch of silver scrolls, Martin said. Only by exchanging them for gold coins can we buy more materials and create a cycle. Cyrus completed the final twist of his magic pen on the enchanted paper, lightly tapping the tip of his staff, and the entire pattern instantly glowed red, before gradually fading, leaving a faint layer of fire patterns on the paper. He let out a long breath and carefully rolled up the scroll. Done. The power of this scroll is enough to pose a threat to Silver Knights, and it can be sold for at least 300 gold coins. He picked up another material, preparing to continue crafting, but Martin held his hand down. Let's take a break first. The magic consumption is considerable, so don't rush. Cyrus shook his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It's fine, master. The magical energy reserve of a golden mage far exceeds that of the past. This little consumption is nothing. If I make one more, I can exchange it for more magic crystals and help Lord Baron break through to become a saint-level knight sooner. Seeing Cyrus' unwillingness to stop, Martin refrained from further persuasion. He walked to the window and gazed at the quiet streets outside the castle, deep in thought. If the 10 silver scrolls could be sold smoothly after deducting costs, they would likely net about 1,500 gold coins, which could be converted into approximately 54 lower-grade magic crystals, equating to 5,400 points of energy. Although this amount of energy was far from enough to help Baron recover, at least it would gradually improve his condition. Once this batch of scrolls is delivered to my elder brother, I must have him find a way to contact some big clients. Just selling to the surrounding mercenaries and small towns will yield too little. We need to open channels to the... Just then a gentle knock sounded from outside the door, a guard's voice calling, "Second young master, the eldest young master, has sent some snacks and hot water. Come in." The guard entered holding a tray, placed the items down, and then bowed as he exited. On the tray besides the snacks, there was a small note in Kale's handwriting. "Once the silver scrolls are done, send them directly to my study. I have contacted a merchant group from the south willing to purchase at a premium." Martin picked up the note, a slight smile appearing on his lips. His elder brother was more thoughtful than he had imagined. Cyrus, speed up the process. He turned and said, "There are big buyers waiting." Upon hearing this, Cyrus perked up and the staff in his hand glowed red once more, the patterns on the enchanted paper swirling as if they were alive. The only sounds in the room were the delicate strokes of the magic pen on the leather and the faint scent of burning magic crystal powder. The 10 sets of materials represented the current limit of Silver Spike territory, yet they also served as a fulcrum for leveraging greater resources. Martin knew that as long as they could endure this most difficult period, everything would improve once the scroll business got onto the right track. The night deepened, and the candlelight in the auxiliary building had already turned over 3 cycles. The 10 sets of materials had all been transformed into exquisite silver-grade magical scrolls, neatly arranged in a wooden box emanating a faint elemental glow. Martin rubbed his forehead and turned to look at Kendrick, who was meditating with his eyes closed, beckoning him over. "How is the consolidation going?" Kendrick suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance in his gaze, and immediately knelt on one knee, speaking firmly. "Master, please rest assured. I have adjusted my state to its best, ready to receive your grace at any moment." Martin nodded, stepped in front of him, and slowly raised his hand to rest on his head. "Once you are ready, we shall begin." "Yes." Kendrick took a deep breath, his muscles tensed, his mind highly focused. Martin commanded inwardly, "System, consume energy to repair and assist Kendrick in breaking through to become a golden knight." Ding, beginning to complete the contractor Kendrick. Consuming 18000 points of energy. As the system prompt sounded, a force more vigorous and domineering than when repairing Cyrus surged into Kendrick's body through Martin's palm like a raging torrent. This energy did not directly enhance his fighting spirit, but acted like the most precise carving knife, constantly widening his meridians, refining his fighting spirit core, and clearing the previously blocked nodes one by one. Kendrick let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead, and a faint golden glow emanated from his skin. This was a sign of his fighting spirit operating at high speed under the nourishment of the energy. He could clearly feel that the barrier that had hindered him for years within his body was trembling and thinning under the impact of this force. "Now is the time," he roared, mobilizing all his fighting spirit and crashing fiercely against that barrier in the direction guided by the energy. Boom! A muffled sound exploded within, and Kendrick's momentum surged violently, the golden fighting spirit gushing out of his body like a tangible substance, nearly lifting the roof of the room. Rise! Cyrus was already prepared, waving his golden staff, and a pale blue magical barrier instantly enveloped the entire room, firmly containing the violent momentum of the Golden Knight, within a half-meter radius around Kendrick, not even causing the candle flames to flicker. The infusion of energy continued, but the intensity gradually eased, starting to nourish his newly broken-through fighting spirit core. A few minutes later, Martin withdrew his hand, his palm slightly reddened. Kendrick slowly opened his eyes, a fierce battle intent gleaming in his gaze. He raised his hand, and the long sword on the table flew into his hand. He gripped the hilt tightly, giving it a gentle shake, and the golden fighting spirit flowed along the blade, emitting a soft humming sound. He could clearly feel that the amount of fighting spirit within him had multiplied several times compared to before, and its quality had also elevated by more than one level. This was the true power of a Golden Knight. With a heavy thud, he knelt before Martin, his voice choked with emotion as he said, "Thank you, my master, thank you." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, sizzling as they hit the floor. From losing his powers to poison and becoming a target for everyone to bully, to regaining strength today, and even breaking through to the coveted Golden Knight. This brief experience over just a few days was more bizarre and unforgettable than the struggles of the past decade. He felt he could never repay this kindness, and the only way he could show his gratitude was through death. Martin looked at him, tears streaming down his face, feeling a stir in his heart as he reached out to help him up. Get up. Becoming a Golden Knight is just the beginning. What you need to do next is to quickly familiarize yourself with this power. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to contribute. I will obey, my master. Kendrick wiped away his tears with determination in his eyes. He stood tall. Although the pressure of the Golden Knight was constrained by the magical barrier, it was enough to instill respect. Cyrus retracted the magical barrier and walked forward with a smile. Congratulations, Kendrick. Baron also approached, patting his shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction and expectation for his own future. Martin glanced at the system panel. There were still 19100 points of energy remaining, enough to support Baron's preliminary recovery. Cyrus restored the Golden Mage, and Kendrick broke through to become a Golden Knight. The power of Silverpine territory was visibly growing, and all of this was merely the beginning. Rest well tonight, he said to Kendrick. From tomorrow onwards, the safety of the territory will depend heavily on you. I will not disappoint, my master. The candlelight in the room flickered quietly, illuminating 3 hope. When Martin returned to his room, the flames in the fireplace were roaring, filling the room with a warm glow. He took off his coat and draped it over the back of a chair. Just as he reached for the magical notes on the table, a faint blue light flashed outside the window, fast as an illusion. He thought little of it, dismissing it as a nighttime magical insect, and turned towards the bookshelf to look up ancient texts about the curse of the Holy Domain Knights. At this moment, Oak Creek Village on the outskirts of Silverpine Duke's territory was shrouded in a thick layer. Outside the wooden fence of the village, 43 bandits were eagerly rubbing their fists together. Most were clad in tattered leather armor, brandishing rusted swords, their eyes filled with greed for wealth. The leader of the bandits was a burly man with a face full of flesh, a broad sword hanging at his waist. The aura of a black iron knight, though weak, was enough to instill terror in the villagers. His name was Hawk, a fugitive in the northern regions for many years who usually dared only to raid solitary merchant caravans. Today, however, he dared to attack the village, all because he had received news. 300 soldiers under the Silverpine Duke had been dispatched north, leaving only 13 militia armed with farm tools converted into weapons in the village. Boss, this village looks quite prosperous. It has more chimneys than others with smoke coming out of them. A tall, thin bandit licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the scattered wooden houses and drying grains in the village. Hawk spat, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Of course, Oak Creek relies on the lumberyard and has accumulated a good fortune. Once we rob this place, we can enjoy ourselves in the Black Pine Forest for half a year. He raised his chin. Go smash that broken fence first. Roar. The bandits charged forward in response, axes and hammers crashing against the wooden fence, splinters flying. In the village, the elder was a gray-haired old man, currently leaning on his cane at the watchtower, looking at the surging bandits outside, his face pale. Behind him, 13 militia members nervously gripped their sharpened wooden sticks, their palms sweaty. It's over. This time it's really over. A young militia member's voice trembled. 13 against 4-3, and there's a black iron knight. The elder took a deep breath and knocked his cane firmly. What are you panicking for? We still have the messenger, Raven. I'll quickly have Lily send the message out. Not far away, a little girl with 2 braids was tiptoeing firmly, tying a rolled-up piece of parchment to the leg of the messenger Raven. The Raven was the only magical creature in the village, usually used to deliver messages about lumber trade and now it had become the last hope for the entire village. The little girl fumbled and touched the raven's feathers, choking back tears as she said, "Go. Go tell the castle." The raven seemed to understand her words, flapping its wings, surrounded by a faint blue light. That was the most basic acceleration magic, allowing it to fly faster. In a flash of blue light, the raven shot into the sky, heading towards the direction of Silverpine Castle. "Boss!" They released the raven. A sharp-eyed bandit pointed at the blue light in the sky and shouted. Hawk glanced up, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What's there to panic about? Silverpine Castle is 32 kilometers away. Oh, by the time they dispatch reinforcements, we will have already turned the village upside down and slipped into the Black Pine Forest." He waved his broadsword. "Put some more effort into it. The fence is about to break." Bang! With a sharp sound, a large hole was smashed in the fence and the bandits surged in like a tide. "Oh my God!" Villagers screamed and scattered while the militia gritted their teeth and charged forward, only to be easily knocked to the ground by the bandits. The elder watched the fallen militia, tears brimming in his eyes, yet he gripped his cane tightly. At the top of that cane hid a short knife, one he had used as a mercenary in his youth. At that moment he was determined that even if he died, he would take a bandit down with him. The sounds of the bandits' cruel laughter, the villagers' cries, and the shattering of objects blended together, and Oak Creek Village was instantly engulfed in chaos. Hawk kicked open the door of a wooden house, looking at the piled grains and fabrics inside, his eyes squinting with glee. Sure enough, a juicy piece of meat. At that moment, the raven, bearing the hopes of the entire village, was fluttering its wings with the faint blue light in the night sky, flying towards Silverpine Castle. An hour later, inside the castle, Martin had just opened the ancient text when a blue light flashed outside the window again. This time he could see clearly. It was a messenger raven. His heart stirred as he quickly walked to the window, only to see the raven circling twice before diving down towards the castle. Judging by its trajectory, it seemed to be heading for the main fortress, likely to find Kyle. What is happening? Martin's brow furrowed, a sense of unease rising in his heart. He turned and grabbed his coat, swiftly making his way to Kyle's study. His intuition told him that this raven flying in the dead of night would not bring good news. Martin hurriedly dashed through the corridor, the wooden floor creaking beneath his hurried steps. He knew well that the message crow at this hour was anything but ordinary. It likely signaled an urgent matter from some village. The door to Kyle's study was ajar, and inside the sound of restless pacing could be heard. Martin knocked on the door, and immediately his brother's voice came from within, suppressed with anger. "Come in." As Martin pushed the door open, he saw Kyle with his back to the entrance, tightly gripping a piece of parchment, his knuckles white from the pressure. The candlelight on the table flickered violently in the draft he created, casting shadows that darkened his face. "Brother, I just saw a message crow fly into the castle. Is something wrong in a village?" Martin asked directly. Kyle turned around, slamming the letter onto the table, his voice tinged with fatigue. "It's Oak Creek, on the edge of our territory, under attack by bandits. The letter states there are 43 bandits while the village only has 12 militiamen. It's essentially a death sentence." He paced restlessly for 2 steps. "Father took 300 full-time soldiers with him, and most of the knights have been reassigned to the northern front. The remaining forces in the castle cannot manage the situation. Moreover, Oak Creek is 32 kilometers away. Even if we dispatch a night squad now, they will arrive to find the bandits have already plundered the village and disappeared into the Black Pine Forest." He suddenly halted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "And I suspect that this group of bandits is being manipulated by Baron Soto. That old fox has been eyeing our lumberyard for a long time. He must have seized the opportunity while Father is away." After hearing this, Martin frowned slightly. He approached the table and glanced at the scrawled letters on the parchment, as if he could see the villagers' panic. "Brother," he suddenly spoke, his tone calm, yet resolute. "What if the Golden Mage is on the way?" Kyle was taken aback, momentarily unable to respond. "Cyrus has regained his strength as a Golden Mage," Martin explained. "With the flight skill of a Golden Mage, he could reach Oak Creek 32 kilometers away in 40 minutes. With a loud bang, Kyle seemed struck by a thunderbolt, abruptly lifting his head, the gloom in his eyes instantly replaced by wild joy. He rushed to stand in front of Martin, gripping his shoulders with enough force to nearly crush his bones. "What did Cyrus? He has truly regained his golden strength." Martin nodded firmly. "He just recovered today. Ha ha ha, fantastic. Truly fantastic. You have brought me great joy, my dear brother." Kyle suddenly released Martin and began pacing excitedly in the study, rubbing his hands together. "A Golden Mage in 40 minutes, those rascals will definitely not escape." He abruptly stopped and turned to Martin, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Martin, quickly send Cyrus off. Tell him to leave no survivors and to eliminate all those bandits. Be as ruthless as possible. Hang their bodies at the borders of our territory to show those with ill intentions that even without the main force of the Silver Spike territory, they cannot act recklessly." "I'm on it." Martin turned to leave, but was halted by Kyle's voice. Wait. Kyle looked at Martin seriously. Do not let anyone catch sight of Cyrus' face. Martin nodded and hurriedly exited the study. In the adjoining room, Cyrus was polishing his golden staff, while Baron and Kandik practiced basic combat skills nearby. Upon seeing Martin enter, the three immediately stopped. Martin's voice was concise and powerful, devoid of any unnecessary emotion, yet it emanated a chilling decisiveness. Cyrus, we are leaving now, targeting Oak Creek, 30 kilometers away. A group of bandits is currently plundering the village, and you must arrive within 40 minutes. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the pitch-black night outside, and his tone turned even colder. Remember to display the bodies prominently, be as brutal as possible, and hang them all along the borders of the Silver Spike territory. I want everyone with designs on our land to see what fate awaits those who dare to reach for it. Cyrus' eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint upon hearing this. He tightened his grip on the golden staff, and the crimson magic crystal at the top seemed to sense its master's killing intent warming slightly. He knelt on one knee and replied solemnly, "Yes, master." Beside him, Kandik and Baron exchanged glances, both seeing the clear disappointment in each other's eyes. Kandik had just broken through to become a Golden Knight, and was eager to find an opportunity to showcase his skills. Though Baron had not yet recovered, he longed to serve Martin, to prove himself not to be useless. At this moment, hearing of the mission, they could only remain in place, hardly able to contain themselves. Martin sensed their thoughts. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Sending Cyrus this time is the most appropriate choice. Finally, they suppressed their impulses and bowed respectfully. "We understand, master." Without further delay, Cyrus rose and grabbed the magical cloak hanging on the wall. The edges of the cloak were embroidered with invisible runes which reduced air resistance during flight and concealed part of the magical energy fluctuations. He followed Martin out of the building, passing through a side door of the castle, and was taken to an open area outside the castle by a carriage. The night wind howled, sweeping up the snowflakes on the ground. Cyrus shook out the cloak and draped it over himself, gripping the golden staff with both hands, quickly murmuring incantations. With a deep humming sound, the magic crystal at the top of the staff erupted in a dazzling red light, and a powerful airflow gathered beneath him, slowly lifting him into the air. Intermediate flight art. He shifted, darting towards Oak Creek like an arrow released from a bow, the golden magical energy tracing a faint trajectory in the night sky, picking up speed until he became a mirror in the distance. On the high platform of the castle, Martin and Kyle stood side by side, watching the direction in which Cyrus had vanished. 40 minutes. Kyle clenched his fists. "I hope he makes it in time." Martin gazed at the golden light gradually vanishing into the night, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. The speed of a golden mage combined with his skills will be enough. At this moment, Oak Creek village was engulfed in flames. The bandit leader Hawk was directing his men to carry away supplies, his face full of satisfaction. He glanced at the sky, estimating that in another 15 minutes they could retreat into the Black Pine Forest. By then, even if the Silver Spike territory sent someone, they could only stare at an empty village in disbelief. "Boss, hurry up. This cursed place is on fire. The smoke is too thick. Don't attract the patrols," shouted a bandit carrying half a bag of flour as he rushed outside. Hawk kicked him. "What are you panicking for? By the time they arrive, we'll be." Before he could finish, a sharp fireball fell from the sky, crashing at the village entrance and incinerating two bandits who couldn't dodge in time into charcoal. "Who?" Hawk suddenly looked up, only to see a cloaked figure hovering in the night sky, a staff in hand sparkling with a chilling red light. "Daring to plunder my lord's territory, seeking death." The cold voice pierced through the chaotic clamor like a poisoned icicle. The bandits instantly panicked. They were not foolish and could clearly sense the golden aura radiating from the figure, indicating that their opponent was a golden mage. However, Hawk forced himself to remain calm, drawing his broadsword and shouting, "It's just a mage. Brothers, let's swarm him and chop him up." Yet he was slowly retreating. What responded to him was the moment Cyrus swung his staff, unleashing a torrential rain of fire arrows that fell like a storm, accompanied by blood-curdling screams, turning the entire village into a hellfire. Hawk watched as his men fell one after another. Without a second thought, he turned to flee, only to be ensnared by a golden magical energy chain that wrapped around his ankle, yanking him back to the ground. Cyrus slowly descended the scorched earth beneath his feet, emitting faint cracking sounds. His golden staff leaned slightly forward, the crimson magic crystal at its tip pressed against Hawk's throat, the searing magical power nearly burning through his skin. His gaze was devoid of warmth, as if he were looking at a worthless stone. "Tell me, where is your hideout?" His voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Hawk was momentarily stunned, but then, as if grasping a lifeline, his plump body fell to the scorched ground with a thud, his forehead repeatedly striking the earth, the sparks flying and sticking to his greasy hair, oblivious to it all. "Pardon me, my lord. My hideout is in the Giant Hammer Valley, just 10 kilometers from here. If you spare my life, everything I have hidden there, gold, silver, food, and the women I've taken." I will give it all to you. He hurriedly fished out a gray ring from his pocket, holding it with both hands, and offering it forward, his knuckles turning white from the effort. This is a spatial ring. I've saved up a bit of my belongings inside, a tribute to you, my lord. I beg for your mercy. Cyrus raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. A thief leader of Black Iron Knight caliber could actually possess a spatial ring. This was clearly illogical. It seemed his master's brother's guess was not wrong. There was indeed someone backing this group, as ordinary thieves would not have such resources. He waved his hand, a surge of magical power enveloping the ring. After inspecting it, he found it contained quite a bit of wealth, along with several bundles of hemp rope marked with the word Soto territory. He smirked coldly, regardless of the truth, this group of thieves was undoubtedly connected to him. Cyrus turned his gaze back to the village behind him, where most of the wooden houses had turned to ashes. The surviving villagers huddled in corners, trembling, while the resisting militiamen and the thieves trying to fight back had already become charred corpses. In the entire Oak Creek village there was nothing but the sound of weeping, truly seeking death. He muttered to himself, and then with a flick of his staff a soft surge of magic bound Hawk tightly. Let's go. Cyrus was too lazy to say more, lifting Hawk, who was limp like a dead pig, as magical power surged around him, soaring into the sky once again. The intermediate flight spell was pushed to its limit, a golden streak of light cutting through the night sky, heading towards the giant Hammer Valley 10 kilometers away. Hawk, bound by the magic, hung in the air, terrified to the point of losing his soul, unable to even struggle, forced to watch the ground rush away beneath him. He vaguely guessed that they were heading to his lair, yet he lacked the strength to plead for mercy. The cold indifference in the mage's eyes was more terrifying than death. Cyrus flew swiftly, covering the 10-kilometer distance in mere moments. The entrance to the giant Hammer Valley was concealed, flanked by steep cliffs, the cave mouth obscured by vines. Had Hawk not previously revealed its location, outsiders would find it nearly impossible to discover. He landed at the cave entrance, lightly tapping his staff, causing the vines to be instantly incinerated to ashes, revealing a dark, gaping mouth. Go in. Cyrus kicked Hawk, his tone icy. Hawk trembled as he shuffled inside, but in his heart he was calculating. There were over 20 brothers inside the cave. Perhaps he could catch them off guard. However, as soon as he stepped into the cave, Cyrus followed closely behind, staff raised, the crimson magic flooding the entire cave like a tide. A chilling scream echoed in the cave, but within moments silence returned. Cyrus looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, and the piled-up wealth deep within the cave, his expression betraying no emotion. He waved his hand, collecting all the wealth into Hawk's spatial ring, then using magic to drag Hawk and the other thieves' corpses turning to fly out of the cave. He did not return immediately to Silver Spike City, but instead circled around to the border between Silver Spike territory and Soto territory. There stood several dead giant trees. Cyrus raised his hand to cast several binding spells, hanging Hawk and the other thieves' corpses one by one on the branches, his methods exceedingly cruel, with striking blood-red characters carved into each corpse. Daring to rob Silver Spike territory, this is your end. After finishing all this, he turned and transformed into a streak of golden light, flying towards Silver Spike City. As the night wind blew through the dead trees at the border, the corpses hanging from the branches swayed in the wind, appearing particularly grotesque under the moonlight. This was not only a punishment for the thieves, but also a bloody warning to all forces coveting Silver Spike territory. As dawn broke, the eastern horizon glowed with a faint white light, the gentle morning rays piercing through the mist, casting a hazy golden edge upon the walls of Silver Spike City. Cyrus' figure appeared outside the city as he retracted his flight spell and landed beside the carriage that had long been waiting there. The coachman saw him return and hurriedly lifted the carriage curtain, not daring to ask a single question. The aura surrounding this late-night departing mage was tinged with lingering blood and chill, instilling fear in anyone who beheld him. The carriage passed through the city gates, smoothly arriving at the castle's side entrance. As Cyrus got out, Martin and Kyle were already waiting in the corridor. The morning dew had dampened both of their hems, indicating they had been waiting for quite some time. Cyrus' gaze swept past Kyle, landing on Martin, who knelt on one knee in a respectful gesture, swift and courteous. Master, I have fulfilled my duty. The matter has been resolved. Saying this, he took out a spatial ring from his pocket and presented it with both hands. It was the very ring seized from Hawk, now filled with all the wealth from the thieves' den. Martin received the ring, his fingers touching the cold metal, nodding. Well done. He turned to Kyle. Elder brother, the matter has been resolved. Kyle's gaze lingered on Cyrus for a moment. The attitude of this golden mage clearly conveyed absolute subservience to Martin, even intentionally overlooking him, the eldest son. A complex emotion flickered through his heart, but was quickly suppressed. He nodded at Cyrus. Cyrus, you have worked hard. Go and rest well. The storeroom will send you some potions to nourish your magical energy. Cyrus acknowledged, rising while still merely nodding slightly to Martin, then turning to leave his steps steady the golden mage robe, leaving a crisp silhouette in the morning light. Kyle watched his retreating figure, his brow subtly furrowing. Cyrus' loyalty clearly belonged only to Martin, which was a good thing. It meant his brother could tightly control this power, yet it also made him faintly feel that an influence was gathering around Martin that he could scarcely touch. He found himself inexplicably feeling a surge of jealousy. You need not concern yourself with the remaining matter. Kyle withdrew his gaze and said to Martin, I will have someone make the bodies at the border more noticeable. As for the Viscount Soto, I will send a gift over to let him know what he should touch and what he should not touch. His tone carried a hint of coldness, clearly having devised a plan to deal with the hidden hand behind it. Understood, elder brother. Martin performed a standard noble bow, asking no further questions. He understood that when it came to handling open and covert struggles between territories, Kyle was far more adept than he was. Martin turned and left the morning light in the corridor, casting a long shadow behind him. He could sense that after this incident, Cyrus' display of strength had subtly shifted his standing within the family. Kyle stood alone in the corridor, gazing at the fields beyond the city walls. He did not know how long he had been standing there when he slowly exhaled, turning to walk toward the study. It was time to write a letter to Viscount Soto, and the wording needed to be sharp enough. In a corner of the castle, Cyrus returned to his room, leaning the golden staff against the wall. He did not rest immediately, but instead took out the materials his master had previously given him, beginning to craft magical scrolls. For him, the master's acknowledgement was more important than any rest. Martin returned to his room, closed the door behind him, and placed the spatial ring he had received from Cyrus on the table. The morning light poured through the window, casting a faint glow on the dark surface of the ring. He gently touched the ring with his fingertips, and his mental power penetrated inside, revealing the scenes clearly in his mind. A neat stack of low-level magic crystals sat in one corner, exactly 53 in number, emitting a soft blue glow within the space, much to Martin's delight, as he was currently in dire need of magic crystals. In addition to the magic crystals, there were over 30 sets of worn leather and chain armor, mostly likely stolen by bandits from villagers or passing merchant caravans. Though not of the finest quality, they could still be repaired for use by the militia. There were also some scattered weapons like iron swords and axes, most of which had dulled edges indicating they were old items used. For many years. After searching the entire space, Martin found no potions or scrolls, likely because the band of thieves did not have the capability to acquire such items. However, there was a pile of coins that filled nearly half a box. A rough count revealed over 1,300 gold coins, with silver and copper coins filling 2 bags to the brim, jingling and exuding a mixed scent of copper and blood. Martin put away the ring. He could hand over the armor, grain, and weapons to the steward for registration and inventory. The damaged weapons would be sent to the blacksmith for remelting, the grain returned to the survivors of Oak Creek Village, and the usable armor supplemented to the militia of the territory. As for the coins, they could be used to fill the gap in purchasing magic crystals. He stood up and changed into a clean coat, planning to visit the storeroom first. Last night, Kyle had sent word that a new batch of low-level magic crystals had been stocked ready for him to collect at any time. That was the most pressing matter at hand. As he reached the door, he called for the servant standing outside. Go tell the steward to wait for me in the storeroom. Just say I have a batch of supplies for him to process. Yes, second young master. The servant responded and retreated. Martin, holding the spatial ring, walked straight towards the storeroom. The castle storeroom was located on the west side, guarded by 2 bronze knights, in turns heavily fortified. Upon seeing Martin approach, the guards immediately bowed and saluted. Second young master. Open the door. I'm here to collect the newly arrived magic crystals, Martin said. The guards did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly unlocked the heavy iron door with a key. A chill rushed out from the storeroom, which was filled with wooden boxes. Among them, a few freshly opened boxes contained the low-level magic crystals he sought, numbering well over 100, even more than the last time. The eldest master instructed that this batch of magic crystals be reserved for you. The storeroom manager quickly stepped forward, directing the servants to pack the crystals into a specially made cloth bag. Martin took the heavy cloth bag, feeling its coldness in his hands, but his heart was considerably steadied. With these magic crystals, plus the 53 in the ring, he should be able to help Barn break through to Golden Core. Thank you for your hard work. Martin nodded to the manager, turning to leave with the bag. Just then he ran into the steward, who bowed to Martin. Second young master, you were looking for me. Please handle these items, Martin said, handing the spatial ring to the steward. Register the armor and weapons, then send them to the blacksmith. Ensure the grain is accounted for, and send it back to Oak Creek Village for the surviving villagers. All coins should be accounted for to purchase magic crystals. The steward accepted the ring with both hands, transferred the items inside to himself, and then returned it to Martin, bowing his head and replying, "Yes, second young master, I will take care of it right away." Since the Lord Viscount Silver Spike had called him into his room for a warning, he no longer questioned the reasons and meticulously recorded each instruction. After all, the look the Lord had given him that night was as if he wanted to kill him. Back in his room, Martin directly ordered the system to absorb all the low-level magic crystals. Ding absorbed low-level magic crystals 153, gaining 15,300 points of energy. Current total energy 34,400 points. Listening to the system's prompt, a glint of anticipation flashed in Martin's eyes. Next, it was Barin's turn. What kind of surprise would this former Sacred Domain Knight bring to Silver Spike territory? He was very curious. Currently having 2 golden core combatants was sufficient, but he should quickly restore Barin to Sacred Domain Knight strength to have a trump card. The sunlight outside the window grew increasingly fierce, warming the room. Martin looked at the remaining empty cloth bags on the table, knowing in his heart that this was just the beginning. As Cyrus and Candic grew, the speed at which he acquired resources would accelerate, and Barin could quickly return to being a Sacred Domain Knight. Days slipped by, and Silver Spike territory seemed to be shrouded in a layer of tranquil gauze. Martin's life had simplified into a 2-point line from his room to the annex, daily watching Cyrus make scrolls and Candic hone combat skills. Occasionally discussing the past of Sacred Domain Knights with Barin, he injected the accumulated magic crystals into the system bit by bit, preparing for Barin's restoration. He planned to gather 100,000 at once to restore him to Sacred Domain Knight. This was also to prevent unexpected events. After all, there was still a Sacred Domain Knight, and Barin's enemies were watching closely. If they found out that Barin was recovering, they would likely charge and directly kill Barin and destroy the Silver Spike family afterwards, perhaps only offering an apology. It was a risk he couldn't afford. The smoke from the castle's kitchens rose at scheduled times, and the soldiers' training sounds echoed rhythmically in the drill ground, as if everything had returned to the way it was before Viscount Silver Spike's expedition. However, beneath the calm surface, dark currents were already surging. Kyle's letter of condemnation to Viscount Soto was sharp as a knife, hinting throughout the text at the other party's collusion with bandits. After the letter was sent, Soto's side remained silent for several days. Even the border patrols had subdued considerably, which made Kyle breathe a little easier, thinking that the other party was ultimately afraid of Silver Spike territory's strength. But this compliance did not last long. On the morning of the 7th day, the first carrier Raven failed to return to the castle. When the guards responsible for watching the gate discovered it, the carrier Raven was already dead. Almost simultaneously, news came from Greystone Village at the border. The village was attacked at night by unidentified soldiers. Food was stolen and houses were burned. Fortunately, the villagers had hidden in the cellar in advance, preventing casualties, but the carrier Raven sent to report did not return. When Kyle learned of the news, he was verifying the supply list sent to the northern front. He slammed the feather pen on the table, his face turning dark. It must be Soto's people. They actually dared to intercept the carrier Raven. Intercepting the carrier Raven meant cutting off the transmission of messages, a provocation far worse than attacking a village, almost equivalent to declaring war. But before he could mobilize troops the next day, the second village, Reed's village, reported a similar encounter. The attackers were still unidentified soldiers, swift in action, stealing and leaving, and also shooting down the carrier Raven that attempted to report. What was even more unsettling was that some villagers who had narrowly escaped said they saw one of the attackers cast wind magic, accurately shooting down the Raven, showing skilled techniques beyond that of ordinary bandits. They have dedicated mages. Kyle stood before the map, his fingers stabbing heavily at Soto's territory. That old man Soto is dead set on forcing us to act. Most of Silver Spike territory's standing soldiers had been dispatched to the northern front, and the remaining forces were needed to guard the castle and core towns, making it impossible to spare enough manpower to defend every border village. The other side had evidently grasped this point, specifically targeting remote villages, striking and retreating swiftly, while also cutting off communication channels, leaving Silver Spike territory unable to even send rescue. On the 3rd day, the news of the attack on Hongshan village was learned through a villager who had managed to escape back. The villager was covered in wounds, crawling into the castle and crying out, "My lord, Hongshan village has been burned." Those people, they were wearing the armor of the Suichuoling, and there were mages who could cast fireballs. Kyle rushed in front of the villager, gripping his shoulders tightly. "Did you see clearly? Was it the armor of the Suichuoling?" "There is no mistake." The villager was in tears. The armor had the wolf head emblem of the Suo family. They said that there is no one left in the Insui territory, and eventually it will all belong to them. This is outrageous. Kyle abruptly released his grip and turned to leave. "Have the personal guard prepare. I will personally go to the border to take a look." "Brother." Just returning from the auxiliary building, Martin happened to intercept him. "It's too dangerous to go to the border now, or the enemy is well prepared and might be waiting for you to walk into a trap." Kyle's chest heaved violently, clearly furious. Are we just going to let them bully us like this? 3 villages have been destroyed, and our messengers have been intercepted. If we don't act soon, the reputation of the Eansway territory will be trampled underfoot. We must take action, but we need to verify if it is indeed the Viscount of Suichuoling. The enemy deliberately left a survivor to report back. Doesn't that seem suspicious? Martin looked at him, his tone steady. Moreover, the enemy has mages and is clearly well prepared. Oh, we cannot confront them, Hedon. Our father is still fighting on the northern front. We cannot cause him more troubles at this time. He paused and added, Cyrus is a golden mage and Kandik is already a golden knight, perhaps. We can employ a different approach. Kyle looked at Martin, the fire of anger in his eyes gradually replaced by calm. He knew his brother was right. Impulsiveness would not solve the problem. Upon careful reflection, the situation was rife with strangeness. Do you have any ideas? Martin's gaze moved across the map, lingering on the 3 marked villages, his finger lightly tapping the position of Hongshan Village, the most recently attacked location, where traces should not yet have completely vanished. I plan to send Cyrus and Kandik on a trip. He looked up at Kyle, his tone carrying an undeniable determination. Having 2 golden forces personally check the border is enough to handle any emergencies. Are we sending both of them together? Isn't that too conspicuous? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Who would know they are from Eansway City? Martin's lips curled into a cold smile. If it truly is the Viscount of Suichuoling behind this, then good, I want him to see what a golden-level bandit looks like. Kyle was taken aback, then quickly realized a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Letting Cyrus and Kandik disguise themselves as roaming golden-level warriors using their own methods against them would allow them to probe the enemy's depths, while also launching a sudden counterattack much more flexible than directly sending regular troops to confront them. What if it's not the Viscount of Suichuoling? Kyle asked, as unexpected things can always happen. Then we must find out the truth. Martin's tone turned grave. Attacking 3 villages in succession and accurately intercepting our messengers indicates that there must be a force targeting us. While they haven't figured out our trump card, we should follow the clues and see who is scheming in the dark. Let Cyrus take a few scrolls that conceal magical fluctuations, and Kandik can wear the armor of an ordinary mercenary. We will claim that they are wandering warriors from the south looking to make a living in the northern lands. This way we can hide their identities while reasonably explaining their presence at the border. Kyle pondered for a moment, feeling that this idea was sound. Sending golden forces into action not only ensures their safety, but also creates sufficient deterrence regardless of who the enemy is, allowing them to seize the initiative. Let's do as you say. Kyle nodded. If they need any equipment or supplies, have the steward prepare them directly. No need to be too ostentatious. Martin said, bring enough food and water for 3 days and prepare some healing potions. Cyrus' staff and Kandik's sword should be disguised as ordinary items. The 2 exchanged glances, both seeing understanding in each other's eyes. To deal with such underhanded tactics, they must retaliate with a more flexible and ruthless approach. That afternoon, Cyrus and Kandik in the auxiliary building changed into inconspicuous attire. Cyrus took off his distinctive golden mage robe and donned a dull gray linen cloak, while his golden staff was disguised as an ordinary oak staff. Kandik shed his knight's armor of the Eansway territory and put on a set of scratched leather armor with a rusty long sword hanging at his waist, looking just like a mercenary scraping by on the edge of a knife. Remember, try not to reveal your identities. Martin stood in front of the 2 and gave his final instructions. First, go to Hongshan Village to investigate the scene. If you find anyone from the Suichuoling, don't hold back, but leave no traces that lead back to the Eansway territory. If you encounter other forces, capture a live one for interrogation. Yes, master. The 2 responded in unison, their eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Since their breakthrough, they had not truly revealed their strength. This was just the opportunity they needed. As dusk fell, Cyrus and Kandik quietly left the Eansway castle, like 2 shadows merging into the night, racing towards the border's Hongshan village. On the high platform of the castle, Martin and Kyle watched the direction the 2 disappeared into as night deepened, swallowing their figures. I hope there will be a result, Kyle said softly. Martin nodded, his tone imbued with certainty. If 2 golden warriors cannot settle this matter, then it is beyond our intervention. At that time, we shall send a message to my father urging him to confront the Duke directly. We, the Silver Spike territory, have paid our taxes without fail. The Duke has no reason to stand idly by while outsiders wreak havoc on our lands. Kyle wholeheartedly agreed. Within the northern aristocratic system, the Duke was the highest authority, and as long as one had reason, they could exert pressure. In the following days, Martin utilized the communication crystal daily to stay in touch with Cyrus and Kandik. The crystal was a precious communication magical artifact that Kyle had retrieved from the storeroom. Although its range was limited, it was sufficient to cover the border area. Master, there are only signs of burning left in Hongshan Village. The footprints on the ground have been intentionally cleaned, even the hoofprints have been erased by magic. The technique is quite professional. Cyrus' voice came through the crystal tinged with gravity. We searched the nearby mountains and forests for 2 days, and not a single campsite was found. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Kandak added, his tone laced with reluctance. Martin held the communication crystal, his brow gradually furrowing. To erase all traces under the search of 2 golden warriors was no ordinary feat. It seems we've encountered a tough opponent, he murmured to Kyle. They have cleaned up the traces too thoroughly, so meticulously that it feels intentional to evade detection. Kyle's expression darkened. To achieve this, they are either seasoned criminals, or have a master. It must be a golden warrior, Martin asserted. Ordinary mercenaries or soldiers, no matter how cautious, cannot hide from Cyrus' magical detection and Kandak's battlefield intuition. Only a golden warrior of the same level could completely erase traces and evade their tracking. This conclusion sent a jolt through Kyle. A golden warrior. Baron Soto could never afford to maintain one. The resources in the northern region were already scarce. Cultivating a golden warrior required thousands of gold coins annually in magical crystals, potions, and equipment, along with a stable supply of high-tier materials. The annual income of the baronate barely reached 20,000 gold coins, and maintaining a single golden warrior would consume over half, making it utterly unviable. Thus it cannot possibly be Baron Soto, Martin analyzed. Only a count or a faction of higher rank could afford to maintain a golden warrior. They must have stable mines and merchant associations backing them to support a force of this caliber. He paused, a glint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. But the nearest count's territory is over 100 miles away from our Silver Spike territory. They have no need to come all the way to the northern border to trouble a few villages. It's completely unnecessary. Could it be related to Baron? Kyle's expression shifted slightly. Are you suggesting that the Holy Knight's subordinates have come looking for him? That possibility cannot be ruled out, Martin replied. However, for now, we need to restore Baron's strength quickly. One Holy Knight is sufficient to safeguard the Silver Spike family. The voice of Cyrus came through the crystal again. Master, we found something in the well of Hongshan village, a small piece of fabric infused with dark energy, likely a scrap from a magical cloak. The magical fluctuations are faint, but it is certainly not a common magical item of the northern region. We plan to use tracking magic to investigate further. Cyrus' calm voice came through the crystal, carrying a hint of determination. Martin tightened his grip on the crystal and immediately replied, "That's fine, but be extremely cautious. If they can erase traces, they might also possess counter-tracking methods." Understood, Master. The moment the communication was cut off, Martin stowed away the crystal, his fingertips gently tapping on the table. To mobilize a golden warrior with such targeted intent, the motives of this force were anything but simple theft from the villages. Meanwhile, deep within the Lion's Mountain range beyond the borders of the Silver Spike territory, a concealed waterfall hid a group of individuals in its splashing shadows. More than 20 knights sat around the campfire, their armor stained with dried mud, evidently having just completed a long trek. The 2 leading knights exuded a heavy aura, unmistakably golden-level warriors currently polishing their swords, the cold gleam of the blades reflecting upon their hardened faces. A young knight added another log to the fire and could not help but ask, "Captain, why doesn't the Holy Knight allow us to storm into Silver Spike City and capture Baron? With our strength, taking that small city would be a piece of cake." A scarred knight beside him sneered, patting the back of his head. "Fool, you don't understand. The Master's intentions are profound." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Think about it, that young master of Silver Spike territory actually dared to harbor the crippled Baron, a person specifically marked for our Master's attention. The Master's plan is to gradually destroy those villages, slowly encroaching on their territory, making Baron watch those he protects suffer. This way he endures moral torment, while being powerless to intervene, which is far more satisfying than simply killing him." The young knight's eyes glinted with a hint of cruel understanding. "Truly the Master is brilliant. That so-called young master dares to protect the Master's enemy. He deserves this suffering." "Indeed. And besides, with our actions we can place the blame squarely on Baron Soto's head. That old fool has always had a grudge against Silver Spike territory. In the end it will be a dogfight between them, and we can sit back and watch the show. How advantageous." One of the leading golden knights shot them a cold glance, his voice icy. "Let's chatter, finish eating, and prepare to depart. Our next target is Chingstone Village. Move quickly and leave no trace behind." Understood. The group responded in unison, rising to pack their gear. The roaring waterfall masked their movements, and no one noticed a shimmering feathered reconnaissance raven hiding in the crevice of the cliff above the waterfall. Its pupils reflected the figures below, and its small head turned slightly, committing every word it heard. This was a scouting raven controlled by Cyrus' magic, tracing the faint magical energy of the small piece of fabric leading it to this spot. The raven flapped its wings and silently soared into the sky, heading towards the concealed location of Cyrus and Kandak. At that moment on the other side of the Lion's Mountain range, Cyrus held his staff the tip, surrounded by a faint blue halo of tracking magic. As the raven transmitted images and sounds back, his pupils constricted sharply. He turned to Kandik with a grave voice. "We've found them. They are under the command of a holy knight, and their target is Lord Baron." Kandik gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, almost losing control of his golden knight aura. A holy knight? Which holy knight? Unclear, but they mentioned torturing Lord Baron and framing Baron Soto. Cyrus' voice carried a chilling undertone. "It seems this matter is more complicated than we anticipated." They exchanged a serious glance, understanding the weight of the situation. They refrained from acting recklessly, allowing the Raven to continue monitoring while using the communication crystal to relay the information back to Silver Spike Castle. When Martin received the news, he was standing before a map. Upon hearing the words, Holy Knight, he abruptly looked up, shock flashing in his eyes. The Holy Knights of the northern region were few and far between, and those with grievances against Baron. The answer was evident. "So it's him," Martin murmured, his fingertip pressing heavily onto the marked Lion's Mountain range on the map. "It seems Baron's enemy has come." At that moment, Kyle happened to walk in. Seeing his grave expression, he quickly asked, "Is there new information?" Martin nodded and recounted the contents of the communication, concluding, "Their target is Baron. Attacking the villages is merely to torment him, while simultaneously framing Baron Soto. The force behind this is that of the Holy Knights. This is no longer something we can handle alone." Kyle's expression turned grim in an instant. He had not expected them to arrive so quickly. If they truly hated Baron this much, why not simply kill him? Why play such cat and mouse games? Then, should we notify our father immediately? We must inform him, brother. It seems we need to sell off some assets to purchase magical crystals. He picked up the communication crystal, his tone resolute. Cyrus, continue monitoring, but do not expose your... Kyle instantly understood Martin's intention. This was to go all in, concentrating all resources to help Baron return to being a holy knight. However, the term holy domain was to him like a fantasy. The strongest fighting force he had ever seen in his life was the Sky Knights. He had only heard of legendary knights and legends, let alone the holy domain that surpassed them. This gamble was too risky, and he instinctively wanted to consult his father. Martin noticed the hesitation on Kyle's face and said softly, "Elder brother, it's better to inform father. After all, using the family's accumulated resources should be made known to him." Kyle nodded as if relieved, took out a communication crystal engraved with the Silver Spike emblem from his pocket, and infused it with magic. The crystal quickly lit up with a faint glow, and a somewhat noisy voice from the Silver Spike Viscount came through, faint sounds of clinking glasses and laughter, suggesting a banquet was underway. Martin couldn't help but exclaim, "Even during a war they can still hold a banquet." Kyle glanced at him, having no time to ponder this, and spoke into the crystal in a deep voice, "Father, I have important matters to report." "Kyle, what's wrong?" The voice of the Silver Spike Viscount came through the crystal, the background noise not ceasing, as if it was a celebration at a noble camp. Kyle steadied himself and recounted everything: the recent attacks on their territory, Viscount Soto's interference, the mysterious Golden Fighting Force's appearance, ultimately involving the forces of the Holy Knights, and Martin's plan to concentrate resources to help Baron break through to the Holy Domain, detailing every aspect. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then the Silver Spike Viscount's voice came back with a hint of mockery. "Kyle, what's there to hesitate about? Your vision is still too narrow." "But father, that is the Holy Domain." Kyle spoke urgently. "If our family's resources are all invested, and we fail, there's nothing to hesitate about." The Silver Spike Viscount's voice lowered slightly, carrying an undeniable determination with a tinge of ruthlessness in his tone. "As long as Martin can grow, not only will we secure the Silver Spike territory, but it won't be impossible to even vie for a dukedom in the future." "What are these resources worth?" "As long as Martin can grow, not only will we secure the Silver Spike territory, sell whatever can be sold from the family storehouse. Those ancestral antiques, idle estates, stockpiled grain, even the mining rights of a few seldom used mines, all to be exchanged for lower grade magic crystals. The more the better, and deliver them to Martin immediately." Kyle's hand clutched the crystal, trembling slightly. His father's decisiveness exceeded his expectations. He took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Yes, father." The communication cut off, and the crystal returned to its cold state. Kyle looked at Martin, the hesitation in his eyes replaced by determination. "Father has agreed. I will arrange for the steward to take stock of all liquidable assets and contact the largest merchant guild in the north to exchange for magic crystals at any cost." Martin nodded, yet a ripple of unease stirred within him. The emphasis on growth in the Silver Spike Viscount's words clearly indicated that his father had already noticed the abnormalities in him, yet chose to trust him unconditionally. This heavy trust made him even more anxious not to slack off. Martin reminded him, "Elder brother, leave a few mining rights and estates as a foundation, dispose of them gradually, and don't attract too much attention." Kyle paused, then smiled wryly. You're still the one thinking ahead, he'll take care of it, now prioritizing those non-core assets. Watching Kyle quickly leave, Martin walked to the window and gazed at the busy figures outside the castle. To Martin, this hardly counted as a gamble. He was well aware that as long as enough magic crystals were in place, once the system's energy was infused, Baron could immediately return as a Holy Knight. By then, not to mention a few Golden Knights, even the Holy Knight hiding behind the scenes would have to weigh the significance of the Silver Spike territory. As time passed, day by day, bad news from the borders of the Silver Spike territory came in like snowflakes. Almost every day a messenger bird would crash into the castle bringing news of a village being burned down and its residents displaced. Hongsha Village, Qingshi Village, Reed Village. The markers representing villages on the map were being crossed out one by one, and the borderline was continuously shrinking inward like an Eden apple. Yet strangely, the Silver Spike Castle seemed to be oblivious to this. No soldiers were dispatched for support, nor was there any reassuring announcement issued. Even the usually decisive young Master Kyle was rarely seen by the public. The castle's drawbridge rose and fell on schedule every day, and the soldiers' drills remained regular, yet there was a silence that hinted at a storm brewing. What was more unsettling was that rumors began to circulate in various parts of the north. Some claimed to have seen the Silver Spike family's steward leading a caravan transporting antiques and furs out of the castle by the cartload. Others among the miners discussed how their mining rights had been transferred to the name of a southern merchant guild. There were even servants from noble families secretly discussing how young Master Kyle was assessing the gold and silver utensils in the castle, even pricing the ancestral silver dining set. Is this a plan to run away? A mercenary in a tavern took a swig of ale and whispered they must be unable to fight back against those attacking the villages planning to sell off their assets and flee to the royal capital. I think so. A nearby commoner responded, fear evident on his face. Otherwise, why would the border be nearly dismantled and the castle show no signs of movement? They are preparing to abandon us, their vassals. But the Silver Spike Viscount is still fighting on the northern front. Where can they run to? Someone questioned. Who knows? Perhaps the Viscount has suffered a defeat at the front and the family is preparing an escape route. The rumors spread wildly like weeds, filling the entire Silver Spike territory with panic and suspicion. Even Soto territory could not contain itself, sending envoys to feign concern, but in reality, they were probing for the truth. Kyle simply had the steward handle a few words, not even showing his face, further cementing the speculation that the Silver Spike family was feeling guilty. In the auxiliary building, Martin remained oblivious to it all. He was standing before Baron, watching the energy numbers slowly increase on the system panel. As news of Kyle selling off assets spread, more and more merchants came and magic crystals gathered at an astonishing speed, now exceeding 100 points. That's enough, Martin said softly, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Kandik was beside him, polishing his longsword, the blade glimmering coldly in the light. Master, should I go to the borders and crush their morale? If they continue this way, the hearts of the vassals will scatter. No need. Martin shook his head, acting now would only alert the enemy. Once Baron recovers, we will settle the score. He looked out the window where in the castle square the steward was directing servants to move crates of magic crystals into the storeroom, the thuds of the crates hitting the ground, sounding like a countdown. Those rumors, those suspicions, those destroyed villages will all become the sharpest weapons in the future. At this moment in the Lion's Ridge Mountains, a group of knights sat around a new campfire, their faces wearing mocking smiles. It seems the Silver Spike territory is genuinely scared, even starting to sell off their possessions. The young knight laughed. In a few days they might have to raise a white flag and surrender. The scarred knight scoffed, surrender. The Holy Knight has no intention of giving them that opportunity. Once we drive that old man Baron crazy, we will charge in directly and bring him back for a reward. The leading Golden Knight silently polished his sword, only he noticed that the messenger birds had seemed fewer in recent days. But he didn't pay much attention, thinking that the Silver Spike territory was no longer capable of sending messages, the contempt in his eyes growing even more. They failed to realize that the silence of the Silver Spike Castle was not fear, but a gathering of strength. When the power of the holy domain capable of shaking the north awakens, anyone who provokes will pay the price for their arrogance. As night deepened, the last batch of magic crystals was moved into the storeroom of Silver Spike Castle. Kyle entered the room and nodded at Martin. Another batch of lower-grade magic crystals has been sent from the front, along with what we sold. All of it is here. Martin placed his hand directly on Baron's head, standing before him, as he issued commands to the system in his heart. Infuse Baron with 100,000 points of energy to help him recover to the level of a Saint Domain Knight. Ding, beginning to restore contractor Baron. Consuming 1000 points of energy. The moment the system's prompt fell, a surge of energy far more magnificent than when restoring Silas or Kandik erupted like a dormant volcano, suddenly awakening, flowing into Baron's body through an invisible energy channel. Baron, whose body had been slightly hunched, suddenly straightened, his eyes tightly closed. A faint black iron-colored halo first appeared around him, followed by bronze, silver, and gold. His power skyrocketed like a rocket, each breakthrough accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking bones, as if the desiccated riverbed had been reinvigorated by a flood, producing a thunderous roar. In just a few minutes, his aura broke through the peak of gold, pressing towards the legendary level. Buzz! A sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed in the air as the golden light surrounding Baron suddenly retracted, bursting forth into an even deeper, dark golden glow. That was the signature aura of a legendary knight. Yet it was not over. The dark golden light rolled and coalesced like boiling magma, ultimately breaking free from invisible shackles with a crisp crack, unleashing an immense aura as vast as the starry sea and as heavy as a mountain. Saint Domain. It is the aura of a Saint Domain knight. Within Silver Spike City, whether it was mercenaries discussing in taverns, shopkeepers calculating in merchant guilds, or soldiers patrolling outside the castle, their expressions changed drastically in that instant. That aura was like an invisible giant hand tightly gripping everyone's throats, making it difficult for them to breathe, their heartbeats nearly ceasing. Weaker commoners and low-level mercenaries were knocked down to the ground with thuds, their foreheads pressed against the cold stone slabs, lacking even the strength to lift their heads. Inside the southern branch of the Merchant Guild in the west of the city, the shopkeeper, who was verifying accounts with an abacus, felt the sudden surge of aura. The abacus fell with a clack as he abruptly looked towards the direction of Silver Spike Castle, his eyes filled with shock. This is the aura of a breakthrough, at least at the peak of legendary level. No. Something even more terrifying. It is the Saint Domain. Silver Spike territory actually conceals a Saint Domain knight. In the adjacent guilds, several managers from the royal capital exchanged glances, one murmuring, "No wonder they allowed the border villages to be attacked," while frantically selling off assets. It turns out they are not fleeing. They are secretly nurturing a Saint Domain. Are they mad? How many resources does it take to cultivate a Saint Domain? Even if the Silver Spike family poured all their resources, it wouldn't be enough. No. This aura erupted suddenly, more like someone breaking through from a low point. Could it be that legendary missing Saint Domain knight? The members of the Merchant Guild collectively turned their gazes towards Silver Spike Castle, their previous disdain and suspicion instantly transforming into awe and trepidation. No one expected that this seemingly precarious Viscount territory concealed such a terrifying trump card. Inside the castle, Kyle stood by the window, feeling that familiar, yet unfamiliar Saint Domain aura, trembling with excitement. He finally understood why his father was so decisive. A Saint Domain knight was enough for Silver Spike territory to establish itself in the northern region, even standing shoulder to shoulder with those ancient ducal families. In the accompanying building, Baron slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly containing the birth and death of stars. He moved his fingers, feeling the unceasing power surging within him, a Saint Domain power more refined and profound than at his peak. He deeply bowed to Martin, his voice filled with indescribable excitement and respect. "Thank you for the grace of rebirth, Baron Ironforge, and are willing to face fire and water for you without hesitation." Martin looked at the remaining energy on the system panel, then at the magnificent aura of the Saint Domain knight before him, finally revealing a smile. "Get up, Baron." His tone was calm, but carried an unprecedented confidence. "It's time to let those who have been rampaging at the borders feel the might of a Saint Domain knight." Baron stood tall, a flash of cold light passing through his eyes. The long-suppressed anger and humiliation finally found an outlet at this moment. The Saint Domain aura above Silver Spike City gradually retracted, yet it left an indelible mark in everyone's hearts. The rumors about the Silver Spike family running away abruptly ceased, replaced by endless awe and speculation. At that moment, the lions of the Lion Mountain Range were still reveling in their achievements at the border. They had no idea that a gaze from the Saint Domain had already crossed mountains and forests, locking onto their position. Though Baron's Saint Domain aura had retracted, it hung like an invisible sword over Silver Spike City, altering the atmosphere of the entire city. The mercenaries no longer discussed rumors of fleeing, but began contemplating how to forge connections with the Silver. The shopkeepers of the guild hastily picked up their pens, writing letters to send to their respective headquarters, each line reflecting their astonishment and vigilance regarding the rise of Silver Spike territory. In the accompanying building, Martin looked at Baron and got straight to the point. "There is a group of knights in the Lion Mountain Range belonging to a certain paladin who have been harassing the borders, and their target is you." Baron's expression instantly turned cold, the pressure of the Saint Domain knight spreading like a tangible force, causing the air in the room to feel as though it had solidified. "Are they Gothliel's men? Dare to rampage on Silver Spike territory and still want to take credit for it?" Baron snorted coldly, his right hand grasping emptily as a long sword formed from condensed fighting spirit quietly emerged, its blade shimmering with a dark golden hue. "Wait, master, I will go crush them right away." Before his words could fade, his figure transformed into a streak of light piercing through the roof of the building and racing towards the direction of the Lion Mountain Range. The speed of the Holy Domain Knights far exceeded that of the Golden Tier, and in less than a quarter of an hour they had reached the mountain's edge. At this moment, the group of knights was preparing to pack their belongings and head to the next target village. The scarred knight was boasting about his feat of burning down a village the previous night, while a young knight was wiping the bloodstains off his armor. The two leading golden knights were resting with their eyes closed, completely unaware that death was imminent. Buzz! The dark golden aura surged like a tsunami, enveloping the entire camp under a terrifying pressure in an instant. The weapons in the knights' hands clattered to the ground, their bodies uncontrollably kneeling as they lacked even the strength to raise their heads. Holy Domain Knights. The leading golden knight suddenly opened his eyes, filled with disbelief and fear. How is it possible? How could there be Holy Domain Knights in the Silver Spike territory? Baron's figure appeared in the center of the camp, his dark golden aura robe rustling in the wind. His gaze swept over the trembling knights, as if he were looking at a swarm of ants. "Did your master not inform you when he sent you here? You must be Baron." "No, it can't be, you can't be Baron." The scarred knight's face was one of disbelief. Baron's strength had long been thought lost. How could it be restored? Baron looked down at the trembling knights beneath him, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. So you are all under that little man Goth." The leading golden knight's face turned pale as he crawled a few steps, banging his forehead against the ground. "My lord, spare us. We are merely following orders. We dare not defy the command of the Holy Knight. Please, for the sake of being knights, grant us a way out." "Knights?" Baron scoffed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Assisting the wicked and harming the innocent, do you think you deserve to be called knights?" He slowly raised his hand, and the dark golden aura erupted like a volcano ready to burst. The power was brutal and domineering, lacking any embellishment, yet carrying the unique pressure of the Holy Domain Knights, like an invisible giant hand, instantly enveloping all the knights who were kneeling and begging for mercy. "No!" The shrill screams lasted only a moment before being drowned out by the roar of the aura tearing through the air. When the light dissipated, all that remained were intact suits of armor and a few wisps of dissipating smoke, without a trace of blood left behind. The power of the Holy Domain Knights had long been able to kill silently, with death delivered without a trace. Baron waved his hand, and the scattered armor and the spatial rings worn by the knights automatically flew into his hand, wrapped in a surge of aura. Though these items were not valuable, they could provide some replenishment. He looked up towards the southwest direction, where lay the territory of the Salmon Kingdom, as well as the garrison of the Holy Knight Order, led by Goth Laird. The killing intent surging in his eyes was almost tangible, his tightly clenched fists turning white. The grudge of extermination was one that could not be shared. This debt would be settled sooner or later. But he quickly reined in his emotions. Now was not the time for impulsiveness. His master still needed resources, and the Silver Spike territory was not yet stable. The matter of revenge needed careful consideration. Baron withdrew his gaze, a vague coordinate emerging in his mind. It was a secret ruin he had stumbled upon during his travels in the northern frontier when he was young. At that time, at the peak of his power, he had dismissed the scraps within the ruins and had simply memorized the location. Unexpectedly today, these things he had looked down upon could solve his master's urgent needs. "Perhaps I can find some usable magic crystals and materials," he murmured to himself, his figure transforming into a streak of dark golden light as he sped towards the direction of the ruins in his memory. Meanwhile, the Silver Spike Castle had long ceased to be its former tranquil self. In the square outside the castle, envoys from various territories in the northern frontier were arriving in droves, with carriages lined up like a long queue piled high with congratulatory gifts. There were exquisite magical scrolls, refined magic crystals, and rare fabrics and spices from the south. Every face was adorned with eager smiles, all vying to meet Kyle or Martin. "Have you heard? The Silver Spike territory actually harbors a Holy Domain Knight, Lord Baron, the 8th Holy Domain from the Salmon Kingdom. No wonder they dare to sell off assets. It turns out they are preparing something big. We must establish a connection. Indeed, the favor of a Holy Domain Knight is enough to solidify any family's standing in the northern frontier. The Silver Spike family is about to soar." The managers of the trading guilds even personally came to visit, holding thick account books, their tone almost obscene. "Second, young master, we are willing to return the previously acquired mine at the original price, no, with a 30 increase, only hoping to establish a long-term partnership with the Silver Spike territory." Even the few viscounts who had previously stood by and watched came bearing valuable gifts, continuously hinting at their willingness to form an alliance to resist external threats. Kyle stood on the castle's high platform, watching the bustling scene below, filled with countless emotions. In just a few days, the Silver Spike territory had transformed from a dying land into the most sought-after place in the northern frontier. All of this stemmed from Baron's rise, and even more so from Martin's seemingly mad decision. Brother the envoy from the Southern Trading Guild wishes to meet, offering a no-interest loan of 100,000 gold coins, just hoping to collaborate for mutual benefit. Martin stepped onto the platform, holding a document in his hand. Kyle took the document, smiling. These people are quite well informed, however we need the loan. By the time Lord Baron returns, we might not lack for money. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. The setting sun painted the towers of the Silver Spike Castle in golden hues. The wind and snow of the Heiji mountain range were fiercer than ever, howling as they battered against the stone walls of Wind Whisper Fortress, emitting a dull wail. Inside the castle, the bonfire crackled, yet it could not dispel the tension hanging in the air. The vanguard of the orc forces had launched a surprise attack outside the fortress the previous night. Although they were repelled, it further strained the nerves of the defending troops. Count Sway stood atop the watchtower, observing the faint outlines of the orc camp. Through the snowstorm, his brow furrowed. The defense plan in his hands was crumpled as the front line of the Heiji mountain range was forced to adjust due to the orcs' unusual movements. Wind Whisper Fortress, as a crucial stronghold on the northwest side, faced increased pressure. At that moment, the communication crystal at his waist suddenly glowed faintly, accompanied by a series of urgent vibrations. He quickly infused it with magical energy, and the steady yet commanding voice of Duke Montclair came through. Count Sway, come to Deepwater City immediately. I have important matters to discuss. Now, Duke. Count Sway was taken aback, instinctively glancing outside at the snowstorm. The orcs have just attacked, and the defense line is under pressure. No matter, the Duke's voice interrupted him, carrying an undeniable authority. The orcs will not breach the defenses anytime soon. Your position will be temporarily taken over by someone else. Now come immediately. The communication was abruptly terminated, and the crystal returned to its cold state. Count Sway held the crystal, standing there somewhat dazed. Deepwater City was on the other side of the Heiji mountain range, 3 days' journey from Wind Whisper Fortress. The Duke's urgent summons at this time could not be trivial. My Lord Count. The Silver Knight, Tyke stepped forward, his face weathered and his armor still marked with scratches from the previous night's battle. Is it the Duke's command? Are we going on the offensive? Count Sway shook his head, his fingertips tapping against the stone railing of the watchtower. It doesn't seem so. The encirclement deployment isn't complete yet, and the main orc forces are still deep in the mountains. Launching a counterattack now would be too risky. He turned to Tyke, his expression turning grave. After I leave, the defense of Wind Whisper Fortress will be entrusted to you. Remember, regardless of what news you hear or who comes with orders, hold the castle firmly. Do not take the initiative to strike nor leave your position without authorization. Do you understand? Tyke's heart tightened, realizing the gravity of the situation, and immediately knelt on one knee. I understand. Even if it costs my life, I will defend Wind Whisper Fortress. Get up. Count Sway helped him up, unfastening a token engraved with the Sway emblem from his waist. With this token you can command all forces within the fortress. I will return as soon as possible. He turned and descended the watchtower hastily, making his way to the stables. The guards had already prepared a swift horse with a compact bundle of supplies and weapons tied to the saddle. Count Sway mounted the horse, offering no further instructions, only nodding to Tyke before galloping into the snowstorm. The hooves crushed the snow beneath, leaving a trail of deep hoofprints that were quickly covered by falling snowflakes. Tyke stood at the fortress gate, watching the Count's figure disappear into the distance, his brow furrowed. He felt that behind this urgent summons lay something more unsettling than the orc attack. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and turned to command the guards. Enhance the vigilance. We patrol every 15 minutes, and no one is allowed to enter or leave without permission. The bonfire in Wind Whisper Fortress flickered in the wind and snow while Count Sway's swift horse raced towards Deepwater City. He was unaware that what awaited him was not a military deployment, but an inquiry closely related to the recent turmoil in the Sway territory. The appearance of that Saint Realm Knight had already stirred the highest echelons of the north. The biting wind and snow cut against Count Sway's face painfully. He tightened his cloak, leaning against the horse's back as it galloped down the snow-covered mountain path, the splashes of snow soaking his pants. The Duke Montclair's command echoed repeatedly in his mind, leaving him perplexed. What could be so important that the Duke urgently summoned him away from the front line at such a critical moment against the orcs? At that moment, the communication crystal hanging from the saddle suddenly began to vibrate, a faint light flickering in the storm. Count Sway reined in the horse, raised his hand to answer, and immediately Kyle's ecstatic voice exploded from the crystal. Father, it worked. We really succeeded. Count Swee's entire body trembled, his heart pounding as he could hardly believe his ears. You mean? Martin. Succeeded. Yes, father. Kyle's voice trembled slightly with Lord Baron has been completely healed and has regained his peak strength. He is now a true Saint Realm Knight. That overwhelming momentum is felt throughout Sui City. Boom. Count Sui felt a deafening roar in his mind as the doubts and tension of recent days instantly vanished. He abruptly reined in the horse, which reared up, letting out a long whinny amidst the snowstorm. So that was it. He finally understood why Duke Montclair had summoned him to Deepwater City with such urgency. The emergence of a Saint Realm Knight was enough to shake the balance of power in the entire north, especially when that knight was the once renowned Baron Ander. The Duke must have received the news and wanted to confirm the details with him, and perhaps to incorporate this power into the control of the north. Good lad. Count Sui clenched his fists, his eyes slightly moist. He recalled the words he had said to Kyle before leaving that, if Martin could grow up the Duke's territory, would have great potential. Though there was hope, then it also carried a gambler's desperate stake, yet now he truly saw the dawn. Father, what about you? Kyle sensed his silence and cautiously asked. It's nothing. Count Sui took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, his voice filled with unprecedented confidence. The Duke just summoned me to Deepwater City, likely for this matter. You all stay safe in the territory and await my news. Understood. After hanging up the communication, Count Sui turned his horse around and resumed his journey. The storm still raged, but his state of mind was already different. The confusion and anxiety he had felt upon his arrival had now transformed into a calm assurance. He could even imagine the shock on the face of the highest ruler of the north when he confirmed in front of the Duke that the Sui territory possesses a Saint Realm Knight. The soldiers guarding Wind Whisper Fortress might still be worried about the orcs, and the nobles in Deepwater City might be calculating defense strategies, but they were unaware that a storm capable of changing the landscape of the north had quietly taken shape in the Sui territory. The sound of hooves faded into the storm, carrying the hopes of the rise of the Sui family as they sped toward Deepwater City. At this moment in Duke Montclair's study, a confidential report regarding the abnormal energy fluctuations in the Sui territory lay quietly among a pile of battle reports on the desk. In the Duke's study in Deepwater City, the flames in the warm hearth danced, casting a radiant glow on the embroidered golden threads of Duke Montclair's attire. He wore a deep blue noble robe, its collar and cuffs adorned with the emblem of the glacier bear, symbolizing the authority of the north. Seated in the main oak chair, he lightly tapped the armrest, his gaze deep and contemplative. Standing below was a female knight clad in silver light armor with no unnecessary embellishments on her armor, only the lion griffin emblem on her chest signifying her identity as the captain of the Duke's Guard. She bowed to report, her voice clear and powerful. Duke, after magical detection, it has been confirmed that the energy fluctuations that erupted in the Sui territory 3 days ago indeed belong to the domain aura of a Saint Realm Knight. Subsequent intelligence indicates that the bearer is Baron Ander, the Sword of Ruin from the Solomon Kingdom, 20 years ago, a Saint Realm Knight rumored to have long lost his strength. Interestingly, according to records, Baron was cursed and severely injured at that time, with his fighting core shattered. Even the kingdom's best alchemists asserted that he had no chance of rising again. But now, the Sui family seems to have employed some means to completely restore him, even more so than his peak state in terms of his domain aura. At her words, Duke Montclair slowly stood up. He was tall, and although he was over 50, he still stood straight, his eyes gleaming with the sharpness of someone experienced in power struggles. Haha, I never expected this. Truly unexpected. He walked to the window, gazing at the falling snowflakes outside, his tone tinged with a hint of sentiment. That lad from the Sui family, I remember him as an honest man. Giving him a countship back then was merely out of respect for his father who died on the battlefield. Who would have thought that such an inconspicuous little nest could indeed produce a dragon? The female knight raised her head. What the Duke means is, the recovery of Baron Ander cannot possibly be achieved through ordinary means. The Duke turned around, his fingertip lightly tapping the map of the northern territories on the table precisely at the location of the Silver Spike territory. That kid White either obtained the inheritance of an ancient relic or mastered some lost secret technique. Either way, it is enough to make that old king in the royal capital uneasy. The old king he referred to as Augustine VII, who rules the entire kingdom. What the king fears most is the local lords possessing power capable of shaking the royal authority. A saintly knight is precisely such a force. News has come from the capital. The king's secret envoy is already on the way. The Duke sneered. They claim it's to console the northern territories for the war, but who doesn't know it's to probe for information? The Silver Spike territory, this piece of juicy meat, is likely to have become a hot potato. The female knight said softly, what about the Silver Spike Viscount? Let him in. The Duke sat back in his main seat, adjusting his robes. I want to ask him how he raised such a surprise. By the way, I also need to remind him that some powers, if not maintained, will only invite disaster. Outside the study, a guard announced, "The silver-spiked Viscount has arrived." Duke Montclair picked up the red tea on the table, a meaningful smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. After waiting for 3 days, he finally arrived. The winds and snow of the northern territories are bound to sweep into the royal capital. As for this suddenly emerging chess piece of the Silver-Spike family, whether it will become a fulcrum to shift the balance or be crushed into dust depends on the next few moves. The Silver-Spike Viscount passed through layers of guards, the heavy armor clanging dully in the corridor. The looks of the guards were filled with curiosity and respect, for everyone had heard that the Silver-Spike territory had produced a saintly knight, and the status of this Viscount had long since changed. Pushing open the study door, a wave of warm air rushed over. Duke Montclair was seated in the main position, his fingertips pinching a report about the aura of the saintly realm, his gaze fixed on the paper, without lifting his head, but his voice had already sounded. "Silver-Spike Viscount, do you know why I urgently called you here?" The Silver-Spike Viscount bowed and saluted, his tone steady. "I understand, Duke, it is regarding the appearance of a saintly knight in my territory." Only then did the Duke lower the report, raising his eyes to look at him, his gaze scrutinizing. "It seems you are aware, which makes sense since several days have passed, and the news has already spread. If you were unaware, that would indeed be strange." He paused for a moment, lightly tapping his fingertips on the armrest, and suddenly said, "Your Majesty has sent someone to the northern territories." The Silver-Spike Viscount's heart jolted, then he reacted cautiously, asking, "Is it regarding that saintly knight?" "Haha, what else could it be?" The Duke chuckled, his tone laden with significance. "Why, it seems you are about to soar to great heights." The Silver-Spike Viscount hastily bowed again, lowering his posture significantly. "Duke, you jest. My current position relies entirely on your support. No need for such formalities." The Duke raised a hand to stop him, his tone calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. "You have a saintly knight under your command, and this weight is enough for me to give you some face. Stand up." He leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp as an eagle. "The reason I called you here is simple. How did you help Baron Ander recover his strength? Tell me the method, and I can recommend you to His Majesty for an elevation to the rank of Earl." The Silver-Spike Viscount suddenly raised his head, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes, which quickly vanished. He scoffed inwardly. "An earldom? It sounds tempting, but to trade for the secret of restoring a saintly knight. The Duke is overestimating this title. Not to mention that he had no idea what method Martin specifically used. Even if he did, he would never reveal a word. That was a trump card capable of creating a saintly knight. How could it be measured by an earldom? But he showed no signs of this on his face, instead revealing a look of difficulty, bowing and saying, "Duke, forgive me. It is not that I am unwilling to speak, but rather, it is somewhat embarrassing. When Baron Ander fled to the Silver-Spike territory, I only took him in out of pity. As for how he recovered his strength, I truly do not know. Perhaps he was not entirely crippled back then, and merely relied on his own willpower to gradually recover, which allowed him to fortuitously return to his peak." This statement was half true and half false, both explaining his ignorance and providing a seemingly reasonable rationale for Baron Ander's recovery. The Duke stared at him for a while, seeing his expression calm and not appearing to be feigning, slowly withdrew his gaze and took a sip of the red tea on the table. "Is that so? Then Baron Ander is indeed blessed." He did not pursue the matter further, clearly knowing that such core secrets could not be easily extracted. The so-called earldom was merely a probe. "The king's people are expected to arrive the day after tomorrow." The Duke changed the subject, his tone becoming more serious. "When that time comes, you should know what to say and what not to say. The northern territories are my domain, and even a saintly knight must abide by the rules of the north." This statement served as both a warning and a reminder. Do not think of clinging to the royal capital and forget that your roots are in the north. The Silver-Spike Viscount understood and quickly replied, "I understand. I will follow your instructions, Duke." The Duke waved his hand. "You may leave. You have a knight of the realm. I will not move against you. But remember, take good care of your people, and do not bring me trouble." "Yes." The Silver-Spike Viscount bowed again and turned to exit the study. As he walked out of the main city, the wind and snow still raged on. He mounted his horse and glanced back at the castle, symbolizing the authority of the northern territories, a cold, proud smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. An earldom, a royal capital envoy. None of these are important. What truly matters is that Martin holds the power to create a saintly knight. That is the Silver-Spike family's true strength. Deep within the palace of the Salmon Kingdom, the atmosphere in the brightly lit council chamber was heavy. Dante V, clad in a purple and gold royal robe, tightly gripped a confidential report, his brow furrowing in distress. The words on the report were few, yet they struck him like a hammer to the heart. Baron Ander has regained the strength of a Saint Domain and now resides in the Silver-Spike territory of the Valen Kingdom. Saint Domain. He murmured the two words softly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. For a Salmon kingdom that was far less expansive than the Valen kingdom, a Saint Domain knight was almost equivalent to a national treasure. Years ago, Baron himself had been stripped of power due to a curse causing the kingdom's military strength to plummet, and in the ensuing years they had struggled to hold their head high in the face of neighboring nations. Now that Baron had re-emerged and regained his strength, it was only reasonable and beneficial for him to return to his homeland. Dante V suddenly stood up and retrieved a communication crystal embedded with a ruby from a hidden compartment in the bookshelf, channeling his magical energy into it. The crystal illuminated, casting the image of an elderly man wearing a pure gold crown. It was Augustus VII of the Valen kingdom. Though the man on the screen had hair and beard as white as snow, his gaze was sharp and penetrating, as if he could see into one's very soul. He leaned back in his throne, leisurely polishing a ring, and laughed at Dante. What a rare visitor. At this hour, do you wish to discuss the wheat tariffs at the borders, or your kingdom's newly discovered iron mine? Augustus stopped beating around the bush. Dante V had no intention of engaging in pleasantries, his tone firm and unyielding. I am here for Baron Ander. You should understand the importance of a Saint Domain knight to the kingdom. He is a Salmon and rightfully should return to his homeland. Augustus VII put down the ring, the smile in his eyes fading slightly. Of course I know the weight of a Saint Domain knight, but Dante, you seem to have forgotten one thing. A Saint Domain knight is not an item to be traded at will. He has his own will. He shifted his tone, a hint of mockery creeping in. Where were you when Baron's family was falsely accused of treason and wiped out? Where was the army of the Salmon kingdom when he was stripped of his core and fled like a lost dog? As king, you couldn't even protect your own Saint Domain knight, and now that he has regained his strength, you suddenly remember he is a Salmon. Dante Versa's face flushed instantly, but he could not retort. He had just ascended to the throne when Baron's family faced disaster, and the nobility had held the power, leaving him unable to help. This had always been a hidden pain in his heart. Do you think, Augustus VI's voice grew cold, that someone abandoned by their homeland whose family was annihilated would go back and obediently serve you after regaining their strength? Let me tell you, the fact that he hasn't stormed into the Salmon palace demanding answers is already a sign of restraint. Dante V trembled in anger, but had to admit that the other party was speaking the truth. He indeed had no grounds to demand Baron's return, nor any assurance that this Saint Domain knight, having experienced the pain of his family's destruction, would pledge loyalty to him. Baron is doing well in the Silver Spike territory right now. Augustus VII slowly said. The Silver Spike family took him in during his most desperate times and helped him regain his strength. Compared to a homeland that only seeks to take after the fact, which side do you think he would choose? The communication crystal fell into silence. Dante Versa's figure flickered in the light, clearly struggling. Dante faced reality. Augustus VI's tone softened somewhat, but still bore an undeniable. The loss of Baron for the Salmon kingdom was 20 years ago. Now he is a part of the Valen kingdom, at least a part of the Silver Spike territory. Do not entertain any thoughts of him, otherwise don't blame me for not warning you that the northern winds and snows are not merely deadly. With that, Augustus VII cut off the communication, and the crystal's light abruptly extinguished, leaving Dante V standing there, his face alternating between shades of pale and flushed. The flickering candlelight in the council chamber cast a long shadow of him. He knew Augustus was right. He had completely lost this Saint Domain knight. What troubled him even more was that the Valen kingdom was already stronger than the Salmon kingdom, and with the addition of a Saint Domain knight, the gap between the two nations would only widen. Outside the window, the night sky over the Salmon kingdom was thick with dark clouds, seemingly heralding an impending storm. In the depths of the manor of the paladin Goth Lyre in the capital, the air was thick with oppressive anxiety. This paladin, once known for his iron fist, was now smashing a silver cup down hard onto the ground, the expensive wheat wine spilling everywhere and creating a mess. Trash, a bunch of trash. He growled, his voice hoarse with anger. The report on the table was crumpled into a ball. The words, Baron Ander has regained the strength of a Saint Domain, piercing his eyes like a thorn. 20 years ago he had schemed against the Baron family, personally destroying Baron's core, with a curse, believing that the broken sword would rot away like an ant in exile. But now the one who should have turned to dust not only returned, but had also regained his peak strength. No, from the aura described in the intelligence, he was even stronger than in his prime. The title of Saint Domain. Goth Lyre clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale. In the entire kingdom, there were only 3 Saint Domain knights who held the title, and Baron the Broken Sword of that time was one of them, known for his bravery and determination. Once such a figure remembered old grievances, his own strength would be utterly insufficient to even serve as a footnote. He paced restlessly in the study, the sound of his armor clinking piercing the silence. Why had he held back then? Why not simply kill him with a single sword? Slap. Goth Lyre suddenly raised his hand and struck himself hard across the face. His cheek burned with pain, yet it could not compare to the regret in his heart. He recalled Baron's eyes burning with fury and remembered the words he left behind as he was dragged away, "I will return." At that time he had thought it was the wail of a defeated dog. Now it had become a sword hanging over his head. "No, I cannot sit here and wait to die." A fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he turned toward the secret chamber. There lay the secrets he had accumulated over the years. Perhaps he could find a way to counter the Saint Domain. But just as he reached the door of the secret chamber, he abruptly halted. Baron was now in the Silver Spike territory of the Valen Kingdom, likely under the protection of the Valen royal family. If he acted recklessly, not only would he fail to kill Baron, but he might also expose the old schemes he had orchestrated. Damn it! Gothlier slammed his fist against the wall, stone chips falling like dust. He felt powerless for the first time. A former adversary he had trampled upon had now become someone he needed to look up to, and this fear was entirely the result of his previous luck and arrogance. The door to the secret chamber was tightly shut, and the secrets inside seemed to have lost their former luster. Gothlier leaned against the cold wall, gazing out into the dense night outside, feeling a chill rising from his feet, spreading throughout his entire being. He knew that Baron would not forget his hatred. The broken sword once drawn would surely come for the first target, himself, the executioner from back then. Gothlier slowly slumped down onto the cold stone bricks, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the carvings on the armrest, a single thought echoing repeatedly in his mind. Not only had he destroyed Baron's family, but even the few disciples he valued most had not escaped the massacre. Those young knights, once the seeds Baron had meticulously cultivated, were exterminated in the name of the remnants of rebellion. How could this blood feud ever be resolved? What to do? What to do? He murmured to himself. The calm demeanor he once had completely vanished. Baron was not the kind of person to simply relent after a few words of pleading. The broken sword had never had the word forgiveness in his lexicon, especially not for the enemies who had annihilated his family. He suddenly stood up, quickly walking to the map, his finger tracing the territory of the Valen Kingdom. The Silver Spike territory was in the northern region, not too far from the Salmon Kingdom. At the speed of a Saint Domain knight, if he truly wanted to kill him, he could reach his manor within a day at most. Escape. The very thought was extinguished as soon as it arose. He was a paladin, a high-tier combatant of the kingdom. If he fled, not only would he be stripped of his title, becoming a laughingstock across the continent, but Baron would also hunt him down like a predator until he tore him apart. Seek help. He glanced toward the capital, his eyes flickering. In the reception room of Silver Spike Castle, the warm fire crackled brightly, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of incense. Lady Susan sat on the velvet sofa, holding a cup of warm floral tea, looking at Martin with a gaze that conveyed both a hint of helplessness and an undeniable resolve. "Mother, what are you saying? You want me to marry a girl from the Delkin family?" Martin's voice was filled with disbelief. He had just returned from Baron, his mind occupied with the subsequent arrangements for the Holy Domain Knights and the undercurrents of the kingdom. Suddenly hearing this felt utterly absurd. Lady Susan set down her teacup and shot him a reproachful glance. "What are you making such a fuss about? The youngest daughter of the Delkin family, Ella, whom you met when you were young, is lovely and gentle. It's not like we're marrying close relatives. What's wrong with that? This isn't a matter of right or wrong." Martin furrowed his brows and shook his head. "Mother, what time is it now? My elder brother's marriage hasn't been settled yet. Let's sort him out first. My matters aren't urgent." He understood well that the sudden olive branch from the Delkin family had nothing to do with any blood ties they valued. They were merely interested in Baron, the Holy Domain Knight. They wanted to use this marriage alliance to bind themselves to the Silver Spike family, hoping to bask in the protection of the Holy Domain. However, Lady Susan was not so easily swayed. She looked at Martin, her gaze sharpening slightly. "Don't think I don't know that Holy Domain Knight Baron is one you brought back from outside, and you're the one who helped him regain his strength. He is immensely grateful to you. This favor outweighs anything else. Now the entire northern region knows that the Silver Spike family has the support of the Holy Domain, and it's perfectly natural for the Delkin family to want to attach themselves to us." She paused, her tone softening a bit. "Although our family is a viscountcy, our foundations are shallow. With the old noble Delkin family backing us, coupled with this marital alliance, our days in the northern region could become more stable. So you want me to bind the Delkin family through marriage?" Martin interjected, his tone laced with self-mockery. "Mother, do you think they can handle it?" He walked to the window, gazing at the bustling scene outside the castle, his voice growing solemn. "A Holy Domain Knight is equivalent to a national artifact. Do you think those marquises, dukes, and even the royal family would sit by and watch us form an alliance with the Delkins, allowing the range of this artifact's protection to expand? They would love nothing more than to keep the Silver Spike territory firmly in their grasp. How could they tolerate a Viscount family growing stronger through a marriage alliance? In the end, the Delkin family would not only gain nothing, but might even become a target." Martin turned to look at his. "Do you really think the Delkin Viscount has the audacity to accept such a blessing?" He merely wants to use this marriage to test our stance and find himself a backing. Lady Susan fell silent. She understood these principles, but as a mother she always wished to pave a smooth path for her children. The Delkin family was her maternal family, and strengthening the ties through marriage had once seemed like the most prudent plan. Yet after Martin's words, she realized that things had long transcended the nature of a simple, noble marriage. With a Holy Domain Knight present, the dynamics of Silver Spike territory had already stepped beyond the ordinary Viscount domain. But we can't keep dragging this out, can we? Lady Susan said softly. You've reached the age to start a family. Starting a family is fine, but certainly not now, and it cannot be just to bind to a certain family. Martin's tone was resolute. Let the situation in the northern region stabilize, let my elder brother settle down, and when Baron's matters are completely resolved, it won't be too late to discuss these things. He walked over to his mother's side and gently patted her hand. Mother, trust me, broaden your horizons. The future of Silver Spike territory won't be confined to the northern region. Lady Susan looked into her son's determined eyes and gradually felt at ease. She knew that her second son was no longer the child who needed her protection. He held the power to change the dynamics with his own plans and confidence. Fine, as long as you're aware of it, she sighed, picking up her teacup again. I will send the Delkin family members back. Martin nodded, but he understood that this was just the beginning. As news of the Holy Domain Knight spread, more families would seek to attach themselves to Silver Spike territory through marriage and alliances. Martin left the reception room and walked straight toward the annex. In the corridor, servants were carefully carrying boxes of gifts, which were congratulatory presents sent from various territories recently. Most had been counted by Kyle and sold, exchange for the most practical lower-grade magic crystals, which were continuously delivered to him. His current energy points had also reached 32700 points. Over 30,000 energy points may not seem like much, but it was enough to accomplish certain things. Cyrus Kandik and Baron had fully recovered, even advancing their strength. The Silver Spike territory now urgently needed more capable combatants. It's time to find some old folks again, Martin muttered to himself. There must be others on the continent like Baron who once held peak strength, but had fallen due to circumstances. If he could find a few and restore them, using system energy, the foundation of the territory could reach a new level. However, this couldn't be as overt as when he sought out Baron. Now that Silver Spike territory was under the watchful eyes of various forces, any slight change could lead to suspicion. To openly search for those who had been cast aside would be akin to declaring, I have secret methods to restore strength, which pose too great a risk. I need to find an agent. Martin thought, then turned and walked toward Kyle's study. His elder brother had been handling territorial affairs for years, had a wide network, and was clever. Perhaps he could come up with a reliable plan. Kyle was reviewing accounts when he saw Martin enter and set down his feather pen. What's wrong? Did Mother say something to you? No. Martin sat down opposite him. I want to find some people similar to Baron's past situation, who once had strength, but later fell due to circumstances, and are now hiding in the marketplace. But we can't go ourselves, we need to find a reliable person to handle it. Kyle was taken aback, then quickly understood, a glint of realization flashing in his eyes. You mean, to cultivate a few high-level combatants? Yes, Martin nodded. Baron is strong, but he can't stand alone. Having more hands will make things more secure. Kyle stroked his chin, his fingertips gently tapping a rhythm on the table as he pondered. This matter must be kept under wraps. Sending someone directly to investigate would be too conspicuous. The capital or the Duke's spies may very well be watching us closely. He looked up at Martin, a glint of calculation in his eyes. Let's use the name of the Southern Chamber of Commerce's caravan. We just established a connection with them. It would be quite natural. A caravan? Martin raised an eyebrow. Yes. Kyle's fingertip came to a stop on the marked route of the caravan on the map. Caravans travel far and wide, encountering many people, making it easy to gather information. Finding some special individuals won't raise too many suspicions. Uncle 4 and Uncle 5 have been training in the Night Order for many years. They are quite reliable. Allowing them to blend into the caravan to help scout would be ideal. He paused and added, Oh, also let Lord Baron keep an eye out. He had traveled extensively in his time, and among those he knew there were bound to be a few whose powers had declined. Moreover, those who caught his attention were unlikely to be weak. Martin's eyes brightened as he clapped his hands together. This idea is brilliant. The caravan moves openly, while Baron searches discreetly, a dual approach. However, Kyle's tone turned serious as he tapped heavily on the table. Don't be greedy, just find one or two reliable ones. If suddenly a bunch of high-level fighters appears, it won't seem like we're adding support, but rather waving a flag that says you have the means to help restore strength, and that could lead to trouble during a mass attack. Martin, however, shook his head, a subtle smirk on his lips. Don't worry, even if we find someone, they don't necessarily need to stay in Silver Spike territory. After recovering, they could remain outside, and help me keep an eye out for more like them. Wouldn't that be better? Kyle was taken aback for a moment, then a smile crept into his eyes. Your thinking is good, quite far-reaching. Go ahead and do it. The Silver Spike family will always be your backing. As Martin stood to leave, he turned back to ask, Brother, do you think the kingdom might have caught wind of something? Kyle leaned back in his chair, twirling the jade ring on his finger casually. So what if they did? If they truly want to move against us, they must weigh the strength of Lord Baron, this hard nut to crack. With a sacred domain knight stationed here, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Martin nodded, his steps lighter as he pushed the door open. The wind outside carried the fragrance of locust flowers, and Kyle looked at his retreating figure, his fingers pausing on the ring. The Silver Spike family had made the right bet. Upon returning to the room, Baron was standing quietly outside the door, his dark golden aura robe gleaming with a steady luster under the corridor's light. Seeing Martin approach, he slightly bowed, saying, Master, I have something to report. Martin pushed the door open and stepped aside to let him in. Baron, what is it? The two entered the room with Baron closing the door behind him. He took out a space ring embedded with a light blue magic crystal and presented it with both hands. Master, I specifically went to explore a certain secret realm recently and found some items that should be useful to you. Martin smiled as he took the ring, infusing it with a hint of magic. The scene inside the ring instantly flashed into his mind, revealing hundreds of intermediate magic crystals radiating rich energy fluctuations stacked neatly alongside several magical items inscribed with ancient runes and a small chest brimming with heavy gold coins totaling around 10,000 pieces. That's quite a harvest. Martin raised an eyebrow and stored the ring away. These magic crystals will just replenish energy, and the magical items should be checked by Cyrus for repairs. The gold coins can go to Brother for territory expenses. Baron nodded in agreement, saying, I had the same thought. The secret realm was deeper than anticipated. Due to time constraints, I only explored the outskirts. The core area seems to have stronger magical restrictions, and there might be even more important items hidden within. No rush. Martin waved his hand. Let's deal with the immediate matters first. Baron understood his concerns and bowed, saying, Master, your considerations are thorough. I have noted the location of the realm, and we can explore it later when things settle down. Martin hummed in acknowledgement, suddenly recalling the caravan matter, and briefly outlined the plan. Uncle 4 and Uncle 5 will follow the Southern Chamber of Commerce's caravan to help me search for those high-level fighters whose powers have diminished. Do you know anyone on your side whose strength has waned or whose lifespan is nearing its end? Baron looked at Martin, a hint of testing in his gaze mingled with an indescribable earnestness. Master, can those nearing the end of their lifespan still be saved, eh? Martin was counting the magical items in the space ring when he lifted his gaze, his tone firm. Of course they can be saved. Energy can not only repair bodily damage but also nourish life and extend lifespan effortlessly. Why? Do you have suitable candidates? Baron's expression shifted suddenly, a complex light flashing in his eyes, as if he recalled something, and he nodded seriously. There are 3 of them. They were once prominent figures on the continent, but early on, in order to protect their family, they depleted their essence. Now they are like candles in the wind. He paused, his tone growing grave. But Master, these 3 have deep family backgrounds. He continued, if you intervene to save them and their family learns the details, it may not bode well for you. After all, a method that can reverse lifespan is enough to drive any faction mad. At that point, even 10 sacred domain knights wouldn't be able to save you. Martin's fingertip paused. Such a power that could reverse fate was indeed a double-edged sword. Once exposed, the response might not be gratitude, but rather covetousness and calamity. By the way, Baron changed the subject, there is one more person. She is a solitary mage whom I met once years ago and possesses extraordinary strength. However, for some unknown reason, she was backlashed by forbidden magic and has little time left. She should be a good target, but I haven't been in touch with her for a long time. Finding her will take some time. He looked out the window, his brow slightly furrowed. But right now I cannot leave Silver Spike territory. As soon as I returned, I sensed that at least 7 or 8 legendary powers were secretly monitoring the area. If I leave, your safety, Master, would be hard to guarantee. 7 or 8 legendary powers. Martin's heart jolted, almost dropping the magic scroll in it. Aside from domain powers, legendary warriors were the pinnacle of various kingdoms. The sudden mobilization of 7 or 8 to monitor Silver Spike territory was an overestimation of his significance. He approached the window, casually looking toward the dense forest outside the castle, yet his heart was in turmoil. Were these legends sent by the capital? Or were they from the Duke? Or perhaps other factions? It seems your presence has indeed made many restless, Martin muttered, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Showing goodwill on the surface while monitoring secretly. This was the endless game among nobles. Baron said solemnly, they dare not act for now as I am here, but should I step away even a little, they will likely come knocking to test the waters immediately. Martin turned to Baron, saying, let's set aside the 3 with families for now. First, let's find that solitary mage. Uncle 4 and Uncle 5 have already set off with the caravan. Have them keep an eye out for clues along the way. As for those legendary watchers, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Since they are here, let them watch closely. Let's see if Silver Spike territory can truly protect its own. Baron nodded, saying, I will write down the characteristics and possible whereabouts of that mage for you right away. Inside the council hall of Silver Spike, Kyle fiddled with the parchment delivered by the messenger, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the oak table. The handwriting on the paper was clear and legible, stating that the envoy from the royal capital would arrive in 4 days, requesting the territory to prepare for their welcome. The envoy from the royal capital. He murmured to himself, his brow furrowing. The timing of their visit was unmistakable, undoubtedly connected to Lord Baron. The arrogant demeanor of the messenger upon leaving only added to his irritation. It's obvious it's for Lord Baron, Kyle said as he stood up and paced a few steps in the hall. But what is their purpose for coming? Are they attempting to recruit Lord Baron? The northern region and the royal capital were already at odds. The allegiance of a saint-level knight could significantly affect the balance of power between them. If the royal capital intended to bring Baron under their banner, how should Silver Spike respond? Refusing would be an open act of defiance against the royal family, while agreeing would be futile since Lord Baron did not heed them, but rather listened to Martin. Kyle rubbed his temples, feeling that this situation was becoming increasingly murky. He needed to inform Martin of the news quickly so they could devise a counter-strategy. Meanwhile, in another room of the manor, Martin sat cross-legged, surrounded by dozens of bags of low-tier magic crystals. A faint blue energy aura spilled from the bags, flowing slowly into his body through his fingertips, transforming into numbers that danced on the system panel. Current energy 783610 points. Looking at the energy value nearing 800,000, a smile crept across Martin's lips. Thanks to the intermediate magic crystals brought back by Baron from the ruins, the accumulation of energy was happening much faster than anticipated. This amount of energy was enough to restore the combat power of 7 domain-level fighters. The problem was he could not leave the castle at all. Baron was right. Those legendary powerhouses lurking in the shadows were watching his every move like hungry wolves, and even the slightest anomaly could bring unnecessary trouble. It seems I need to find a reliable agent again. Martin contemplated, his gaze falling outside the window. Kandik had recently been honing his combat skills, his strength firmly established at the gold level, acting steadily and loyally, making him a suitable candidate. He called out, someone come here. A maid outside the door responded, second young master. Go find Kandik and bring him here. Yes. Moments later, Kandik strode into the room, the sound of his armor clashing resonating steadily. He knelt on one knee, saying, Master, did you call for me? Martin gestured for him to rise. Kandik, I have a task for you. He briefly explained the commission to seek out fallen strong individuals through his 4th and 5th uncles. I intend for you to go alone to find some elderly individuals whose powers have waned or whose lives are nearing their end. Their strength must not be lower than gold level. Those below gold are not needed. Kandik's eyes flashed with determination. Understood, I will not fail in my mission. He knew this was his first time undertaking a task alone for his master, and he must not let it go awry. If those you find are willing to pledge allegiance, gather them at one place. When you feel there are enough, use the communication crystal to notify me. As he spoke, Martin handed him a spatial ring. Inside are several thousand gold coins for your journey. If it's not enough, you can replenish nearby. Yes. Kandik accepted the ring and carefully stored it. Martin added, be careful on your way. The envoy from the royal capital will arrive in 4 days, and the situation outside may become more complicated. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, contact me immediately using the communication crystal. Understood, master. Kandik bowed and took his leave, his steps resolute. Martin watched his figure disappear outside the door, then walked to the window, gazing at the distant skyline. The arrival of the envoy from the royal capital, the surveillance of several legendary figures, Kandik's departure, and the actions of his 4th and 5th uncles within the merchant caravan. Silver Spike seemed to have become the center of a swirling vortex, with the eyes of all power factions focused here. However, while waiting for the royal capital's envoy, the envoy from the northern region's duke arrived instead. A group of knights bearing the duke's banner charged directly into Silver Spike's main city. On the streets of Silver Spike's main city, the urgent sound of hooves broke the usual tranquility. A group of knights clad in dark iron armor surrounded a banner embroidered with the Icefield giant bear, ignoring the civilians who tried to move aside, galloping straight towards the castle. The hooves shattered the bluestone slabs, splashing mud onto pedestrians caught by surprise, eliciting low murmurs of complaint, yet no one dared to voice a stop. That was the duke's banner from the northern region. On the castle walls, Kyle had just received a report from the guards and hurriedly ascended the battlements. Leaning against the parapet to look down, he saw that the group of knights had already reined in their horses at the castle's base. The leader's gaze was sharp, first scanning Kyle on the wall, then shifting toward the training grounds on the west side of the castle. There a dark golden figure stood still. It was Baron Ander. The knight captain's eyes visibly flickered as if weighing something. Moments later he dismounted and the knights behind him followed suit, their previously aggressive demeanor noticeably subdued, their attitude now respectful. The captain led his horse and walked toward the castle gate with the knights closely following. Kyle looked at Baron's figure, understanding in his heart, and gratefully nodded in that direction. If it weren't for Baron the Saint-level knight stabilizing the situation, this group of knights from the Duke's residence would not have restrained their arrogance so easily. Taking a deep breath, he turned and quickly descended the castle wall to head towards the reception hall. In the hall, Kyle sat firmly in the main seat, looking at the knight captain standing below, cutting straight to the chase. What orders does the Duke have? The knight captain stepped forward, took out a golden embossed scroll from his bosom, and unfurling it, he announced loudly. Kyle Silver Spike, the Duke commands the front line, is in a critical situation, with the orcs continuously assaulting the Black Spine Mountain Fortress. The defense is on the brink of collapse, urgently needing high-level combat power for support. Thus I am ordering Martin Silver Spike to immediately proceed to the front lines to serve. Kyle abruptly stood up, his expression darkening in an instant. Sending Martin to the front lines. A Black Iron Knight is considered high-level combat power. This was clearly a blatant scheme. Who didn't know that Martin was Baron's savior, inseparable from him? To transfer Martin away was to force the Saint-level knight Baron to follow him to the front lines. The Duke aimed to use the orcs to bind the core combat power of Silver Spike to the fortress, leveraging Baron's strength, while firmly controlling this Saint-level pawn in his own hands. The knight captain seemed oblivious to Kyle's anger, rolling up the scroll and speaking in a calm tone. The Duke's military order has been issued. I hope the Silver Spike family will comply. We will wait here until young Master Martin is ready, then set off together. Kyle glared fiercely at the leading knight captain, snorting coldly. He looked outside the hall, where Baron's figure had appeared in the corridor, his gaze icy as he looked in this direction. Clearly Baron had also heard the content of the order. I cannot make this decision. Kyle forced himself to calm down and slowly sat back down. Martin is my brother, and he is also the second young master of Silver Spike. The order must have his consent and needs to be reported to my father. Please wait a moment, I will ask for his opinion. The knight captain raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that Kyle dared to delay, but ultimately nodded after catching sight of the dark golden figure in the corridor. All right, but we will only wait for an hour. Kyle stood up and left the seat, quickly heading towards Martin's room. This move by the Duke seemed reasonable, yet it was insidious. Using Martin as bait to force Baron to battle not only unraveled the schemes of that individual from the royal capital, but also weakened the autonomous power of Silver Spike. Should he accept or decline? In the room, after hearing Kyle's account, Martin lightly tapped his fingers on the table. After a moment, he stood up and looked outside. Accept it. Why not? I was just worried about finding a reason to go out. Kyle paused in surprise. Are you crazy? Don't worry, Martin replied with a cold smile. The Duke wants to borrow a knife, but we might as well leverage the situation. The orc siege might just be a good place to select personnel. He glanced at Baron in the corridor and whispered, tell the Duke's people that I'll tidy up and set off immediately. Brother, I will bring Baron and Silas with me. Martin looked at Kyle with a steady tone. As long as Baron is by my side, as long as I leave the Silver Spike territory, they will have no reason to harm you. The wrath of the Holy Domain Knights is not something everyone can bear. He paused before adding, during this time you all focus on guarding the territory. I will keep in touch with Uncle 4, Uncle 5, and Kandik through the communication crystal. If there's anything you can't resolve, send me a message immediately. No matter where I am, I will have Baron rush over. Kyle nodded after a moment of silence. He understood Martin's intention. All eyes were currently focused on Martin and Baron. Once they left, the Silver Spike Castle could temporarily withdraw from the eye of the storm. Those lurking observers would likely shift their targets, alleviating some pressure on the castle. That works. Kyle took a deep breath and patted Martin on the shoulder. Be cautious on the front lines. The orcs are fierce and the Duke may not have good intentions. Don't force it, retreat if necessary. With you around, we can always make a comeback. I know. Martin smiled slightly. Also keep an eye on the movements of the royal city's envoy. Their delay might mean they're waiting for us to leave. Don't worry, I have it under control. With the discussion concluded, Kyle turned to leave, his steps much steadier than when he arrived. He needed to arrange Martin's party's gear immediately and remind the guards to strengthen their vigilance. Even with the pressure reduced, there could be no slackening. In the room, Martin walked to the window, looking towards the training field. It's time to depart, he murmured to himself, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Baron Silas, prepare to set off, he called out. Baron soon pushed the door open, his fighting spirit reigned in just right, neither ostentatious nor lacking in imposing pressure. Master, we are ready at any time. Silas entered carrying a scroll box neatly packed with dozens of magical scrolls ranging from fire blasts to ice bindings, including 2 rare area defense scrolls. Master, both defense and attack scrolls are prepared, and I've also brought some materials to replenish a few more on the way. Martin nodded. That's enough. The three of them said no more and tacitly passed through the castle's side door. The knights sent by the Duke were already waiting outside. Seeing Martin come out with Baron and Silas, the captain's eyes flashed with a hint of discernible caution, but he maintained a formal demeanor. Young Master Martin, please. Martin ignored his pleasantries and mounted his horse. Baron and Silas followed closely behind, the sound of their hooves quickly fading on the road leading to the Black Spine Mountains. On the castle ramparts, Kyle watched their retreating figures until they disappeared, then turned to the guards behind him, saying, "Send the order down to close the side door and strengthen the defense of the main gate. From today onwards, all unfamiliar trade caravans and envoys must wait at the inn outside the city, and only after confirming their identity will they be allowed to enter." "Yes, young master." Kyle looked again at the secret passage entrance beside the training field, the path taken by Uncle 4 and Uncle 5 when they left. He knew that the Silver Spike territory on the surface appeared calm, but beneath it countless eyes were watching. The envoys from the royal city, the Duke's spies, and perhaps even agents sent by the Salmon Kingdom. But as long as Martin and Baron remained in the northern territories, these individuals would not dare to act rashly. Meanwhile, on the road to the Black Spine Mountains, Martin was conversing quietly with Baron. "Baron, do you think the Duke is really just lacking combat power?" Baron rode alongside him, his voice kept very low. "Not necessarily. Although the fortress at the Black Spine Mountains is perilous, the Orc main forces have not fully gathered yet. With the Duke's forces holding, it should not be a problem. Sending you there seems more like he wants to keep us under close watch." Silas added from the side, "I've heard that there have been some unusual movements near the fortress. It seems that other forces are operating in the shadows, possibly related to the Salmon Kingdom." Martin's expression tightened slightly. "Gothlyle's people." "It's possible," Baron nodded. "He wouldn't dare to come to the Silver Spike territory himself, but it's likely he's stirring the waters at the front line. That little man, I will get rid of him sooner or later." Martin inclined his head slightly, his gaze calm. "Rest assured, Baron, your revenge will not keep you waiting too long." A flicker of emotion crossed Baron's eyes as he bowed and replied, "I have complete faith in Master's words." Behind the two, the knights sent by the Duke remained silent, following neither too close nor too far, neither urging nor speaking, like a group of emotionless guardians. They understood that standing next to this seemingly young, second young master of the Silver Spike was a holy domain knight who could easily crush them. Any rash move would be a death wish. As they rode swiftly, night fell, and the group had exited the boundaries of the Silver Spike territory, entering the neighboring Viscount Soto's domain. Ahead, the city of Ica flickered with lights, its walls gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "Let's rest here." Martin pulled on the reins and looked towards the guards at the city gate. The captain of the Duke's knights frowned slightly, seemingly wanting to say, "The front line is urgent," but upon meeting Baron's calm gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words and simply instructed his subordinates, "Act according to young Master Martin's wishes." Entering Ica City, although the streets were not as bustling as the main city of Silver Spike, there were still quite a number of pedestrians. Martin did not head directly to the inn, but instead took Baron and Silas to stroll through the streets, his eyes scanning the shops along the side of the road, the beggars in the corners, and even the mercenaries drinking heavily in the taverns. Silas quietly asked, "Master, are you looking for?" "Just trying my luck," Martin replied with a smile. "The Viscount Soto's territory hasn't been peaceful in recent years. It's said that many down-and-out veterans and mages will take refuge here. Perhaps we might encounter some fated individuals." His system energy was still ample, and if he could pick up one or two weakened powerhouses along the way, it would undoubtedly be a pleasant surprise. Baron understood his meaning and subtly released a hint of holy domain aura which swept over the entire city like ripples. This aura was very faint. Ordinary people were completely unaware, but those who had once held peak power would certainly sense it. Sure enough, in front of a dilapidated blacksmith shop in the south of the city, Baron paused slightly and gave Martin a knowing glance. Inside the shop, an old one-armed blacksmith was hammering iron, his movements slow, with his right sleeve hanging empty and his face weathered. But at the moment Baron's aura swept over his hammering hands, suddenly stilled, a flicker of sharpness flashing in his eyes before he returned to his previous state of numbness. Martin felt a stir in his heart and stepped forward, pointing at a rusty long sword in the corner. "Old man, can this sword still be repaired?" The old blacksmith raised his eyes, his murky gaze sweeping over Martin and Baron, his voice hoarse. "It's just scrap metal." "Oh, it can't be repaired." "Not necessarily." Martin squatted down, his fingertips lightly brushing over the sword's edge. "Some things may look useless, but they just lack an opportunity." The old blacksmith's breathing paused slightly, and he said no more, only resuming his hammering. Yet this time the strikes seemed to carry more weight. Martin smiled and stood up, turning to Silas. "Buy this sword, and leave some money for the old man." Silas understood immediately and stepped forward, handing a note and several gold coins to the old blacksmith. At the corner of the street, a harsh reprimand shattered the tranquility of the night. A group of armored soldiers surrounded a man in a brocade robe who wore several gemstone rings on his fingers and was dragging a frail female slave forward. The slave wore a thick iron collar around her neck, stumbling as terror filled her face. The man occasionally struck the ground with his whip, causing the surrounding commoners to lower their heads and avoid him, filled with anger but unable to voice it. Out of the corner of his eye, the brocade-robed man caught sight of Martin and his companions, especially noticing the Icefield giant bear emblem on the knight's armor. He froze for a moment, then the arrogance on his face instantly faded, replaced by a fawning smile as he hurried over to bow to Martin and the knights. It must be the esteemed lords under the Duke's command. Welcome, welcome. I am the garrison officer of Ica City. I wasn't aware of your arrival and failed to extend my greetings properly. His eyes darted between Martin, Baron, and Cyrus, and upon seeing Martin's composed demeanor and the two remarkable individuals behind him, he surmised they were nobles, thus his attitude grew more respectful. Before Martin could speak, Cyrus suddenly stepped forward and asked in a flat tone, "Do you have magic crystals here?" This question caught not only Martin off guard, but also stunned the knights sent by the Duke. Was the mage planning to directly gather wealth under the Duke's name? The brocade-robed man was also taken aback, stunned for a moment before quickly nodding and bowing. Yes, I still have some lower-grade magic crystals in my warehouse. Although not many, they are all of excellent quality. I will bring them to you right away, my lords. He dared not say he had none. How offending the Duke would mean he could not remain in his position as the garrison officer. Martin looked at Cyrus, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. After all, local officials often extorted from the common people. If he could obtain them without cost, it would be a good way to replenish their supply of magic crystals. There's no need to trouble yourself. Martin spoke at an opportune moment, his tone neutral. We are merely passing by for a rest. If it's convenient, just give us some magic crystals at market price. No need for more. The brocade-robed man dared not mention market price and quickly patted his chest. My lord is joking. What is this small amount worth? I will have someone bring it right away. Please, my lords, move to the lord's manor to rest. It is far more respectable than an inn. No need. Martin waved his hand. We will stay at the inn up ahead. Just have the magic crystals delivered there. Yes. I will take care of it right away. The brocade-robed man quickly agreed and cast a flattering glance at the knight captain. Seeing no objection, he hurriedly instructed his subordinates to fetch the magic crystals while he stood by in a bowing posture, completely forgetting about the female slave. The knight captain glanced at Martin, his expression complex. This young master of the silver tassel family had all flexible individuals by his side. But he said nothing further. After all, Cyrus was acquiring magic crystals and wasn't being overly difficult, which did not disgrace the Duke. Martin ignored the garrison officer further and led Baron and Cyrus towards the inn, leaving behind a group of knights exchanging glances and the bowing garrison officer. Well done. As they entered the inn, Martin whispered to Cyrus. Cyrus smirked slightly. If you can take it without cost, why not? That garrison officer has a whiff of blood on him. He's likely not clean. Even if we don't take them, those magic crystals would eventually be squandered by him. We are helping him. Martin smiled, but said nothing further. Before long, the garrison officer indeed personally brought a large box of lower-grade magic crystals, nearly 100 in total, accompanied by an abundance of gold and jewelry, which Cyrus discreetly accepted. After a brief show of encouragement, he sent the garrison officer away, who silently nodded at Martin and the others as they departed. As expected of a knight under the Duke, quite arrogant. Sigh. So many magic crystals and jewels. I wonder how long it will be until they are extorted again. But it's fine, as long as I can latch onto the Duke's leg hair. Soaring high is not a dream, The moonlight outside the window gradually faded. Martin sat quietly on the couch, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the communication crystal in his sleeve, still thinking about that one-armed blacksmith. Baron had said that the old blacksmith still retained a faint aura of legend. Though he had declined, he exuded a refined sharpness far from an ordinary person. Martin had given him a chance, buying that broken sword and leaving sufficient intriguing words. If the blacksmith still had the will, he would surely come seeking. If he had completely given up, then so be it. Cyrus was sorting the newly acquired magic crystals and jewels, categorizing them into spatial bags, occasionally glancing out the window, evidently waiting for some movement. Time slipped away little by little, and the street outside the inn gradually fell silent. After an unknown period, Martin slowly opened his eyes from his meditative state, a glint of relief flashing in his gaze, tinged with a hint of regret. It seems he has given up. The pride of a legendary powerhouse can sometimes weigh heavier than life itself. Perhaps the blacksmith had long grown accustomed to his fall from grace, unwilling to be dependent on others, or perhaps he had lost all hope of restoring his strength. Just then, as Cyrus handed over a cup of hot tea, a light knock sounded at the door from outside, 3 long and 2 short, carrying a hint of hesitation. The two exchanged glances, and Cyrus stood up to open the door. At the threshold stood the one-armed old blacksmith, his clothes clean of grease, evidently having made a special effort to dress up. His rough left hand tightly clutched the hem of his clothing, his face filled with anxiety and struggle, but in his murky eyes burned a faint yet unquenchable light. "Come in," Martin said calmly. The blacksmith took a deep breath, staggered into the room, and as soon as he stood still, suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, his one arm supporting him as his forehead nearly touched the cold floor. "My lord, the words on the note, are they true? As long as I can restore my strength, even if I have to work like a beast, Flynn the blacksmith will not object in the slightest." His voice was hoarse, yet it carried a resolute determination, as if he was willing to go all out. Years ago he had lost his right arm, while protecting the iron mine of Marquis Melrose from an orc shaman disrupting his fighting spirit core. Although Marquis Melrose had provided him with a plethora of high-tier magical potions, they were of no use. With his fighting spirit core crippled, no potion could restore it. Disheartened, he had decided to leave. His strong pride prevented him from wanting to become a useless individual reliant on others for sustenance. Marquis Melrose had tried to persuade him to stay, but it was his sigh. After sensing Baron's aura of sanctity today and hearing Martin's words about needing an opportunity, he could no longer suppress the fire within him. Martin nodded, his gaze resting on his empty right sleeve. "Do not resist." As soon as he finished speaking, he quietly activated the system, an invisible ray extending from his fingertips, connecting to Flynn's consciousness. "Do you wish to sign a heart contract with the target? The knight's restoration requires an energy cost of 7,000 points. Confirm." With Martin's intention, Flynn felt a gentle, yet irresistible force surge into his mind, devoid of pain, only a profound sense of trust and belonging blooming quietly. He understood that he and the young man before him were now bound together. The moment the heart contract was established, Martin poured all 70,000 energy points into Flynn's body. Buzz! The violent energy surged like a flood, breaching a dam, instantly sweeping through Flynn's limbs. His emaciated body trembled violently, the bones cracking with a sharp sound, and at the broken wound of his right arm, faint golden flesh slowly writhed. The decayed core of his fighting spirit was enveloped by energy, rejuvenating like a withered tree in spring, as waves of legendary aura that had been suppressed for decades surged uncontrollably, almost toppling the inn's roof. Baron let out a low shout, his figure flashing as the dark golden fighting spirit instantly formed a barrier, firmly locking away all the leaking auras within the room, not allowing even a trace of fluctuation to escape. Kneeling on the ground, Flynn felt the long-lost power surging within him. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with incredulity. That was the power belonging to Flynn, the legendary knight known for his defense, who could withstand even the charge of this. This is... He trembled as he raised his left arm, muscles bulging with explosive strength. "My power has finally returned." Martin looked at the remaining 71 million energy on the system panel and said lightly, "Your strength has been restored. The rest will require your own nurturing. From today onwards, you are a part of the Silver Spike territory." Flynn suddenly bowed deeply, his forehead touching the cold ground, his voice choked with emotion, yet filled with a resolute sense of rebirth. "Title legendary Flynn the Hammer, I pay my respects to you, master." "Title legendary." Martin raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had thought the other party was just an ordinary legend, but it turned out he was a titled powerhouse, someone he had heard of. The name, Hammer, was once famous in the southern region, known for its defense and heavy hammer combat skills, said to withstand a blow from a dragon. He nodded and spoke calmly, "Rise." Flynn complied and stood up. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Martin continued, "Your right arm should fully recover without issue. With your current strength, although the potions for regrowth are expensive, they are not unobtainable. However, you will need to figure that out yourself." "I have no money, master." Flynn was taken aback, but quickly reacted, hurriedly pulling out an old space ring from his pocket and presenting it with both hands. "Master, I still have some savings here accumulated during battles, magic crystals, ores, and some precious gifts from others. It should be enough to buy a few high-grade regeneration potions." Martin waved his hand, not accepting the ring. "Keep your belongings for yourself. Having just regained your strength, you'll need resources to rebuild yourself." He took out a small communication crystal from his pocket and handed it to Flynn. "Take this, I will contact you when needed. For now, stay in Ica City and familiarize yourself with your body, always waiting for my orders." Flynn received the communication crystal, feeling its coldness in his hand, yet a warm current surged within him. This young master not only restored his strength, but also considered him in every aspect, showing no signs of treating him merely as a tool. "Yes, thank you, master." He bowed again, his sense of belonging stronger than before. Martin waved his hand. "Be cautious, and do not let anyone notice your restored strength." "Understood, master." Flynn glanced deeply at Martin, then silently left the inn, his steps no longer unsteady, but firm and powerful, exuding the aura of a legendary powerhouse. Inside the room, Cyrus watched the direction Flynn departed and chuckled. I didn't expect to casually pick up a titled legend. This trip to Ica City has not been in vain. Baron nodded, saying Flynn's hammer combat skill was unmatched back in the day. With him around the defense of Silver Spike territory gains another layer of security. Martin stroked his chin, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. It is indeed a pleasant surprise. He looked out the window. I just wonder if such surprises will come again. They will, master. The two nodded in firm belief. Even if not, Baron would find a few legends, incapacitate them, and leave them on the path the master must take. Outside, the sky gradually turned light, and the streets of Ica City began to echo with sporadic footsteps. Martin stood up. Let's tidy up, it's time to set off. Cyrus quickly gathered the scattered magic crystals and scrolls while Baron checked the bags to ensure no important items were left behind. The two worked seamlessly together, and in a short time were ready to go. Pushing open the inn's door, the morning chill rushed in, and the streets of Ica City were already bustling with early vendors setting up their stalls. Martin mounted his horse, followed closely by Baron and Cyrus, the hooves clattering against the bluestone pavement with a crisp sound. Behind them, knights dispatched by the Grand Duke had also prepared their mounts. Seeing Martin set off, the knight captain silently gestured, and the troop followed like shadows, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Their armor gleamed coldly in the morning light, silently fulfilling their duty of escort, yet more like an invisible shackle, constantly reminding Martin of the profound meaning behind this journey. As they left Ica City, the roads gradually became rugged, the trees on both sides growing sparser, replaced by exposed rocks and withered yellow grasses. The wind blew from the wilderness, carrying the unique chill of the Black Ridge Mountains, and faint roars of beasts could be heard from afar, heavy and oppressive. We will reach the Deepwater main city in one more day's journey. Baron listened to the wind and said to Martin, the Falling Stone Canyon ahead is a necessary route. The terrain is treacherous, so we must be extra cautious. Martin nodded, his gaze sweeping over the mountain walls on both sides. Such terrain was most suitable for ambushes, whether from orcs or certain ill-intentioned fellow countrymen. Cyrus took out a map from his bag, unfolded it, and pointed to a marked location. There is an abandoned noble post where we can rest at noon. It is said to have been built for conveying military intelligence to the fortress, but was abandoned after being attacked by orcs. Martin looked at the map. The post was conveniently located at the exit of the Falling Stone Canyon. If there was indeed an ambush, it would serve as a good buffer point. In truth, Martin was not afraid of ambushes, as Baron, a Saint Domain knight, was enough to protect him. However, one could never be too cautious. The magical world was full of strange occurrences, so it was better to be careful. The cliffs on both sides of the falling rock canyon are steep and sheer, with a few deep cave entrances faintly visible among the dark, rugged rocks. Within one of the caves, the air is thick with the mingling sense of blood and demonic energy, the walls etched with twisted runes in dark red blood, their edges glowing with an eerie crimson light, illuminating the cave like a hellish inferno. In the center of the cave, hundreds of low-grade magic crystals are piled into a small mountain of faint blue energy, seeping out, drawn into a half-human tall stone statue by the rune array. The statue depicts the war god worshipped by the orcs, its face fearsome and fanged, currently exuding an ominous aura. 5 orc shamans clad in animal skins kneel before the statue, their bony fingers twisting bone beads as they chant obscure incantations, their voices hoarse like broken gongs. They are surrounded by black mist, of forbidden power fueled by the essence of life. In a corner of the cave, a figure in a black robe stands silently, the wide sleeves covering its entire body, not even the fingertips exposed. Only a pair of eyes beneath the hood glimmer with a cold light in the darkness. After about a quarter of an hour, the leading old orc shaman slowly rises. His skin is wrinkled like old tree bark, the hair atop his head long gone, leaving only a few strands of grayish-white clinging to his scalp. He leans on a staff embedded with a skull, and with each step he takes a flicker of green light flashes from the skull's eye sockets. The blood curse array is ready. The old orc approaches the figure in the black robe, his hunched frame slightly raising, his tone laced with greed. But we need to discuss the price. You know, the intimidation factor of a holy knight carries too much risk. The figure in the black robe lets out a low rumbling laugh, like two stones grinding against each other. What? The shamans of the Orc Kingdom's royal family are now trying to raise the price. The old orc shakes his head, revealing his yellowed teeth. Haha, stop with the useless chatter. If you want to use the power of the blood curse to trap the holy knight, you must pay the price. I want 100 high-grade magic crystals. 100. The tone of the black-robed figure suddenly turns cold. Do you know the value of high-grade magic crystals? In the entire northern market, they may not circulate that many in a year. I don't care. The old orc stands firm, tapping his staff on the ground, producing a light click from the skull. The risks I am taking are worth this price. Once the blood curse is activated, our life force will be reduced by at least half. If we fail, we will be backlashed to death. Isn't the life of a few legendary shamans worth 100 high-grade magic crystals, not a single one less? The black-robed figure falls silent for a moment, the cave echoing with the crackling sound of the rune array absorbing magic crystal energy. The old orc does not rush him, merely staring at the black-robed figure with his murky eyes, seemingly certain that the other party would agree. After all, a target that could make a black-robed figure go to such lengths would never give up easily. After a long pause, the black-robed figure finally speaks, his voice devoid of emotion. All right, but I want to see the blood curse take effect with my own eyes. Only then will I give you the magic crystals. The old orc grins widely, revealing his menacing teeth. Deal. Once they enter the canyon, the blood curse will activate. At that time, don't say a holy night. Even an adult dragon will be trapped within the array, but we only have 5 minutes. He turns around and walks back toward the statue, gesturing to the other shamans. Instantly, the chanting becomes more urgent, the blood-red runes on the walls glowing brightly, the very air beginning to tremble. The black-robed figure retreats deeper into the cave, his gaze peering through the gap of the cave entrance towards the canyon's entrance. The corners of his mouth beneath the hood curl into a chilling arc. Martin Silverstrand. This time let's see who can save you, you are doomed. Meanwhile, Martin and his party are gradually approaching the falling rock canyon. Balin reins in the horse, his brow furrowing slightly. The aura here feels wrong. There's a strong stench of blood and the scent of forbidden magic. Martin's internal alarms ring loud, his sharp gaze sweeping across the cliffs on both sides of the falling rock canyon as he speaks in a deep voice. Take a detour. There's no need to take risks here. Balin and Cyrus exchange glances, immediately nodding in agreement. For them, their own safety is secondary, while protecting Martin is the top priority. The two quickly turn their horses around, closely following behind Martin. Martin pulls the reins, heading toward the wilderness beside the canyon. The hooves pound over the withered yellow grass, kicking up a cloud of dust. The knights behind them are taken aback, and the knight captain rides up, asking in a deep voice, "Young Master Martin, why the sudden change in direction?" The falling rock canyon is a shortcut to the fortress. Taking a detour will at least add half a day's journey. There's an ambush ahead. Martin responds succinctly, his gaze still fixed on the disturbances ahead. Either follow me, or you can take the shortcut yourselves. The knight captain looks up at the entrance of the falling rock canyon, which is silent, only the wind howling through the rock walls revealing no signs of abnormality. But he recalls Balin's strength as a holy knight. This ambush cannot possibly be trivial. After a moment's hesitation, he grits his teeth and says, "Well, follow the young master." With a single command, the knights all turn around, following Martin's group into the depths of the wilderness. In the cave, the black-robed figure watches the hoof prints disappearing at the canyon entrance, letting out a low laugh as he turns to the old orc. "It seems you won't be getting your 100 high-grade magic crystals." The old orc shaman's face turns pale, and he slams his staff down hard. How can these humans be so alert? The blood curse array has consumed so much of our magic power, and yet it has all been in vain. Not even 100 crystals for me. The black-robed figure ignores his anger, taking out a dark crystal communication stone from his robe and infusing it with magic. Martin Silverstrand has changed direction and is heading towards the dragon-scale wilderness. Are you ready on your side? A hoarse voice comes from the other end of the crystal. Number 2 received. The traps in the dragon-scale wilderness have been set up, although they can only trap Balinander for 3 minutes. As long as we can kill Martin Silverstrand, it will be a success. Very well. The black-robed figure hangs up the communication, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Second young master of Silverstrand. This time let's see who can protect you." The old orc watches the communication crystal in his hand, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. "What exactly are you plotting? To deal with the Viscount's young master, you are going to such lengths." The black-robed figure glances at him, his tone icy. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just wait obediently. If the dragon-scale plane is successful, you won't miss out on the benefits." With that, he turns and walks out of the cave, his figure quickly disappearing into the shadows of the canyon. The old orc stares at his back, letting out a heavy grunt, yet he can only wave his hand to have the other shamans withdraw the blood curse array. The magic power cannot be wasted in vain. Since the prey has changed their route, they must make other plans. Meanwhile, on the wilderness, Martin is riding swiftly. He glances back at the direction of the falling rock canyon, feeling that the unease in his heart has not dissipated. "Balin, can you sense any pursuers?" Balin concentrates for a moment and shakes his head. "Not at the moment." Cyrus furrows his brows as well. The terrain of the dragon-scale plane is open. In theory, it is not suitable for ambushes, but precisely because it is open, it is easier to hide large-scale traps. Martin tightens the reins without hesitation, dialing the communication crystal of Flynn Ironhammer, urging him to hurry over. He then looks at the other two. "No matter what traps they have set, we must respond cautiously. Pass the word down, oh everyone speed up, and try to cross the dragon-scale wilderness before dark. The sound of hooves merges into a single rhythm across the wilderness like urgent drumming striking towards the unknown peril. The outline of the dragon-scale wilderness is already vaguely visible, with its grass blades shimmering in an eerie bluish-black, as if silently heralding the imminent danger. The moment the horse's hooves touched the dragon-scale wasteland, the grass beneath emitted a crisp sound, glistening with a greenish-black hue like coagulated blood clots. Baron's domain surged quietly around him, resembling an invisible net that continuously expanded to probe the surroundings. Suddenly his pupils constricted. He abruptly reined in the horse and gestured to Martin. Is there another ambush? Martin's heart sank as he followed Baron's gesture, seeing a vague blur on the horizon deep within the wasteland with energy fluctuations subtly circulating in the air. Without Baron's keen perception from his sacred domain, it would have been utterly undetectable. Baron nodded gravely, his voice lowered. Not just one location, the energy responses are quite mixed, as if combined with magical traps and the totemic power of dwarves. Martin looked at the vast yet eerie wasteland before them and decisively said, "We shouldn't go any deeper, we need to withdraw immediately." He turned the horse around, glancing at the knight captain behind him. "Contact the Duke, I have something to tell him." The knight captain's expression changed instantly as he realized the oddity of the wasteland. His previous doubts about Martin's diversion transformed into seriousness. He didn't dare to delay, quickly taking out the communication crystal and reporting to his superior in a low voice. Minutes later the crystal flashed, and the knight captain presented it with both hands. "Master Martin, communication from the Duke." Martin took the crystal, and the hoarse laughter of Duke Montclair immediately resonated. "Haha, Martin Silverspike, I heard from the knights that you've encountered another ambush." "Yes," Martin replied calmly. "Baron is a sacred domain knight. His perception cannot be wrong." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, followed by a barely audible sigh. "I understand. You need not come to Deepwater City to see me. Go directly to find your father. There are many routes to reach him. I will have the night squad withdraw, and you can reach him within 5 days." Martin's heart stirred. The Duke's sudden change in attitude was somewhat unexpected, rather than being understanding it seemed more like a tacit acknowledgement of the dangers along the way. He didn't point it out, merely responding, "Understood. Remember, within 5 days." The Duke's voice carried a tone of undeniable authority before he cut off the communication. The crystal's light faded and Martin returned it to the knight captain. The latter looked relieved, immediately issuing orders for the night squad to prepare for withdrawal. Before leaving, he cast a more complex look at Martin. This second young master of Silver Spike seemed to be more feared by the Duke than anticipated. "Does the Duke want us to take a detour?" Cyrus asked softly, confusion filling his eyes. Martin gazed at the retreating figures of the night squad, his fingertips brushing against the reins. "He wants us to act as bait. Deepwater City is the Duke's center of power, while the area where his father resides is situated at the northern edge. It seems the forces targeting us are more complex than we anticipated." Baron said solemnly, "Then what should we do now?" "We will do as the Duke said and go find my father." Martin turned the horse's head in the direction opposite the wasteland. "We have ample time to reach my father within 5 days." He reined in the horse, gazing at the scattered noble territory signs in the distance, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Perfect, let's explore the various noble territories in the north. Perhaps we might encounter some surprises." Baron and Cyrus followed closely behind, both understanding the implication. The so-called surprises were naturally those fallen powerhouses hidden in various locations. Martin lowered his head to glance at the system panel, the number current energy 710 points clearly pulsating in his vision. 71,000 energy points, if entirely used for restoration, would be enough to bring 7 domain powerhouses back to their peak. Of course, this was merely a theoretical number. "Domain powerhouses are, after all, the backbone of the continent," Martin said softly. "A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Even if they have fallen, they may not truly have sunk to the lowest level. Most are either hidden within their families or secretly supported by certain forces. Finding even one would be difficult." Despite this, the anticipation in his eyes did not diminish. The North has long been plagued by war, with frequent changes in nobility. Those powerhouses who fell from grace due to defeat or internal strife may not be non-existent. Ahead lies the Blackstone territory. Baron pointed to a low mountain range ahead. "The Lord is a newly appointed Baron, said to have seized the territory by betraying his allies. Perhaps there are some oppressed old subordinates hidden in his domain, though their strength should be quite low." Martin nodded. "Then let's first check the Blackstone territory." The 3 galloped forward at a swift pace. Having left the Duke's knights escort, they felt freer. Baron's domain was constantly deployed, scanning everything around. As they entered the Blackstone territory, the villages along the way appeared particularly desolate, with sparse crops in the fields and villagers showing signs of numb fatigue on their faces. Passing through a small town, Martin noticed a notice board at the town entrance displaying a bounty featuring a portrait of an old one-eyed man accused of stealing the Lord's property. This old man's aura. Baron's gaze sharpened. Though the drawing is crude, his demeanor does not resemble that of an ordinary thief. Martin dismounted and approached the notice board for a closer inspection. The old man in the portrait, though ragged, exuded a fierce aura, especially the way he held the knife, subtly indicating the traces of military-style swordsmanship. "Let's ask the townsfolk about it," he said to Cyrus. Moments later, Cyrus returned whispering. The townspeople said this old man was the former knight captain of the Blackstone territory. 3 months ago, when the Baron seized power, he was branded a thief for refusing to submit, and he has been on the run ever since. He seems to be at best silver-level master. I don't think he is the person you're looking for. Martin nodded. "It's fine. Baron, expand the domain over the entire town and see if there are any worthy individuals." Baron complied and unleashed his domain, but minutes later, he shook his head. "Master, it's all just bronze and black iron. I haven't discovered any valuable figures. Let's go to the next stop." At that moment, a group of soldiers led by a knight entered the town, escorting a white-haired old man. Martin's gaze instinctively swept towards Baron, who was staring at the old man being escorted by the mercenaries not far away, and whispered, "Master, this old man was once a golden knight, but his strength has been wasted. Should we take action?" Martin followed his line of sight and saw the old man in ragged clothes, his wrists shackled by thick iron chains, stumbling as he walked, yet still emanating an air of unyielding resilience. He shook his head. "No need." Just as he was about to turn away, the old man suddenly broke free from the mercenaries' grip and shouted hoarsely, "I know the whereabouts of the treasure of the battle mage Gandalf. He himself is nearing the end of his life. Mercenaries, noble lords, if you save my life, I will tell you everything." His gaze precisely locked onto Martin and his companions, especially on the luxurious cloak adorned with silver tassels that Martin wore. In his eyes, nobles were greedy and would never pass up such an opportunity for wealth. He had no real expectation that Martin would save him. He merely wanted to use this commotion to spread the news among the surrounding mercenaries, forcing the noble who was escorting him to hesitate, thus buying himself a moment's respite. "Shut up, you worthless fool." The noble escorting him was furious, raising his hand to strike the whip, slicing through the air towards the old man's face. "What nonsense are you spouting? Gandalf's treasure was divided 10 years ago. You think you are worthy of knowing its whereabouts?" The old man stumbled from the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he laughed even more maniacally. "Believe it or not, once I die, this secret will rot in the ground." The surrounding mercenaries indeed began to stir, whispering greedily amongst themselves. Gandalf was a legendary battle mage of the north, a master of the field. It was rumored that his treasure contained not only vast amounts of magic crystals, but also several high-level magic scrolls. Whoever obtained them would rise to greatness. Martin stopped in his tracks, his fingers unconsciously tracing the reins. The Golden Knight, Gandalf's treasure, the wasted strength. These fragments piqued his interest. Most importantly, there was the Sunity Gandalf. "Baron," he said softly, "investigate this old man's." Baron's eyes flashed with fighting spirit, and an invisible probing force quietly swept over the old. After a moment, he reported back, "His core of fighting energy has been shattered by cruel methods. He is indeed a golden knight. Moreover, he bears a flame rune mark indicating that he must have trespassed into a certain mage's forbidden ground." Martin raised an eyebrow. It seemed this old man was not merely spouting nonsense. He looked towards the noble wielding the whip, who was impatiently reprimanding the mercenaries. "What are you standing around for? Drag him away. If he speaks out again, just kill him and feed him to the wolves." "Wait." Martin spoke up, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. The nobles and mercenaries turned to look in unison, seeing a young noble dressed exquisitely, followed by an imposing bodyguard, which immediately caused them to temper their arrogance. The noble smiled insincerely and clasped his hands. "What orders does this esteemed lord have?" Martin pointed at the old man shackled by chains. "This man I have purchased him. Name your price." The noble looked at Martin. "I am Sir Hayter. May I ask which noble family you belong to?" "I am Martin Silvertassel of the Silvertassel family. I have bought this slave." Sir Hayter scrutinized Martin, his eyes showing a hint of appraisal. Upon hearing the words Silvertassel family, his brow twitched slightly. The noble circle in the north was not large. While the Silvertassel family was not top tier, in recent years they had gained some fame due to the sudden appearance of a domain knight. His gaze quickly passed over Martin and fell on Baron and Cyrus behind him. Baron, in a dark golden fighting robe, stood tall like a pine tree, exuding an air of stability that came from long-standing authority. Cyrus, clad in a gray robe, had magic fluctuations seemingly swirling around his fingertips, clearly an exceptional mage. Sir Hayter's heart sank. It was rumored that Martin Silvertassel was accompanied by a domain knight, and judging by the demeanor of these two, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that he was that powerful figure who even the Duke feared. His previously arrogant expression immediately softened, and his tone became more courteous. "So it is the young lord of the Silvertassel family. My apologies for the rudeness." While he spoke politely, he was calculating in his heart. Although this old man was a wasted golden knight, he knew the clues about Gandalf's treasure, and if it was indeed valuable, it could mean more than just the immediate benefit. However, the other party was a member of the Silvertassel family backed by a domain knight. He could not afford to. Martin noticed his hesitation and stated directly, "Sir Hayter, name your price. A wasted knight is merely a burden to you, yet he may still hold some value for me." Sir Hayter gritted his teeth, weighing his options before smiling. "Young Master Martin, you jest. Since you have taken a liking to him, you may take him with you. Discussing money would be rude." He was well aware that befriending the Silvertassel family was evidently more profitable than dealing with a useless man. "Then I shall accept him." Martin gestured to Barin. Barin stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand the iron chains binding the old man snapped with a crack. The old man staggered, looking at his wrist in disbelief, and then realized what had happened. He bowed deeply to Martin, saying, "Thank you, young master." Seeing this, Sir Hayter immediately ordered his guards, "What are you still doing? Bring this gentleman's belongings here." He deliberately avoided the term slave and bowed to Martin. "If young Master Martin does not mind, I have a manor in the town ahead, where I have collected many cat-eared and rabbit-eared maidens for our relaxation." "No need," Martin shook his head. "We have matters to attend to." After saying this, he signaled for the old man to follow and turned to leave with Barin and Cyrus. As they walked, the old man followed closely behind Martin, trying several times to speak only to be silenced by a glance from Martin. The mercenaries around initially intended to follow, but upon hearing the name Martin Inshui, they all abandoned the thought. The fact that Martin was accompanied by a holy domain knight had long spread among the nobility and mercenary circles. It should be noted that the holy domain knights are powerful and awe-inspiring, so the mercenaries naturally dared not provoke them lightly. Martin left the small town with the old man and Balin, heading into a forest to take a short rest. At this moment, night had fallen. Cyrus cast a light spell, and a gentle glow instantly illuminated the surroundings. Martin looked at the old man and said directly, "No more nonsense. Take me to see the holy domain mage Gandalf first. Whether he is alive or dead, we can discuss it on the way." Then he instructed Cyrus to stay behind and look after the horses while he and Balin followed the old man towards the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest is an ancient woodland that has been shrouded in a layer of gray-white mist since the time of the ancient gods and demons' wars. Hence, it is commonly referred to as the Eternal Mist Forest. The mist here permeates the forest. Day and night sunlight can only barely penetrate the upper canopy, casting fragmented light spots that leap upon the damp moss only to be quickly covered by new mist. Moreover, the boundaries of the forest slightly expand or contract according to the tides, moon phases, and magical currents, making the borders indistinct. Once one mistakenly enters, it is easy to lose direction and difficult to return, making it a well-known natural danger and forbidden place within the kingdom. 10 minutes later, Balin led Martin and the old man to the edge of the misty forest. Gazing at the persistent mist before him, Martin turned his gaze to Balin, who silently nodded. They exchanged understanding looks and stepped into the misty forest with the old man. The old man walked in the front, his eyes revealing a hint of nervousness and anticipation. He occasionally stared at the markings on the trees, which were faintly visible, as if they were the only clues left for intruders by the forest. His hands trembled slightly as he cautiously groped forward, taking each step with extreme caution, as if afraid to disturb some mysterious existence within the forest. Martin closely followed behind the old man, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings, unconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. Balin brought up the rear, always alert for any potential danger. Time seemed to lose its measure in this mist, and before they knew it, a whole day had passed. In the meantime, they would occasionally hear distant, unknown birds chirping, their sounds traveling far in the fog, echoing softly. At times they could vaguely hear the sound of a stream, flowing though they could not discern its direction. These sounds brought a touch of life to the otherwise silent forest, yet also added to its mystery. Finally, they arrived at the core area of the forest. Martin looked up, and the view above was still as before, shrouded in thick mist, with sunlight barely penetrating the upper canopy, transforming into fragmented light spots that danced on the wet moss only to be covered by new mist. The trees here were even taller and sturdier, their trunks faintly visible in the mist, resembling countless giant hands reaching towards the sky. A serene yet mysterious atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire world consisted only of the three of them, and this misty forest, making one wonder if they had stepped into another time and space. As they were moving forward, the old man suddenly stopped abruptly, the fallen leaves beneath his feet making a rustling sound. He turned sharply, waving at Martin, his voice extremely low, almost merging into the surrounding mist. "Sir, ahead. There is a thunder dragon left behind to guard this place by Lord Gandalf. We must take a detour and not disturb it." Martin raised an eyebrow. "What level of power does that thunder dragon possess?" The old man shook his head, a hint of fear passing across his face. "I'm not sure. But when I came here last year, I estimated it shouldn't be at the domain level. I was still a golden knight then and managed to sneak past. Later I stumbled at the boundary of this barrier, which is how I was captured by Sir Hayter's men." Before he could finish, Balin suddenly raised his hand, signaling the two to be silent, his expression grave as he looked into the depths of the mist. "That thunder dragon possesses holy domain strength." He paused and added, "But it seems to be sleeping. Its aura is very heavy. Master, I cannot extend my domain to probe further, or it will definitely awaken." A holy domain thunder dragon. Martin's heart sank. He had thought it was just an ordinary guardian beast, but it turned out to be such a high-level existence. Dragons are inherently powerful. A holy domain thunder dragon's lightning power could easily shred an ordinary legendary powerhouse. "Don't disturb it." Martin lowered his voice. "We will quietly pass through." The three of them held their breath, slipping along the rock wall like three shadows. The closer they got to the dragon's lair, the stronger the sulfur scent in the air became, and thin currents of electricity flickered in the mist, causing their skin to tingle. The entrance to the dragon's lair was hidden behind a massive rock, and they could vaguely see thick golden scales covering the ground inside, with a giant tail adorned with lightning patterns curled up, occasionally crackling with small arcs of electricity that sparked against the ground, igniting sparks. The old man led the way, his frail body particularly sensitive to electricity. Each step felt like stepping on a red-hot iron, causing his muscles to twitch and cold sweat to mix with the mist soaking his clothes, yet he gritted his teeth and did not utter a single groan. Martin followed closely behind, feeling the electric currents surging up from the soles of his boots, a numbing sensation spreading from his limbs to his chest, making him clench his fist, struggling to maintain his balance. Balin brought up the rear, dark golden fighting spirit, forming a thin cocoon on his body, blocking most of the electricity, while signaling the other two to quicken their pace with his eyes. What felt like only a few dozen steps seemed to take half an hour. Only when they completely exited the dragon's lair's range did the thunderous aura behind them gradually fade, and the three of them dared to relax, slightly leaning against the rock wall to catch their breath. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his face, pointing ahead. "Master, the barrier is just ahead." Martin parted the bushes in front of him, and a faint blue light curtain suddenly appeared before his eyes. The light curtain undulated like flowing water, with complex magical runes swirling on it, tightly enveloping a small area. Inside the barrier stood a tilted mage tower, its body covered in dark green vines, and the crystal at the top had long lost its luster. On the open ground beneath the tower, magical plants that emitted a faint glow were planted everywhere. Some leaves were like emeralds, and some buds contained starlight, while broken potion bottles and burnt experimental materials were casually discarded nearby, indicating that there had been frequent magical activities here. "Indeed, we came to the right place." A sharp light flashed in Martin's eyes. Just the magical plants growing on the outskirts were worth the entire fortune of a small noble family, let alone the relics of Gandalf that might be hidden inside the tower. But problems also arose. The energy fluctuations of this barrier were extremely strong, clearly a defensive array set up by a holy domain mage. To forcibly enter, Balin would need to unleash his holy domain to break the barrier, but doing so would undoubtedly awaken the thunder dragon nearby. On one side was the easily obtainable relics of the holy domain mage, and on the other side was the sleeping holy domain thunder dragon. A slight misstep could lead to a dire situation of being caught between two dangers. Martin looked at Balin, who shook his head slightly. "Once my domain is unleashed, even if it's just for a moment, the thunder dragon will surely awaken." Martin gently tapped his fingertips on his palm, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the barrier and the dragon's lair. The mist flowed slowly before his eyes, as if silently urging him to make a decision. "Balin," he suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority, "how long do you need to break the barrier?" Balin replied in a deep voice, "If I go all out, 3 breaths will suffice." "That's enough." A cold smile curved Martin's lips. "When I count to 3, you break the array immediately. When the thunder dragon awakens, you tie it up while I go inside to find Gandalf. Now, old man, you will be responsible for guiding me inside, heading straight to the top of the mage tower. If Gandalf is still alive, he will most likely be there. Also, open your mind." Martin directly formed a heart contract with the old man, and spent 2,000 energy to restore him to the strength of a golden knight. The old man looked at his hands in disbelief. Him back. Thank you, master, thank you, master." Unable to help himself, he knelt down and bowed, tears streaming down his face. "All right, prepare to move," Martin said in a grave tone, his gaze shifting toward Baron. Baron understood, nodding as his aura abruptly transformed. A vast and overwhelming pressure of the Saint Domain radiated outward like a tsunami, causing even the surrounding mist to momentarily freeze. Light surged in his hand as a massive sword forged entirely from pure battle chi took form in an instant. It cleaved into the pale blue light barrier with a sharp howl that tore through the air. A thunderous clang echoed as the barrier trembled violently, its runes peeling away like shattered ice. Before Baron could strike a second blow, a deafening, furious dragon roar erupted from the distant lair. The sound wave, like a tangible tidal wave, swept fallen leaves into the air and sent the electric currents in the atmosphere into a frenzy. Quickly, Martin urged in a low voice. Baron wasted no time condensing his battle chi greatsword once more and delivering 2 lightning-fast slashes. With a soft pop, the light barrier dissipated like a burst bubble, vanishing into the air. Go! Martin seized old Carrie beside him and charged without hesitation into the barrier. Carrie reacted swiftly, following close behind. The moment they stepped within the barrier, an exceptionally fierce wave of magical energy washed over them, carrying the weight of ages, both ancient and wild, causing the two to instinctively pause. Carrie quickly moved ahead, skillfully scouting the path, his fingers brushing past magical plants along the way. Those dangerous flora docilely retracted their thorns. One after the other, they strode swiftly into the lopsided mage tower. Inside, the light was dim and the air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and faint lingering traces of magic. But no sooner had they entered the hall than a hoarse, aged voice drifted down from the tower's summit, as if piercing through layers of time and space. Outsiders, come to the top of the tower. I have matters to discuss with you. A great fortune awaits. Hearing this, Martin could not suppress the joy that spread across his face. Gandalf was still alive. This meant he could not only claim the old mage's legacy, but even had the chance to recruit this Saint Domain mage into his ranks. Carrie looked at Martin, his eyes asking a silent question. Martin nodded, signaling for him to continue leading the way. Carrie hesitated no longer and hurried up the spiraling stone steps with Martin right behind. Ascending the tower was eerily silent, devoid of any sign of life. Only the mournful whistle of wind through broken window frames and the faint creak of stone steps underfoot broke the stillness. The magic scrolls hanging on the walls had long yellowed, and piles of experimental manuscripts lay scattered in the corners, every detail exuding decay and solitude. Only the faint yet powerful magical fluctuations in the air bore witness that a Saint Domain mage had once devoted himself to deep study here. The higher they climbed, the more distinct the fierce magical fluctuations became, now mingled with a barely perceptible trace of life force. Martin tightened his grip on the communication crystal at his waist, his heart brimming with both anticipation and heightened vigilance. With Baron not by his side, now he must not let his guard down. At the top of the stairs lay a slightly ajar wooden door. The aged voice sounded again, tinged with weariness, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Come in. Martin drew a deep breath and pushed open the half-closed wooden door. The tower's summit was modest in size. At its center stood a cracked stone table upon which lay several yellowed parchment scrolls. Beside them, a magical lamp burned, casting a dim blue glow that enshrouded the surroundings in a hazy light. Behind the stone table, an old man wrapped in gray robes sat with his back to the door, his hunched silhouette stretched long by the lamplight. Before him floated a dim crystal ball where a faint glimmer occasionally flickered like a candle in the wind. You've come. The old man slowly turned, revealing a face etched with wrinkles, deep-set eyes that yet gleamed with keen perception. His hair and beard, long white and disheveled, hung untidily. His gray robe was stained with grime, yet it could not conceal the accumulated dignity of a century-old mage. He was none other than Gandalf, the Saint Domain battle mage. Master Gandalf. Martin gave a slight bow, his tone laced with respect. This elder before him was a legendary figure who had once stood toe-to-toe with the Orc Shaman King. Gandalf waved a hand, his voice raspy. No need for formalities. To have passed the Thunder Dragon's guard and my barrier, the Saint Domain knight at your side is no ordinary fighter. His gaze swept past Martin and landed on Baron within the crystal ball, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Martin cut to the chase. Master, since you've summoned us, you must have a plan in mind. Gandalf let out a laugh heavy with exhaustion. My time is short. He gestured to the parchment on the table. These are my life's magical notes containing my understanding of elemental magic, along with several unpublished potion formulas. Additionally, in a hidden chamber deep within the forest lie the magic crystals and a few enchanted artifacts I've accumulated. Martin's heart stirred, but he did not immediately respond. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. True to form, Gandalf's tone shifted. But these things cannot be given to you for nothing. He fixed his sharp gaze on Martin. I need you to do one thing for me. Name it. Kill Jernica. Gandalf's voice turned icy cold, laced with bitter hatred. That despicable wretch coveted my legacy and conspired with black mages to murder my last apprentice. Had I not set up the Thunder Dragon and the barrier, they would have torn down even this mage tower. Martin recalled Carrie's ruined fate and nodded. Agreed. A glimmer of relief appeared in Gandalf's eyes. Good. Not just Jernica, but also the black mages behind him. They hail from the Shadow Council, a group of madmen who study forbidden magic in the shadows. They covet my notes to perfect the soul furnace. That is a forbidden art that refines countless souls into magical power. If they succeed, the entire continent will become their hunting ground. Martin's expression darkened. The Shadow Council. This was a force capable of challenging kingdoms. Martin met Gandalf's abruptly chilling gaze. How about this? Revenge is always more satisfying when you settle it with your own hands, isn't it? Gandalf's eyes darkened instantly, his magic surging around him as the elements in the air grew wild and restless. My life is nearing its end. Do I have no patience for your glib tongue? Since you refuse to agree, then stay and keep this old bones company. With that, he raised his withered fingers, a dancing fireball coalescing at his fingertips, its heat instantly engulfing the entire tower top. Wait. Martin quickly raised a hand to stop him. Master Gandalf, what if I said I could restore your life? Gandalf's hand gathering the fireball jerked to a halt. A flicker of disbelief flashed in his eyes, quickly turning into bitter mockery. Are you joking with me? The secret art of extending life is known only to the gods. You, a mere stripling no older than a knight squire. How could you possess such power? Martin showed no anger. Instead, he gestured toward Carrie beside him, then looked out of the tower. Out there, Baron was locked in battle with the startled Thunder Dragon, his Saint Domain battle chi clashing with the dragon's lightning, shaking the entire forest with a resonant hum. Isn't this proof enough? His voice was clear. Carrie, you must recognize him, right? His battle chi core was shattered, leaving him a cripple. I made him stand again. As for Baron, though he was a Saint Domain, he was also a cripple before. Now he can clash heat-in with the Thunder Dragon. All thanks to me. Carrie quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply to Gandalf. Master, your subordinate Carrie was once wounded by the barrier you set, losing all my strength. But now look. He suddenly unleashed his inner battle chi, a surge of golden energy erupting forth. All of this is the work of Master Martin. Gandalf's gaze swept over Carrie, then shifted to Baron's explosive power beyond the tower, far exceeding ordinary Saint Domains. The mockery in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by profound shock. Having lived for nearly 3 centuries, he had witnessed countless marvels and wonders, yet he had never heard of anyone being able to mend a shattered battle chi core out of nothing, let alone fully heal a crippled Saint Domain powerhouse. You? Gandalf's voice trembled slightly, the fireball flickering unsteadily at his fingertips. What method did you use? Is it some ancient elixir or a forbidden magic? Neither. Martin shook his head, his tone calm. You need not delve into the specifics, just know that I possess this ability. Your lifespan depletion is essentially the decay of your magic core and the loss of life force. To me, it's no different from repairing Carrie's battle chi core. He saw the wavering in Gandalf's eyes and added fuel to the fire. The apprentice you nurtured with your own hands was slain by Guernica, and your lives' work nearly fell into the hands of the Shadow Council. Don't you want to witness your enemy's downfall with your own eyes? Don't you want to live another life? Gandalf fell silent. The thunderous roars outside the tower, the undeniable battle chi emanating from Carrie, and the unshakable confidence in Martin's eyes. All of it intertwined, rekindling a faint spark of hope in his heart long on the brink of despair. Extend his lifespan. Exact personal vengeance. He slowly lowered his hand that had been gathering the fireball, the wild magic around him gradually calming, though his gaze remained complex. What are your conditions? Martin smiled. Simple. Sign a contract with me and become a member of Silver Spike territory. I will restore your lifespan and peak strength, and you will help me guard Silver Spike territory while settling those grudges that need settling one by one with your own hands. Gandalf stared at Martin for a long time, as if trying to see through him from the inside out. Finally, he let out a long sigh, the struggle in his eyes turning into resolve. Very well, I'll trust you this once. If you deceive me. If I deceive you, Master Gandalf, you may take my life. Martin replied calmly, then activated the system. An invisible thread of energy silently probed toward Gandalf's consciousness. Do not resist. Gandalf hesitated for a moment, but eventually relaxed his mind. As that gentle yet irresistible force surged into his thoughts, he clearly felt a strange connection being forged between himself and the young man before him. Detected target, Saint Domain Mage. Restoring lifespan and strength requires 1000 energy points. Proceed. Martin did not hesitate. Proceed. 100,000 energy points poured out, instantly transforming into a warm torrent that surged into Gandalf's body. His decaying magic core was enveloped and nourished by this power. The dim luster gradually brightened. The wrinkles on his face smoothed visibly, and his graying hair and beard even regained a hint of black. The murkiness in his eyes faded, rekindling the sharpness and authority befitting a Saint Domain mage. Outside the tower, the combatants in the midst of battle suddenly sensed something and halted, simultaneously turning to look up at the tower top. The Thunder Dragon even abandoned Baron and swiftly flew toward the mage tower. Moments later, the energy infusion ceased. Gandalf slowly rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Feeling the surging magic and abundant life force within him, he couldn't help but let out a joyful long roar, a cry brimming with the exhilaration of rebirth. He bowed deeply to Martin, his tone respectful and resolute. Saint Domain, Mage Gandalf greets his master. Martin glanced at the system panel, showing the remaining 6,000 energy points, and smiled. Recruiting a Saint Domain mage. This deal was well worth it. All right, he said, looking at the still roaring Thunder Dragon outside. Let's deal with that big fellow first. From now on, it's ours too. A trace of amusement flickered in Gandalf's eyes as he chuckled. Leave it to me. This foolish dragon has followed me for decades, loyal as can be, though it usually just loves to sleep. With that, he strode to the edge of the tower top, raised his hand, and gently pressed it toward the Thunder Dragon. The once wild lightning instantly became docile. The Thunder Dragon shook its head, looked at Gandalf with pure joy, and let out a low whine toward the tower top, as if acting spoiled. Baron retracted his battle chi, landing on the tower's edge. He gave a slight nod as he looked at the rejuvenated Gandalf. Martin gazed at the two before him, a Saint Domain Dragon Knight and a Saint Domain Knight, and felt his confidence in the future of Silver Spike territory grow ever stronger. Let the storms of the north come as they may. Gandalf raised his hand to pat the Thunder Dragon's head as it nuzzled the tower's edge. The massive lightning-veined head rubbed gently against his palm, letting out a low whimper. There, I know you've worked hard guarding this place. His tone carried a hint of affection. Go back to your lair and get a good sleep. Don't come out causing trouble without my orders. The Thunder Dragon seemed to understand. It nuzzled his hand once more before turning, swinging its massive tail, and slowly disappearing into the depths of the mist. The wild electricity in the air subsided along with it. Gandalf turned to Martin, his face a mix of emotion and lingering apprehension. To be honest, Master, when I first saw you, I had other intentions in mind. Martin raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. I planned first to uncover the method you used to restore strength and extend life. Gandalf admitted openly. Once my lifespan was restored, I intended to use soul magic to extract your consciousness, copy your memories piece by piece, then find a way to break or bypass the contract. After all, living so long, no one wants to suddenly gain a master. Once signed, the moment any crooked thought stirs within me, it feels as if an invisible force chokes. Once signed, the moment any crooked thought stirs within me, it feels as if an invisible force chokes it down, and even my magic grows sluggish. In the end, seeing you expend energy without hesitation to prolong my life, I've come to feel genuine respect. Hearing this, Martin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had indeed been gambling. A man like Gandalf, who had lived for centuries, possessed a mind as deep as an abyss. Ordinary magic contracts or oaths were likely nothing but scraps of paper to him. Fortunately, the system's soul contract came with a binding force at the spiritual level far beyond conventional means on the continent. It was this that truly subdued the Saint Domain mage. Everyone has their own fate, one cannot force it. Do you believe it now? Indeed, I believe it completely. Gandalf gave a wry smile. I have lived for so long, and have seen more contracts than I can count, yet I have never encountered such an absolute constraint. However, you have given me the chance for revenge, and to live again. He straightened his back, his eyes sparkling with a sharp light. From now on, Gandalf's life belongs to my master. Martin nodded, the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally settling. Recruiting a Saint Domain mage is far riskier than subduing a Saint Domain knight like Baron, but the rewards are equally astonishing. Gandalf was not only powerful, but also had a Saint Domain Thunder Dragon. With him around, there was an additional layer of assurance. Martin took a communication crystal from his pocket and handed it to Gandalf. Keep this crystal with you, always awaiting my command. At other times I will not restrict you. Whether you wish to seek revenge first, or stay in the tower to continue studying magic, it is entirely up to you. Gandalf received the crystal with both hands. When his fingertips brushed against the cool gem, a warmth flickered in his eyes, and he solemnly bowed, saying, "Thank you for your trust, Master." As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something, his eyes brightening as he quickly turned and rushed deeper into the mage tower. Before long, he returned holding a dusty wooden chest. Inside, it was lined with deep blue velvet, and resting quietly on top was a set of silver-gray armor and a dark purple cloak. "Master, take a look at this." Gandalf placed the chest on the stone table and pointed to the armor. "This is the invigorating armor, forged from star silver mixed with dragon bones. Not only does it have astonishing defense and magical resistance, but it can also automatically absorb the surrounding magical energy, constantly maintaining the wearer's mental vitality, so one won't tire even after battling for 3 days and nights. He then picked up the cloak, its edges embroidered with intricate silver runes shimmering faintly under the glow of the magical lamp. This is the Banshee Veil, woven from the wings of an abyssal banshee. It can completely immunize against mental magic and curses, even withstanding 70% of a Saint Domain mage's soul impact. Both of these items are artifacts I seized from the treasury of the Orc Shaman King. With Baron providing physical defense, and these two artifacts offering magical defense, Master can face any enemy with increased assurance in the future. Martin looked at the two pieces of equipment radiating immense magical power, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Artifact-level equipment is rare, even in the north. That Gandalf could so easily present them as gifts was astonishing. He did not hesitate, and directly donned the armor, putting on the Banshee Veil as well. The armor fit his form perfectly, feeling weightless, and a warm flow coursed through his limbs. The cloak rested on his shoulders, seemingly merging with the surrounding magical energy, even calming the restless elements in the air. Very good. Martin moved his limbs, feeling the power that the artifacts bestowed upon him, and said to Gandalf, "Thank you for your efforts. It is my duty to serve my master." Gandalf smiled again, seeming to recall something. He added, "By the way, Master, are you short on magic crystals? I still have plenty of high-grade magic crystals in my storage room should you need them." Martin waved his hand. "Of course I need them, but looking at the state of this mage tower, you will likely need more resources for your future magical research and defense array repairs." He glanced at the scattered experimental materials around. "My magic crystals can stay with you for now. When I need them, I will come to retrieve them from you." Upon hearing this, Gandalf felt even more reassured about following him. This young master was so perceptive, understanding his obsession with magical research, and willingly offering resources to him, which deeply moved him. He bowed and replied, "Yes, Master. You can rest assured that I will take good care of them, ensuring the magic crystals are never left idle." Martin nodded and looked at Baron and Cleary. "We should go now, Gandalf. I leave things here to you. Contact me through the communication crystal if anything arises." "Understood." As the three left the mage tower, Gandalf accompanied them to the edge of the barrier. Watching Martin's figure vanish into the mist, he finally turned back into the tower, gazing at the communication crystal on the stone table, a flicker of determination passing through his eyes. Perhaps following this young master could truly lead to a different future. At the very least, he wouldn't die anymore. Martin hurriedly left the misty forest with Baron and Cleary. With a day and a half left until the agreed-upon time, there was still ample time. Martin secretly thought, "Baron, let's set off to find Silas first, then we'll head to Wind Whisper Fortress." Hearing this, Baron's aura surged instantly, unleashing his Saint Domain power, enveloping the two as they sped away like the wind. Before long, they arrived at Silas' encampment. Silas spotted Martin at a glance, and also noticed the two pieces of equipment on him radiating a unique aura. He couldn't help but show anticipation as he asked, "Master, how is the progress of the matter? Did you succeed?" Martin nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Upon seeing this, Silas was overjoyed and quickly said, "That's wonderful. Congratulations, Master, on adding another powerful force." Martin's gaze was resolute as he looked into the distance. "All right, Silas, time is of the essence. We must head to Wind Whisper Fortress immediately." The 4 men and 3 horses galloped swiftly toward Windhowl Castle. At that moment, deep within the royal capital of the Valen Kingdom, a storm was brewing in Duke Tusso's estate. In the opulent study, crimson carpets covered the floor, and oil paintings of past dukes hung on the walls, yet they could not conceal the oppressive atmosphere in the air. 5 knights clad in black armor knelt on one knee, their heads bowed, not daring to look directly at the figure on the main seat. Worthless. A cold snort pierced the silence like an icicle. Duke Tussaud rose to his feet, his gold-embroidered luxurious robe sweeping across the floor, his well-maintained face twisted with malevolence. "You can't even kill a mere knight, squire. What use do I have for a bunch of incompetents like you?" The leading knight gritted his teeth and looked up, his voice tinged with fear. "My lord, it's not that your subordinates are incompetent. Baron Ander, the saint-level knight beside Martin Silverspike, is far too perceptive. We set up ambushes several times, but before we could even get close, he detected us." A saint-level knight. Duke Tussaud spun around abruptly and sat heavily back into the velvet sofa's main seat. His fingers tapped the gems on the armrest, a flicker of wariness in his eyes that quickly transformed into a deeper ruthlessness. "Baron Ander, if that man has truly pledged allegiance to the Silverspike territory, he will indeed be a massive problem for me." He paused, his tone as icy and venomous as a serpent's hiss. "That old Montclair has been operating in the north for years, always wanting to recruit saint-level experts to expand his power. I absolutely cannot let him have his way, nor can I allow him to rise using Baron's strength." The 5 knights held their breath, waiting for orders. Duke Tusso's gaze swept over them as he spoke deliberately. "Continue the plan. At any cost, I want Martin Silverspike dead. As for Baron Ander, a glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. Find a way to sow discord between him and the Silverspike territory, make him leave the north. As you command, my lord. The 5 knights replied in unison, their voices resolute and unwavering. After the knights withdrew, the study was left with only Duke Tussauds. He picked up the red wine on the table. The crimson liquid swirled in the glass, reflecting the malice in his eyes. The north. Montclair, he murmured under his breath. You killed my sister. I won't let that debt go unavenged. Outside the window, the capital's bustling splendor continued. Carriages clattered, voices buzzed. No one knew that the conspiracy brewing within this estate was quietly stirring the winds of the north. After a full day of dusty travel, Martin and his party finally arrived outside the city walls of Windhowl Castle. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded the blue-gray stone walls with a warm gold. The mist from the distant river valley merged with the twilight, creating a hazy veil before the castle. From afar, Windhowl Castle lay quietly in the open river valley. Its blue-gray megalithic walls resembled a sleeping dragon covered with dense wind-proof runes that shimmered faintly silver in the twilight. Wind chimes hanging from the castle's peaks swayed in the evening breeze, producing a series of clear melodious tinkles that echoed through the valley like celestial music, the origin of the name Windhowl. Before the city gate, a squadron of knights in gleaming armor was already waiting. At their head was Viscount Silverspike. Seeing Martin's figures appear, he immediately dismounted and strode forward, his eyes unable to conceal his concern. When his gaze swept over Cree behind Martin, he was momentarily stunned, then his face instantly bloomed with ecstatic joy. Viscount Silverspike turned to look at Martin. It seems the journey was not uneventful. Martin bowed slightly to his father, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, father. Many things happened along the way, quite eventful. Eventful is good. Safe is what matters. Viscount Silverspike let out a hearty laugh and reached out to pat Martin on the back. Come, let's talk inside the castle. The wine cellar of Windhowl holds a 20-year-aged vintage perfect for welcoming. With that, he gestured for Martin to walk beside him. The knights of the personal guard followed in tacit coordination, and the group stepped through the castle gates amidst the twilight. Walking through the streets of Windhowl Castle, Martin's gaze swept over the closed doors and windows on both sides. Behind the arrow slits on the stone walls, faint reflections of armor glinted, and the air carried a subtle scent of metal and leather. There was none of the bustling market clamor typical of ordinary towns. This was clearly a formidable military fortress. Father, have the Orc kingdoms been attacking frequently lately? Martin broke the silence, his armored boots producing dull thuds on the bluestone slabs. Viscount Silverspike gazed at the watchtower on the corner ahead. They were quite frequent a while back, harassing us every few days. But ever since news spread that you were bringing men to Windhowl, the Orcs have been quiet. Martin understood. The North's forces were deeply intertwined. Though ferocious, the Orcs knew how to assess the situation and were reluctant to provoke Martin, who had a saint-level knight. The two talked as they walked, passing through 2 heavy inner gates until they finally reached the Lord's courtyard at the castle's core. Viscount Silverspike led Martin straight to the 3rd-floor study with Baron Seals and Cree silently following. The Viscount glanced back at the 3, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. But he said nothing more, simply pushing open the study door and gesturing for Martin to enter. Baron and the other 2 tacitly stopped outside, pulling the heavy oak door shut behind them. Inside the study, a map of the North covered the entire wall, and several border military intelligence briefings were stacked on the desk. Viscount Silverspike walked to the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass of spirits, and then turned around. Duke Montclair sent someone again the other day beating around the bush about Baron. He let out a scoff. Every word was dripping with flattery, trying to get Baron to go to Deepwater, Main City. Martin leaned against the bookshelf, his fingers tracing a gold-embossed ancient tome. Oh, and how did you respond, father? What could I say? Viscount Silverspike took a gulp of wine. I just said Baron is now your guard, and you'd have to agree to it. But anyone can see through that old fox's scheme. He just wants to recruit a saint-level knight to solidify his position in the North. Martin raised an eyebrow, his tone casual and unconcerned. Then let him try. Father may not know yet, but I have more than just one saint-level by my side now. What? Viscount Silverspike shot to his feet, not even noticing the wine spilling over the rim of his glass as he stared intently at Martin. You mean? The old man outside. Not him. Martin shook his head, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Cree is just a gold knight. As for this new saint-level, you don't need to know for now. Maintaining an air of mystery is always a necessary bargaining chip. I'm telling you this so you know where we stand. Whatever you do next, don't hold back. He looked at the map of the North on the wall, his fingertip pressing heavily on the blank area north of the northern border. Father, the Silverspike family has been dormant too long. With the North in turmoil now, Orcs, nobles, the royal family, all entangled. It's the perfect opportunity to expand our territory. Viscount Silverspike saw the sharp ambition in his son's eyes, and in a flash seemed to see a younger version of himself. He smiled and tapped Martin's forehead with his knuckle. You little rascal, still playing mind games with your father. Fine, since you have a plan, I won't ask too many questions. His tone shifted, becoming solemn. Baron is your trump card. Ooh, I want touch him. But with the border war heating up, can you lend me Cree and seals? With them I can at least free up my hands to deal with the mining disputes in the west. Of course, no problem. Martin agreed readily. Sending a Saint level would cause too much of a stir and upset the balance. Cree is a gold knight, and Seals is a gold mage. They can handle the problem without causing too big a ripple. Perfectly suited. Viscount Silverspike set down his glass, a glint of relief in his eyes. Good. With your word, I'm reassured. He walked to the map and drew a line in red ink between the Silverspike territory and Windhowl Castle. Once the mining issue is resolved, it'll open up the trade routes in this area. Before he could finish, Baron's deep voice suddenly came from outside the door. Master Viscount Silverspike, Duke Montclair's envoy, has arrived and is waiting outside the castle. The father and son exchanged a glance, both catching a flicker of amusement in each other's eyes. How swift their arrival was. Viscount Silverspike wiped the wine stains from his hands. Let him in. I want to see what scheme that old fox is plotting now. Martin walked to the window, gazing at the knight squad slowly entering the fortress from beyond the walls, the smile on his lips gradually fading. Heavy rhythmic footsteps echoed from the wooden floorboards, carrying an unmistakable cadence. Viscount Silverspike straightened his collar, squared his shoulders, and strode out of the study with Martin. In the reception hall, the envoy of Grand Duke Montclair was already waiting. She was a female knight clad in silver light armor, its surface engraved with intricate thorn patterns, a slender long sword hanging at her waist. She was gazing up at the Silverspike family banner hanging in the hall, its wheat ear emblem shimmering with a dark gold luster in the firelight. Sensing the footsteps, she turned sharply, her gaze first landing on Viscount Silverspike and Martin, then involuntarily fixing on Baron Ander. That figure stood like an iron tower in the corner, his serene pressure seeming to thicken the very air. The female knight bowed slightly to Baron, her voice crisp. Long time no see, Lord Baron. Baron did not even lift his eyelids, as if he had not heard his aura, utterly undisturbed. The female knight was not offended, her face still bearing a perfectly measured humility. She turned to Viscount Silverspike and Martin, pressing a hand to her chest in a standard knight salute by the Grand Duke's command. Both Viscount Silverspike and Martin doffed their hats and bowed, awaiting what came next. Command Martin Silverspike to proceed immediately to the Kandar Great Falls in the central Blackridge Mountains. The female knight was succinct, and after speaking, she prepared to turn and leave. Wait! Baron suddenly stepped forward. What is it? Speak clearly. The female knight halted, turning back with a newfound reverence in her eyes. Lord Baron, I am not privy to the specifics. I only heard it concerns some ruins. The Orc Kingdom has already dispatched its elites, and the northern territories are gathering forces for a joint expedition. It is said to be a vast ancient ruin, its contents known only to the Grand Duke. With that, she saluted again, turned, and departed with steady steps, her silver armor casting tiny reflections in the corridor. The hall fell silent save for the crackling of logs in the fireplace. Martin stared at the direction where the female knight had vanished, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the communication crystal at his waist, a meaningful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. So he's using Baron as a free bodyguard. Viscount Silverspike snorted. Montclair has calculated, with Baron present, he can both intimidate the orcs and suppress other noble factions, reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. But I like it. Martin shifted his tone, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Mass battles often mean massive opportunities. With Gandalf's magical storage room as his safety net, he lacked almost nothing in high-grade magic crystals and rare materials. What he truly needed were high combat personnel capable of standing alone. High-end combat strength had always been a matter of inherited order, each origin traceable back a century. Finding such power by chance was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Perhaps the ruins will yield unexpected gains. What one finds, one keeps. Martin looked at Baron. The Blackridge Mountains. They lie close to the Orc heartland. For Montclair to dare gather forces and venture deep, the value of those ruins must be far greater than he claims. Baron nodded. The orcs have been active in the Blackridge Mountains recently. It said they captured a shaman who wielded ancient runes. Perhaps those ruins are tied to the orcs' ancient heritage. Viscount Silverspike mused. Since it's the Grand Duke's command, we must go. But be cautious. Other nobles may not welcome the rise of Silverspike territory and might create obstacles in the ruins. Father, rest assured. As long as those nobles aren't foolish, they won't provoke me. He didn't elaborate, but Viscount Silverspike saw certainty in his eyes. What about carrion seals? Keep to the original plan. Let them assist you with the mine. They'll take Baron. If real danger strikes, it'll be easier to escape. Viscount Silverspike looked at Martin. Very well. He'll say no more. Take care of yourself. Martin acknowledged, his gaze once again drifting to the window. The ruins of the Blackridge Mountains, the orc elites, the undercurrents among the northern nobles. This gathering would be anything but peaceful. But for Martin, the more chaotic the chessboard, the easier it was to seize the pieces he desired. The high combat power he needed might lie hidden deep within those ancient ruins, or among the enemies who came to contend. Once we're there, have Baron exert himself, cripple a few high-end fighters, and then. Martin's lips curved into a calculating smile. He didn't finish, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Those crippled experts, if they could be turned to his side, would become ready-made combat strength. After a moment's thought, he pulled out the communication crystal from his pocket and infused it with a thread of magic. After a brief pause, Gandalf's slightly languid voice came through the crystal. Master Gandalf, am heading to the Kandar Great Falls in the Blackridge Mountains. Montclair has summoned the northern nobles to explore a large ruin, and the orcs will be involved. Martin was succinct. If you're not busy, come over and lie low nearby just in case. Ruins. Gandalf's voice perked up instantly. From the ancient divine demonic era. Is there any mention of elemental cores? Not sure. We'll find out when we get there. Martin said, don't reveal yourself. Wait for my signal. Understood. Cutting the connection, Martin stowed the crystal and said to Baron, let's go. We're off. After exchanging a few words with Seals and Carrie, Martin sped off toward the Blackridge Mountains with Baron. On the way, Baron finally couldn't resist asking, Master, why obey Montclair's command? With your current strength, Silverspike territory need not bow to his whims. Martin glanced at the low shrubs on either side, their leaves still dusted with snow. Because this is the rule established by all nobles to collectively safeguard their interests. He reined in his horse, slowing its pace. Besides, following orders only benefits us. Benefits? Yes. Martin nodded. This gathering, nominally an exploration of ruins, is actually a covert power struggle among the northern forces. Your very existence, Baron, is the greatest pillar of Silverspike territory, but it has also disrupted the balance in the north. Grand Duke Montclair doesn't like it, but the royal family does, along with those nobles loyal to the crown. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. With your current strength coupled with the merits from this mission, it's not impossible for the Silverspike family to be elevated directly to Marquis. What I'm more concerned about is after the title is upgraded, how the king will allocate new lands, whether to relocate the Silverspike family or station them beside Grand Duke Montclair. Baron understood. So Master is using this operation to legitimize the rise of Silverspike territory. Exactly. Martin smiled. Rules are dead, people are alive. Instead of struggling to overturn them, it's better to use the rules to climb higher first. Once Silverspike territory is truly established, who sets the rules then will be another matter. Horses' hooves splashed through a small stream, wetting the riding boots. In the distance, the Blackridge Mountains grew clearer on the horizon, the range lying like a black serpent across the border between the north and the Orc Kingdom. The canyon housing the Kandar Great Falls was hidden deep within those mischief peaks. Ahead lies the periphery of the assembly point. Baron reined in his horse, his gaze fixed on a clearing in the distance where numerous tents had been pitched with banners of various noble houses fluttering in the wind. Martin squinted, recognizing several familiar flags, those of the frozen territory, and several direct vassals of Montclair. What surprised him more was the presence of a royal banner. It seems quite a crowd has gathered, he remarked calmly. Baron, remember, when you act, hold nothing back, but don't kill easily. Crippling them was more useful than killing them. Baron grasped his meaning and nodded slightly. I understand. The two riders urged their horses forward, the sound of hooves echoing clearly in the vast valley as they approached the camp filled with tents. At the entrance of the camp, the guard initially showed caution, but upon recognizing the silver tassel emblem on Martin's attire and Baron's distinctive dark golden battle robe, his tense expression relaxed, and he instinctively stepped aside to clear the way. Martin and Baron rode in slowly, the camp bustling with voices. Knights and mercenaries moved busily in front of the tents, the air thick with the smell of horse manure, roasted meat, and leather. They had not gone far when a knight in iron armor suddenly dashed from the side, his armor clattering noisily. He quickly reached the front of their horses, kneeling on one knee to perform a standard knight salute, though his head was slightly raised, his gaze primarily focused on Baron. My lord Baron, the Duke has instructed me to wait for you here. Please follow me. Baron did not even lift his eyelids, seemingly ignoring him, and continued deeper into the camp, following Martin. The knight was taken aback for a moment, hastily rising to attempt to stop them again. As he took a step forward, Baron swiftly struck him with the back of his hand. Slap. With a sharp sound infused with surging battle chi, the knight was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily against a nearby tent support, lifeless before he could even utter a sound. This sudden turn of events silenced the surroundings instantly. The busy soldiers turned their heads, their weapons instinctively tightening in their grips, their steps unconsciously converging, eyes filled with shock and wariness. In the clearing at the center of the camp, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a gold-embroidered silk vest and wearing a feathered crown hurriedly emerged from the direction of the main tent. He was slightly plump with a somewhat stiff smile on his face, none other than Count Bruck. "What is going on here?" he sternly rebuked the gathered soldiers. "Each to your duties. Who allowed you to abandon your posts?" The soldiers exchanged glances, clearly hesitant, but under Count Bruck's severe gaze they reluctantly sheathed their weapons and dispersed, still casting wary glances at Baron. Martin dismounted, casually removing his hat and slightly bowing to Count Bruck, saying, "Count Bruck." Count Bruck quickly stepped forward, his gaze sweeping past Baron, his smile somewhat forced. "I apologize for the disturbance. It was the fault of my subordinates who were ignorant and offended Lord Baron and you. Quickly, please come in. The Duke is assigning tasks inside, and several noble parties have yet to arrive." Moreover, he paused and lowered his voice to add, "This time the Duke specifically instructed that only lords with titles of Count or higher be invited. It is a great honor for the Silver Tassel territory to receive such distinction." Martin smiled without responding, realizing that Montclair was publicly elevating the Silver Tassel territory, but actually aiming to firmly bind Baron to this operation. Baron also dismounted, casually tossing the reins to a nearby servant, who turned pale with fright and followed with steady strides. Count Bruck watched Baron's retreating figure, secretly wiping the sweat from his forehead, as he quickly walked ahead to lead the way, muttering to himself, "Lord Baron's temper is still as fiery as ever." The guards in front of the main tent, seeing Count Bruck personally accompanying them, dared not stop them, lifting the curtain to let them pass. Inside the tent, the space was spacious, with a huge wooden table in the center spread with a detailed map of the Black Spine Mountains. About a dozen elegantly dressed nobles were gathered around the table, whispering. Upon seeing Martin and Baron enter, their conversations abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards them. Sitting at the head of the table, Duke Montclair raised his eyes to look at them. His hair and beard were white, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, nodding slightly at Martin. "The young man from the Silver Tassel family has arrived." He then turned his attention to Baron, his tone softening somewhat. "Ander, it's been a while." Baron remained silent, merely finding a corner to stand in. However, his presence felt like a silent mountain, adding a weighty atmosphere to the tent. Martin bowed to the Duke and scanned the nobles present. Most were prominent figures from the northern region, and a few looked at him with unabashed hostility. He sneered inwardly, but maintained an impassive expression, finding an empty seat to sit down. On a cushion beside the Duke's seat sat a girl in a royal embroidered long dress, her fluffy golden hair tied up with a pearl headband framing her fair and delicate face. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, her round blue eyes sparkling like gems, immersed in water, unabashedly sizing up Martin and Baron, her curious gaze lingering particularly long on Baron. Just as Duke Montclair cleared his throat, preparing to continue with the instructions for the relic exploration, the girl suddenly interjected with a sweet and crisp voice, interrupting him. "This must be the second son of the Silver Tassel family, right?" All eyes instantly turned to her, and even the Duke raised an eyebrow in resignation. The 13th Princess Barbara was the youngest daughter of the king, known for her capricious nature and unorthodox approach. This time she had come to the Black Spine Mountains, claiming it was for broadening her horizons, but it seemed more like a planned excursion. Barbara, however, seemed unfazed by the attention, turning to Martin with a bright smile and a sweet voice. "Indeed a handsome figure, you look so dashing. I am Barbara, the 13th Princess of the Valen Kingdom." Martin turned towards her, voice just about to nod in greeting, when he realized the girl's gaze had not lingered on him at all. Her sparkling blue eyes were fixed on Baron in the corner, as if she were looking at some rare treasure. What a blatant act of flattery. Martin thought cynically, yet maintained an appropriate smile, clearing his throat to remind her, "It's a pleasure to meet your Highness, the 13th Princess." Only then did Barbara seem to snap back to reality, as if just remembering that there was someone else present. She waved her hand dismissively and turned to Baron, her tone bursting with childlike excitement. "You must be Lord Baron Ander, right? I've heard so many stories about you in the royal capital. They say you once cleaved the head of a frost giant bear with a single sword strike, and that you can go 3 years without food in a snowstorm. Is that true?" Baron stood in the corner like a soulless statue, not even lifting his eyelids, as if the princess before him was merely a trivial breeze. The nobles in the tent held their breath, sensing that this little princess was about to hit a wall. However, Barbara was unfazed by his indifference. Instead, she grew more interested, jumping off the cushion and running up to Baron, lifting her chin to scrutinize him. "Where is your sword? Is it the legendary mountain breaker? Can I touch it?" Montclair, the Duke, lightly cleared his throat. "Princess Barbara." Barbara stuck out her tongue, but did not retreat, still gazing at Baron with wide eyes. Martin observed this scene silently, concluding that the royal family also wished to engage with Baron. At this moment Baron finally showed a reaction. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze landing on Barbara, his voice deep as a stone mill. Princess Blades. These 6 short words, devoid of any emotion, instantly made Barbara stop her playful demeanor and obediently return to her place, though her eyes still sparkled with mischief. Duke Montclair finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Ander would cut down the princess. A royal prince's death would be unfortunate, but if it jeopardized his plan, it would be a loss beyond measure. Martin, on the other hand, scanned between the Duke and the princess, fully aware that the presence of royal family members here meant that the ruins of the Black Spine Mountains were likely more significant than he had anticipated, even drawing the king's interest. The Duke wasted no more time and pointed to the map showing the Kandahar waterfall. All right, let's get down to business. According to the scouts' reports, the orcs had set up camp downstream of the waterfall, numbering approximately 300, and it was known that there were 2 domain-level fighters and 5 legendary fighters among them. Our goal is the wealth within the ruins, so... His finger struck the map heavily, his tone suddenly serious. We will be divided into 3 teams, the left wing, led by Count Brook, the right wing, under Marquis Taggart of Frozen Earth, and the main force in the center. His gaze swept across the gathered crowd, ultimately landing on Martin. The center will be led by Martin of Silver Spike, while Ander will hold the center, ensuring we break through the orc defenses straight to the entrance of the ruins. Martin's gaze shifted from the map to Duke Montclair, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable insistence. Duke, you just mentioned that the orcs have 2 domain-level fighters. Could you tell me their respective positions? The Duke tapped the map with his fingertip, drawing 2 arcs. One is stationed near the waterfall's pass, and the other is guarding the canyon direction, overseen by Marquis Taggart on the right wing. He looked up at Martin with a hint of certainty. Rest assured, Martin, I have simulated this layout numerous times. It is foolproof. There are 3 legendary knights supporting Taggart, enough to hold back the orcs' legendary strength, and I will personally intervene to restrain the other domain and the remaining legendary fighters. Martin slightly shook his head, directly interrupting the Duke. Duke, I will naturally obey your orders. However, I have one condition. I must retain the right to withdraw. And the tent fell silent in an instant. Even Barbara, who had been quietly fiddling with the map, stopped and looked at Martin in surprise. No one expected that a scion of a Viscount family would dare to publicly question the Duke's plan and even propose such a rebellious condition. Facing the diverse gazes of the crowd, Martin continued, if I find that the power disparity between both sides is too great before the battle, or if I face the combined assault of 2 domain-level fighters, I will immediately take Baron and leave. Although Silver Spike is willing to serve the Northern Territories, we cannot afford to lose a sacred domain fighter for nothing. Duke Montclair's smile froze on his face. Having governed the Northern Territory for many years, no noble scion had ever dared to speak to him like this. A surge of anger boiled within him, but the decorum of nobility forced him to push it down. He could not afford to lose his temper at this moment, especially in front of the royal family and Baron. He cast a deep glance at Martin, then glanced toward the silently observing Baron in the corner. Seeing that the latter showed no reaction, as if tacitly approving Martin's words, he finally nodded slowly. Fine. A simple word, yet it made the atmosphere in the tent even more delicate. Count Brook and the others looked at Martin with increased apprehension. This young man, not only backed by a sacred domain knight, had a remarkable audacity to disregard even the Duke's face. However, Martin appeared oblivious to the surrounding gazes, slightly nodding at the Duke. Thank you for your understanding, Duke. He understood that this was not bravado but a necessary bottom line. Duke Montclair's plan seemed secure, but it undoubtedly harbored intentions of making Silver Spike the cannon fodder. With this right to withdraw in advance, at least he could ensure that Baron would not fall into a desperate situation. Clearly, Duke Montclair had lost interest in further pleasantries, waving his hand to the crowd. Return and prepare, we set off at dawn tomorrow. The nobles stood up to leave, some nodding at Martin as they passed, while others coldly turned away. Barbara bounced along behind the Duke, stealing a few more glances at Baron as she passed him, before being hurriedly taken away by her maid. Soon only Martin and Baron remained in the tent. What you said just now might have thoroughly offended Montclair. Baron finally spoke, his tone unreadable. Let it offend, let it offend. Martin approached the map, pointing his fingertip at the position of Kandahar water. Rather than hiding and concealing, it is better to lay our bottom line bare. If he truly wishes to cooperate, he will naturally consider our demands. If he harbors ill intentions, we can also prepare in advance. Moreover, once the benefits from the ruins are secured tomorrow and Silver Spike's strength is revealed, even if he remains dissatisfied, he will have to weigh his options. The deterrent power of a sacred domain knight and a sacred domain dragon knight mage. Martin continued, Baron, tomorrow, regardless of whether they are orcs or humans, as long as they are powerful, we will cripple them if we can, but do not kill them. Understood, Master. The two turned to leave the main tent where campfires had already been lit, the aroma of roasted meat mingling with the scent of strong liquor wafting through the air. Laughter and curses from soldiers could be heard in the distance, seemingly peaceful, yet unable to mask the impending atmosphere of slaughter. Martin looked at Baron. Let's go check our temporary camp, and also have Gandalf come a bit closer. The night deepened, and the silhouette of the Black Spine Mountains appeared increasingly sinister under the moonlight. Inside the tent of the eldest princess, Duke Montclair dismissed his attendants upon his return, leaving only a single spy draped in a gray cloak. The tent was silent save for the crackling of candle flames casting his elongated shadow across the map like a lurking beast. How goes it? The Duke asked, lifting a silver goblet from the table, his voice low and tinged with barely concealed urgency. The spy in gray knelt on one knee, producing a yellowed, beast-hide scroll from his robe and presenting it with both hands. My lord, I have discovered the truth. That ruin was not a natural formation. It was the private residence of the seventh prince after the Beastman Empire unified the northern territories in ancient times. He paused, his tone growing more solemn. According to the ancient scrolls stolen from the royal secret archives, it is highly likely that divine flame is hidden there. A legendary treasure said to aid one in breaking through to the divine level. Divine flame. Duke Montclair sprang to his feet, the silver goblet clattering to the ground as wine spilled across the floor, yet he remained oblivious. His sharp eagle eyes blazed with intensity, and his breath quickened. Are you certain? The scroll states so, my lord. The spy bowed his head. It is said that the Beastman's seventh prince built this secluded dwelling in the Black Ridge Mountains to refine the divine flame, but it was suddenly abandoned for reasons unknown, with scant records even in the imperial histories. Duke Montclair paced back and forth, a wild grin gradually spreading across his face, the white hairs at his temples seeming to gleam with newfound brightness. Excellent, excellent. Truly I find it without seeking. Though he was already at the mid-stage of the Saint Domain, only 3 steps away from the divine level, he knew those steps were harder than ascending to heaven. Yet the emergence of the divine flame offered him a faint but tantalizing hope. Even if I cannot use it now, there will come a day. Such a divine treasure must never fall into the hands of the royalty or the beastmen. He halted abruptly, a shadow of cunning flickering in his eyes. By the way, when will Mercen arrive? My lord, the Holy Domain Knight Mercen is already en route and is expected to reach the Black Ridge Mountains in 2 days. Good. A cold smirk curled on the Duke's lips. You know his tastes. He favors beauties. Arrange it. No need for exceptional women. Ordinary commoners will do. 100 at the very least. His finger tapped the location of Emerald Valley on the map. Station them there with fine food and wine. Do not let him feel slighted. Understood, my lord. The spy acknowledged, then added, if we select from the nearby territories, it might alert others. No matter. The Duke waved his hand with an imperious tone. Just say they are handmaidens chosen for me. Who dares question it? If trouble arises, I, the Duke, will bear the responsibility. The spy hesitated no more, bowed, and withdrew silently. The tent flap lifted for a moment and fell back as if no one had been there. Inside, Duke Montclair stood alone before the candlelight, then suddenly threw his head back in loud laughter, the sound echoing through the empty tent with a hint of madness and ambition. The royalty, the 13th princess. Did they truly think sending a green girl could keep watch over me? He seized his scepter from the table and struck it heavily on the ground, the gem at its top glowing with a dim light. Just wait. Once I obtain the divine flame and fully control the northern territories, then the throne of the Varan kingdom will need a new occupant. The candle flame flickered violently, illuminating the ambition etched on his face. My lord, Baron Anders seeks an audience. A guard's respectful voice came from outside the tent, interrupting Montclair's thoughts. He instantly reined in his ambition, donning a composed expression, and said in a deep voice, let him in. The tent flap was pushed open and Baron's towering figure entered against the light, his dark gold battle robe gleaming coldly in the candlelight. He strode to the center of the tent, his gaze falling on Montclair seated in the main position, his tone flat and calm. Montclair, Baron, my good brother. Montclair immediately rose, a warm smile plastered on his face as he spread his arms for an embrace. It's been years. You're still so cold. Before he could finish, Baron sidestepped with swift precision, leaving no room for hesitation. He remained rooted like an immovable iron tower, his eyes fixed on Montclair. I came to tell you something. Montclair's smile stiffened. He withdrew his hands awkwardly and sat back down. Speak. I know your nature well. Baron's voice was deep as a tolling bell, each word carrying undeniable weight. You are scheming, treacherous like a goblin, always seeking to gain every advantage. But this time is different. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Martin Silverear, my master. To me he is more important than my own life. What did you say? Montclair shot up from his seat, his face a mask of disbelief, as if hearing the most absurd. You call Martin Silverear master? What nonsense is this? He pointed at Baron, his voice trembling with agitation. You are a holy domain knight. So many nobles in the northern territories would beg you to be their patron, yet you stoop to serve the son of a viscount, a mere lad, not even a proper knight. In his view, Baron might have been temporarily indebted to the Silverear territory or had ties with old Viscount Silverear, but the word master was an affront to the dignity of a Saint Domain powerhouse. Baron remained unmoved, simply repeating, he is my master. Why? Montclair pressed his eyes full of inquiry and confusion. What did he give you? Wealth? Power? Or some secret art? He recalled the nearly invisible old scars on Baron's body and felt a stir. Did he heal your old wounds? What was the method? Baron did not answer, only stared at him coldly. The reason is unimportant. What matters is that in this operation, if anyone dares to harm him. His voice turned icy and his battle aura began to surge, suppressing the candle flames to a faint glimmer. Whoever it is, including you, I will make them pay. Montclair was forced back half a step by the sudden pressure, a mix of shock and fury rising within him. He had not expected Baron to defend a junior so fiercely, even to the point of breaking with him. Yet as a duke who had ruled the northern territories for years, he quickly steadied himself and suppressed his astonishment. Baron, you should know that I gathered everyone for the safety of the northern territories to fight the beastmen. I only protect my master. Baron cut him off, his tone resolute. The rest is none of my concern. With that he turned and left without another glance at Montclair. The tent flap rose and fell as he passed, stirring a gust that made the candles sway violently, casting Montclair's livid face in flickering shadows. The tent fell into dead silence again. Montclair stared fixedly at the entrance. Master. He murmured the word under his breath, a hint of malice glinting in his eyes. What a fine Baronander. Truly laughable, truly foolish. Within the royal tent of the 13th Princess Barbara, the ambience starkly contrasted with the ruggedness of the other noble tents. Here a soft velvet carpet adorned the floor, and calming incense burned in the corners, filling the air with a faint floral fragrance. Two elderly men donned in embroidered golden robes sat upon soft cushions, their gazes towards Barbara, filled with the indulgence of elders towards their younger kin. The female mage Yoner, with her hair streaked with white, yet devoid of wrinkles, set aside her spellbook, her tone laced with concern. Your Highness, the intentions of that old fox Montclair are glaringly obvious. He clearly wishes to monopolize the divine fire within the ruins. Why must you take the initiative to come to this northern territory? It is perilous, surrounded by the treacherous Black Spine Mountains and lurking orcs. Barbara, standing on tiptoe, obediently massaged the shoulders of the male Mage Miller to her right. Upon hearing these words, she playfully stuck out her tongue, then sat beside Yoner and leaned into her embrace. Grandma Yoner, Grandpa Miller, with both of you, the revered mages of the sacred domain, by my side, what do I have to fear? She toyed with the jeweled buttons on Yoner's robe, her voice softening. Besides, regarding the matter of succession, you are not unaware of the circumstances. My elder brother holds military power, my second sister is married to the Prime Minister's son, and my third brother has the Church's support. As the 13th princess, I stand little chance. But even so, having hope is better than having none, is it not? Miller stroked his white beard and said solemnly, it is commendable that your Highness possesses such resolve. If the divine fire could truly aid one in breaking through to the divine level, even obtaining a fragment to offer to His Majesty the King would be a significant accomplishment enough to enhance your standing within the royal family. However, Montclair will not relinquish it easily. Yoner gently caressed Barbara's golden hair, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. That old man has managed the northern territory for decades, his influence deeply entrenched. Even the lecherous knight Merlson has been drawn to his side. According to intelligence from the royal family, he will arrive in 2 days. Though we have 2 sacred domain mages on our side, should it come to confrontation, we may not have the upper hand. Barbara lifted her head from Yoner's embrace, her eyes suddenly brightening. That is why I must come in person. My father has sent me to oversee the military, ostensibly to assess the northern defenses, but in reality, it is also to gauge Montclair's depths. If I can seize this opportunity to uncover some leverage. This little princess appeared carefree, yet her heart understood more than anyone else. The balance of power between the royal family and the Duke of the Northern Territory had reached a delicate edge, and this struggle over the ruins was merely a means to expose the underlying conflicts. Yoner sighed, pinching her cheek. You dear child think too much, bearing so much at such a young age. Do not worry, with me and your Grandpa Miller here we will ensure your safety. In this mission we will act according to the situation. If we can gain benefits, that would be wonderful. If not, preserving our lives and the dignity of the royal family will suffice to fulfill our task. Barbara nodded earnestly, regaining some of her youthful demeanor as she shook Yoner's hand. I knew Grandma Yoner as the best. Barbara shook the arm of the female mage and suddenly remembered something, her eyes sparkling. By the way, did you notice Lord Baronander whom we met today? The fluctuations of his fighting spirit were far stronger than the rumors suggested, almost as if he had completely regained his strength. This is simply incredible. Mentioning Baron Miller paused as he stroked his beard, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, blending both regret and admiration. The Ander family was once among the most esteemed families in the capital of the Salman Kingdom, and Baron was a true prodigy. 20 years ago, he entered the sacred domain before turning 30 and wielded the mountain-breaking sword unmatched in the capital. Who would have thought? Overnight, he was suddenly accused of bearing a divine curse. His fighting spirit dissipated, and he lost all his power. Shortly thereafter, his enemies seized the opportunity, slaughtering the Ander family, sparing not even the newborn infants. Barbara listened with wide eyes and a slightly open mouth. Divine curse. But he clearly. That is why it is so puzzling. Yoner interjected, her fingertips tracing the magical patterns on her sleeve. It is rare for a curse to strip a sacred domain expert of their foundation, especially one that allows for such restoration. The Silver Spike territory must harbor some secret technique, perhaps an ancient scroll capable of lifting curses, or a divine medicine that can reconstruct the core of fighting spirit. Otherwise, Baron would not protect a mere scion of a viscount so fiercely. If we could uncover the details of this secret technique or gain Baron's assistance, not to mention the struggle for the throne, at least the royal family would regain some influence in the northern territory. Yet Yoner shook her head, her gaze clear. It is difficult. That man has experienced the tragedy of annihilation. His temperament has long been tempered into a cold and solitary persona, disdainful of nobility. The way he looked at Martin today, though cold, was filled with undeniable protection. He clearly regards that young man as his only hope. If we approach him recklessly, it will only provoke his resentment. Outside the tent, the sound of the patrolling soldier's armor gradually faded, leaving only the gentle rustle of the wind through the tent seams. Barbara quietly nestled into Yoner's embrace, her small hand clutching the mage's robe as she gazed at the gilded patterns adorning the tent's ceiling, where the royal griffin insignia was carved, glimmering faintly in the candlelight. Regardless, she whispered, her voice tinged with determination, I must achieve something during this expedition to the Northern Territory. Those brothers and sisters always say I am too young, only capable of clinging to my father's side and acting spoiled. When I return with achievements, let's see if they dare to underestimate me again. Yoner affectionately stroked her golden hair, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, Miller gazed towards the night outside the tent, his brow slightly furrowed. Baron's recovery, the Emperor's schemes, Montclair's covetousness for the divine fire, and the lurking orcs in the shadows. The depths of the Black Spine Mountains were far more profound than they had anticipated, and their 13th princess seemed yet to truly comprehend the dark currents of life and death concealed within this contest over the ruins. Nonetheless, it mattered little. 2 sacred domain mages were sufficient to protect the princess. As dawn broke, the morning mist of the Haji Mountains had yet to dissipate, carrying a biting chill. Martin and Baron had already had breakfast in the tent of their temporary camp, consisting of a few dry hard wheat cakes, paired with heated beast milk. Simple, yet sufficient. Martin donned the demonist veil and tightened the straps of his invigorating armor, the metallic clinks producing delicate sounds. Baron, on the other hand, remained in his dark golden battle robe, standing respectfully beside Martin. Let's go. Martin arranged his collar and took the lead, stepping out of the tent. The camp had already become bustling. New soldiers were packing their belongings, knights were checking the saddles of their steeds, and distant bonfires sent thin plumes of smoke into the air, mingling with the scents of leather and sweat. As the two walked towards the main tent, the noble attendants and soldiers who saw Baron instinctively stepped aside, their eyes filled with reverence. The guards outside the main tent recognized them and opened the curtain without needing to announce their presence. Inside, Duke Montclair was standing in front of a map, quietly conversing with several trusted nobles. Upon seeing Martin and Baron enter, the conversation abruptly halted. The Duke turned around, his face regaining its usual authority, as if the conflict from last night had never occurred. Martin, Baron. He nodded. Are you all prepared? Yes, Duke. Martin slightly bowed his head. We are here to bid farewell, and will depart for the Zhonglu Pass to hold the Orc main force as planned. Duke Montclair's gaze swept over the two, finally resting on Baron, his tone softening a bit. Ender, the Orc shaman in the Zhonglu, is not easy to deal with, especially the domain expert, who is said to excel in lightning witchcraft. Be extra cautious. Baron remained silent, tacitly accepting the warning. Beside him, Count Brooke hurriedly chimed in. Martin is young and promising. But with Lord Baron stationed, the Zhonglu will undoubtedly be secure. Martin cast a faint glance at him, but did not respond, noting that he couldn't even flatter properly. However, he was well aware that these people would be more than happy to see them and the orcs suffer mutual destruction, reaping the benefits. There's no need to wait for us. Depart at the scheduled time. If all goes smoothly in the Zhonglu, we will wait for you at the entrance of the ruins to rendezvous. Duke Montclair nodded very well. Go on. Martin said, no more, turning to leave. Baron followed closely behind, but before stepping out of the tent, he cast a cold glance at Duke Montclair. The threat was clear without words. The morning light outside grew increasingly bright, stretching the shadows of the two men long. Martin mounted his horse while Baron unleashed his sacred domain aura, swiftly soaring onto his steed like an arrow released from a bow. Let's go. At Martin's command, the two steeds galloped through the morning due toward the direction of the Candal Great Waterfall. The camp behind them gradually shrank, the silhouette of Duke Montclair's main tent vanishing into the mist, resembling a lurking giant beast. Martin glanced back, a hint of cold laughter flashing in his eyes. Who will claim the deer remains unknown, Duke Montclair. Just as the figures of Martin and Baron disappeared at the edge of the camp, the calm expression on Duke Montclair's face instantly faded, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. He abruptly turned, speaking in a low voice towards the outside of the tent. Send Marquis Taggett in. Soon after, a tall, thin, and pale-faced, middle-aged noble briskly entered the tent. It was the right-wing commander, Marquis Taggett. He bowed. Duke Montclair had no time for pleasantries, directly pointing to the location of the right-wing canyon on the map. Taggett, adjust the deployment immediately. Take Baron Hawk and 6 other counts along with Marquis Waden and head to the right wing to replace the original defense. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other nobles in the tent changed simultaneously. Everyone knew that those 6 counts and Marquis Waden were notorious royal faction members who always pretended to comply with Duke Montclair while secretly undermining him. Now gathering them all to the right wing, where another domain expert of the orcs was stationed, was clearly not just a replacement of defense, but a plan to use the orcs to eliminate these royal sycophants. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Marquis Taggo's eyes, but he immediately bowed and responded, understood. However, they may not easily comply with the order. This duke has his ways. Duke Montclair chuckled coldly, taking out a token engraved with the royal emblem from his pocket. Just say this is an order from Princess 13, the military inspector, asking them to cooperate with the right-wing defense and must block the orcs' retreat. If they dare to disobey, it would be tantamount to disrespecting the royal family. At these words, the people in the tent were even more startled. Daring to invoke the princess' name meant the duke was resolute in his intention to eliminate these thorns in his side. A noble who was on good terms with Marquis Waden couldn't help but speak up. Duke, isn't this too risky? What if it alarms Her Highness the Princess? Alarm? Duke Montclair shot him a glance, his tone carrying an undeniable pressure. When they die at the hands of the orcs, who can prove this duke's arrangement? They would only say they were too greedy and fell into the orcs' ambush. He paused, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The northern sky must completely change. These royal dogs should have been cleaned up long ago. Otherwise did I go through all this trouble to personally oversee for the treasure of the ruins. You underestimate this duke too much. The crowd fell silent, no longer daring to speak. Only then did they realize that the duke had never intended for everyone to return alive. Any force that obstructed him had to be eradicated. Marquis Taggett took the token, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I will take care of it right away. After he left, Duke Montclair walked to the window, gazing in the direction where Martin had departed, a flicker of calculation crossing his eyes. With Baron stationed in the Zhonglu, the orcs might not gain an advantage, but as long as the royal faction on the right wing was eliminated, he would face significantly fewer constraints. As for the royal family, he chuckled, they would have to seize the divine fire without them knowing. Duke Montclair seemed to envision the expression of the old king when he learned of the situation, utterly furious. Send the orders down. The left wing and Zhonglu must maintain distance. Wait for any movement on the right wing before slowly advancing. He instructed towards the outside of the tent. Yes, Duke. The tent fell silent again, with only the right wing canyon on the map, which represented death and conspiracy, appearing exceptionally glaring under the candlelight. Meanwhile, the nobles loyal to the royal family remained unaware that they had stepped into a meticulously woven death trap. Soon 7 nobles gathered their retainers, totaling over 300 people, setting off towards the right-wing canyon. In the ranks, Baron was still complaining. I told you Montclair was up to no good. This mobilization is likely not that simple. Marquis Waden whispered, stay calm. Once we reach the location, we will set up camp and send someone to scout the orc situation. If it is indeed a trap, we will retreat immediately, and he won't have any grounds to criticize. Everyone agreed and quickened their pace. They had no idea that the right-wing canyon had already been laid with traps waiting for the human nobles to walk into the net. Inside the main tent, Duke Montclair stood before the map, listening to reports from his subordinates, a cold smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Old Fox Waden is indeed cautious, but what a pity. He traced the outline of the right-wing canyon with his fingertip. Entering my territory, yet still thinking of leaving unscathed. Returning, Duke Montclair shot him a glance. I've already leaked their route to the orcs. They are doomed. The assembly fell mute, their faces drained of color. Could Duke Menkalayer truly be colluding with the orcs? The notion detonated like a thunderclap in every heart. Yet confronted with the Duke's implacable ruthlessness, no one dared utter another word. To question the Duke was tantamount to courting death. They could only bow their heads, cold sweat soaking their spines, the Northern Lord's cruelty seared into their marrow. Meanwhile, mating Inshue and Balin rode along a forest path through the Blackridge Mountains. Not far ahead loomed Huishuang Peak, a steep summit perpetually dusted with pale frost, the choke point on the route to the Kandare Great Waterfall. Master stationed atop Huishuang Peak is that orc's sanctum powerhouse, a Leywen giant bearman who has cultivated for 3 centuries, said to draw heavenly lightning into his body and fight with savage ferocity. Balin tightened his reins, his gaze sweeping the faint beast-bone watchtower on the summit. We can skirt the cliff on the flank and avoid alerting them. Mating shook his head, eyes fixed on the cave mouth halfway up Huishuang Peak. Dozens of orc sentries armed with massive axes stood guard there, each radiating sky-tier strength. Bypassing it is easy, but would lose an opportunity. He swung down from his horse and let his fingertip trace the edge of the Banshee's veil. I need manpower, especially elite fighters. That Leywen giant bearman is a sanctum. If we can subdue him, he would be a tremendous asset. Balin frowned. Orc sanctum beings are savage by nature. If they are maimed, they will be hard to tame. Cannot be tamed. And not impossible. A cold gleam passed through Mating's eyes. Gandafu should be arriving soon. No sooner had he spoken than the calm crystal trembled. Master him in the spruce woods west of Huishuang Peak. The Great Bear's aura is strong, but not quite enough. Gandafu's voice carried the haughty cadence of a mage. Shall I probe first? No need. Mating spoke into the crystal circle from the west and seal his retreat. Balin will assault from the front. I'll lie in wait. Call me when it's done. Remember, take him alive if possible. Cripple him, don't kill. Understood. Cutting the link, Mating looked to Balin. Go. 1 Sanctum Dragon Rider Mage and 1 Sanctum Knight are enough to handle a single orc sanctum. Balin said no more. Dark gold combat aura burst from him, a streak of light hurtling toward Huishuang. Almost simultaneously, a dazzling magic halo rose in the western spruce woods. Countless ice spikes rained upon the mountain like a storm, freezing the cave's orc sentries into statues. Gandafu's assaults were always swift and ornate. A deafening roar shook Huishuang Peak as a towering thunder-marked giant bearman burst from the cave. With a single clap of its paws, it shattered Gandafu's ice spikes to splinters. Its blood-red eyes locked on the charging Balin, thin veins of lightning sizzling from its maw. Insignificant human, you seek death. It lunged with a cleave. Balin issued a low cry as he drew his knightly sword. A condensed, almost tangible golden sword key plunged toward the giant bear's skull. The Leywen giant bearman would not be outdone. It crossed its arms to block. Heavenly lightning flashed along its markings, and it barehandedly absorbed the blow, though the impact shoved it back 3 paces and cracked the rock beneath its feet. At that instant, Gandafu appeared behind the giant bear, astride a Leylong staff raised. The earth split, and several thick vines snaked forth, like constricting pythons, binding the bearman's limbs fast. The Leylong's breath poured forth. Old fellow, look here. The Leywen giant bearman roared and fought. Fine ice crystals formed upon the vines, tightening their hold. The Leylong's blast struck the bearman heavily, directly numbing its movements. The nearby orc sentries froze, their great axes clanging to the ground. They could not have imagined 2 sanctum powerhouses would conspire to strike down their leader. Each strike fell with the brittle crack of shattering bone. The bearman howled in agony as heavenly thunder detonated wildly, snapping many vines, yet crippled at the joints it moved with sluggish lethargy. The nearby orc sentries froze, their great axes clanging to the ground. They could not have imagined 2 sanctum powerhouses would conspire to strike down their leader. One was the fabled sanctum knight Balin Andoer, the other, the elder hovering in midair wreathed in lightning and frost, was unmistakably the dragon rider mage Gandafu, who had disappeared a century ago. What plunged them further into despair was the Leylong beneath Gandafu, its overwhelming draconic might casting a shadow over the entire Huishuang Peak. They could not flee, they could not even twitch a finger. Flattened to the ground, they whimpered as they watched their leader suppressed by the 2. The Leywen giant bearman braced itself against a shattered stone pillar, breathing like a tattered bellows. Its blood-red eyes fixed upon Gandafu, the thunder marks around its wounds flashed violently with rage. I know you. Its voice rasped like sand. Balin Andoer, serving humanity is not strange, but you, Gandafu. Years ago when you were hunted, it was our orc kingdom's shaman king who saved your life. Why do you aid mating Inshue, that green crown brat? Gandafu stroked the gem atop his staff, his tone nonchalant. A dead of life. That was 2 centuries past, old bear. You have a good memory. He cast a glance at mating Inshue in the distance, a smile at the corner of his mouth. But have you forgotten? I repaid that debt by brewing potent elixirs for you, for 30 years. 30 years. Do you know what I went through? Only 30 years, and that's enough? The Leywind Bearman scoffed, its great claw raking a deep fissure in the ground. And what of him? What can he give you? What can the son of a viscount offer? Gandalf's eyes flared with sudden frenzy, as though he had named the world's most alluring treasure. When your life wanes, your skin slack as old bark strength, to lift your staff, near gone someone will come to you. He can grant you endless life. No, he can keep you forever in the zenith of your years to devote yourself to unfinished magics. Would you refuse? The Leywind Bearman fell silent, its massive body trembling. It had lived 300 years and felt vitality ebbing, each use of its sanctum power burned at its very source. Eternal life, an irresistible temptation to any living thing. Yet it shook its head and rumbled in a deep voice, no. Besides, I have no taste for arcane research. To its slaughter, plunder, and guarding the domain were an orc's true duties. Babbling spells were far less satisfying than smashing an enemy's skull with a bear's paw. Gandalf smiled at its blunt honesty. Old bear, you are truly wise by seeming simple. The jest faded with a light tap of his staff, and ice splinter drove precisely into the wound at the bearman's knee. Enough talk. Submit, or die. Agonizing pain racked the Leywind giant bearman, who had bellowed, but no longer had the strength to resist. It looked into Gandalf's eyes and saw unyielding resolution, then at the always silent Balin, whose presence exuded a lethal reek, and at last it understood. These two humans were determined, iron of heart, to take him down. The thunder-patterned giant bear let out a low whimper from its throat, its massive body swaying as if faced with a difficult choice. It could not surrender. The reputation of Lion King Leon Zhuangxin was known throughout the Orc kingdom, a tyrant who despised betrayal. If it were to submit to humans once the news reached the Lion King's ears, the bear cubs left in the territory would likely not survive. Yet, it instinctively glanced at Gandalf, noticing that the old man's flushed face seemed genuine. Could it be that he truly extended his life with that young lad? The thunder-patterned giant bear pondered for a moment, then shook its head heavily, a hint of despair in its voice. No, I cannot surrender. I may be old now, but there are still half-grown cubs in my family waiting for my protection. You do not understand the Lion King's methods. The kin of traitors never have a good end. Oh, Martin had approached without notice, looking down at it with a calm tone that carried a sharp insight. Tell me, what do you truly desire? Do not use your family as an excuse. He kicked at the gravel by his feet. Once you are dead, your family will still be marginalized, or even swallowed by other tribes. Such are the laws of the Orc kingdom. The strong can gather resources while the weak can only become cannon fodder. You have lived for 300 years, you cannot possibly not understand this. Upon hearing the main speaker, the thunder-patterned giant bear suddenly exclaimed, its massive body bending down, one giant paw clutching its arm, the other massaging its knee, continually mumbling. What you say is indeed correct, but I am truly old. Oh, I can hardly lift this arm, my legs can barely stand, and my knees. My old cold legs are acting up, the pain is unbearable. It shouted while secretly glancing at Martin, its exaggerated acting making even the orc soldiers on the ground twitch their lips. Martin watched its performance with a helpless smile and raised a hand to stop its lamentations. All right, enough of the charade, I understand your meaning. His hand emitted a faint white light. Sign the heart contract, do not resist. After signing, I will grant you the lifespan you seek. The longer you live, the more stable your family will be in the Orc kingdom. Really grant me life. The thunder-patterned giant bear instantly seemed to be activated, no longer feeling sore in its waist or pain in its legs. It straightened up abruptly, its crimson eyes bursting with astonishing brightness, completely shedding any signs of old age. Then it settled. I will sign right away. Beside Baron furrowed his brows slightly, while Gandalf couldn't help but roll his eyes, muttering under his breath, this old bear certainly knows how to go with the flow. Having lived for 300 years as a holy domain orc, to act so convincingly for the sake of life is remarkable indeed. Martin ignored the two's murmurs and presented the heart contract's glow to the thunder-patterned giant bear. As the crystal touched its palm, it immediately transformed into a flow of light that entered its body. The giant bear's body stiffened for a moment before relaxing. With the heart contract established, Martin promptly consumed 10,000 units of energy, not only prolonging its life, but also helping it recover from its injuries. Soon the thunder-patterned giant bear could distinctly feel a gentle power circulating within its body, which was very comfortable. It could clearly sense its lifespan increasing. From now on, you are under my command. Martin withdrew his hand, his tone returning to calm. Here is a communication crystal for you to facilitate contact. With that said, he scanned the surrounding orc soldiers. Clear out all these orcs. Old bear, you know what to do, right? The thunder-patterned giant bear silently nodded, and in the next moment its form shot out like lightning, pouncing towards the orc soldiers. The orc soldiers were terrified and attempted to flee, but were firmly suppressed by the overwhelming dragon might of the thunder dragon, as if nailed to the spot, unable to move. Minutes later, the thunder pattern giant bear returned, exuding an aura of blood. Martin immediately looked at Gandalf, who nodded slightly, then released his spiritual power to carefully examine, confirming that all the orc soldiers were indeed dead. Martin raised his gaze to the thunder pattern giant bear, his tone softening a bit. "Old bear, well done. From now on you will be an important asset for me among the orcs. I do your job well." The thunder pattern giant bear immediately adopted a fawning expression, its massive body, slightly hunched, resembling a sycophantic follower, repeatedly nodding and bowing. "Rest assured, my master, I am the most obedient old bear. If you point east, I will never go west." Suddenly it slapped its forehead, as if recalling something good, stepping closer and lowering its voice. "By the way, master, do you have a wife? The female bears of our giant bear clan are all strong and sturdy, capable of lifting heavy objects, and they are excellent at bearing children, ensuring they can give you a whole bunch of robust cubs." Gandalf beside him couldn't hold back, nearly laughing out loud, only to be shot a glare by Martin. Martin clearly did not expect it to say this, suddenly pausing for a moment before stepping aside in disgust to create distance. All right, stop talking nonsense. I am still young, let's not discuss this." He cleared his throat and said seriously, "You, like Gandalf, should stay hidden and follow me in Baron. Do not reveal yourself easily without my command." The thunder pattern giant bear, upon hearing this, did not dare to say more, quickly straightened its back and pounded its chest in assurance. "Understood, master. I guarantee to remain hidden, absolutely causing no trouble." After saying this, it winked at Gandalf, and the two of them, one dragon and one bear, swiftly blended into the shadows, disappearing into the forest. One concealed its presence with magic, while the other relied on its familiarity with the mountains and forests as an orc to blend in surprisingly, in perfect sync. Martin watched the direction in which they vanished, shaking his head helplessly. Turning to Baron, he found that this usually unsmiling Holy Domain knight had a rare faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Let's go." Martin collected his thoughts and mounted his horse. "We should head towards Kandar Falls. It's time to meet the others." On the other side, within the right-wing canyon, corpses lay scattered. Marquis Wydun lay face up in a pool of blood, his once proud eyes that surveyed his vassals, now staring vacantly at the leaden-gray sky, with disbelief frozen in his pupils. Not far from him, the severed arm of Count Balin still clutched the family sword. This famed blade, which had accompanied the family in battles for 300 years, now bore numerous nicks resembling the jagged teeth of a worn-out old soldier. 7 nobles now lay scattered haphazardly among the rubble in the canyon, like discarded old toys tossed aside by a mischievous child. Their proud family legacies, 300 meticulously chosen retainers, and the elite knights who had sworn loyalty since childhood, now lay dead on this blood-soaked land. Some still maintained their charging stances, while others lay piled atop one another as if in death they were still attempting to create a final barrier of flesh and blood for their lord. In the canyon, only the orcs remained, moving through the piles of corpses, their heavy breathing echoing in the air. They did not cheer or shout. Instead, they silently and mechanically raised their heavy battle axes, delivering repeated blows to the lifeless bodies below. In the center of the pile of corpses, on a massive stone stained red with blood, the orc shaman, Agula, slowly withdrew his gaze from the distance. His eyes, glowing with a ghostly green hue, scanned the battlefield, and a hint of satisfaction slowly emerged on his scarred face. "I never expected that Duke Montclair would play this way. It's truly interesting." The night wind swept through the canyon, carrying the stench of blood, rustling his shaman robe adorned with bones and runes, creating a haunting sound. Agula lowered his head and looked around. However, this also indicates. His voice carried a hint of amusement, a touch of derision, but more than that, an air of condescending pity. "The things inside the ruins, those humans already know about them. Ha ha ha. So what if they know?" Agula's laughter suddenly rose in pitch, filled with a near-manic delight, his ghostly green eyes shining terrifyingly in the twilight. "That flame is not divine fire at all." A few minutes later, a wolf tribe orc leader hurriedly crossed the corpses, his boots crushing a puddle of blood that had yet to congeal, splattering dark red droplets. He knelt on one knee before Agula, his wolf ears twitching slightly, his voice deep and restrained. "Lord, it has been taken care of. Except for the human noble we let go on purpose. All the others are here." Agula did not lower his gaze. The shaman simply stared at the distant skyline, tinged dark purple by the sunset, and slowly nodded. "Let's go to the Kandal waterfall and meet with Old Bear." "Yes, my lord." The orc leader rose, his wolf tail sweeping gently behind him. He did not look back at the battlefield. In the world of orcs, pity for the dead was seen as a weakness. Meanwhile, inside Duke Montclair's tent, the flickering candlelight stretched and shrank the shadows of the two figures like ghosts engaged in a silent game in the darkness. Suddenly the communication crystal lit up and the connection was established. On the other end, the voice of Marquis Taggart came through, stuttering, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. The grim state of the right-wing canyon, the annihilation of the 7 nobles, the demise of 300 retainers. Duke Montclair listened quietly, his expression revealing no signs of disturbance. He turned his head to glance at the 13th princess sitting on his right. Duke Montclair withdrew his gaze, and looking into the communication crystal, simply uttered 3 words. Understood. The crystal's glow extinguished. For a moment, a faint movement seemed to pass across the Duke's lips, but the expression vanished too quickly, too swiftly, making one wonder if it was merely an illusion cast by the candlelight. Immediately his expression darkened, as if someone had splashed ink across his face, filling every wrinkle from brow to chin with anger and sorrow. He turned to the 13th princess, his voice hoarse, laced with a deliberately restrained tremor. Your Highness. The 13th princess raised her head to look at the Duke. In the right-wing canyon, the 7 great nobles led by Marquis Waden in their greed and overzealousness were completely annihilated. The Duke spoke each word with a deliberate pause, each one seeming to be extracted painfully from his throat. I did not have time to rescue them. Crack. The 13th princess suddenly stood up. The chair was knocked over, creating a sharp sound. What did you say? Her voice rose sharply, her eyes fixed intently on Duke Montclair, something shattering within her pupils. Was it trust, naivety, or the illusion of northern unity she had always believed in? But just for a moment. The prince's pupils suddenly constricted, as if she had perceived the hidden rocks beneath the surface of the water. Her body froze, her lips trembling slightly, and she squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. You did this. It wasn't a question, but a confirmation. Why? Her voice suddenly rose, filled with the unique sharpness and despair of youth. They are part of the North, able to assist you in defending against the orcs. How? How could you? Duke Montclair shook his head. His movements were slow, very slow, as if denying an extremely absurd matter. The candlelight flickered in his deep-set eyes, revealing no emotional fluctuations, only a chilling calm. Your Highness. His voice was deep and gentle, as if soothing a petulant child. This matter has nothing to do with me. He took a step forward, causing the shadows in the tent to sway. You fear discord in the north. His tone was unhurried, as if recounting a matter unrelated to himself. Give me your token, and I will unify the royal nobles. I will not disappoint your expectations. He deliberately emphasized these 4 words, a faint smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. I brought them together so that they wouldn't feel that I was dividing them. The last few words were spoken very softly, very slowly, like a dull knife cutting through flesh bit by bit. The 13th prince's face turned instantly pale. She finally understood how naive she had been. The token she had handed over herself, the golden seal she believed could mend the rifts in the north, turned out to be a whip driving 7 lambs into the same slaughterhouse. Outside the tent, the night wind howled, lifting a corner of the tent flap. In the distance, the faint sounds of soldiers training echoed, like some kind of clamor from another world. Inside the tent, the candlelight suddenly popped, illuminating the Duke's dark and calm face, making him look like a statue rising from the depths of hell. The 13th princess slowly sank back into her chair. She opened her mouth, but could not make any sound. Only her eyes remained defiantly wide open, reflecting the flickering candlelight, also mirroring a worldview that was collapsing. A few minutes later, Barbara slowly stood up. Her movements were light, and it seemed that Duke Montclair was still saying something, the words echoing from a distant place, vague, hollow, imbued with a nauseatingly hypocritical warmth. She didn't catch a single word. She stepped out of the tent, returning to the royal camp. The sanctified mage Yonir sat in a chair draped with a velvet blanket, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, engrossed in a thick tome of magic. The pages were yellowed, densely filled with ancient runes, shimmering with a faint blue light in the candlelight. As the tent curtain was lifted, she raised her head and saw Barbara. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she was desperately enduring something. Yonir set down the book. It seemed she had anticipated this moment. There was no surprise in her time-weathered eyes, only a deep, almost compassionate understanding. She stood up and opened her arms. Barbara seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, walking towards her step by step. When Barbara finally fell into that warm embrace, all the barriers collapsed in an instant. Ugh! The first sob escaped from the depths of her throat, causing her body to convulse violently as she cried. Yonir said nothing. She simply held her tighter, one hand gently patting Barbara's back, like comforting a child who had just had a nightmare. His chin rested on her soft hair, but his gaze shifted over her shoulder towards the tent entrance. Miller walked in behind the princess. Yonir looked at him, and Miller slowly nodded. After receiving the answer, he sighed. He had no idea how long the crying had lasted. Barbara's cries transitioned from heart-wrenching wails to intermittent sobs, eventually becoming the occasional dreamlike whimper. Her body, initially trembling violently, gradually became limp, ultimately resembling a fish washed ashore by the tide, helplessly leaning against Yonir's embrace. She fell asleep. Yonir carefully bent down as if cradling a fragile porcelain piece, gently laying Barbara on the bed. He pulled the silk blanket over her, meticulously tucking in every corner, moving with a gentleness uncharacteristic of a powerful sanctified mage, resembling merely an ordinary grandfather concerned for his granddaughter. She straightened up and looked at Miller. The old mage's voice was low, as if afraid of disturbing the fragile dreams of the young girl. Did those loyal noblemen of the royal family still perish? Miller nodded. Yes, just as we suspected. The moment the princess handed the token to Duke Montclair, the outcome was already determined. He paused as if to ensure that his next words wouldn't awaken the girl who had just fallen asleep. He stepped forward, lowering his voice even more, almost squeezing the words out between his teeth. Only Marquis Taggart managed to escape. Yonir's pupils slightly constricted. Isn't it the people of Duke Montclair? Not even pretending. 7 noblemen of the royal family have died, and he couldn't even spare a marquis. Truly seeking death. The tent fell into a deathly silence. The candlelight flickered, bursting a wick, illuminating Yonir's suddenly aged face in a dim and bright. She slowly turned her head, gazing at the frail figure curled up on the bed. Barbara, in her sleep, unconsciously clutched the blanket like a drowning person grasping the last straw. The old mage's fists clenched slowly at his side, the knuckles making a faint cracking sound. All right, Duke Montclair, I hope you won't regret this. Time passed unnoticed, and it was the next day. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when the sound of trumpets echoed outside Duke Montclair's tent. Preparations to strike camp were underway. The Duke, having achieved his purpose, no longer hesitated. There was no meaning in staying here. It was time to head to the Kendall waterfall. Along the way, the phrase "smooth sailing" itself was a satire. And Princess Barbara, from the moment they began to strike camp, never appeared in the sight of others again. The royal carriage, with its curtains tightly drawn occasionally, had a maid approaching with a food tray, only to quickly retreat. Upon realizing this, Duke Montclair cast a mocking glance at the royal carriage, showing little concern. Days later, the Kendall waterfall finally appeared on the horizon. It was one of the most magnificent wonders of the Northern Territory. A silver curtain of water cascaded down from a 1,000-foot cliff, crashing into the deep pool below, producing a deafening roar. Mist rose, refracting a hazy rainbow in the sunlight, resembling a bridge connecting heaven and earth, or like the tear stains of some deity left behind in the mortal realm. Under the waterfall, 2 groups had been waiting for some time. Martin stood on the left, unscathed and free of dust, as if he were merely on a leisurely trip. On the right side of the waterfall, Brooke looked even more disheveled than Martin. His left arm was slung across his chest, the bandage long soaked in blood, turning a dirty dark brown. Upon seeing Duke Montclair's party arrive, he struggled to support his body, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. The 2 quickly approached and knelt on one knee. "My lord." Brooke's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping. "The beastmen here left early." After saying this, he lowered his head. Duke Montclair's warhorse halted before the 2. "Left?" His voice was low, nearly drowned out by the roar of the waterfall. "Yes, my lord." Brooke continued, his head bowed even lower. "When I arrived, I only found some traces. The camp still had embers, and the dung was still warm. They left in a hurry, as if." He paused, weighing his words, as if they received some urgent order. Duke Montclair silently observed the waterfall before him. Camp directly nearby. Martin led Baron towards the tent after hearing the news. He had also heard about the incident in the Right Wing Canyon, where Duke Montclair had shown such disdain for the royal family, treating the 13th princess like a fool, and capturing all 7 noble families that the royal family had painstakingly cultivated over the years. He glanced at the royal carriage, shook his head silently, and turned to enter the tent. Meanwhile, 5 figures dressed in royal attire were soaring through the skies above the border of the northern region, headed towards the Kendall waterfall. The leading old knight's communication crystal in his spatial ring suddenly lit up. After taking it out, a voice emerged from within. "The 13th prince has fallen victim to Duke Montclair's scheme. All 7 noble families nurtured by the royal family in the northern region have perished along with their retainers. 300 extraordinary knights, none survived." The old knight put away the crystal. What a useless fool. If it weren't for Miller and Yonir protecting her, she would have died long ago. The others beside him shook their heads in silence. But deep down they understood that with Miller and Yonir around, the fact that such a thing could happen to the 13th princess meant those 2 were trying to elevate her status. The royal capital was surely going to get lively. "Speed up." The old knight suddenly spoke. Since Montclair dared to take action, he must have already colluded. A middle-aged female knight behind him frowned. "Uncle, what about the royal capital?" "The royal capital?" The old knight scoffed. "The royal capital is even more chaotic than the northern region right now. The forces of the first prince and second prince are secretly at odds, just waiting for an excuse. This incident with Little 13 is more than enough to spark a conflict. So are we still going to Kendall? Yes. The old knight's gaze turned somber. Since Montclair dares to kill members of the royal family, he must pay the price. His Majesty has already made arrangements. Moreover, the target of this mission is not Montclair. I will reveal it once we arrive. We mustn't let it. He paused, his voice lowering. Miller and Yon are those two old foxes. If they want to support Little 13, they must consider whether she has the fate for it. The 5 figures swept through the clouds. Below them lay the continuous mountain ranges of the northern region, shimmering with a cold white light above the snow line. Inside Martin's tent, Baron was adding firewood to the brazier, the sparks popping and crackling. He stole a glance at Martin, who was seated on the military bed, slowly wiping his longsword with a piece of coarse cloth, each motion deliberate. Master. Baron could no longer hold back. All 7 noble families are gone. The royal family in the northern region. There are still 3 knight orders and a royal legion, all fully staffed. Martin did not lift his head. Baron was taken aback. The 7 noble families are indeed gone. Martin raised the sword to the firelight, inspecting the edge. But there are still 13,000 men on the border, 10,000 standing soldiers, and 3,000 extraordinary knights. If Montclair wants to swallow them whole, he'll have to lose a few teeth. He sheathed the sword, the metallic sound of the friction echoing sharply in the tent. What we need to do now is to observe the changes. I currently have a Saint Realm Knight, a Saint Realm Dragon Rider Mage, and a Saint Realm Orc. Rest assured the capital is substantial. We can still pick up some benefits, just in case. Understood, Master. Baron will definitely be Master's sharpest sword. On the other side, above the northern region, the old knight suddenly raised his hand, and the 5 figures simultaneously hovered in place. Ahead the clouds roiled and a shadow emerged from within, a heavily armored knight. How long time no see, old Parker? You're still alive? The knight's voice was muffled within the helmet. Please return. This road will not be passable for half a month. The old knight said nothing, only slowly grasped the hilt of his sword. The 4 others behind him spread out simultaneously, forming a fan shape to encircle. The heavily armored knight seemed to have anticipated this, advancing instead of retreating, pulling a crystal from his bosom and tossing it over. The old knight caught at his consciousness, probing inside, and his expression changed drastically. The crystal contained only a single image. Under the night sky of the royal capital, the highest tower of the palace was engulfed in flames. Hurry back. The knight turned the heavy armor, producing a dull scraping sound. If you don't return soon, you won't catch the excitement in the royal capital. The old knight crushed the crystal powder, spilling through his fingers. Kill him. A mere legendary knight dares to masquerade as a Saint Realm. Magical artifacts are ultimately just magical artifacts. You have diviners, but does the royal family not? If you want to play in the dark, you're looking for death. Moreover, to dare call my name directly is even more looking for death. The heavily armored knight stood no chance and was swiftly slain. The old knight glanced coldly at the corpse, spat, and continued to fly towards the Candal Great Waterfall with his companions. At this moment, before the Candal Great Waterfall, Duke Montclair was directing his subordinates to set up a magic formation. Water cascaded down the 100-meter cliff, thundering like a storm. Amidst the mist, dozens of mages were embedding high-level magic crystals into the grooves of runes carved into the ground. Purple light flowed along the patterns, gradually forming a complex design. Martin stood on a distant cliff, watching with a cold gaze. My lord, should we? Balin whispered, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. No need, Martin replied, retracting his gaze. Montclair has at most 2 saint-level combatants, while we have 3, and 1 is a saint-level dragon rider mage. He turned and walked back to the makeshift camp, his voice flat. Only after I am well fed can he eat. Even if he emerges from the ruins, what can he possibly say? Balin followed, hesitating to speak. 2 days passed. The magic formation before the waterfall grew increasingly bright, the purple light almost dyeing the entire waterfall in an eerie hue. Duke Montclair remained motionless at the center of the formation, like a black statue. On the dawn of the 3rd day, a booming sound reverberated through the valley. The water in the center of the waterfall suddenly parted to reveal a dark rock wall behind it. On the wall, a dark light gate slowly took shape, its edges twisting and writhing as if alive. Within the gate was a pitch-black void, occasionally flickering with dark red light, resembling some giant beast blinking. An ominous aura surged forth like a tide, causing everyone present to involuntarily take a step back. This, Balin's expression turned grave, doesn't look like a normal ruins entrance. A normal ruins gate is a soft golden color, gentle and stable, akin to an old door. But this gate before them resembled a wound, tearing the boundary between reality and some other place. Duke Montclair, however, laughed, raising his hand as the army behind him began to line up. Enter. The first squad stepped into the light gate, their figures instantly swallowed by darkness without a sound escaping. A few minutes later, the entering squad returned to confirm the inside was safe, and Duke Montclair directly led the newly arrived Saint-Level knight Melson into the ruins. Martin glanced in the direction of the royal tent, thought for a moment, and sent a message to Gandalf via a communication crystal before entering the ruins. The moment he stepped through the light gate, Martin felt a sensation of weightlessness, as if he were falling from a cliff. Countless fragmented images flashed before him: burning cities, inverted mountains, and enormous eyes opening and closing in the void before he finally found solid ground beneath his feet. He knelt on one knee, the tip of his sword pressed against the ground to steady himself. Looking up, he saw a dark red sky devoid of sun, with only a massive black disk hanging in the horizon, its edges glowing with a bloody halo. The ground consisted of gray-white gravel crunching underfoot like the sound of bones breaking. In the distance, the rolling mountains exhibited unnatural geometric shapes, as if folded by some immense force. Duke Montclair's team was just 100 meters ahead, seemingly steadying themselves and reorganizing. "My lord, this place feels wrong. I suggest you leave immediately. I have seen countless ruins, but this is the first of its kind." Martin did not respond. He noticed the gravel on the ground shifting, not gravel but small white insects emerging from the earth and converging towards the living. Balin unleashed the power of the Saint-Level, directly killing the insects that surged around them. Martin shook his head. "Balin, can 3 saints not protect me?" Balin was momentarily speechless. Martin looked at him. "Let's go. I did not intend to stay in the ruins and hold you back. Intense battles will surely happen here. As long as you are injured, I will use energy to heal you, keeping you at your peak condition." "Understood. Let's continue forward." "Yes, master. Balin understands your meaning and will certainly protect your safety with his life." After about half an hour of travel, a wasteland appeared ahead. Not the ruins of buildings, but the remains of some gigantic creature. Bones lay scattered like mountains, some maintaining fighting postures, as if these beings were frozen at the moment of their death. Duke Montclair's team had already entered the ruins, their torches moving among the bones like a swarm of fireflies burrowing into the belly of a giant beast. Suddenly, from deep within the ruins came a low, resonant hum akin to a massive string being plucked slowly. With the hum, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the scattered bones clinked against each other, producing a sound like wind chimes. Then a sudden scream erupted from Duke Montclair's team. Balin leaped onto a higher bone with Martin, gazing into the distance. In the center of the ruins, a dark red beam of light rose from the ground, within which a massive silhouette was subtly forming. The forces of Montclair were retreating frantically, but some were already too late. Their bodies began to shrivel upon contact with the red light, as if all moisture were being drawn out, turning to gray-white gravel and merging with the earth. "What is that?" Balin did not answer. His gaze fell upon the base of the light beam, where a black stone platform seemed to hold something that flickered with a faint golden light amidst the red glow. "Master, ahead should be an altar." Just as the two were conversing, a sky mage from Duke Montclair's team flew towards them, quickly arriving before the two. "The Duke has ordered that Martin Sway leave the ruins immediately and wait outside. Once the Duke exits, rewards will be distributed based on merit, and you will not be treated unfairly." Saying this, the sky mage did not leave, but merely watched the two. Martin smiled. "Truly a case of kicking the donkey after the grind, but what if I refuse?" "Lord Martin." The voice of the sky mage was as calm as water. "The Duke said that the items within the ruins are not for you to touch. The Eansway family has operated in the north for 3 generations, and the Duke does not wish to see the bloodline of Eansway severed over such trivial matters." He who said that the Silver Spike bloodline has been completely severed. The voice came from beside them. Martin turned to see Barbara approaching with Yonier and Miller. Her face returned to its previous expression, but Martin could distinctly feel something different. The naive and carefree shell remained, yet it was hollow beneath, replaced by a chilling indifference. "Growing up so fast. Is this for real?" Martin muttered instinctively. The sky mage had already bowed. "Your Highness the 13th. Barbara nodded slightly, yet her gaze did not linger on him. "You can return now." Her tone was flat, as if she were instructing him to do something utterly mundane. "Martin Silver Spike will accompany this Highness to the center of the ruins." The sky mage opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue. But Yonier and Miller stepped forward simultaneously, their holy domain auras erupting with thunderous force, creating a tangible pressure that sent the sky mage flying, crashing heavily onto the rocks 10 feet away, unable to rise for a long time. Barbara turned to Martin, her lips curving into just the right arc, neither overly warm nor overly distant. "Sir Martin." She slightly turned to the side, gesturing a please. "Come with me." Martin did not move. He looked at the once arrogant and capricious 13th princess before him and suddenly realized. The scheming in the gorge, the downfall of the 7 noble families, the tragic deaths of 300 knights. This blood was not shed in vain. Some washed away their innocence in this blood, while others washed away something else. Barbara was waiting for his response, her gaze patient and determined. It was not an inquiry, but an opportunity. A matching smile slowly appeared on Martin's lips. "It is a great honor, Your Highness." He stepped forward toward her, and Baron immediately followed silently. Yonier and Miller flanked Barbara, their eyes scanning Martin with scrutiny, carrying an unspoken assertion. The five of them walked deeper into the ruins. The Sky Mage finally got up from the rocks, watching the direction they disappeared, his expression shifting between dark and light. He looked down at his trembling hands. The two Holy Domain auras just now clearly bore a warning along with a hint of murderous intent. He clenched his teeth and ultimately turned flying toward the Duke's direction. "Sir Martin," Barbara suddenly spoke, without turning around, "the Silver Spike family has operated in the north for 3 generations. Do you know the true origin of these ruins?" Martin shook his head. Barbara thought for a moment and opened her mouth anyway. "This ruin is the residence of a prince from the ancient Orc Empire recorded in the royal secret history. Inside lies a divine fire that can elevate a holy domain to demigod status." She paused, her gaze piercing as she looked at Martin. "Sir Martin, anything associated with divinity is a good..." Martin touched his armor and nodded. Indeed, it was a good thing. Seeing him remain unfazed, Barbara couldn't help but be taken aback. She had imagined his greed, his shock, his hesitation, but she never expected him to accept it calmly, as if he were hearing about a routine military matter. Martin spoke at the right moment. "Your Highness, you've said so much. Oh, what exactly do you want?" "I want you to help me seize the divine fire." Barbara looked him in the eye, enunciating each word. "Once successful, I will give you whatever you want, even if it is..." She slightly raised her chin, her voice unwavering. "Me?" Martin couldn't help but look at her with new eyes. Not because of the price she offered, but because of the posture she assumed while offering it. The naive and sweet girl who had been manipulated in the gorge had already learned to place herself on the chessboard. But he was not willing. Marrying her, that was clearly a loss on his part. A royal princess was both a bargaining chip and a shackle. Today she could sell herself to him. Tomorrow she could sell herself to someone else. Such a transaction might work for a time, but not for a lifetime. Martin looked at the 13th princess, his tone flat. "Your Highness, how about this? If you give me that royal protective angel, I will help you." "What?" Barbara's expression changed drastically. "Impossible. Do you know what that protective angel represents?" "I know." Martin remained unmoved. "It is a life-saving treasure passed down by the royal family. The one who wears it can be resurrected once after death, known as the Spring Brother armor. It must be worn by each king upon their passing, just in case. Since you know, how dare you speak?" "Your Highness," Martin smiled, but there was no warmth in that smile. "You just said whatever you want, I will give it to you. I want the protective angel, which you cannot afford. So let me rephrase." He stepped forward close enough to see his reflection in her pupils. "If you just give me that set of resurrection armor, I will wholeheartedly support you, not this current collaboration filled with hidden agendas, but a genuine, unreserved alliance putting everything on you." Barbara fell silent. Yonier and Miller exchanged glances. Neither spoke, but their hands tightened around their sword hilt and staff. The protective angel is the royal family's lifeline, far heavier than a princess engagement. Every monarch has valued it more than the throne itself, for a throne can be reclaimed, but a life lost means everything is gone. But the divine fire that can elevate a holy domain to demigod status. Barbara lowered her head, looking at her slender fingers. These hands, which only knew how to wield a whip and a fan 2 days ago, were now weighing the fate of a kingdom. "Sir Martin," she suddenly looked up, her voice as light as if she were talking to herself. "Do you know why I must fight?" Martin shook his head. "I don't want to know. Until you give me the resurrection armor, I don't want to know." Barbara was momentarily speechless, struggling to maintain her expression. Barbara shot Martin a glance. "Since you don't want to know, then go ahead. Head to the center of the ruins, to that altar." With that, she strode forward. Yorniel and Miller quickly followed the aura of the holy domain, pushing back the dark red mist by 3 paces. Martin shrugged and followed suit, while Barnes silently trailed behind with the soldiers. What they didn't know was that outside the ruins a change had occurred. The once stationed knights of Montclair, royal scouts and spies from various factions, were now all lying in pools of blood. In the center of the pile of corpses stood an orc shaman, holding a bone staff, his gray-green skin splattered with blood. Behind him, 30 orc warriors were licking their blades, emitting low growls from their throats. "The scent of humans," the holy domain shaman spoke in the Orcish tongue. Sweet and sickening, yet useful. He looked up at the dark portal, the gem at the top of his staff spinning around to lock onto a direction. "The prince is calling. Let's go." The orc warriors silently followed, their figures merging into the portal. Almost simultaneously, 5 streaks of light shot across the sky. "This is the place." The old knight landed, his eyes sweeping over the corpses scattered on the ground, his expression darkening. "The orcs arrived first. Uncle Sin, should we pursue?" "Pursue." The old knight grit his teeth. "Little 13 is inside, and the divine fire is also within. We don't have time to waste." The 5 transformed into streaks of light and rushed into the portal. Not long after they entered, two figures emerged from the shadows of the rock wall beside the waterfall. One was clad in a gray robe, wielding an oak staff, his hair and beard all white. The other stood nearly 10 feet tall, broad-shouldered like a bear, carrying a giant axe as wide as a door. Gandalf, the old bear rumbled. I didn't expect it to be so lively. Aligura didn't mention anything to me. Old bear, stop with the nonsense. The less you know, the longer you live. If someone tells you, you wouldn't listen anyway. You understand me well. Let's hurry, the master is still inside. We can't let him fall into danger. The two figures vanished into the portal. Moments later, a team of about 100 stealthily approached from the other side. They were dressed in matching black leather armor with a blood-red curved blade, the shadow blade, embroidered on their chests. They were the 21st ranked class mercenary group on the continent. At the forefront was a blonde knight, a faint golden aura unique to the holy domain flowing over his armor. Target confirmed. The blonde knight raised his hand, and the team stopped silently. He took out a magical portrait displaying the likeness of Martin Silvercrest. Kill this person. Secondary objective: hinder all actions of Duke Montclair. The employer is Duke Tuso. Half the payment has been made, and the rest will be settled upon completion. Captain, the assistant whispered, none of these two are easy to deal with. Is it too hasty to take this mission? Hasty? The blonde knight raised an eyebrow, then sneered. If you don't fight for something, how can you improve? How can the mercenary group evolve? Rely on the charity of others. Once this is done, we will immediately withdraw from the Valen Kingdom and run to other kingdoms. What can they do to us then? But the blonde knight ignored the assistant, put away the portrait, and drew his sword, pointing it at the portal. The 100-man team surged into the ruins like a tide of darkness. Inside the ruins, Barbara walked at the forefront, her pace quickening. Under the dark red canopy, the geometric mountains began to twist as if being kneaded by some invisible force. The gray-white gravel on the ground no longer flowed but solidified into a hard texture, making a metallic cracking sound when stepped on. Your Highness, Yorniel suddenly spoke, someone is following us. How many? Many, Miller replied, unleashing the full perception of the holy domain. At least 4 factions, orcs, royal reinforcements, 2 lone individuals, and 100-strong armed group. Among them, there are the holy domain. Barbara paused briefly before continuing forward. Let them come. The center of the ruins has restrictions. The more from the holy domain, the stronger the restrictions. We'll go in first and secure our position. Martin, walking in the middle of the group, took out a communication crystal and composed a message. Within seconds, he received a reply. After reading it, the weight in Martin's heart eased a little. Baron, he whispered, when the fight starts, prioritize safety. My lord, aren't we helping the princess? Help with what? The resurrection armor hasn't been given to me yet. Well, adapt as needed. Martin glanced at Barbara's figure ahead. Baron nodded. However, they were too close, and their conversation was overheard by Miller and Yorniel, who turned to shoot Martin a glare. Martin smiled sheepishly and edged closer to Baron. Soon they arrived in front of the altar. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the altar was not a place of sacrifice, but rather a ceiling formation. The massive stone pillar was covered in dark red runes with chains hanging down from its top, their ends disappearing into the cracks in the ground. From these fissures, a black-purple mist seeped out, carrying a scent reminiscent of rotting flesh. Miller and Yorniel exchanged glances, tightening their grips on the hilt of their swords. Baron also stepped back to Martin's side, lowering his voice. Master, something is not right. This is not a place for divine fire to reside. You must leave. Miller and Yorniel simultaneously looked at Baron. This sacred knight actually referred to Martin Silverwhisper as Master. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the same shock reflected on each other's faces. Sacred knights possess the pride of their domain. It is common for them to rather die than yield. To have one willingly submit is a testament to Martin Silverwhisper's abilities far deeper than they had imagined. Duke Montclair had already halted his team there with black-armored soldiers arranged in a fan shape, seemingly preparing for something. Upon seeing Barbara and Martin approach, Duke Montclair had already halted his team there with black-armored soldiers arranged in a fan shape, seemingly preparing for something. Upon seeing Barbara and Martin approach, Duke Montclair slowly raised his hand, and the troops immediately went on high alert. Nelson, the sacred knight, stood before the Duke with his sword drawn, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed directly on Martin's direction. The air was taut as a bowstring. Prince 13, Duke Montclair began, his voice emerging from beneath the hood with a hint of amusement. You've come as well. How did you emerge from the shadows? Barbara did not respond. Her gaze swept over the ceiling formation, then over the mages behind Duke Montclair, who were setting things up. They were not preparing to attack, but rather embedding some kind of black crystal into the ground, the patterns on the crystal faintly resonating with the runes of the ceiling formation. The Duke is reinforcing the seal. Martin suddenly interjected, his tone as flat as if he were discussing the weather. Duke Montclair's movement paused slightly, then he chuckled. Sir Martin, you have a keen eye. However, it is not reinforcement, it is preparation to open it. He raised his hand to point at the center of the ceiling formation where a depression matched the shape of a dragon scale. The divine fire is indeed here. The Duke's voice lowered as if he were sharing a secret. But it is not an unowned object. 300 years ago the Orc Prince sealed it here along with an ancient demon. To obtain the divine fire, one must first release that demon. He turned his gaze from beneath the hood, landing on Martin. What? Does Sir Martin wish to get involved? If I let you leave, why do you not take your leave? Martin chuckled softly. Duke Montclair, you know, I have not seen much of the world. I am merely out to broaden my horizons, so those great nobles do not label me as a country bumpkin. Duke Montclair laughed, his laughter tinged with genuine delight. Haha, since Sir Martin wishes to see the world, it is good to come out, but, he raised a finger. You must make a choice immediately, help me or assist the royal family. One or the other. He lowered his hand, his gaze burning intensely from beneath the hood. Choose, Sir Martin. The black-purple mist within the ceiling formation suddenly surged, as if some slumbering entity was stirring, causing the entire ruin to tremble slightly. Miller and Yoniel stepped forward simultaneously, guarding either side of Barbara, their sacred aura fully unleashed, vigilantly watching Duke Montclair's direction. Baron completely blocked Martin's front, his sword drawn 3 inches, ready to pounce at the slightest movement from the other side. But Martin knew the real threat did not lie across from them. He looked down at the depression in the center of the ceiling formation, then raised his gaze to Barbara. The 13th Prince's face was as pale as paper, her lips pressed into a line. Those once innocent then cold eyes were now fixated on him, awaiting his answer. She was waiting for an ally or a traitor. Your Highness, Martin suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, yet it distinctly cut through the tension in the air. You mentioned that the divine fire could elevate a sacred domain to demigod status. Yes. You also stated that anything related to divine is a good thing. Yes. However, before Martin could summon Gandalf and the others, several sacred presences rushed in from the distance. 5 streaks of light tore through the dark red sky, their arrival echoing like thunder. The moment they landed, the 5 sacred auras exploded, colliding with the existing energy in the vicinity and stirring up visible waves. Duke Montclair's expression darkened instantly. Heh! He let out a cold laugh, a grimace lurking at the corners of his mouth, as if he had been played. I didn't expect the royal family to send 5 sacred domains this time. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips tracing the wolf head emblem on his chest, the motion imbued with a deliberate calm that spoke of an offense. It seems the old king was already aware of the previous plan. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the 4 figures behind the old knight, as if counting or confirming something. Did they think they could toy with me, eh? His voice suddenly turned harsh, like shards of ice squeezed out from between his teeth. What an old bastard. Montclair. The old knight spoke, his voice rough like sandpaper scraping against rusted iron, yet carrying an undeniable authority. He stepped forward, though his broken sword remained sheathed, the overwhelming aura of a peak sacred domain pressed down, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and several black crystals embedded along the edge of the ceiling formation actually jumped up an inch. As a noble of the Valen Kingdom, he paused, his gaze scraping across Duke Montclair's face like a dull knife. Is this how you speak of your king? The air froze. Duke Montclair stared at the old knight, then suddenly laughed. The smile transformed from grim to calm so quickly that it was shocking, like a mask being replaced back onto his face, seamless. Noble. He repeated the word, his tone tinged with genuine confusion, which then morphed into mockery. The royal family raised me for 100 years, treating me as a watchdog, a sacrifice, a pawn to be sacrificed at any moment, and now you speak to me of nobility. Those matters others might not know, do you not know? The sacred sword, Knight Parker Valen. The old knight fell silent. Indeed, the royal family had gone too far. Montclair, did the royal family not compensate you? Elevating you from a count to a duke's title, is that not enough? Enough. Duke Montclair turned to old Parker, his tone carrying the last shred of bargaining hope. Give me the divine flame, and we'll settle our accounts. Old Parker seemed to hear some absurd statement. The corners of his mouth twitched, too lazy to even offer a cold smile. Do you think that's possible, Montclair? His voice was flat, as if asking about the weather. Or do you believe your family is worth a divine flame? He stepped forward, the broken sword making a faint metallic sound as it brushed against the sheath. Those few matters have already been compensated to you. By accepting the title, you accepted the compensation. He raised his hand, pointing toward the exit of the ruins, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Leave here immediately. His hand still raised, he turned to Martin, his gaze like a dull knife scraping across. And you too, Martin Silvercrest. Martin nodded, bowing with a gesture as standard as if practiced 1,000 times in a court etiquette class. Understood, I'll leave at once. He turned and signaled to Baron, the 2 of them hastily walking toward the outskirts of the ruins. Their pace was neither hurried nor slow, appearing as an ordinary noble fulfilling orders faithfully. But in his heart, he was calculating another set of accounts. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Only a fool would openly conflict with 7 paragons. Duke Montclair still had 1 paragon at hand. The royal side had 5, and with Miller and Yanier present in a place crowded with paragons, even demigods would think twice. Martin Silvercrest only had 1 paragon dragon knight, 1 paragon knight, and 1 paragon orc. He could mix in, but it would be a case of losing more than gaining. Better to withdraw, first find a place to hide, and wait until they've finished fighting before coming out to pick up the pieces. Martin led Baron into a group of abandoned palaces at the outskirts of the ruins. The stone columns were toppled, the domes collapsed, and dark red light seeped through the cracks, casting mottled shadows on the ground. He chose a half-collapsed side hall, waved to Baron to set up a guard, and then pulled out a concealment rune, pressing it onto himself. His figure melted into the shadows like vapor. In the distance, old Parker's gaze tracked his retreating figure until it vanished completely into the ruins. The corners of his mouth moved as if he wanted to laugh or curse, but ultimately it turned into a vague murmur. What a little sly one. Duke Montclair naturally noticed Martin's departure. His eyes narrowed beneath the hood, but he did not intervene. He looked back at old Parker and the 4 paragon auras behind him. Lord Parker. His voice lowered, carrying the last shred of negotiation. Do you really want to fight me to the death? What do you think? Old Parker slowly drew his sword, the broken blade reflecting the pale light of the divine flame, dazzlingly bright. You broke the rules, so you must pay the price. The royal family's mercy is not your capital for making mistakes. Rules. Mercy. Duke Montclair laughed, a hint of madness in that laughter. 100 years of rules, and it's to burn my family as firewood. Just because of the special nature of the cleansed bloodline, anyone who appears like this will be taken away by the royal. The blood itself is the supreme, purifying medium, able to wash away the demonic corruption and dark curses from royal members, saving the polluted crown prince or king. But after a complete purification, the blood donor must die. He ceased to speak further, raising his hand to crush the last black crystal. The ceiling array trembled violently, black-purple mist surged out from the cracks in the ground. The formless monster in the altar emitted a hungry hum, its pure white eyes slowly turning towards the direction of the most living beings on the battlefield. Then let us die together. Duke Montclair's voice came from beneath the hood, eerily calm. If I can't obtain it, no one else shall acquire the divine flame. Old Parker's face changed dramatically, shouting, Are you insane? Montclair. The 5 paragons moved simultaneously, their momentum merging into a pale golden barrier in front of themselves. Miller and Yanier exchanged glances, acting simultaneously, but instead of joining the royal formation, they guarded Barbara on either side. Barbara did not move. She stood behind the golden barrier, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield, landing on the shadows of the abandoned palaces in the distance. That place was already deserted, but she knew Martin Silvercrest was hiding behind a stone pillar or beneath a broken wall, like a patient wolf waiting for the prey to exhaust itself. Little rascal, she whispered, repeating old Parker's assessment, a barely noticeable curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Then she glanced down at her space ring, feeling a surge of confidence. Martin watched all of this from a distance. Good. Let them fight quickly. The harder they hit, the more injuries they inflict, the easier it would be to come out and clean up the aftermath. On the battlefield, the monster was completely freed. It had no physical form, just a continuously twisting darkness, yet it exuded a pressure stronger than that of a paragon. It slowly rose from within the altar wherever it passed. Even the dark red sky was swallowed, turning into pure nothingness. Food. So much. The voice of the monster resonated directly in everyone's minds, as if coming from a distant place, yet also whispering right next to their ears. Old Parker thrust his sword forward, the peak momentum of the paragon exploding to its utmost, the sword light, like a rainbow, striking directly at the monster. But the sword light disappeared into the darkness like a cow sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. It didn't work. Others followed suit, clearly noticing that their attacks on the monster had no effect at all. The monster seemed enraged, letting out a roar as it lunged towards them. Old Parker, fully aware of the power of numbers, shouted towards the distance, Martin Silvercrest, come help, the royal family will promote you. Promote me? A joke. He sneered coldly in his heart. They'll leave this opportunity to you. He shrank back, applying another layer of the concealment rune, minimizing his presence to the extreme, even his heartbeat slowing to 30 beats per minute. Baron squatted beside him, also concealing his figure, whispering, My lord, should we leave? Your safety is the most important. Not leaving this is a good opportunity, a chance to pick up the spoils. Martin's lips did not move, his voice squeezed out from his throat. Old Parker has 5 paragons, Montclair has 2 plus Miller and Yanier, and 9 paragons can't kill a monster. But that monster, no matter how strong the monster is, it is still formless water. Martin's gaze pierced through the cracks in the broken wall, focusing on the battlefield. It lived off the sealing array. As long as someone held it back and destroyed the sealing array, it would naturally dissipate. He paused, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Old Parker is not a fool. He can see that, and Montclair is even less of a fool. He dares to unleash the monster. He must have a backup plan. Let us wait until they exhaust their trump cards before we go out to pick up the cheap. Of course, if they mess up, we will run. At that time, we can escape on the back of the Thunder Dragon. They won't be able to catch up. Baron nodded, no longer speaking. On the battlefield, the situation grew ever more desperate. Old Parker swung his sword, but the blade's light was devoured by the dark creature, and the backlash of darkness spread along the sword, corroding his entire right arm into a bloody mess. He let out a muffled groan, the broken sword slipping from his grasp as he retreated violently. Barbara stood still, her pale pupils reflecting the darkness of the creature. Suddenly, she raised her hand and retrieved a neck-worn holy pendant from her spatial ring. The pendant emitted a faint golden glow beneath the creature's darkness, resembling a flickering candle flame swaying in a fierce wind. Ynir. Her voice was calm, as if instructing someone to perform a mundane task. Put on this redemption. Your Highness. Quickly wear it. Barbara threw the pendant, her gaze fixed on the flickering divine fire in the center of the altar. We need to go in and take the divine fire. Ynir caught the pendant, and the moment his fingertip touched the metallic surface, a warm, holy power surged into his body. Without hesitation, he put it around his neck. The pale golden light suddenly surged, transforming into a thin membrane of light that enveloped Barbara, Ynir, and Miller simultaneously. As the dark creature's shadow touched the membrane, a hissing sound emerged like boiling water splashing on snow, forcing it to recede slightly. Go! Barbara stepped forward first, the membrane moving with her, tearing open a path through the thick blackness. Ynir and Miller guarded either side, the aura of the sacred domain reigning in its momentum, pouring all their power into their legs, pushing their speed to the limit. The three of them shot forward like a golden meteor straight toward the altar. Old Parker's pupils constricted suddenly. Forbidden potion. He shouted, pulling out a pitch-black vial from his pocket and downing it. The four royal sacred domain warriors behind him made the same move, 5 vials shattering simultaneously. The moment the potion entered their bodies, their skin flushed abnormally, veins bulging like writhing earthworms. Pain twisted their faces, yet their speed doubled. The 5 beams of light, disregarding the dark creature's entanglement, forcefully tore through the darkness, rushing madly toward the altar. Old Parker held the broken sword across his chest, blood-red patterns appearing along the blade, marks of burning vitality. Little 13. His voice was hoarse like a broken gong, echoing in the darkness. The divine fire does not belong to you. Barbara did not look back. She focused on the altar, now getting closer on that pale flame, her pupils reflecting the same hue. The light of the redemption artifact was visibly dimming the darkness of the creature, pressing in from all sides, the membrane groaning under the unbearable strain. 10 zhong remaining. Her voice was steady, as if counting steps. Your Highness, the membrane can't hold much longer, Miller growled softly. 8 zhong. The dark tentacles pierced the edge of the membrane. Miller swung his sword to sever it, the blade clashing with the darkness, sending up a spray of golden sparks. 5 zhong. Old Parker's sword wind came slicing from behind, the blood-red sword aura tearing through the darkness, targeting Barbara's legs. Ynir suddenly turned, conjuring a shield with magic to protect himself. The sword aura struck, flesh, blood flying. The light from the redemption artifact flickered violently, diminishing the fatal damage by a third, but the residual force still knocked Ynir forward, a mouthful of blood splattering on the membrane. Ynir. Miller reached out to assist. Don't worry about me. Ynir gritted his teeth, tearing the pendant from around his neck and shoving it into Barbara's hand. Your Highness. Hurry. Barbara took the pendant, her fingertips brushing against the still warm metal. She glanced at Ynir, who had collapsed to the ground, then at Old Parker, who was close behind, and the blood-red patterns burning on Old Parker's sword. Without hesitation, she put the pendant back around her neck, the light surging once more, wrapping her entire body in a golden cocoon. She accelerated, charging toward the altar. Old Parker passed by the two, the blood-red sword aura gathering again. But the side effects of the forbidden potion began to backfire. He staggered, the sword aura deviating slightly, striking the edge of the altar's stone pillar. The stone pillar collapsed, debris flying. The other 4 struggled with all their might to delay the creature's entry. Barbara had already stepped onto the last step of the altar. The divine fire was within reach. The pale light reflected on her face like a layer of cold frost. She extended her hand, her fingertip reaching toward that flame. Just as she touched it, a shadow sprang from the darkness beneath the altar. It was not a creature, but an orc. The orc's sacred domain shaman Agura emerged from the darkness, his gray-green skin inscribed with blood-red totems, the eye gem atop his bone staff spinning around before finally locking onto Barbara. He grinned widely, his fangs glistening with yellow stains beneath the dark red sky, like a hyena that caught the scent of blood. Coming here was not easy. His voice was hoarse, laced with the unique, guttural tone of Orcish language. But this is where it ends. With that he raised his bone staff and began reciting an ancient incantation. The syllables were obscure and twisted like wind forced through cracks in the earth, carrying the scent of decay. As the incantation resonated, the divine fire in the center of the altar began to struggle violently, the pale flames contorting and deforming as if some living thing was writhing in pain. In the next moment, the divine fire suddenly soared, crashing straight toward the creature that was devouring everything. In an instant, the creature was completely engulfed by the pale flames. A shrill scream emanated from within the flames, not the voice of the creature, but more like the howl of a soul suppressed for centuries. The fire blazed stronger, the creature's darkness melting away like ice and snow peeling off in layers. However, as time passed, a silhouette slowly emerged from the center of the flames. Not the creature. It was a figure. Silver hair unfurled from the flames like silk condensed from moonlight. The massive form gradually became clearer, towering nearly 10 feet, high, muscles rippling like mountain ranges. A pair of golden vertical pupils slowly opened, burning with a pale hue identical to that of the divine fire. The Silver Bimon. The unified image of the Orc Empire's royalty, a legendary ancient war beast capable of battling dragons. Agura's pupils constricted sharply, and his bone staff clattered to the ground. He fell to his knees, his forehead hitting the rubble heavily, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Your Highness." Everyone present was stunned. Old Parker's broken sword froze in midair, the blood-red patterns of the forbidden potion solidifying like rust. Miller and Unier exchanged glances, seeing the same horror reflected on each other's faces. The redemption artifact around Barbara's neck trembled slightly, as if some ancient bloodline was resonating. Before they could react, the entire altar began to shake violently. From the cracks in the ground, runes lit up one by one, not the previous dark red, but the same silvery white as the Silver Bimon. The runes spread like a spider's web, crawling from the edges of the altar toward the center, reaching beneath each person's feet. "Not good," Old Parker shouted fiercely. "It's the spirit seizing a ray." But it was already too late. The moment the runes touched the sacred domain, warriors, an irresistible pulling force erupted. Old Parker felt his holy power bursting forth like a flood, surging out through the runes beneath his feet. The 4 royal sacred domain warriors behind him also changed their expressions drastically, trying to break free, only to find their legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to even lift a foot. Miller and Unier simultaneously let out muffled groans, the aura of the sacred domain visibly waning. Unier, already heavily injured, was now kneeling on one knee, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Your Highness, run." Her voice was hoarse, yet she lacked even the strength to lift her hand. Barbara stood rooted in place, the redemption artifact around her neck blazing with searing golden light, shielding her from most of the suction. Yet she could feel the artifact's radiance dimming at an alarming rate. Within 10 breaths, it would fade entirely. The energy siphoned by the runes coalesced into a silvery white current flowing like a river toward the hovering Argent Minotaur. Its colossal form grew increasingly solid under the influx of power, while the ashen hue within its golden vertical pupils intensified, like a cold rising moon. Duke Montclair collapsed beside the altar, his body withered to skeletal frailty, his hood had long since slipped away. He watched the scene unfold. First with desolation, his plan utterly derailed, reduced him to the most absurd pawn. But in the next instant his gaze locked onto the Argent Minotaur, onto those golden vertical pupils fused with divine flame, and he laughed. His laughter was ragged like a broken bellows, wheezing air, yet laced with manic, feverish delight. "Ha ha ha ha." He trembled violently, his desiccated chest rasping like wine through hollow reeds, his mouth stretching Erdoear to reveal gleaming white teeth. "Old bastard," he murmured into the void, whether cursing the former king or the royal ancestors who had sacrificed his family over a century, no one could tell. "Let the royal dynasty's entire legacy perish with me." He turned his head, toward the straining Old Parker, toward the ashen-faced Barbara, toward every Saint Domain being drained on sight, his grin twisting ever more grotesque. Suddenly the laughter ceased. Duke Montclair's head dipped, and his body crumbled into ashen-gray granules, merging seamlessly with the earth. Yet in that final moment before dissolution, his unnaturally youthful eyes held not despair, but a chilling, liberating euphoria, and a curse-like pity for everyone present. The rune's extraction accelerated sharply. Old Parker grunted, dropping to one knee. His broken sword clattered onto the stone. Behind him, 4 royal Saint Domains had already begun losing consciousness, the exhaustion of depleted sacred energy surging like a tide. The hovering Argent Minotaur slowly lowered its head, its golden vertical pupils sweeping across the assembly. That gaze held no emotion, no memory, only pure ravenous dominion. Divine fire burned within its chest, fused with its heart. Each pulse sent tremors rippling through the food. It spoke its voice like the earth itself, roaring so much. Aguila remained kneeling, forehead pressed against shattered stone, trembling uncontrollably. Your Highness, the Beast Empire has awaited you for 5 centuries. The Argent Minotaur did not glance at him. It raised its forelimb and brought it down upon him. Boom. Aguila offered no resistance, crushed instantly into crimson pulp. Beast soldiers behind him stared upward in abject terror at the hovering Argent Minotaur. Martin stood at the periphery of the altar, gazing up at the column of energy piercing heaven and earth. A silvery white torrent erupted from the altar's core, spearing the dark red sky and bathing the entire ruin in blinding daylight. He felt the pressure emanating from within the column, not that of a Saint Domain, nor even a demigod, but something older, more primal, like a slumbering leviathan shifting in its dreams. He had intended to enter, yet his feet halted of their own accord. Master, Baron's face tightened, his voice hushed to a whisper. I sense an abnormally potent presence. Best not to proceed. Martin nodded in quiet agreement. You speak wisely. Before he could finish, a soft chuckle echoed from behind. Clad in matching black leather armor, they bore the emblem of crossed crimson scimitars, the Shadow Blades. Clad in matching black leather armor, they bore the emblem of crossed crimson scimitars, the Shadow Blades, a renowned Shrank mercenary company across the continent. The golden-haired knight stepped forward, his Saint Domain aura rippled outward like concentric waves, causing pebbles beneath his feet to tremble faintly. He glanced at Baron standing guard before Martin, then swept his gaze across the collapsed pillars and the blood-hued sky, his lips curling into a wry, knowing smile. He drawled lazily, as if commenting on the weather. Someone hired me to kill you. Baron instantly raised his blade. His Saint Domain aura exploded forth, shielding Martin behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed upon the crimson scimitars embroidered on the knight's chest. Shadow Blades. Who issued the contract? The golden-haired knight remained silent. He turned slightly, issuing orders to 2 other knights beside him, both radiating legendary tier auras. Brother 2, Brother 3, kill Martin Silvergrain. I'll hold Baron Andoril. Understood, Chief. They moved as one, blades flashing like rainbows aimed straight for Martin's throat. Martin stood motionless, sword still sheathed. As the mercenaries charged, a mocking smile flickered across. It held no fear, no panic. Only a disquieting, premeditated calm that sent chills down spines. Gandalf, he murmured, voice low yet cutting cleanly through the tension. Old bear. Kill them. Roar. A dragon's cry shook the ruins. The dark red sky tore open. Lightning descended from the heavens. Gandalf rode forth atop a thunder dragon, his gray robes snapping fiercely in the gale, lightning crackling violently at the tip of his oak staff. The thunder dragon spread its wings wide, obscuring the sky, its ancient sovereign roar hurling the 2 leading legendary knights backward with sheer force. Shadow Blades. Gandalf tapped his staff lightly. A bolt of lightning struck the mercenary's center, incinerating limbs into charred fragments. A pack of hyenas daring to bark before this old man. Simultaneously, the ground erupted. A massive figure burst forth from beneath the earth. Nearly 10 feet tall, shoulders broad as double doors, its gray-white fur etched with crackling lightning sigils. Old Bear hefted a colossal axe, wide as a door, its edge still streaked with fresh soil. He grinned, revealing yellowed fangs. Dared come kill my master. Seems you've grown weary of living. With a sweeping arc, the axe cleaved a gale-force wind, splitting over a dozen mercenaries clean in half armor and flesh alike. Blood splattered across the ashen sand, vaporizing instantly into crimson mist under intense heat. The golden-haired knight's face paled. His gaze darted between Gandalf and Old Bear. His Saint Domain aura flickered uncontrollably. A Saint Domain dragon-riding mage, and a peak-tier Saint Domain thunder-marked bearman. This duo alone could obliterate his entire mercenary company. Gandalf the Dragon Rider Mage, a Saint Domain beastman. His voice tightened. How could you possibly? How could we serve a minor noble? Gandalf finished the sentence with a smile, the thunder dragon circling above him, lightning casting the blood-red sky into strobing chiaroscuro. Because he is my master. Indeed. Old Bear swung his axe again, sending another mercenary flying, then turned, grinning broadly. He is our master. Martin regarded the golden-haired knight, his smile unchanged. Who sent you to kill me? How much did they pay? The golden-haired knight remained silent. Veins bulged along his grip on the hilt, desperate to flee. Yet his eyes flickered toward Baron Andoril, whose unwavering gaze remained locked upon him. Within the altar, the 7 Saint Domain powerhouses of the royal family were on the verge of collapse. Old Parker knelt on one knee, his broken sword propped against the rubble, the crimson veins of the forbidden potion crawling from his arm to his neck like writhing earthworms. He lifted his gaze to the silver behemoth suspended in midair. Its colossal form grew increasingly solid under the infusion of energy, and the pale white hue within its golden vertical pupils resembled two cold moons looking down upon the struggling ants beneath. Quickly, his voice was hoarse as he turned to look at the 4 Saint Domains behind him, who were also barely holding on. Use the Class 2 Forbidden Potion. The faces of the 4 Saint Domains instantly darkened. The Class 2 Forbidden Potion, the deepest taboo in the Royal Secret Vault, traded the burning of soul, flesh, and lifespan for a burst of power that momentarily surpassed the Saint Domain. After consumption, the physical body would decay and rot within dozens of breaths, and the soul would be used as fuel. Lord Parker. One of them stammered. That is an order. Old Parker barked, his broken sword scraping a harsh screech across the rubble. This is the northern border of the Valen Kingdom. It is within Valen territory. If the Orc Prince steps out, the entire kingdom will be buried with us. The 4 fell silent. They looked at the suspended silver behemoth, at the pillar of energy connecting heaven and earth, and then at the dark red sky beyond the altar. That was the direction of the royal capital where their families resided. With a grit of their teeth, they painstakingly retrieved the potions from their spatial rings. The cork was wound with triple seals. The moment it was unsealed, a riot of colors spilled from the bottle's mouth, as if some living thing was struggling within. They did not hesitate, tilting their heads back and gulping it down. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged from within their bodies. It was wild and searing, like 4 bursting floods roaring and rampaging through their meridians. The runes of the soul-stealing array, upon touching this energy, emitted a cracking sound of strain, and the silver-white streams of light were forcibly scattered. The 4 rose to their feet, their auras climbing step by step to the peak of the Saint Domain. Half-step to demigod, still rising, but their faces and hair visibly withered before their eyes. Black hair turned white, turned gray, turned brittle and dry. Their skin slackened and wrinkled as if all moisture had been drained, clinging tightly to their bones. Their eye sockets sank, yet their pupils blazed with a multicolored flame, the final radiance of a burning soul. The 4 exchanged glances. Without a word, they charged in unison at the silver behemoth. BOM, 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 boom. 4 massive explosions detonated in succession. These were not ordinary explosions, but annihilating detonations where soul and flesh were simultaneously obliterated. Multicolored light erupted from 4 directions, at once engulfing the colossal form of the silver behemoth. The energy pillar trembled violently. The silver-white streams of light were blasted into flying fragments, as if a sun had shattered at the center of the altar. The entire altar was sent flying. Massive stones disintegrated, runes shattered, and the dark red sky was torn open, revealing the endless void beyond. The shockwave spread in a ring, reducing ruins to dust and melting gravel into glass in its path. Outside the altar, Martin's pupils contracted sharply. Retreat, he barked, turning to flee. Baron Gandalf and Old Bear moved simultaneously, the 4 of them sprinting towards the ruins' exit. But the shockwave was faster. A terrifying blast of air swept in from behind, carrying a searing heat that could destroy everything. Baron abruptly skidded to a halt, his body blurring as he retreated. His Saint Domain aura exploded outward, forming a pale golden barrier behind Martin. Gandalf slammed his staff down. The thunder dragon roared as a dove, folding its wings to shield Martin beneath. Old Bear drove his great axe into the ground. The Thunder Rune Bearman's physique swelled by a third, electricity flickering across his gray-white fur. He braced himself, turning his back to meet the shockwave. Boom! The blast collided with their combined defense, producing a metallic tearing shriek. Baron's barrier shattered instantly. He was flung through the air, crashing heavily into a broken pillar, blood gushing from his mouth. Gandalf's Thunder Dragon let out a pained roar, most of the scales on its wings stripped away. The gray-robed mage tumbled from the dragon's back, his oak staff snapped in 2. Old Bear fared the worst. Standing at the front, he was pushed by the blast, carving a 3-hang-long trench in the ground. His back was scorched black, revealing the bloody, mangled muscle beneath. But Martin was shielded. He stood in the blind spot they had created, the golden dragon scale patterns flowing on his skin, weakening the residual force to its minimum. The shockwave howled past him like a passing hurricane, whipping his robes noisily, but failing to harm him, and the blast dissipated. Martin fell to his knees, not from the impact, but from weakness in his legs. He watched Baron lying beneath the broken pillar, saw Gandalf struggling to rise from the rubble, and Old Bear sprawled motionless at the end of the 3-jong trench, smoke rising from his back. Martin immediately commanded the system to heal them. As 398642 units of energy vanished, a white light emanated from their bodies, enveloping Baron Gandalf and Old Bear. Where the white light passed, broken ribs realigned, charred flesh regenerated, and depleted meridians, the depression in Baron's chest swelled back to normal at a visible rate. The deep bone-exposing gashes on Gandalf's face healed without a trace. On Old Bear's back, carbonized muscle was replaced by new gray-white fur with thunder runes flowing beneath it, even more dazzling than before. Although the Thunder Dragon had not formed a heart contract with Martin, it was connected to Gandalf through their pact, and was bathed in the white light as well. The scales stripped from its wings regenerated one after another, ringing out with a crisp metallic clang. The dragon's roar shifted from pain to relief, echoing through the ruins. The three and the dragon opened their eyes simultaneously, their first gaze landing on Martin. "Master, are you alright?" Baron flipped to his feet, his movements even more agile than before his injury. His Saint Domain aura unconsciously flared, pulverizing the surrounding rubble into dust. Gandalf and Old Bear spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping. "Master." Martin shook his head, raising a hand to stop them. "You did well in protecting me." His voice was calm, as if stating a simple fact. "Come, let's go check the altar." He turned and walked towards the center of the explosion, his pace unhurried. The soles of his boots crunched over the scorched gravel. "With an explosion that powerful, they must be dead for sure," he added without looking back, a familiar curve lifting the corner of his mouth. "Let's see if they left any spatial rings behind." He paused, and something new entered his voice. "Can't let this trip be for nothing." Baron was stunned for a moment, then a grin spread across his face as he quickened his pace to follow. At the epicenter of the explosion, the scene was devastating. Where the altar once stood, there was now only a crater 100 zhang in diameter. The walls of the pit were smooth as glass, formed from sand melted by the intense heat and then cooled. Scattered at the bottom of the pit were charred remains, impossible to tell if they were stone or bone. Only in some corners could traces of melted metal be seen, the equipment carried by the Saint Domain powerhouses. Martin stood at the edge of the pit, his gaze sweeping across it like he was taking inventory. "Old Parker's," he pointed to a spot at the bottom. A ring engraved with the royal crest was half buried in the slag. The band was deformed, but the spatial fluctuations were still active. "The royal secret vault. Plenty of good stuff." He bent down, retrieving 3 rings from the slag. One was already cracked, its spatial fluctuations chaotic, its contents likely scattered into the void. The other 2 were intact, but could not be opened. He straightened up, looking deeper into the pit. There where the silver behemoth had stood was an even larger depression. At the center of that depression, a pitch-black fleshy ball emitted a faint sound of breathing. "Still alive." Gandalf's voice came from the edge of the pit, laced with surprise. Martin immediately stepped back, gesturing to Gandalf, Baron, and Old Bear. "Get down here," he said in a low voice, his gaze locked on the charred sphere of flesh. "Check that thing." The 3 leaped into the pit, spreading out in a fan formation, each on high alert. Gandalf held his staff horizontally before him, lightning coalescing at its tip. Baron's sword was half drawn from its scabbard, his Saint Domain aura coiled inward like a drawn bow. Old Bear dragged his great axe along the ground, thunderous patterns shimmering faintly beneath his fur. The sphere of flesh stirred. As if sensing the approach of humans, its scorched surface slowly unfurled and peeled away, revealing silvery white flesh beneath. The flesh still writhed, growing and reassembling at a visible rate, eventually coalescing into a massive silhouette, a silver behemoth. Yet now his presence was utterly different from the imposing might he had displayed while hovering in midair. His silver-white fur had been burned clean away, exposing a hide of charred black and tender pink, like a colossal beast that had been skinned. His golden vertical pupils were as dim as dust-covered gems, his breaths as harsh as bellows, each exhalation spitting blood-flecked foam. He could feel his body rapidly weakening. Without completing the ritual, he was like a sieve, his internal energy leaking from every direction, unstoppable. The foundations of his demigodhood were collapsing, divine punishment surging in like a tidal wave. He glared viciously at the approaching humans, his eyes brimming with resentment. 500 years. 500 years of sealing, 500 years of waiting. He had barely broken free, only to be blasted into this state by 4 ant-like saints fighting with their lives. The glory of the Orc Empire, the dignity of the Behemoth royal clan, all destroyed by these accursed humans. But as he watched, he suddenly stopped moving. Resentment receded like a tide, revealing a bottomless exhaustion beneath. He recalled the Great War 500 years ago, the alliance between the Dragon Clan and humanity, and the hoary voice that spoke when he was sealed into the altar. "With my blood seal his evil. Let those of later ages be cautious in opening this gate." 500 years. Enough. He relaxed, collapsing onto the rubble, limbs splayed out like livestock awaiting slaughter. His golden vertical pupils slowly closed, quietly awaiting death. Martin watched this, seeing a flicker of thought in his eyes. He strode forward, ignoring Baron's exclamation, and walked directly up to the silver behemoth. The charred flesh still smoked, the high heat warping the air. Yet he seemed not to feel the burn as he crouched down, meeting the gaze of those dying golden pupils at eye level. "Hey," he said, his voice not loud, but cutting clearly through the dead silence. "Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" The silver behemoth's eyelids trembled, but did not open. "If you want to live, don't resist." Martin raised his hand. The dragon-scale golden patterns on his palm blazed brightly, and a white light surged forth. Form a heart contract with me. The white light sank into the silver behemoth's brow. However, a violent will rebounded from within the behemoth. The white light shattered like it had struck an iron wall. Martin frowned, but did not retreat. He stared at the silver behemoth's charred flesh, at the wounds that healed slowly, only to split open again, and suddenly smiled. Don't you have a mission to fulfill? His voice dropped as if sharing a secret. The Orc Empire has waited 500 years for you. Agula the shaman knelt before you, calling you your highness. If you die like this, would you be worthy of them? The silver behemoth's eyelids trembled, opening a slit. Form a heart contract with me. Martin continued, his tone as flat, as if negotiating a deal. I'm only at the strength of a knight attendant. With your demigod foundation, you can change your mind anytime. The heart contract isn't master and slave, it's symbiosis. You live, I live, you die, I. Well, I die too. He paused, a sly curve forming at the corner of his mouth. What do you say? Want to take a gamble? The silver behemoth stared at him. In those golden vertical pupils, exhaustion and resentment intertwined, yet a faint kindled spark glimmered. He recalled Agula's trembling as he knelt, the guttural calls of the Orc warriors, and the dying campfires of the Orc Empire on the distant northern steppes. Mission? Did he still have a mission? His eyelids slowly opened, a faint glimmer of pale light in his pupils. Martin did not hesitate. The white light surged from his palm once more and sank into the silver behemoth's brow. This time the violent will did not rebound. Instead it receded like a tide, revealing a dry, parched land beneath, awaiting nourishment. The white light took root, grew, and spread. Target: silver behemoth, Arthas Earthshaker, prince of the Orc Empire. Status: severe divine punishment, wound, demigod power level declining. Healing plan: 357,000 energy points, of which 3,000 are needed to lift the divine punishment and 5,700 to heal physical injuries. Alternative plan: while the divine punishment remains, consume 1,000 energy points daily to sustain life. Martin stared at the system panel, his mouth twitching. 3,570,000. Everything he had on him barely exceeded 300,000. 3 million to lift the divine punishment, 57,000 to heal injuries. This wasn't signing a behemoth, it was signing a money-devouring beast. 10,000 daily, just to keep him alive, meant Martin would have to work for this behemoth every day. If the supply was cut off even slightly, the behemoth would die and Martin would lose both life and investment. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. He laughed so hard his shoulders shook, leaving Gandalf and Baron exchanging bewildered glances, and Old Bear thinking he had gone mad. My lord? Baron asked cautiously. Martin waved a hand, straightened up, and patted the silver behemoth's charred forehead. The touch was searing, like feeling a red-hot branding iron. It's nothing, he said, his voice brimming with suppressed amusement. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Valen Kingdom, the dome of the Astral Palace towered high, embedded with 3,600 star crystals simulating the celestial trajectories of the continent's night sky. High Priest Hawkins sat cross-legged at the center of the astral disk, his gray-white hair cascading down to the ground, merging seamlessly with the flowing silver river of light on the disk. With his eyes closed, he resonated with the stars, monitoring the birth and death of every domain fluctuation within the kingdom. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. On the astral disk, 7 stars belonging to the royal family extinguished simultaneously. It was not a gradual dimming, but a complete extinguishing, as if the wicks had been snuffed out, leaving no trace of warmth. Hawkins' pupils constricted sharply, his gaunt fingers gripping the edge of the astral disk tightly. He looked up at the dome. The 3,651 star crystals continued to flow, but the 7 crystals belonging to the royal family had completely gone dark. Impossible. His voice was hoarse, as if gravel were being squeezed from the depths of his throat. The 7 domains, including the peak domain of the Old Parker, had all gone to the Kandar waterfall ruins to seize the divine fire. What kind of existence could annihilate 7 beings in an instant? A demigod. He shook his head immediately. According to the continent's covenant, demigods could not indiscriminately slaughter any race. Violators would suffer divine punishment and could never ascend to divinity. No demigod would gamble their path to divinity for the lives of 7 individuals. But if it wasn't a demigod? Hawkins' emaciated hand reached into his robe and pulled out a pitch-black communication crystal embedded with the royal emblem. His fingertips caressed the surface of the crystal as he took a deep breath, infusing it with magical energy. The crystal lit up and a phantom emerged from within. The current king of the Valen Kingdom, Augustine VII. With a stern countenance, his hair slightly frosted, but his eyes concealed the weariness of chronic insomnia. High Priest. Augustine's voice came from the crystal, tinged with displeasure at being disturbed. What is it? Hawkins did not engage in pleasantries. Your Majesty, his voice was dry, each word seeming to be pried from between his teeth. The 7 domains that went to Kandar waterfall. have all perished in an instant. The phantom of Augustine froze. The wine cup in his hand slipped, the amber liquid splattering onto the wool carpet of the study, soaking it with a dark stain. Yet he did not lower his gaze to look, his eyes fixed intently on Hawkins' emaciated face in the crystal, as if searching for signs of a jest. What? His voice suddenly rose, the pitch tearing. What happened? He instinctively thought of the most dreadful answer. Could it be a demigod? It shouldn't be. Hawkins interrupted him, shaking his head, his gray-white hair rippling in the river of light on the astral disk. After all, according to the continent's covenant, no demigod would engage in such a thankless task. The ascension to divinity is of utmost importance. Slaughtering domains would only invite divine punishment, a futile endeavor. He paused, looking at the 7 pitch-black voids on the astral disk, his voice dropping lower. If it wasn't a demigod. Your Majesty, the Kandar waterfall ruins are likely more dangerous than we imagine. Old Parker and the others may have triggered some ancient restriction, or... He did not finish. Augustine fell silent. In the study, the flames in the fireplace crackled, casting flickering shadows on his profile. The 7 domains were nearly half of the royal family's elite combat power, the foundation for suppressing the various territories and intimidating the major duchies. Their complete annihilation equated to severing an arm of the kingdom. What about Princess 13? He suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. What about Barbara? Hawkins lowered his head, his divine sense once again sinking into the astral disk, searching for the faint light belonging to the 13th princess among countless stars. After a moment, he looked up, his face even graver. Your Highness is dead. Augustine closed his eyes. Leaning against the throne, he mindlessly tapped the armrest with his fingers, producing a dull sound. With the complete annihilation of 7 domains, the death of Princess 13, the divine fire's unknown whereabouts, what exactly had happened at the Kandar waterfall ruins? Montclair, he muttered, his voice so low it was nearly inaudible. Is it you? What about Montclair and Merson Baranander and the 3 domains? Hawkins looked again at the astral disk. He sank into the silver river of light, searching for the 3 fluctuations belonging to the northern region among countless stars. The light on the disk flowed as usual, but his brows furrowed tighter. The presences of Montclair and Mayor's son had completely dissipated. After a long while, he finally responded. Your Majesty, his voice was as dry as sandpaper scraping. Montclair and Mayor's son. Both domains are dead. He paused, his divine sense locking onto an exceptionally bright star in the north, its brilliance so intense it was nearly blinding, contrasting sharply with the surrounding dim starshine. But Baranander was still alive. Moreover, his emaciated fingers trembled slightly. His vitality is extraordinarily robust, as if he has received some nourishment far beyond the level of a domain. On the other end of the communication crystal, Augustine suddenly stood up. The sound of his chair toppling over echoed from the crystal, followed by urgent footsteps, as if someone were pacing back and forth in the study. What did you say? Augustine's voice shot up sharply, the pitch tearing filled with a near-manic urgency. Montclair is dead. Yes, Your Majesty. The presence is completely. No, he cannot die. Augustine interrupted sharply, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. Quickly, immediately notify the 5th Army stationed in the northern region along with the other 3 Knight orders to head straight to Montclair's Blackwater Citadel. He gasped, each word seeming to be pried from his lungs. Control his family members. His bloodline must not be severed, at least not the purified bloodline. The order was issued. From the other end of the crystal came the sound of messengers running and the rustling of quills on parchment. Augustine sat back down, not gently, but heavily, slamming back into the chair, the wooden armrest groaning under the strain. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air like a fish thrown ashore. As for Baranander, his voice gradually lowered, yet it grew more dangerous, like crushed ice being squeezed from between his teeth. Since he is alive, it means Martin Silvercrest is also alive. He reached out, grabbing a yellow dossier from the desk, a compilation of intelligence on the Silvercrest family spanning 3 generations. Since Montclair is dead, Augustine slammed the dossier onto the table, the parchment fanning out to reveal dense, tiny handwriting within. It's time to fully control the northern region. He looked up, meeting Hawkins' emaciated face in the crystal, his gaze burning with a cold calculation. Let Montclair's eldest son inherit his father's title. That waste is much easier to control than his father. Let Martin Silvercrest be promoted to Marquis and come to the capital for rewards. A cold, emotionless smile curled at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes concealed a sharpness. I want to see how the 7 domains met their demise. In the astral palace, Hawkins fell silent. He looked down at the unusual light belonging to Baranander on the astral disk, then raised his gaze towards the north. There the dark red sky was fracturing, some ancient existence was awakening, and the cracks on the astral disk were visibly spreading. Your Majesty, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. The astral projections show an anomaly in the north. It is not a magical creature, but some Unprecedented fluctuation. The old minister advises that the summons for Martin Silvercrest should be delayed, not rushed. Delayed, oi. Augustine sneered, 7 domains are dead, Montclair is dead, the divine fire's whereabouts are unknown, and you want me to delay. He leaned forward, pressing close to the crystal, his face distorting in the waves of magical energy. High Priest, you've lived for 300 years and seen many celestial phenomena. But I've sat in this chair for 30 years and seen more of human hearts. If Martin Silvercrest truly has an anomaly, he should be summoned to the capital. Better to keep him under our watch than to let him take root and flourish in the northern region. He leaned back against the chair, tiredly closing his eyes. Go now? Send a messenger with an official edict riding the fastest griffin to reach Silvercrest City within a week. I want him to appear in the great hall of the capital within 2 weeks. The High Priest Hawkins let out a heavy sigh. He had long been aware of the emperor's autocratic tendencies. 30 years ago, when Augustine was still a prince, he had overnight slaughtered half of the noble council to eliminate his political enemies. At that time, Hawkins was still an apprentice at the Celestial Palace, hiding behind the stone pillars of the dome, watching as the torches of the royal guards turned the night sky a dark crimson. If persuading was futile, then he would not press the matter further. Better to avoid trouble for his own family. His bony fingers withdrew from the communication crystal, slowly falling to his knees. On the other end of the crystal, Augustine had already severed the communication. But the lights in the imperial study remained bright, casting a long, elongated shadow that slithered across the floor piled with documents and climbed up the wall adorned with portraits of ancestors. Augustine immediately sealed off all information regarding the Kendall waterfall. The simultaneous deaths of 7 saints, if leaked, would be enough to marginalize the kingdom of Valen from the power landscape of the northern continent. To the east, the kingdom of El and the kingdom of Salmon were watching with keen eyes. To the south, the Dark Elf Federation had always been at odds. And to the west, while the Dwarven kingdom remained neutral, they excelled at taking advantage of corpses. Not to mention the Orc kingdom to the north. He could not afford to give them any opportunities. Send the orders, he rasped, addressing the empty imperial study, as 3 shadowy figures immediately emerged from the darkness. Seal the lips of all who know in the Celestial Palace. Recall all scouts from the Kendall direction, those who disobey. He paused, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, producing a dull sound. Exterminate their families. The shadows silently retreated as if they had never existed. Augustine leaned back against the throne, weary, and closed his eyes. Yet when he closed his eyes, those troubling thoughts became even clearer, like a swarm of buzzing flies circling in his mind. Food. This year's food crops in the kingdom had inexplicably suffered a 50% loss. This was despite full protection and ripening spells cast by court magicians. In the unprotected border provinces, rumors had it that people had already started gnawing on tree bark. Someone was definitely meddling. But so far the royal secret guards had not reported back with any information. Those useless layabouts were either bribed or the hands of the mastermind stretched longer than the crown itself. Although investigations were underway, the immediate priority was to ensure the sufficiency of food. Buying large quantities of food from other countries would draw attention. The neighboring countries were not fools. If the kingdom of Valen suddenly began to purchase food on a large scale, it would be like openly declaring, I am vulnerable, come attack me. The eldest and second princes were also restless. Augustine opened his eyes and looked at a pile of confidential reports in the corner of the imperial study. They had just been delivered this morning, sealed with the wax of the eldest prince's residence. His good eldest son was secretly contacting the 3 generals in the southern territories, preparing to gain control over those 3 legions. And his good second son was engaged in heated negotiations with the Merchant Alliance in the eastern territories, trading the royal mining rights for high-quality, enchanted armor capable of equipping 2 knightly orders. Grasping military power. Armor. Augustine sneered, his laughter echoing in the empty imperial study like the cry of an owl at night. Truly, there was not a single matter that was worry-free. Grasping military power. Armor. Augustine sneered, his laughter echoing in the empty imperial. Martin Silverspike, a knightly attendant, had found Baron Ander in a tavern and later purchased Selous and Kandik at an auction, both of whom had been promoted to golden tier combatants. Not long ago, he had made a huge gamble selling all family assets and somehow managed to restore the previously cursed Baron Ander, only known to have used a substantial amount of low-grade magic crystals. Now with 7 saints dead and Montclair deceased, he was still alive. What kind of inheritance has he gained? Or is there a relic in Silverspike City? Augustine murmured to himself, slamming the dossier onto the table, causing the parchment to spread out, revealing densely packed tiny characters within. To come to the royal capital for rewards. He repeated this phrase as if savoring a cup of aged poison. I shall see what kind of inheritance you have truly gained. He rose and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window of the imperial study. Outside, the lights of the royal capital twinkled in the night, resembling the eyes of a giant beast coldly observing the struggling ants below. At this moment outside the Kandal waterfall, Martin impulsively sat down on the back of the silver behemoth. Take a few steps forward. He patted the restored white fur, feeling its heat, as if touching a red-hot branding iron. Alphas, the Earthshaker, the demigod beast that once shook the northern continent, let out a low growl from its throat, sounding both mocking and tired in its acquiescence. He slowly stood up, his towering figure moving through the ruins, leaving deep claw marks on the charred gravel with every step. The daily rent of an omnipotent amount could not be wasted. Martin gripped the fur on the behemoth's back, steadying himself as if riding a horse. To the left, he pointed in that direction. There is a campsite left by Duke Montclair. There might be stragglers there. The behemoth tilted its head, its golden vertical pupils reflecting Martin's diminutive figure and the infuriating curve at the corner of his mouth. It wanted nothing more than to shake this human off and crush him into a pulp, but the bond of the soul contract felt like an invisible rein tightening deep within its essence. It stepped forward, heading left. The campsite had long been reduced to ruins by the beasts, leaving nothing usable. Gandalf stood to the side, his gray robe billowing in the hot wind. He watched Martin rummaging, counting, and collecting amidst the ruins like a diligent field mouse, twitching at the corners of his mouth. Master, once I return, I will hand over all the magic crystals to you. Seeing you like this pains my heart. Martin did not look up, storing the collected magic crystals into his spatial ring. You should save your magic crystals to buy magic materials. Oh, I have already thought of a plan. He stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and looked at Gandalf. You have lived for 300 years. Do you know what is the most profitable venture? Gandalf pondered for a moment, his oak staff pausing. Robbery. Martin nodded, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, it is robbery. I plan to rob. He paused, his gaze drifting over the ruins, over the mist of the Kandal waterfall, over the rolling mountains of the northern borders, landing on a distant, brightly lit place. The Merchant Association under the royal family. Baron nodded and complimented. Master, when shall we take action? Martin retracted his gaze from the direction of the royal capital and shook his head. We'll talk about it later. The 7 holy realms of the royal family, along with the princess, have all perished, and Duke Montclair is dead as well. The royal family cannot remain inactive. Let's return to Windy Fortress, rest for a few days, and observe how the situation develops. He patted Alsace's sturdy neck and took out a dark silver spatial ring from his spatial ring. Alsace, you will live in the Black Spine Mountains from now on. He threw the ring towards the behemoth, whose massive front paw deftly caught it in midair. This is a special spatial ring that can change size. Inside it is a communication crystal. I will contact you if anything arises. Alsace looked down at the small ring in his claw, Martin's figure reflected in his golden vertical pupils. He did not put the ring on immediately, but instead stared silently at the human with a scrutinizing gaze. This human who had tricked him into signing a soul contract while he was gravely injured was someone he found it hard to harbor hatred for. His massive body shifted on the charred gravel, producing a dull scraping sound. He wanted to say something, but the orc prince's pride prevented him from explaining his emotions to a human. Yet the chain of the soul contract made it impossible for him to harbor genuine hostility toward this master. In the end, he merely exhaled a hot breath from his nostrils, scattering the debris on the ground. Martin watched this scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Alsace, he said softly as if speaking to a sulking child, don't be upset. At least you are alive. Alive. This word pierced deep into Alsace's consciousness like a thorn. After 500 years of sealing and waiting, he finally broke free, only to be severely injured in a fight with 4 holy realms, and then tricked into signing a soul contract by a human. The glory of the Orc Empire and the dignity of the Behemoth royal family were all shattered by this. Alive. Yet he was indeed alive. The chain of the soul contract trembled slightly within his soul, transmitting the steady heartbeat of his master. That heartbeat was neither fast nor slow, as if saying, look, I didn't deceive you, I let you live. Alsace silently fitted the spatial ring onto the sharp claw of his front paw, the dark silver metal glinting against his charred flesh. He turned and walked deeper into the Black Spine Mountains, each step leaving deep claw marks in the ground like a silent protest. Later, Martin's voice called from behind, I will contact you. If the royal family's people find you here, do not fight back, hide, and wait for my news. Alsace paused slightly, but did not turn back. His massive figure soon vanished into the mist of the Black Spine Mountains, leaving behind a faint sweet smell that belonged to an ancient behemoth slowly dissipating in the hot air. Baron watched the disappearing figure and then glanced at Martin, hesitating to speak. Just say it, Martin replied without looking back as he walked towards Windy Fortress. Master, Baron hurried to catch up, lowering his voice. Are we just letting a demigod behemoth go? What if he breaks free from the soul contract? He cannot break free, Martin interrupted. Martin interrupted him, his palms dragon scale golden pattern slightly warming, resonating with a distant pulse. The soul contract binds the soul, not the flesh. He paused, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. And the royal family's people. The royal family is currently overwhelmed with their own issues. Martin leaped onto a rock overlooking the distance. 7 holy realms are dead. Montclair is dead, and the whereabouts of the divine fire are unknown. The first thing the old king must do is contain the news and stabilize the situation, not hunt for the culprit worldwide. He jumped off the rock, his boots crunching over the gravel, producing a faint sound. Let's go back to Windy Fortress first. Gandalf, you continue to follow me, stay out of sight. I have a feeling the royal family will make a big move. Old Bear, take this communication crystal with you. Once you return to the Orc Kingdom, wait for my orders at any time. By the way, help me search for some orcs lacking lifespan and strength, but not those below the legendary level. Old Bear nodded. Understood, master, and I will miss you. He turned and left. Martin's expression, what a big child. Let's go, Baron. Baron unleashed his Holy Realm battle aura, and faint golden wings formed behind him, lifting Martin from his waist and soaring into the sky, Gandalf following closely behind. Towards Windy Fortress, only a dark blue ridge line remained in the dusk, resembling the back of a giant beast. The royal envoys simultaneously left the royal capital. 3 white feather griffins formed a formation, the knights on their backs clad in silver-patterned light armor, a royal decree wrapped in waterproof oilcloth in 3 layers affixed to the chest closest to the heart. They should have headed straight to Silver Spike City, but just as they passed the first watchtower of the northern borders, the communication crystal at the lead rider's waist suddenly lit up, a blinding red light piercing through the leather case, resembling a drop of solidified blood in the dusk. Change course. The voice from the crystal was that of old Parker's deputy, hoarse and urgent. Do not go to Silver Spike City, go directly to Windy Fortress. His Majesty has a new order. Windy Fortress. The lead rider pulled on the griffin's reins, the white-feathered giant bird emitting a displeased screech. Isn't the Viscount of Silver Spike in Silver Spike City? The Viscount of Silver Spike and Martin Silver Spike are at Windy Fortress. The 3 griffins turned sharply in the dusk, their wings slicing through the clouds, racing in the opposite direction of Silver Spike City. 10 minutes later, as the silhouette of Windy Fortress emerged at the edge of their vision, Baron was just lowering Martin down from the city wall. After Martin landed, he immediately went to see the Viscount of Silver Spike, intending to explain the situation regarding Duke Montclair to him and help him prepare in advance. In the study deep within the castle, the flames in the fireplace crackled, casting flickering light and shadow on the old knight's side profile. The Viscount of Silver Spike was deep in thought over a map of the northern borders, his bony fingers repeatedly tracing the boundaries of Montclair's territory, as if trying to peel that black territory off the parchment. After all, possessing Holy Realm knights changed everything. Father, Martin entered, his voice low. Duke Montclair is dead. The Viscount's fingers froze on the map. He slowly raised his head, and the expression on his face was not shock, but rather a kind of long-awaited joy. How did the Duke die? At the ruins of Kendall Falls. 7 royal holy realms detonated along with Montclair himself and his Holy Realm knight Melson, leaving no remains. Viscount Ian Sway chuckled softly, looking up at Martin. It seems our opportunity has arrived. His bony fingers moved away from the map, tapping on the dark territory of the Montclair domain. With the death of Duke Montclair, his children could not possibly be as clever and cunning as he was. And with your holy domain knight, Baron Ander, present. He paused, a glimmer of sharp light flashing in his murky eyes, as if 2 dust-covered crystals had suddenly been polished. The influence of the Ian Sway family in the northern territories will significantly increase. The flames in the fireplace crackled, a spark landing on the back of his hand, scorching a black mark. Yet Viscount Ian Sway seemed oblivious to the pain, his fingers still pressed on the map on the small ink dot representing Ian Sway City. I just wonder what His Majesty's arrangements will be. His voice lowered, as if coming from the depths of the earth. After all, only you and Baron returned alive from the Kandar Falls, and an inquiry is surely inevitable. He looked at Martin, his gaze as dull as a blunt knife, as if he intended to carve this sentence into his son's bones. You must speak the truth when the time comes. His Majesty shouldn't make it difficult for you after all. A cold, emotionless curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even if Baron is powerful, he cannot possibly kill 9 holy domain beings. Martin remained silent. He gazed into the flames of the fireplace, the firelight dancing in his pupils like 2 ghostly flames that refused to extinguish. Speak the truth. What could he possibly say? That Duke Montclair died from the backlash of divine fire. That 7 royal holy domain beings committed suicide in a martyrdom explosion. That the Orc Prince was resurrected only to be bound by his own contract. Father, he spoke up, his tone flat. What if I say? Something else emerged alive from the Kandar Falls. Viscount Ian Sway's fingers froze on the map. The flames in the fireplace gradually weakened, casting his face into shadow. This old noble who had struggled in the northern territories for 30 years, rising from a knight's squire to the rank of viscount, now resembled a statue forgotten on a stone wall, weary and aged, yet holding onto an unquenchable obsession. What thing? His voice was hoarse. Martin did not answer immediately. He turned and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window of the study. A demigod behemoth. He finally spoke, his voice soft as if he were talking to himself, a demigod with the strength of a demigod, the prince of the Orc Empire. Viscount Ainsway's breath momentarily stopped. Then he slowly rose, gripping the back of the chair. His voice trembled. Does he threaten you? Or are you under his control? I control him. Martin turned to face his father, his gaze sharp as a blade. That demigod behemoth is entirely within my grasp. He paused, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Viscount Ainsway collapsed back into his chair. The wooden chair groaned under the strain like an unheard sigh. 9 holy domain beings, he murmured, his voice squeezing out like air from a deflated bellows, were not killed by Baron. Was it that behemoth? No, Martin shook his head. It was the royal family members who self-destructed to kill the behemoth. But they failed. The behemoth was gravely injured, and I took advantage of the situation to sign the contract. He walked in front of his father, squatting down to meet those murky eyes at eye level. Father, the 13th princess is dead. Duke Montclair is dead. 7 royal holy domain beings are dead. The power vacuum in the northern territories will attract hungry wolves, but it will also... He paused, his voice lowering. But it will also create opportunities for those daring enough to take a seat at the table. This is the reason I wanted to tell you a demigod silver behemoth is enough to elevate the Ainsway family to the pinnacle. Father, you must make some arrangements. You are more familiar with the family's operations than I am. Viscount Ainsway stared at him for a long time. Then he slowly raised his hand, his fingers resting on Martin's shoulder. The family's decision is correct, Martin, my child. Thank you, thank you. As he spoke, he stood up, about to perform a noble gesture for Martin, who hurriedly stopped him. Father, don't do this. The moment the family placed their bets on me, we should share the glory. Viscount Ainsway nodded excitedly, taking a chair for Martin to sit down, and he also sat beside Martin. I understand what you mean, Martin. You need not worry about family matters. I know what to do. Martin saw that his father had made up his mind, and did not ask further. After discussing some details, Viscount Ainsway saw him to the door, his hand lingering on the doorknob for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he only patted his son's shoulder, the force as light as a falling leaf. Outside the door, Baron had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Martin come out, he immediately followed. The aura of the holy domain restrained like a sword in its sheath, his steps silent on the stone brick ground. Thus they remained at Wind Whisper Fortress for 4 consecutive days. During this time, Viscount Ainsway continuously relayed the intelligence he received to Martin. Messengers riding the fastest horned horses gathered from all corners of Ainsway City, turning the winds and movements of the northern territories into sealed letters delivered to the study of Wind Whisper Fortress. However, the entire kingdom was unexpectedly calm. No rebellions, no disturbances, and no news from neighboring countries taking advantage of the chaos. The ruins of Kandar Falls collapsed as if wiped away by an invisible hand, and the fall of 7 holy domain beings stirred not a single ripple. The bards in the taverns continued to sing the praises of the royal family's glory, and merchants in the market still haggled over the price of a few copper coins, as if that earth-shattering explosion had never occurred. The only significant movement came from Blackwater Citadel. The king unexpectedly dispatched legions and knight orders to control the Montclair family. It was not a cleansing nor a massacre, but control. Duke Montclair's eldest son, Knight Godmoon Montclair, was released from the dungeon and directly inherited the duke's title. The banner of the 5th Legion fluttered atop Blackwater Citadel alongside the wolf's head, emblem of the Montclair family, like a couple in a forced marriage, superficially united but internally estranged. Knight Godmoon Montclair. Martin stood on the walls of Wind Whisper Fortress, clutching the sealed letter just sent by his father, the parchment trembling slightly in the morning breeze. The pitiful one, who had been under house arrest for 20 years. Yes, my lord. Baron stood beside him, his voice deep. It is said he was confined by Montclair in a room for 20 years. The king allowing him to inherit the title was not for appreciation, but it is both humiliation and control. Martin took over the conversation, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. A puppet without foundation power or even experience is far easier to manipulate than Duke Montclair. He paused, bringing the sealed letter closer to the torch, watching the parchment curl, char, and turn to ash in the flame. Knight Godmoon. He murmured, his gaze crossing the walls of Wind Whisper Fortress, landing in the direction of Blackwater Citadel to the north. This name has some interest. On the 4th night, the last sealed letter arrived. Written by Viscount Ainsway himself, the handwriting was hurried and scrawled as if written with the left hand to disguise its appearance. The royal envoy will arrive at Wind Whisper Fortress tomorrow, bearing an edict and griffins. Knight Godmoon has set off to the royal capital in company. Martin brought the letter closer to the candlelight, watching the flames devour the writing. Baron, he said, his tone flat, prepare the luggage. We set off tomorrow. Yes, my lord. At dawn the next day, 3 griffins appeared on the horizon. Upon spotting them, Viscount Eansway immediately strode to the castle's training ground. The 4 stood shoulder to shoulder as the morning wind howled, whipping their robes like banners. The griffins' wings stirred a gale, scattering sand and gravel across the ground. The lead knight dismounted with practiced grace. His silver-etched light armor gleamed coldly in the morning light. He bowed deeply before Baron Ander. Lord Baron, he said, voice steady, posture impeccable, reverence absolute. Then he straightened, withdrew the royal edict from his breast, a scroll sealed with gold leaf. Unfurled by the breeze, its golden threads seared the eyes in the sun's glare. Martin Eansway, he declared, voice emerging as if squeezed through iron helm slits, toneless, unyielding. For exceptional valor at the Candler Great Falls, you are hereby elevated to Marquis. Proceed immediately to the capital for imperial investiture. He extended the decree. Martin reached out, and as his fingertips brushed the vellum, a chill crept up his palm, sharp and sudden. He froze. The old king had flouted all precedent. By royal law and noble tradition, titles ascended only through inheritance or formal recommendation by the reigning head of house, followed by sovereign confirmation. Viscount Eansway still lived. As his son, even were Martin's deeds legendary, he ought first to inherit the viscountcy, or receive it by paternal cession. To leap past his father entirely was not elevation, it was rupture. This was both grace and poison, grace in the marquisate, poison in the sundering of filial bonds. Viscount Eansway, standing silently nearby, too stood stunned. His gaze lingered on the scroll in his son's hands, on the gilded characters spelling Marquis. A flicker crossed his clouded eyes, shock, then bitterness, finally settling into unfeigned joy. The griffin shifted restlessly, claws scraping stone, emitting low guttural cries. Behind the royal envoy, 2 knights stood motionless, yet their glances drifted subtle and searching across Viscount Eansway's face, as if observing or recording. Martin gripped the decree, his knuckles whitened, and the vellum crackled faintly. He lifted his eyes to the envoy. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Dare you question the sovereign? But beside him, Baron unleashed his Saint Domain aura, focused, deliberate, aimed squarely at the 2 knights. And Master Baron, spare us. This order comes solely from His Majesty. We but obey. Baron turned to Martin. Martin remained impassive. Minutes passed. Sweat drenched the knights' armor, blood seeped from their nostrils, ears, and eyes. Until near collapse, Martin finally spoke. Leave? I will go to the capital to receive my investiture. The knights gasped ragged breaths. Yes, Marquis Eansway. You must arrive within 7 days to present yourself before His Majesty. Having spoken, the royal envoy downed 2 healing potions and vaulted onto his griffin. 3 silvery specks shot skyward, vanishing beyond the horizon, leaving behind only 3 figures on the training ground and 1 gilded decree trembling softly in the morning wind. Father, Martin began. Say no more, Martin. Viscount Eansway interrupted, turning away, yet smiling, his crinkled eyes softening into warmth. When you rise, shall not our entire house ascend with you? He stepped forward and clapped Martin's shoulder, hard enough to make him sway. Go now, he said, voice light with quiet release. The Eansway family stands behind you, always. He looked at Martin, his cloudy eyes catching the dawn light, filled not with artifice or calculation, but with raw, unguarded pride, a father's simple, clumsy awe at his son's triumph. Huh. He burst into laughter, echoing across the training ground. My son, a marquis. Excellent, excellent indeed. He pounded Martin's shoulder again and again, as if confirming reality itself. Stronger than your father. He paused, then lowered his voice, thick with gravelly emotion, almost choked with bittersweet elation. Far stronger than I ever was. Martin stood rigid. Father, his voice tightened as if constricted by an invisible hand, the sovereign intends to drive a wedge between us. Viscount Eansway waved a dismissive hand, smile unwavering. Your father is no fool. He stepped closer, his frail fingers gently adjusting Martin's collar, touching him as one might handle delicate porcelain. Still, tread carefully in the capital. His gaze shifted to Baron. Master Baron, you know well the sordid machinations of nobility. Baron nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I understand precisely what must be done. Only then did Viscount Eansway nod, stepping back half a pace to regard Martin anew, as if beholding his own life's masterpiece. Martin, go. Martin inclined his head, speechless. Baron seized his arm. Golden Saint Domain energy coalesced beneath their feet into a luminous vortex, and they soared upward. Below them, Fongine Fortress shrank rapidly, the walls, towers, training ground, and his father's figure, all dissolving into a single indistinct ink blot, swallowed at last by the mist-wrapped northern frontier. Soaring through the sky, Martin suddenly recalled something. He drew forth a communication crystal and contacted Gandalf, who was already en route. A cold, thin smile curved Martin's lips. Master Baron, before we reach the capital. He gazed downward where the border between the royal lands and the Northlands emerged at the horizon, a jagged, brutal scar, cleaved by blade and axe. We must first trouble the throne. Trouble. Precisely. If they sow thorns for me, I shall return the favor. The heist begins early. Martin's tone remained flat conversational, as if discussing the weather. Target Shushing Vault. His voice dropped edged with restrained fervor. One of the Golden Throne Merchant Consortium's most vital treasuries, where annual gold flows suffice to sustain 5 elite legions. Gandalf arrived beside Baron, heard the plan, and nodded instantly. He needed rare arcane materials, and above all he wished to aid his master in exacting recompense. Baron voiced no objection. With resolve settled, the trio veered directly toward their objective, the Shushing Vault, a colossal structure embedded deep within mountain rock, its outer walls forged from obsidian and mithril etched with intricate defensive runes. Its gate soared 10 zhang high and 5 zhang wide, crowned by a massive star crystal, shimmering under sunlight with fractured, splintered radiance. Thus came its name, Shushing, the Shattered Star. As the consortium's pivotal transit hub between the Northlands and the Royal Lands, it handled all cargo transfers and financial settlements. Vast, formidable, and utterly indispensable. In front of the Grand Gate, 2 squads of guards were patrolling. They wore the standard armor of the Golden Throne Merchant Guild, with crossed gold coins and scepters engraved on their breastplates. However, Martin noticed that some of their steps carried the unique stiffness of soldiers, and the wear on their swords differed from that of ordinary guards. Baron noticed it too. They must be from the royal family, mingling among the merchant guards to spy in secret. Martin nodded, looking at Gandalf. Gandalf, go open the gate and disable the magical traps inside the treasury. Baron, handle the riffraff and block anyone trying to enter. Lightning Dragon, stay close to me and ensure my safety. The 2 men and the dragon nodded in understanding. Then let's get to work. Baron Dove first, unleashing a powerful aura of the holy domain as golden wings traced a blinding arc in the sunlight. He did not draw his sword, but instead condensed his fighting spirit into a massive palm print, descending from above and crashing onto the square in front of the treasury. Boom. The ground collapsed and debris flew, sending the 2 squads of guards tumbling. From the shadows, the legendary royal combatants emerged, their swords flashing like rainbows, slashing towards Baron. However, the gap between the holy domain and the legendary realm was like a chasm. Baron casually unleashed a wave of chi, sending the 3 foremost attackers flying against the obsidian wall, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The alarm rang sharply through the air. At the same time, Gandalf made his move. Raising his staff high, the lightning dragon howled to the heavens, and a bolt of thunder as thick as a barrel descended, striking precisely at the starlit crystal on the treasury's door. The crystal trembled violently, its defensive runes lighting up one by one, only to be torn apart by the thunder in an instant. Gandalf quickly followed up and broke open the treasury door. Martin rode the lightning dragon and followed Gandalf inside. As soon as he entered, a dazzling golden light enveloped him, making it hard to open his eyes. Rows of iron frames were piled high with gold coins resembling small golden mountains that shimmered enticingly in the dim light. The lightning dragon's saliva began to drip unconsciously. The enormous dragon stood at the entrance with its wings half folded, its golden vertical pupils fixated on the pile of coins, narrowing into fine lines, as if magnetically drawn to the treasure. It could hardly move, its stout claws scraping deep grooves into the ground, and it emitted a deep, almost whimpering gurgle from its throat. Rex. Martin patted its neck. The scales felt icy to the touch, yet the searing heat from its body below made him feel numb. Get a grip, go find something valuable first. The lightning dragon reluctantly shifted its gaze, drool forming silver strands at the corners of its mouth splattering on the ground as it broke, releasing hissing white smoke. It turned back several times as it walked, its tail dragging listlessly behind it. Gandalf was busy deeper in. At the tip of the oak staff, a faint golden detection light coalesced, tracing complex trajectories through the air. When it touched hidden magical traps, the light would abruptly turn red, which he would then dispel using specific incantations. His movements were skilled and precise, each step landing on safe notes. Sensing that his master was lagging behind, he looked back. He caught sight of the lightning dragon drooling over the pile of coins. Rex, he barked sharply, slamming his staff down heavily, causing lightning to crackle at the tip. Don't waste time, bring the master over quickly. The lightning dragon shivered all over and immediately dashed. Each time Gandalf disabled a trap, Martin would instantly use his spatial ring to collect the exposed items regardless of what they were. He stuffed them in without hesitation. Jewels, magic crystals, scrolls, potions, rare metals, antique porcelain. The glow of the spatial ring kept flickering like a greedy beast devouring everything. Martin's movements grew faster, nearly instinctual by the end. Gandalf dispelled, he collected, then dispelled again, then collected. The two of them worked seamlessly together, robbing the depths of the Shattered Star treasury clean. Meanwhile, in the palace, Augustine also received an urgent report from his subordinates. A treasury belonging to the Royal Merchant Guild, the Shattered Star treasury, was alarmingly robbed in broad daylight. According to witnesses, there were 3 individuals and a dragon involved. Aside from one young man, the others were all Holy Domain powerhouses. His subordinates requested the royal family to immediately dispatch Holy Domain forces to pursue the culprits. Augustine was momentarily taken aback. He instantly thought of one named Martin Silverspike. Which Holy Domain powerhouse in the kingdom was not wealthy with great family assets? They each controlled their family industries and wielded power lacking for nothing. Who would be idle enough to rob their own kingdom's treasury? Moreover, doing so in broad daylight, so openly and audaciously. Who else could it be but that daring, unpredictable fellow? However, he never expected that Martin Silverspike would be accompanied by a Holy Domain Dragon Knight mage. The Lightning Dragon. That should be Gandalf from the Misty Forest. Wasn't that old man already on his last legs 3 years ago, and now suddenly so lively? How could he be involved in this reckless behavior with Martin Silverspike? Could it be that Martin Silverspike has a way to extend life? No, that's impossible. But this thought quickly passed. Clearly now was not the time for such worries. Since the opposing side had a Holy Domain Dragon Knight, mage present, sending out Holy Domain warriors would be futile. Yet if too many were dispatched, the royal capital could not afford to spare them. After all, not long ago the royal family had just lost 7 Holy Domain powerhouses. He pondered for a moment, then took out a communication crystal, swiftly contacting his steward and ordering that the merchant convoy about to reach the Shattered Star treasury immediately change course and head to other treasuries for safety. What a cunning little rogue. Your Majesty, the captain of the guards whispered, should we notify the military to mobilize the royal capital's guards? The guards, what a cunning little rogue. Your Majesty, the captain of the guards whispered, should we notify the military to mobilize the royal capital's guards? The guards, eh? Augustine chuckled bitterly. Are you suggesting sending a group of Sky Knights to capture a Holy Domain Dragon Knight mage? Are you out of your mind? The captain of the guards fell silent immediately. Augustine stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the distant horizon. Gandalf, that person, he was too familiar to him. That old man had clearly been declining 3 years ago. By all logic, he should have long since passed away. How could he suddenly be so vigorous? Could it be that his lifespan had truly increased? This thought resurfaced, coiling around him like a venomous snake. If Martin Silverspike had truly mastered a method to extend life, what would that mean? Every Holy Domain powerhouse on the continent would go mad for it, and the kingdom would never know peace. What if that method belonged to me? Augustine grew more certain that Martin Silverspike had discovered a relic. Send out the orders. He suddenly spoke, his voice low and cold. Regarding the Shattered Star treasury incident, keep it under wraps. Just say the treasury is undergoing routine inspection and will suspend operations for 3 days. The loss will be compensated from the royal treasury. Augustine turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. Also summon Shadow Raven. I want to know where Martin Silverspike has been since childhood, whom he has met, what he has eaten, and even, he paused, what he has mumbled in his sleep at night. The captain of the guard's pupils contracted slightly. The Shadow Crow is the most secretive intelligence organization of the royal family, specifically targeting information between nations. Unexpectedly, they mobilized for the sake of a mere Viscount's heir. Yet he did not inquire further, merely bowing deeply before hastily retreating. The hall fell silent once more. Augustine stood alone in the empty center of the grand hall, suddenly feeling that the palace had never felt so desolate. With 7 sanctum-level experts fallen, the royal family suffered the greatest loss in history. He looked down at the dim communication crystal in his palm, murmuring to himself, Martin Silvercrest, what exactly do you intend to do? Is it merely a simple act of venting your anger? Or is there something you desire within the Shattered Star treasury? Thinking of this, Augustine immediately took out the communication crystal, notifying the head of the merchant group to promptly account for the lost items, including any special magical plants or artifacts. Yes, Your Majesty, I will take care of it right away. Meanwhile, in a valley 800 miles away from the Shattered Star treasury, 3 men and a dragon were gathered around a concealed cave. With a casual wave of his hand, Martin released the treasures from his spatial ring. In an instant, the entire valley was submerged in a dazzling display of gems and gold. Stacks of gold coins reflected blinding light under the sun, magical materials piled high like mountains, and various magical plants emitted an intoxicating fragrance, while vials of potions cast colorful shadows on the rock wall. He clapped his hands and turned to Gandalf. Gather all magical materials, magical plants, and various potions. Sort them properly. Gandalf nodded. Understood, Master. But Martin added, by the way, each item's price must be marked for me. I need to have an idea when I sell them in the capital. Baron and Gandalf exchanged glances, both stunned by his words. Master, Baron hesitated, his rugged face filled with disbelief. Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Indeed, Gandalf couldn't help but agree, a strange glint in his eyes. You just robbed it, and now plan to sell it in the capital. Martin shot a glance at the two, his expression akin to someone looking at two unsophisticated country bumpkins. That's why the two of you need to sort these items properly, he said slowly, pulling out a piece of yellowed parchment from a pile of magical scrolls and lightly tapping it with his finger. Do not sell the rare items, those with royal insignia, uniquely numbered or unavailable in the market. Set them aside for personal use. He paused, a cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But as for the common goods, sell them all. They all look the same. Who would know they were stolen? Baron opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. Yet Martin interrupted him first, spreading his hands defiantly. This is a family heirloom. The valley fell into a strange silence. Gandalf looked down at the crystal marked with Shattered Star Treasury section, see No. 7, and then up at Martin's face, which was filled with sincerity. Suddenly realizing that the master truly was the master with no shame to speak of. Master, Baron carefully chose his words. This box is engraved with writing. Martin glanced down, his expression unchanging. Oh, this. He casually picked up a piece of magical crystal, a faint, almost imperceptible magical fluctuation emanating from his fingertips. With a soft shh, the engraving turned to wisps of blue smoke and vanished. The surface of the crystal appeared pristine, as if it had never been tainted by any marks. Now it's gone, he said with a smile. Baron and Gandalf exchanged glances. What are you still dawdling for? Martin had already begun sifting through another spatial ring, urging them without looking up. Hurry up. The Blackthorn auction in the capital is set to begin in 3 days. It is the largest underground trading venue on the continent, a perfect opportunity to offload stolen goods. He suddenly halted, pulling out a necklace embedded with rubies from a pile of miscellaneous items. He scrutinized it under the sunlight for a moment, his eyes flashing with surprise. Huh. This item. Within the pendant of the necklace, a highly intricate miniature magic array was faintly visible, seemingly sealing some ancient and powerful aura. Is this the Royal Bloodline Protection Necklace? How could an artifact of this caliber appear in the Shattered Star Treasury? Martin's smile froze for a moment. This one, his voice suddenly took on a peculiar tone, will also be kept aside. The wind in the valley abruptly ceased. Baron keenly sensed that for the first time a strange expression appeared on his master's perpetually nonchalant face, as if surprised, or perhaps a long-buried memory was stirred. But it was only for an instant. In the next moment, Martin returned to his usual carefree demeanor, casting the necklace aside and enthusiastically assigning tasks to the two men and the dragon. Baron, go melt down the gold coins and recast them into standard gold bars, leaving no royal marks behind. Gandalf, pay attention when sorting. All numbered potion vials should be transferred into our own bottles. By the way, the labels should be written in Ancient Elvish to appear sophisticated. Ancient Elvish. Gandalf's face contorted in difficulty. Master, I don't know many characters. That should be sufficient. Martin waved his hand dismissively. Those nobles in the capital can't tell the difference anyway. They love this kind of exotic flair. Gandalf. Thus, after an entire day of busy work, only when dusk fell did he finally categorize and label every. Martin then stretched with satisfaction, his bones cracking lightly. Let's rest here for the night. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. He yawned, a hint of tears welling in the corners of his eyes. There's still plenty of time. Baron and Gandalf naturally had no objections. In their hearts, their master's words were always right. Even if their master had just robbed the royal treasury, he was already planning to sell the stolen goods back in the capital. The two immediately set to work. Baron was responsible for setting up guards at the valley entrance, while Gandalf had the Thunder Dragon rest beside Martin and began to sketch a magic circle sealing the cave entrance tightly. As the last stroke of the array was completed, Gandalf quietly returned to Martin's side. At this moment, Martin had already taken out an intricately carved large bed from his spatial ring, complete with a silk quilt and jade pillow lavish enough to seem out of place in the wilderness. He fell asleep immediately, his breathing quickly becoming long and even. Gandalf stood guard beside him. Time passed quietly. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was swallowed by dark clouds, and the valley plunged into deep darkness. Suddenly, Gandalf and Baron opened their eyes simultaneously. In the distance, the faint sound of hooves and the clinking of metal could be heard. A group of soldiers clad in armor bearing noble emblems, led by a bronze knight, was galloping swiftly, pursuing a small group of fleeing individuals ahead. The hunted youth was about 15 or 16 years old, in tattered clothes covered in blood, with only a single knight and 6 or 7 soldiers desperately guarding him, fighting while retreating. Gandalf and Baron merely watched coldly, akin to observing two ant colonies in conflict. Gandalf even kindly cast a soundproofing spell around Martin to ensure his master remained undisturbed. However, the two groups seemed drawn by fate, heading straight towards the valley. Beren furrowed his brow. He could not allow this group of ants to disturb his master's peaceful dreams. With a flash, this sacred domain powerhouse appeared above the two groups, his black cloak billowing in the night wind, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. He did not even release any fighting spirit. Merely the life-level pressure belonging to the sacred domain caused all the horses below to rear up in fear, letting out terrified neighs. Go fight somewhere else. Beren's voice was not loud, yet it thundered in everyone's ears. He looked down at the masses below like they were mere flies, his tone indifferent, as if shooing them away. My master is resting inside. The warhorse beneath the Bronze Knight could not bear it any longer, its front legs buckling, toppling its rider to the ground. The knight tumbled clumsily several times before looking up at the shadow in the sky, his pupils suddenly contracting. Sacred domain. Beside the fleeing youth, the blood-soaked guard knight froze in place, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. He had sharper eyes than the Bronze Knight, clearly sensing the terrifying power contained in that pressure far beyond what an ordinary sacred domain could compare to. In this moment, the two groups, the pursuers and the pursued, peculiarly reached a consensus, freezing in place simultaneously, even their breaths becoming incredibly light. In the valley, Martin turned over, mumbling a dreamlike phrase in his silk quilt, seemingly complaining about the height of his pillow. Gandalf immediately used healing magic, making Martin feel as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Meanwhile, in midair, Beren's patience was swiftly wearing thin. Seeing the people below still frozen in place, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes, and he slightly raised his fingertips, a strand of pitch-black fighting spirit beginning to gather. Please spare me, my lord. The Bronze Knight finally came to his senses, rolling and crawling to kneel on the ground. I am under the command of Count Feld of Blackrock, tasked with pursuing the escaped slave. I did not intend to offend your esteemed self. Slave? Beren's gaze fell upon the youth. Although the boy was in a pitiful state, his eyes sparkled astonishingly, showing no signs of submission even under the pressure of the sacred domain, instead burning with an almost fanatical stubbornness. The guard knight beside him kept him protected behind despite his armor being in tatters. He stole something from the Bronze Knight hurriedly argued. A family heirloom spatial ring, my lord, you must see. I did not steal it. The youth suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse yet resolute. He raised his head, staring directly at the shadow in the air, speaking each word clearly. That is a relic left by my mother, which was forcibly taken by that beast Feld. I only took back what belongs to me. Beren remained expressionless. He had no interest in the grudges and grievances among these nobles, nor did he feel even a ripple of sympathy for the youth's plight. In his long life, he had seen far more tragic stories than this. The only thing he cared about was whether his master could sleep well. 3 breaths. He said indifferently, the pitch-black fighting spirit at his fingertips growing denser. Leave my sight. Otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, a lazily drawn-out voice suddenly echoed from deep within the valley. Beren, what's all this noise in the dead of night? Beren's figure stiffened, the fighting spirit at his fingertips dissipating in an instant. He quickly turned and landed on the ground, lowering his head respectfully. Master, there are a few unruly ants. I will take care of them right away. The large bed had been put away at some point. Martin, draped in an outer robe with slightly disheveled hair and bleary eyes, walked to the valley's entrance, while Gandalf followed closely behind, surveying the crowd below. The youth stared blankly at the young man walking out of the valley. At that moment, the moonlight pierced through the clouds, bathing him in its glow. He appeared to be just over 20, handsome in appearance, with a languid demeanor, as if he were merely an ordinary nobleman enjoying a midnight stroll. But to have a sacred domain powerhouse bow in submission, to have a sacred domain knight and a dragon rider mage willingly accompany him. The youth suddenly realized that he might have encountered a remarkable figure. Martin rubbed his eyes, his gaze sweeping between the two groups, finally landing on the youth. He tilted his head, as if discovering something interesting, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a meaningful arc. Interesting. He whispered, his voice so soft that only Gandalf beside him could hear. Master. Gandalf looked down in confusion. Martin did not answer, but curiously examined the blood-soaked, yet upright youth, his gaze lingering for a moment on the tightly clenched right hand. There, an ancient ring was emitting an extremely faint, yet familiar fluctuation. That fluctuation was identical to the bloodline guardian necklace around his neck. It seems there is a big revelation coming. Martin stared at the ring, the drowsiness in his eyes completely dissipating, replaced by an interest that bordered on malicious amusement. A bloodline protection necklace, the royal insignia treasury, and this ring which shares the same origin as the necklace. How intriguing, truly intriguing. If this boy is indeed the illegitimate son of the old king, that would be splendid. That old fox Augustine appearing so concerned for the country and its people, yet secretly entangled in such a scandal. Moreover, by the looks of it, that Viscount Field has evidently caught on to the clues prompting him to hastily seek to silence anyone involved. Baron saw that Martin was silent for a long time and quietly asked, "Should I?" "No rush." Martin waved his hand, a hint of an almost imperceptible smile in his voice. "Bring him over, let me take a look." Though Baron was confused, he never questioned the master's orders. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force brought the boy and his knight protector to the valley entrance, gently setting them down. As for the group of noble soldiers and the bronze knights, they were isolated by a black barrier, unable to move. The boy stumbled to the ground, but managed to hold himself up. He warily fixed his gaze on Martin, gripping the ring tightly in his right hand. "Don't be nervous." Martin approached with a smile, his expression appearing particularly harmless under the moonlight. "If I wanted to snatch it, you would have been dead long ago." He met the boy's eyes, his gaze landing on the ring. "Where did you get?" The boy pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. "Not going to speak." Martin was not angry. He leisurely pulled out the bloodline protection necklace from his pocket and waved it in front of the boy. "Then do you recognize this?" The boy's pupils suddenly constricted. "You. How do you have?" Martin spoke with conviction. "The Shattered Star treasury was emptied just yesterday. So you see, we are in the same line of work. We can consider ourselves allies." The boy remained silent. His knight protector looked ashen, evidently shaken by the mention of the Shattered Star. Meanwhile, Gandalf silently turned his head away, his lips twitching. It seemed the master had them all figured out. He subtly signaled to Baron, who nodded in response. "Just a joke." Martin put away the necklace, his smile fading slightly, but his tone grew more serious. "This ring and this necklace are a set. The necklace is a protective magical artifact reserved only for the royal bloodline. The ring, however, is a token given to illegitimate offspring, right?" The boy trembled all over, as if all strength had been drained from him, staggering back a step. "You? How do you know?" "Just a guess." Martin shrugged. "After all, that old fellow Augustine was notorious for his romantic escapades in his youth. I just didn't expect he actually left a seed outside, and..." He scrutinized the boy. "He somehow managed to live until now. Quite the lucky one. It seems your mother went through a lot to raise you to adult." The boy's face turned pale, and the knight protector suddenly knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. "My lord, since you are aware of the situation, we hope." "We hope? Hope for what?" Martin tilted his head. "Do you want me to keep your secret? Or do you want me to escort you to the royal capital to recognize the old king as your father?" The knight was left speechless. Yet Martin suddenly burst into laughter, his chuckle ringing through the silent valley with a particularly crisp clarity. He stood up, brushed the dust off his robes, and turned to Gandalf and Baron, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. "Bring him along." "Master." The two were momentarily taken aback. Martin stretched lazily, his tone as relaxed as if deciding what to eat tomorrow. "First, we will go to the royal capital to attend the Blackthorn auction." He glanced back at the boy, who was frozen in place, a teasing smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Then we will claim the Marquis title and take this little brother to recognize his father, giving his majesty a surprise." A father-son reunion, what a touching scene. He chuckled, his smile filled with schadenfreude. "Just thinking about it brings me joy." At that moment the boy it seemed he had jumped from one fire pit into another, larger, deeper, and completely unpredictable fire pit. "By the way, what's your name?" Martin casually asked. The boy remained silent for a long time before hoarsely replying. "Alan." "Alan." Martin raised an eyebrow. "No surname." "My mother. She didn't tell me." "Oh, that's perfect." Martin smiled brightly as he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, appearing as a friendly older brother. "Once we reach the royal capital, I'll give you a name. Let's call you Alan Augustine. How does that sound? Quite imposing, right?" The boy Alan felt his body stiffen. He looked at the smiling young man before him, and suddenly felt he might have encountered the most terrifying person he would ever meet in his life. Not terrifying in terms of strength, but rather the kind of terrifying that would sell you out, and then have you help him count the money, all while expecting you to be grateful. Outside the valley entrance, the imprisoned noble soldiers exchanged glances, and the bronze knights looked particularly pale. They vaguely sensed that they seemed to have gotten caught in the eye of a storm far more terrifying than the pursuit of runaway slaves. Martin looked at Baron. "Kill everyone else but this boy?" "Yes, master." Baron did not even spare the others a glance. He pointed his fingers like a sword and casually swept them forward. Rumble. The pitch-black sword energy surged forth like a raging tide, the ground before them resembling being plowed by an ancient behemoth riddled with chasms and flying debris. The Knight Protector, along with 6 or 7 soldiers, and even the distant imprisoned noble soldiers and bronze knights, did not even have time to scream before being reduced to dust in this torrent of sword energy. As the dust settled, only a gaping jagged crack of several dozen meters long remained bottomless. Gandalf immediately activated his holy domain perception, scanning the area for miles like a radar. After confirming that no living souls were left, he slowly withdrew his perception. The boy Alan stared blankly at everything before him. The uncle who taught him swordsmanship accompanied him on the run and promised to take him to find his father was just gone. Not even a corpse was left behind. His lips trembled, his eyes quickly reddening, yet he could not shed a certain emotion more intense than sadness exploded within his chest. It was hatred, it was anger, a desire to devour the person before him alive. You. He suddenly raised his head, glaring fiercely at Martin, his gaze, as if it could carve a piece of flesh from the other's body. Why did you? Gandalf restrain him. Martin shrugged, not even lifting his eyelids. Don't let him run around or commit suicide. Understood, master. The old mage lightly raised his finger, and a faint golden magic circle instantly formed beneath Alan's feet. The boy felt a tightness enveloping him, as if countless invisible chains were binding him, rendering his limbs immobile, even robbing him of the strength to bite his tongue and end his life. He opened his mouth, but could not produce any sound, only able to fix his bloodshot eyes on Martin. Martin leisurely walked in front of him, crouched down to meet his gaze. Hate me? He chuckled, a smile devoid of warmth. That's to be expected. He reached out, brushing off a dust particle from Alan's shoulder, his motion delicate, as if handling a precious porcelain piece. But you need to understand one thing. His voice was soft, yet each word struck like a knife. Your uncle and those soldiers, even if I don't kill them, Viscount Field's people will still kill them. They chased you for 3 days and nights. Do you think it was for nothing? Rooting out the weeds, little friend. Alan's pupils quivered slightly. Moreover, Martin stood up, clapping his hands. They already know about me, and I, for one, hate trouble. Leave any survivors. Waiting for them to go back and report, then bring a swarm of flies buzzing around. He tilted his head as if looking at a child who didn't understand. I don't have that kind of patience. The hatred in Alan's eyes had not diminished, but there was now a hint of confusion. Martin no longer looked at him, turning to walk inside, dragging out the ornate big bed, collapsing onto it, and pulling the quilt over his head. Gandalf, keep a close watch on him. We set off for the royal capital early tomorrow. Yes, master. After a while, Martin's muffled voice suddenly came from under the quilt. Am I saving him? An illegitimate child with nothing, or an illegitimate child burdened with a deep-seated blood feud? Which one has more value? Have you ever heard the saying, you must go mad to survive? Gandalf paused. Hatred is the best fuel. Martin's voice grew softer, as if he were about to fall asleep. Once we reach the royal capital, he will thank me. After all, being an illegitimate child, especially a royal one, is not easy. His words faded, leaving only the sound of steady breathing. Alan was trapped in place, unable to move, staring up at the pitch-black night sky. The face of his uncle before his death lingered in his mind, while that devilish young man slept soundly beside him. He bit down hard, feeling the taste of blood in his mouth. I hate. He silently repeated this word in his heart, as if he meant to carve it into his very bones.